Chapter 1 Welcoming the Ancestor's Return, Presiding over the Lin Family. Leave a favorable review. Anbo with 666 Appearance 9. 9 billion. Wealth 9. 9 billion. Fortune 9. 9 billion. Luoxia Sect, Outer Gate Area. Lin Xia, Midstage Blood Refinement Realm, failed the fifth attempt to advance at a thinner sect. According to sect regulations, those who fail to advance at a thinner sect 5 times must leave it in 3 days. Keep his decree well if your descendants possess spiritual roots, they may use a his decreto and ensure Luoxia sect for cultivation directly. In the Jin Kingdom, Huai Mountain County, within Luoxia sect, Lin Xia, with this white hair flowing, receive a token from the imposing sect attendant, and with respect full clasp off hands, haslola deported from the sesmenthal. As the gentle breeze caricides cheeks, Lindsay egazet etheziting soon in the horizon, adding eof melancholy bubbling within him. On 100 Antony, had an advertent light traversed into this world of cultivation, born in Toth Lin family of Jiao Town, becoming the master of Lin clan. At the tender age of 3, Lindsay awaits destined and found to possess spiritual roots. Initially, Hebeli Evet the Taza transmigrator, Hu'd undoubted lie awaken extraordinary ability to endowed with immense fortune, allowing him to rise step by step, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of the immortalpathy, overlooking the cyclus of eternity. Alas, the harsh reality struck him like a sharp sword, shattering aloft Lin's eyes dreams. Since formally entering the sectat Theogofton, after a century of arduous cultivation and experiencing the tribulation softening, Lindsay had barely managed to reach the mid-stage EFT blood refinement realm. In this world, the cultivation system is divided into 4 stages: soft body refinement, refining skin, refining blood, refining bones, refining organs. Up and reaching the refining skin stage, on a cold live for a century. In the blood refinement stage, one can expect to live around 120 years. Breaking through toth refining bonus stage could extend life by another 20 years, allowing in a tow live to 140. The refining organ stage allows for a life span of 160 years. Above at the 4-stage soft body refinement, there are numerous realms such as spiritual accumulation, foundation establishment, purple mansion, core formation, and nascent soul. Luoxia sect stands as the foremost sect in Huai Mountain County, housing 10 soft house and soft disciples. Among the disciples, most, like Lin Xia, would ultimately on reach body refinement blood stage, even if they dedicate their entire lives, let alone achieving spiritual accumulation, foundation establishment, or pursuing her realms. The path of the immortal is indeed cruel. Alas, all these thoughts culminate in a deep sigh from Lin Xia. Following the winding mountain path, illuminated by the golden rays of heating soon, Lin Xia walk head step by step out of the sect. At the entrance of Luoxia sect's mountain gate, a group of newly joined youths closely followed the sectotendant. Their faces gleamed with anticipation as they looked around, filled with hope for their future cultivation journey. As Lin's eye observed these youths, Hess aware reflection of his younger self. In that year, he too was brimming with ambition. Youth I soft and filled with grand aspirations, yet he outcomes her frequent lie fraught with hardship. Passing Bithy youths, Lindsay Ixatethimauta in Gatov Luoxia sect and hired a carriage in Asmalton at the Futofta mountain, leisurely making ease way toward Xiaotown. Lin's eye's lifespan, at most, hadn't like 10 years remaining. Hess up to return to Hishameland in this world, to complete the final chapter of his life. After a century, he wondered if his ancestral family had changed in appearance. Seated within the carriage, Lindsay Egazedeth has seen a eye passing by, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. His childhood memory had become somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, the Lin family of Jiao Town should not have fallen to decline a despite being merely low rankings. In Luoxia sect, in thy soft mundane world, Hestel appeared das a lofty immortal master. Moreover, with his identitas disciplio of Luoxia sect for a century, few forsessen Huai Mountain countered to Colingeth Lin family. Although Lindsay's cultivation was nearly a thebodome within Luoxia sect, his mid-stage blood refinement strength was not considered weak with an ardiasof several hundred miles around Thalin family in Jiao Town. Itis noteworthy that Sion becomes a cultivator. Even mere lie breaking through to refining skin stage allows Natalish tremendous strength with him register, effectively assing their physical body to defending mundane weapons. Up and reaching blood refinement stage, One coup DC overturned boulder seeing tin soft house sand soft pounds with afflicoftrist, becoming immune top poison sin jun afraid off Timmy as may of Tim mundane world. iPhone ascended to the refining bonus stage, a single punk coup d'unleash force of £1,000,000. In the finale stage off body refinement, the refining organ stage, that power becomes Savinmari astonishing, achieving this stage woodrondrani comparable to a beastly entity, capable of wielding a force of £1,000,000 with a single hand. As Lindsay's thoughts flowed, Theska gradually darkened. Thelatutum breeze carried on Toph Killis the Karja traversed through muddy mountain paths, passing through Sidious sand towns, day and night. At last, a sizably ancient town, home to tin soft house sand soft people, appeared before Lindsay's eyes. Surrounding the ancient town were a low stone walls, and at the main entrance, several armoreguards to watch. The Lin family banner off Xiao town still fluttered atop through athered stone walls. Halt! Entry into Xiao town at midnight requires a passway kind lias the elder 4-hour corporation. As Lindsay's carriage approached Xiao town, it was shouted by 2 heavy armoreguards, the vitality robust. Unlike the ordinary guards, these two, though not cultivators, had evident lie trained in martial arts. Although they were insignificant before cultivators, in the mundanium, they could be deemed martial experts. The Lin family's development over thiers, capable of nurturing such guards, was evidently better than Lindsay had imagined. I am Lindsay a pleasement the current head off Lin family. Clatter. Lindsay did not trouble the 2 guards boot calmly announced this name. Ash spoke, an overwhelming gale emanated from him, rolling forth like a tidal wave, instantly stirring up fierce winds around him. Witnessing this, the expression soft tetwa guards shifted dramatically under Lindsay's imitable presence. They felt a heavy weight pressing down at them, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing to their knees. The Setwa guards, having some experience, quickly recognized Lindsay's as a cultivator. However, after a brief moment of panic, they steadied themselves in Egward. Upon hearing the name Linchia, suddenly seemed to recall something. Why you were the Ancestor off night? Gazing respectfully at Lindsay seated in the carriage, Thageward's demeanor turned reverent, his voice stinged with excitement. Asentriago, the young master of Lin family was indeed named Linchia. In this world, the average lifespan of a common person hardly exceeds 30 or 40 years, drawing parallel Stoincian times. Lindsay's elders, peers, and even his descendants should long since turn to dust. Thus, the guard addressing Lindsay as Ancestor was entirely reasonable. Lindsay in OD'd in acknowledgement, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, filled instead with that profound sense of reminiscence. As theirs flowed be, the vastishan haid turned to dust. The Udha Facintra Yaga returned, now transformed into an elder of Teklan. Upon hearing Lindsay's voice, that guards became even more anxious, bowing repeatedly in reverence. I apologize for my early rudeness, Ancestor please forgive me. Observing Thegward's demeanor, Lindsay leisurely stepped to Tofty courage, Histony Kalman done her inhinud. Those who Horiuna wearer are not at fault. By Thewe, what is the name of the current head off Lin family? Lindsay is gaze fellow Panonoff Tegwards. Up in hearing this, Thegard dared not delay, quickly bowing and replying, reporting to the Ancestor, the head off T family I named Linchanga, the 5th head off Lin family in the past century. Ancestor, please Aristhiran din joy samita is shalga to meet the head off T family. With yo your return, our family head, the elders, and many disciples halkamate welcome you. As Thegward finished speaking, Theathergard Hadel Reedy instructed the common city guard stow clear the head for Linchia, ensuring that thys esteemed Ancestor would not be obstructed. P. S. Classification of realms. Mundane path realms. Body refinement 4 stages: refining skin, refining blood, refining bones, refining organs. Spiritual accumulation, foundation establishment, purple mansion, core formation, nascent soul. Each major realm is subdivided into early, mid, late, and perfection. Subsequent realms to be supplemented later. Chapter 2: The Change Soft Time and Family Dynamics. Chowtown, Lin Family Ancestral Land. Just moments after Thegward parted, Thecarinthiadoff Lin Family, upon learning Goft Hera turn off their ancestor from the sect, immediately decide family matters, hurriedly leading numerous Lin Family members in a grand procession to Toft he family residence. Quickly, led the way. where is Ancestor? Typically composed, Lin Cheng and Alborian expression of Fergens upon hearing of Lin's eyes return, the ethereal der Santhinger generation of Lin famil equally filled with curiosity and reverence. In their hearts, Lin Zia ways a contostlestial being, if Lin Zia were to long preside over the Lin family, their future development future lyriachwings. The Ancestors over the rejoined Tia. Observing Lin Cheng Gesami wa flustered demeanor, Thaguard geit de Viriana Tochermentia house. At that moment, Cladina grey roby and with white hair, Lindsay reclined in a woodenker, leisurely zavering a kapoftia. Through Twudendorf house, upon seeing Lin Xia, Lin Changi and Theather family members felt an undeniable connection of blood. Junior Lin Changa, Corinthiadoff Lin family, leading Galfa members, respectfully welcome Ancestor back. Thud! Lin Changa knelt directly on the ground, his voice filled with reverence and fervorous bowed 3 times before Lin Xia. Welcome back, Ancestor. Welcome back, Ancestor. Swish. As Lin Changa knelt down, numerous members of Lin familial saw prostrate at themselves in the ground, beginning the ritual of 3 kneel san 9 kowtows towards Lin Xia. Wariel fam litherized no need for such formalities. Please rise. Gazing at the injured generations outside the tea house, Lindsay gently set down his teacup, histonekelman attacked. Lindsay held a deep affection for the Lin family. Despite being at the 4th stage of Budarfiment, Lindsay had not yet mastered hartofesting. Over the years, Hishisten and Cian needs within the sect had been primarily provided by his family. After all, the sect was natakarity it would be exceeding difficult for Evanth falling sunset sect to sustain need soft house and soft disciples without compensation. Having received the family support, Lindsay was willing, in the last decade of his life, to assist the family in further development to the best of his abilities. Ancestor, please step into the sedent chair. The state wherein she resided has been diligent, maintained by the injured generation. No Thadio have returned, we humble ask for our guidance on the future reefed Lin family. Lin Changi approached an exquisite Tezadon cordorned with gold, personally drawing back the curtains for Lin Xia. You are most considerate. Observing the Reverend Lin Changa, Lin Zion nodded slightly, then Ternetto addressed the gathered Lin family members with placid tone. Very well, you may withdraw. If ye needrest, please adasa theorize no need to fuss over thy sold man. Upon hearing Lin Zai's words, the family members did not disobey and quickly retreated his side of soft street. They would not dare walk head off Lin Xia. Seeing this, Lindsay stepped into the golden sedanker, which was then carried towards Lin family as statter Lin changes person algudence. Ancestor, since your departure to falling sunset sect, the Lin family has flourished over the past century, with our population surpassing 20,000. However, since your time, our family has not produced a single member with spiritual roots, which is why the Lin family remains confined to Chiao. Cities with population exceeding 100,000 are predominant, like control-led by larger families, leaving the Lin family with new opportunities to acclaim. Particular like Sao family of Sichuan City, which has repeated Lysa precedents. If not for our esteemed presence, Ancestor, the Lin family would likely struggle to maintain even its foundation in Chiao. Lin Changi accompanied the sedent chair, meticulous slide-tailing the current stat of Lin family and the surrounding power dynamics to Lin Xia. The Zao family of Sichuan City is a formidable sect in theorem of cultivation. Ida said that Thabo asked does Insof cultivators say among theorings. In contrast, Althod Lin family of Chiao Town appears populous, there is but single cultivator Lin Zaya himself. Surrounding Chiao Town, aside from the powerful Zaya family, there are Su, Zhou, and Bei families. However, Thescalioft his familias is not significantly different from that of Lin family. Yet, Theplitof Lin family remains themist diary among the nearby Zex. Should Lin Zipa perish, the absentio facultivator still fear would I nevita be leave Lin family linear revan extinction. Creek. Thegelden sedent care, lifted before Lin family servants, 2 caproximate le Hoffen Horto arrivi at a quaint tan Trongel courtyard. This courtyard boasted 5 main gates and 4 side doors, symbolizing profound meaning. As Lindsay egaza dupont the courtyard, memories began to rest. Before entering falling sunset sect, had Leviden grown in Thisvera courtyard. Ancestor, please enter the courtyard dandrist. E haver ranged formade sans servant sto tin toi or needs, should I require anything, do nother cite teto informed them. Lin Changa spoke again with utmost respect. Lin Zia was thoroughly satisfied with Lin Change's arrangements. Asha stepped du tof the golden sedan kerned toth the courtyard, he was struck by Alvarethin Gramendelmo stunned changed from a centriago. His chilled hood Maries, once hazy, seemed to awaken. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Ancestor. Wherever Lin's eye passed, numerous servant sandmaids bowed their heads in reverence. Withdraw, Alophia. Without my permission, do not disturb. Lindsay surveyed the surroundings, issuing commands to Theboing servant sandmaids. A sacultivator, Lindsay preferred solitude. These ways a habit cultivate the vire century of practice. Though his life span was limited amir latinai years, Lindsay hadn't given up. I've caldretched body refinement and bone forging stage, heku dextin disli febai another twin tie, Irsus longasha lived, hope remained. Lost in thought, Lindsay traversed quarter sand gardens, Aravinga to nondescript, utterly ordinarismal courtyard. This small courtyard was the residency of Lindsay's father. His father had once been the head off Linfamilian possessed ear listage bone refinement skills. Had he no to read with falling sunset sect, Lindsay's father would have a long since Ibecomian inerdiciple, perhaps of inacreditable. Had that been the case, Lindsay's spot to cultivation might have been considerably easier. After hesitating for a long while at Thwudendorf Tesmal courtyard, Lindsay final apusha died pingently. Asthedo or Creekidapin, numerous swellorder editums, marked bitha passage off time, come to view. Among these setum swear wooden toys from Lindsay skildhood, a woodens word hahatus geth his father to carve, and a delicatejar for keeping crickets. In addition to Lindsay's belongings, there were real so-somirilik Sopha's mother and father. A shegas dupin theses edums, Lindsay shiart was sudden lie struck by an invisible force. Chapter 3. The Ancestral Legacy of the Lin Family and the Marvelous Mirror. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Xia, stood amidst the remnants of a bygone era, lost in contemplation. The world is but a grand dream, and life is but a fleeting autumn. Gazing upon the myriad of old relics scattered throughout the courtyard, Lin Xia felt as though he had been transported back to his childhood. After a century of cultivation, the path to enlightenment seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Upon his return, he found only memories of people long gone. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The autumn breeze swept through, sending a flurry of crimson leaves dancing through the air. Just as Lin Xia's thoughts surged like the tide, a palm-sized ancient mirror, intricately adorned with mysterious runes, unexpectedly fell from the courtyard gate. At first glance, the mirror appeared unremarkable, yet Lin Xia instinctively picked it up. The moment his fingers brushed against the mirror's surface, gentle moonlight cascaded upon it. Under the luminous glow, the ancient mirror suddenly radiated an enigmatic aura. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded Lin Xia's mind. The Immortal's appraisal mirror can discern all things. If provided with resources, it can elevate all. Confronted by this sudden influx of knowledge, Lin Xia maintained a semblance of composure. He was certain that this ancient mirror was a treasure of immense value. Perhaps even a genuine artifact of the Immortals. In this realm, anything associated with the term immortal was invariably linked to legendary figures. Yet how could such an object exist within the Lin family? Could it be that his ancestors harbored a mysterious past? Clutching the Immortal's appraisal mirror, Lin Xia fell into deep contemplation once more. After a century of cultivation, his mental fortitude was remarkably steady. Even upon acquiring an immortal item, he exhibited neither exuberance nor elation. Rather, a hint of unease lingered in his heart. A commoner bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure can lead to peril. Should this immortal's appraisal mirror fall into the hands of other cultivators, catastrophe would surely befall the Lin family. The recorded history of the Lin family only extends back several centuries, leaving even Lin Xia, the family's elder, in the dark. If this immortal's appraisal mirror was not a mere happenstance acquisition, but rather a relic from his forebears, it suggested that the Lin family's ancestry was once illustrious. A family of unparalleled brilliance that suddenly succumbed to decline must have traversed through tumultuous upheavals. Lin Xia's thoughts drifted further and further until, after a considerable time, he gradually regained his focus and redirected his gaze to the immortal's appraisal mirror. According to the knowledge that surged within him, by offering resources to the mirror, it could enhance the quality of all things. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xie slowly retrieved the last fragment of spirit stone he possessed. Attempting to place it upon the mirror's surface, the instant the spirit stone fragment made contact, the mirror's brilliance intensified, and to Lin Xie's astonishment, it devoured the fragment. A pang of regret welled within him. For a mid-level cultivator like Lin Xie, even a year of arduous labor might not yield a single spirit stone fragment. Spirit stones serve as the universal currency for cultivators and are essential for their practice. Spirit stones are categorized into inferior, middle grade, superior, and premium. The exchange ratio for each tier is 1:10. Thus, a middle grade spirit stone can be traded for 10 inferior spirit stones, and so forth. A single inferior spirit stone can typically be cut into 100 fragments. Just as Lin Xie lamented the loss of his spirit stone fragment, the immortal's appraisal mirror suddenly emitted a golden beam of light, which perfectly enveloped him. Upon contact, Lin Xie felt an instantaneous acceleration in the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With his innate talent, it was usually a challenge for him to absorb such energy, even during intensive meditation. However, in this moment, amidst the sparse spiritual energy of the Lin family, his body was autonomously drawing in the essence of the world. And at a commendable pace, a look of astonishment graced Lin Xie's face. According to records, only those with mysterious grade spiritual roots could achieve such automatic absorption. When tested at the age of 3, Lin Xie was found to possess a spiritual root, albeit the most inferior pseudo-spiritual root. Had it not been for the family's ascension decree, Lin Xie would have found it exceedingly difficult to enter the Luoxia sect for cultivation. Spiritual roots are categorized as pseudo, true, mysterious, earthly, and heavenly. A mysterious grade spiritual root is regarded as a top-tier genius within the Luoxia sect. Each emergence of a mysterious grade spiritual root warrants significant cultivation from the sect, as those possessing such roots are destined to reach at least the foundation-building stage in the future. It is worth noting that even within the entirety of the Gene Kingdom's cultivation realm, foundation-building cultivators hold considerable status. The sect leader of Luoxia is, in fact, a consummate foundation-building master. Breathing with a hint of urgency, Lin Xie clutched the immortal's appraisal mirror, realizing its value surpassed even his wildest imagination. In the realm of cultivation, any item capable of enhancing one's innate talent is a rare treasure, and the appearance of such artifacts often stirs up a tempestuous storm of bloodshed. The capabilities of this immortal's appraisal mirror extend beyond mere enhancement of talent. If provided with resources, it may elevate the tier of techniques, medicinal herbs, and alchemical concoctions. Yet, at this moment, Lin Xie found himself bereft of spirit stone fragments. He was momentarily at a loss. He yearned to further explore the capabilities of the immortal's appraisal mirror. After a brief silence, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Although he had no spirit stone fragments, the Lin family possessed an abundance of worldly treasures. Would those gold and silver riches be considered resources for the immortal's appraisal mirror? With this thought, Lin Xie cautiously retrieved a gold ingot and placed it upon the mirror's surface. To his delight, the moment the gold touched the mirror, it radiated brilliance once more. This time, Lin Xie directed the light toward a commonly found body refining pill within the cultivation world. The light enveloped the pill's surface, and in the blink of an eye, the previously inferior pill, lacking potency, transformed into a resplendent gem, exuding a fragrant aroma. Even from a distance, Lin Xie could sense the immense power contained within this body refining pill. Lin Xie felt an exhilarating thrill. He sensed that by consuming this body refining pill and leveraging his current spiritual root, he had a significant chance of directly advancing to the bone refining realm. Yet what thrilled him most was the revelation that worldly treasures could also be utilized to elevate the quality of all things. Gripping the immortal's appraisal mirror tightly, a glimmer of hope shone in Lin Xie's weary eyes. With such a treasure in hand, even in his twilight years, the prospect of achieving immortality and transcending to become an immortal was not beyond reach. Chapter 4. The Path of Cultivation, Suffering Before Joy. The secrets of this treasure must be safeguarded. Should this artifact come to the attention of outside cultivators, the consequences would be dire. Surveying the surroundings of the small courtyard, Lin Xie cautiously closed the wooden door and drew forth a long sword, unleashing the formidable power of a mid-level cultivator. With each swing of his sword, an immense force erupted, and as time passed, he carved out an underground chamber within one of the rooms of the courtyard. Thereafter, Lin Xie placed the Immortal's appraisal mirror within the chamber and set up a rudimentary illusion array around the courtyard for protection. The population of Qiao Town, combined with the Lin family, numbered only around 40,000, making it a relatively safe haven, far from the reach of wandering cultivators. Nonetheless, even in this relative security, Lin Xie dared not let his guard down. In the world of cultivation, danger lurks at every turn, and a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. With the Immortal's appraisal mirror in his possession, Lin Xie resolved never to align himself with other factions for fear of exposing his invaluable treasure. He decided to remain within his family, diligently developing it into his own force, starting with the accumulation of worldly wealth and gradually progressing in strength through steady cultivation. As long as he persevered, Lin Xie firmly believed that one day he would stand atop the pinnacle of immortal paths. After completing the modifications to the courtyard, the long night gradually faded away. The bright moon sank, and the sun rose. Despite a night of toil, Lin Xie, as a cultivator, felt no trace of fatigue. Seated in the chamber, Lin Xie gazed at the body-refining pill in his hand, resolved to consume it and elevate his power as much as possible. Should he successfully advance to the bone-refining realm, he would be deemed a formidable figure among the lowly scattered cultivators. If one could ascend to the realm of body refinement, even in the face of the Zhao family of Jichuan City, Lin Xie would possess ample confidence. The Zhao family's dominion over Jichuan City, with its population of over 150,000, is largely attributed to the presence of a practitioner at the body refinement stage within their clan. Although this practitioner is mostly engaged in secluded cultivation and rarely involves themselves in the Zhao family's affairs, there are still dozens of cultivators residing within the Zhao household. Over the years, the Zhao family has also been expanding its influence, gradually encroaching upon the surrounding territories of Qiao Town. The reason the Zhao family had not directly annexed Qiao Town until now was due to Lin Xie's continued presence within the Falling Sunset sect. As long as Lin Xie remained a disciple of the sect, even as the most junior outer disciple, the Zhao family would exercise caution. An overt attack on the family of a disciple from the Falling Sunset sect could potentially provoke the sect's ire. In the face of the Falling Sunset sect, not only the Zhao family but even those families possessing spirit birth stage practitioners remain insignificant. However, now that Lin Xie has departed from the sect, his identity as an outer disciple has naturally been revoked. Without this layer of protection, the Zhao family feels no qualms about taking action against Qiao Town. Perhaps they only need a pretext to descend upon Qiao Town, coercing the Lin family to submit or even obliterating them entirely. Compared to the internal affairs of the Falling Sunset sect, the external conflicts are far more brutal and bloody. Should Lin Xie not hasten to enhance his strength, the fate awaiting the Lin family could either be total subjugation to the Zhao family, relinquishing all interests in Qiao Town, or the calamity of extermination. The law of the jungle prevails. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and only the powerful survive. If Lin Xie had not acquired the Mirror of Immortal Insight and was left with merely 10 years of life, he would inevitably have to concede to the Zhao family. Yet now, he desires to strive fervently in his twilight years to once again pursue the path of immortality. As Lin Xie expelled a breath of turbid air, he gradually entered a state of focused tranquility, allowing the myriad distractions within his mind to dissipate. Cultivation is an exceedingly profound process, in the 4 stages of body refinement. One inhales and exhales spiritual energy, refining the flesh, blood, and bones through the essence of heaven and earth, ultimately refining the internal organs. Once the physical form reaches a certain level of refinement, it becomes possible to revert to a primal state, opening up spiritual meridians, thereby breaking through to the spirit birth stage. In contrast to the 4 stages of body refinement, a practitioner at the spirit birth stage can expect a lifespan of over 200 years. Furthermore, upon breaking through to the spirit birth stage, the practitioner can initially manipulate spiritual power and perform some basic spells, As Lin Shi consumed a body refinement pill, strands of energy gradually unfurled within him. This energy coursed through his veins, refining his entire being from within. Under the influence of this force, Lin Shi's cultivation level rapidly ascended. Mid-stage blood refinement, late-stage blood refinement, and finally, complete blood refinement, crack. Upon reaching the pinnacle of blood refinement, his bones would be nourished, marking a sign of advancement to the bone refinement stage. Each breakthrough through the stages of skin refinement, blood refinement, bone refinement, and organ refinement entails excruciating suffering. Advancing to the skin refinement stage feels akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. A torment nearly unbearable. Transitioning to blood refinement is akin to having one's veins explode, rendering one almost lifeless. Ascending to bone refinement feels like the rebirth of shattered bones, a combination of itchiness and pain. Should one's resolve falter even slightly, the path to success becomes exceedingly difficult, often culminating in failure. As for the transition to the organ refinement stage, it is said that all 5 organs shatter before being reforged. This process is tantamount to a torturous ordeal. The world often extols the virtues of immortals, yet how many can endure the arduous process of ascension? Mortal beings seeking longevity are inherently defying the heavens. Enduring the tribulations of body refinement, after establishing a foundation, one must face 3 disasters and 9 calamities until death claims them, or they ascend to immortality. The intense pain engulfed Lin Shi's entire being. Yet his weathered visage remained remarkably composed. What is pain? To attain the great path, Lin Shi is willing to wager his very life. The desire to become an immortal, to seek the Tao, requires unwavering determination and a touch of madness. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, there is no place for the weak. Even if he cannot become an immortal, Lin Shi must relentlessly pursue strength. Striving to become more formidable, dignity, status, power, and wealth. These intoxicating concepts are all tethered to one's own strength. Time ebbed away. Lin Shi remained seated in the secluded chamber. When hunger struck, he consumed a fasting pill obtained from the sect. When fatigue threatened, he dared not relent for even a moment. The time remaining for Lin Shi is scant. Outside the Lin family looms the ambitious and expanding Zhao family of Jichuan City. Lin Shi's lifespan is already limited to a mere 10 years. Even if he successfully breaks through to the bone refinement stage, extending his life by 20 years, he would still only have a maximum of 30 years left. Crack, crack. Every inch of bone within Lin Shi's body echoed with explosive sounds. This process is both agonizing and protracted. Yet he must endure. Only by thoroughly refining every bone can he truly ascend to the bone refinement stage. During this process, should he falter and entertain thoughts of giving up, he would inevitably tread the path to failure. A failure in bone refinement could result in a regression of cultivation or, at worst, instant death. Regardless of the outcome, neither is bearable for Lin Shi at the age of 110, should he fail to break through, even if he ultimately preserves his life. Further breakthroughs in this lifetime would be nearly impossible. The relentless agony persisted for a full 7 days. Just as Lin Shi reached his limit, relying almost entirely on willpower to endure. The excruciating pain akin to shattered bones gradually subsided. When the pain finally dissipated, a gentle warmth began to envelop Lin Shi's body. Under this soothing force, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. And the vitality, strength, and life force within him surged dramatically. The path of cultivation is indeed a journey of suffering leading to sweetness. Chapter 5. Completing the technique, the crimson flame scripture. After firmly stabilizing his cultivation level, Lin Shi slowly rose and exited the underground chamber. Golden rays of sunlight cascaded upon him, and though he still bore a head of white hair and an aged appearance, an overwhelming vitality surged within him. Having successfully broken through to the body refinement and bone refinement stage, Lin Shi's lifespan was not only extended by 30 years, but his strength also multiplied tenfold. At the body refinement and bone refinement stage, one can unleash a force of 1,000,000 pounds. With such combat prowess, should he return to the Falling Sunset sect, Lin Shi would even qualify as an inner disciple. However, Lin Shi has no intention of returning to the sect. Aside from the multitude of practitioners within the sect, the secret of the Mirror of Immortal Insight would be easily exposed. Even if he could conceal the secret of the mirror, Lin Shi prefers to remain with the Lin family, where he wields unparalleled status and power, allowing him to better safeguard the secret of the mirror. Joining a sect or other powerful forces is merely a means to acquire techniques, resources, and occasional guidance from formidable beings. Now that he possesses the Mirror of Immortal Insight, Lin Shi can expend worldly wealth to enhance his techniques, elixirs, and materials. With this in mind, Lin Shi retrieved all the techniques, materials, and elixirs he had obtained during his time at the Falling Sunset sect. As a low-ranking outer disciple, Lin Shi's current assets are pathetically meager. His entire fortune comprises a fragment of the Crimson Flame scripture capable of cultivation to the body refinement and bone refinement stage, 2 spirit refinement herbs, and a palm-sized piece of refined steel oregon. These items are among the most common in the cultivation world. And even collectively, their total worth does not exceed 2 or 3 fragments of spirit stones. Nonetheless, Lin Shi possesses a considerable amount of worldly gold and silver. Disciples below the body refinement and bone refinement stage at the Falling Sunset sect receive worldly treasures as rewards for completing various designated tasks. In reality, most practitioners at the body refinement stage still utilize worldly gold and silver as currency. Only those practitioners at the spirit birth stage and above consider fragments of spirit stones, or even spirit stones themselves, as their primary trading currency. I hope the Mirror of Immortal Insight can help complete the fragment of the Crimson Flame scripture. Lin Shi produced 2 gold ingots and placed them once more upon the mirror's surface. Mysterious celestial light radiated and blossomed anew. In the instant the 2 gold ingots vanished, Lin Shi directed the Mirror of Immortal Insight towards the fragment of the Crimson Flame scripture. Under the enveloping radiance, the originally thin page of the scripture began to transform in the realm of cultivation. The Crimson Flame scripture is considered one of the most fundamental and renowned techniques. It is said that the scripture was created by a mysterious immortal, capable of manipulating the fires of the world when cultivated to its zenith, thus seeking longevity through the way of flame. However, the true version of the Crimson Flame scripture has long been lost, and what circulates in the world is merely a simplified version. Yet even this simplified version allows cultivation to the nascent soul stage. The simplified version of the Crimson Flame scripture is divided into 4 sections. The first corresponds to the 4 stages of body refinement, the second to the spirit birth and foundation establishment stages, the third to the purple palace and golden core stages, and the fourth to the nascent soul stage. The Falling Sunset sect holds only the second section of the simplified version of the Crimson Flame scripture. A complete simplified version is a rarity, with few factions across the entire Gene Kingdom's cultivation realm able to present it. With a rush, within a fleeting moment, the radiance upon the surface of the Mirror of Immortal Insight gradually receded, and the once thin page of the simplified Crimson Flame scripture astonishingly transformed into a tome 3 inches thick, exuding an ancient aura. The surface of the ancient text bore 7 robust characters, embodying the profound truths of heaven and earth, inscribed as the first volume of the Crimson Flame Tao scripture. As Lin Shi picked up the tome, he could not resist the urge to peruse its pages. However, upon merely opening the first page, he was struck with astonishment. For this Crimson Flame Tao scripture was the unabridged, authentic version created by a mysterious immortal. This method directly pointed to the path of immortality. Of course, the volume in Lin Shi's hands was merely the first. Yet even this initial volume surpassed the complete simplified version of the Crimson Flame scripture in its depth. Indeed, the first volume was already capable of enabling Lin Shi to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, it encompassed various spells and body techniques that the simplified version lacked. With the first volume of the Crimson Flame Tao scripture, Lin Shi would not have to worry about his cultivation methods for the foreseeable future. Setting aside the upgraded Crimson Flame Tao scripture, Lin Shi retrieved 2 gold ingots and placed them upon the surface of the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal. He then aimed the mirror once more at the Crimson Flame Tao scripture, eager to see if he could upgrade it further. Alas, while the mirror continued to radiate layers of brilliance, the already enhanced Crimson Flame Tao scripture showed no signs of further change. Did the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal only permit a single upgrade for each item? Or perhaps the value of the 2 gold ingots was insufficient to continue enhancing the first volume. Contemplating this, Lin Xie gritted his teeth and produced a piece of refined iron ore. He resolved to use this ore as a resource to test if he could further elevate the first volume of the Crimson Flame Tao scripture. As the refined iron ore made contact with the surface of the mirror of immortal appraisal, the first volume of the Crimson Flame Tao scripture instantaneously thickened and expanded at an observable rate. What was once merely 3 inches thick transformed into an ancient tome, half a foot thick and a foot in length and width within just 2 breaths. The text adorning the cover also underwent a remarkable change. Now reading Crimson Flame Tao Scripture Volumes 1-2. Recognizing this development, Lin Xie began to grasp the rules governing the upgrades facilitated by the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal. The most crucial rule was that the mirror could upgrade anything without limit. But the greater the enhancement, the more resources required. As for the mirror's further capabilities, Lin Xie still needed to explore. However, even the abilities currently exhibited by the mirror were nothing short of miraculous. With sufficient resources, Lin Xie might elevate an ordinary cultivation method directly into an immortal's secret manual. With enough resources, he could even enhance his spiritual root quality to the earth level, or even the heavenly level. Chapter 6. The Zhao Family Envoy. Crisis approaches. Once Lin Xie withdrew from his thoughts, he carefully stored the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal, then placed the substantial first and second volumes of the Crimson Flame Tao scripture into the underground chamber of his room. The first volume was sufficient for Lin Xie to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment Realm. As for the second volume, it could enable him to reach the Core Formation Realm. Yet, even with these cultivation methods and an enhancement of his spiritual root quality to mysterious grade, reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm within the Lin family was still somewhat challenging. The ancestral land of the Lin family in Xiao Town lacked any spiritual veins, resulting in exceptionally thin spiritual energy. To cultivate long-term within the Lin family, one would require either a substantial amount of spirit stones or precious herbs, or the establishment of a spirit-gathering formation. However, even a spirit-gathering formation would necessitate spirit stones to maintain. Even the most basic spirit-gathering formation consumed a shard of spirit stone each month. Currently, Lin Xie was still severely lacking in cultivation resources. Yet, with the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal in hand, he believed earning more spirit stone shards, or even spirit stones, would not be difficult. 200 miles away from Qiao Town lay a small cultivation market. As long as he had precious herbs or materials, he could trade them at the market for spirit stones. Lin Xie decided to first utilize the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal to upgrade the quality of the 2 spirit refining herbs he possessed, then exchange them for some spirit stone shards, and subsequently use those shards to purchase necessary items for cultivation. The spirit refining herb was one of the most commonly cultivated and readily available medicinal herbs in the cultivation world. This herb could be consumed directly or used to concoct body refining pills. The 2 spirit refining herbs in Lin Xie's possession were both under 10 years old, thus their value was quite ordinary. If sold outright, they would fetch at most 1 shard of spirit stone. This time, Lin Xie placed all the gold ingots he had on him upon the surface of the Mirror of Immortal Appraisal. As the gold ingots were entirely swallowed by the mirror, layers of celestial light erupted forth. The moment the radiance illuminated the 2 spirit refining herbs, they suddenly exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. The herbs, originally over 2 inches long, abruptly grew to half a foot in length. The age of these herbs transformed from under 10 years to a century's worth of potency. If sold at the market, each herb could yield at least 3 low-grade spirit stones, translating to 300 spirit stone shards. While 3 low-grade spirit stones may not seem like much, it is noteworthy that during his time at the Falling Sunset Sect, Lin Xie would struggle to accumulate even a single shard of spirit stone after a full year of sect tasks. The value of spirit stones is not something that mundane gold and silver can measure. Even among body refining realm cultivators, it would be challenging for those who have just broken through to the spirit gathering realm to casually produce 3 low-grade spirit stones. Observing the 2 herbs now comparable to century-old medicinal treasures, Lin Xie felt a surge of excitement, though he could not help but frown slightly. The value of these spirit refining herbs was indeed substantial. But if Lin Xie dared to take them to the cultivation market for sale, he would likely face a deadly ambush the moment he stepped out. In the realm of cultivators, the law of the jungle prevails. With little regard for worldly justice, after contemplating for a moment, Lin Xie suddenly had an idea. He took out a sharp short knife and cautiously cut off a leaf from one of the spirit-refining herbs. This leaf should be able to fetch around 20 shards of spirit stone. Although a leaf from a century-old herb still held considerable value, it was certainly more discreet and safer than selling the entire herb outright. Nevertheless, Lin Xie felt it was still not entirely secure. After further deliberation, he ultimately decided to consume one whole century-old spirit-refining herb to bolster his own strength. For in the world of cultivation, strength is the greatest safeguard. In the secret chamber, Lin Xie once again sat cross-legged on the ground and unhesitatingly swallowed one of the century-old spirit-refining herbs. Fortunately, Lin Xie was currently at the body-refining bone realm, allowing him to withstand the potent effects of the century-old spirit-refining herb. Had he still been at the mid-stage body-refining blood realm, the consumption of such a potent herb would likely have caused his body to burst, resulting in immediate demise. Compared to body-refining pills, directly consuming medicinal herbs carry certain risks. However, Lin Xie possessed the profound techniques of the Crimson Flame Tao scripture. With such advanced methods, and coupled with his mysterious grade spiritual root, refining a single century-old spirit-refining herb was far easier for him than for an ordinary cultivator. As Lin Xie followed the cultivation steps documented in the Crimson Flame Tao scripture, he breathed in sync with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gradually, his aura began to grow steadily. While Lin Xie was immersed in his arduous cultivation, a caravan adorned with the Zhao family banner made its grand entrance outside Qiao Town. This caravan was escorted by over 200 armored guards, including several dozen mundane martial artists. At the forefront of the procession rode a young man clad in a black robe, exuding a somewhat chilling demeanor. The young man rode atop a fierce beast, a giant tiger, casting a detached gaze upon Qiao Town. In the next moment, he rasped in a voice that rang out clearly, "I come on behalf of the Zhao family, Lin family patriarch. Do you not hasten forth to welcome me?" As the raspy voice of the young man reverberated throughout the entire Qiao Town, it was as if a deluge had erupted, causing the very structures of the town to tremble slightly. It was evident that this young man was a cultivator. Within the Lin family's estate, Lin Xie, who was engrossed in his secluded training, was abruptly awakened by the young man's voice. Although the voice was hoarse, it bore an overwhelming vitality. Such a singular utterance possessed immense power, indicating that the young man's cultivation was formidable, reaching at least the level of body refining and blood tempering. The sudden arrival of a cultivator from the Zhao family, right after his return from the Luoxia sect, laid bare the Zhao family's ambitions, which were glaringly apparent. The Zhao family was undoubtedly intent on seizing Qiao Town and compelling the Lin family to submit. At that moment, the many mortals residing in Qiao Town, as well as the entire Lin family, were equally stirred. At the entrance of Qiao Town, the Lin family's armored guards had already formed a defensive formation, clearly prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the Zhao family's contingent, though not overtly displaying intent to attack, had their guards poised and ready. They awaited a command from the young cultivator, prepared to storm Qiao Town and obliterate the Lin family. The atmosphere, both inside and outside Qiao Town, had become unbearably tense. The Lin family, unified, stood to welcome the arrival of the envoy. The arrival of the envoy from afar was a privilege for Qiao Town and an honor for our Lin family. At the entrance, Lin Chang'e appeared slowly, flanked by numerous elders of the Lin family and dozens of secular warriors. Despite Lin Chang'e's efforts to maintain composure, the pressure he felt in the presence of a cultivator from the Zhao family was inescapable. Even with the esteemed Lin Xie as their ancestor, Lin Chang'e still felt a lack of confidence before the Zhao family's cultivators. If it were merely an ordinary cultivator, the situation might be different. The Zhao family was the overlord of Zichuan City. Across 1,000 miles of Zichuan City, even if all cultivator factions banded together, they would not stand a chance against the Zhao family. Chapter 7. Young Zhao, you have overstepped, noble envoy. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to my Lin family in Qiao Town? As long as my Lin family is capable, we are willing to go through fire and water for the envoy and the Zhao family. In the face of the imposing Zhao family cultivator, riding a fearsome beast, Lin Chang'e, despite feeling anxious within, maintained a facade of ease and composure in his speech. His position as clan leader indicated that Lin Chang'e possessed wisdom and capability beyond the ordinary. He understood that the greater the crisis, the more one must remain calm. He was also acutely aware of the Zhao family's ambitions. By deliberately posing this question and lowering his stance, he sought to deny the Zhao family a pretext for immediate aggression. Attempting to negotiate as best as he could, even in dire straits, as long as he could maneuver step by step and by time, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, the Zhao family cultivator was evidently not a fool. Although he appeared to be merely in his 20s, this was a result of having inadvertently consumed a youth-retaining pill in his youth. His actual age was nearing a century. It was precisely for this reason that the Zhao family entrusted him with significant responsibilities and dispatched him to Qiao Town. As soon as Lin Changge finished speaking, the Zhao family cultivator did not respond, but instead exchanged a knowing glance with a servant beside him. The servant, having followed the Zhao family cultivator for many years, instantly understood and adopted an arrogant demeanor, speaking in a deliberately provocative tone. Impudent. You mere mortals of the Lin family dare to stand before Zhao family's third elder without kneeling. Do you wish for your clan to be exterminated? As the servant's words fell, the elders of the Lin family remained unperturbed, yet the young descendants, filled with vigor and accustomed to the protection of their clan, were incensed. The Lin family was a renowned clan within 100 miles surrounding Qiao Town. When had they ever faced such humiliation? Witnessing this scene, Lin Changge furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of foreboding. He understood the depth and influence of the Zhao family. Should a confrontation erupt today, it would spell calamity for the Lin family. In terms of territorial dominance, the Zhao family had direct control over 5 out of the 7 towns in Sichuan City. When it came to numbers, the Lin family's total of 400 guards paled in comparison to the Zhao family's minimum of 10,000. In terms of cultivators, the Lin family had but one, whereas the Zhao family boasted dozens. If they clashed head-on with the Zhao family, the Lin family's chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Our clan has never been your Zhao family's vassal. To perform the act of kneeling is preposterous. A young descendant of the Lin family exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Clan leader, the Zhao family is being excessively tyrannical, completely disregarding our Lin family. Upon hearing this, rage surged among the young Lin descendants. These 13 and 14-year-olds, who were accustomed to being treated with respect while walking through Qiao Town, were oblivious to the Zhao family's might. Although some elders had informed them about the various factions surrounding the Lin family, most had dismissed those tales as mere stories, not taking them to heart. A bunch of fools. Silence yourselves. An elder of the Lin family, leaning on a staff, reprimanded the young descendants sternly. Yet, within the Zhao family ranks, the servant following the Zhao family's third elder seized the opportunity, casting a cold glance at Lin Changge, his voice laced with malice. You Lin family truly do not understand decorum. Not only do you refuse to kneel before my Zhao family's third elder, but you also allow a pack of little brats to speak such insolence. Provoking my Zhao family is punishable by death. As he spoke, the Zhao family's guards brandished their weapons. On the other side, Lin Xia had concluded his training and stepped out of the secluded chamber. He had been observing the events transpiring outside Qiao Town. From his earlier observations, Lin Xia had formed a preliminary assessment of the current internal situation of the Lin family. As clan leader, Lin Changge was adequate. Given the right conditions, he could continue to be cultivated for the future. The older members of the Lin family were relatively united and possessed a sense of the larger picture. However, the education of the younger descendants left much to be desired. While they had not descended into debauchery, without proper guidance to awaken them to the world's harsh realities, it would be challenging for them to become the backbone of the family in the future. Moreover, the Lin family's martial strength was indeed lacking. With just over 400 guards, there were probably only 20 or so warriors. The remainder, while reasonably equipped, were mere ordinary mortals, clearly untrained in combat. Their actual combat capability was likely only slightly superior to that of bandits and mountain thieves. In stark contrast, the Zhao family's contingent was composed entirely of elite fighters. Should a battle ensue, they would not even require the third elder of the Zhao family to intervene. The guards alone could likely annihilate the entire Lin family. My Zhao family's authority shall not be challenged. I offer your Lin family a choice. Submit to my Zhao family, and we shall allow you to retain a tenth of Qiao Town's resources, enabling your family to persist. Otherwise, your clan shall face annihilation. Just as the conflict was on the verge of erupting, the Zhao family's third elder spoke from atop the fearsome beast. His tone was laden with an undeniable authority. He was not negotiating with the Lin family, but rather issuing a direct threat. His arrival in Xiao Town was aimed at expanding Zhao family's influence and territories. The moment Lin Xie left the Luoxia sect and lost his status as an outer disciple, the Zhao family had already received word and begun their plans. He regarded the Lin family with utter disdain. His cultivation was at the peak of blood refining, while, according to family intelligence, Lin Xie was merely at the mid-stage of blood refining. Had it not been for Lin Xie's fortunate acquisition of a transcendence token that allowed him to join the Luoxia sect, the Zhao family would have long since taken Xiao Town. Facing the Zhao family's third elder's threat, Lin Chang's expression darkened. Even the elders of the Lin family could not maintain their composure. Submitting to the Zhao family and surrendering 90% of Xiao Town's resources was an excessively harsh condition. Should they lose 90% of their resources, the Lin family would face financial collapse within 2 months, leading to total disintegration. Yet, should they resist stubbornly against the overwhelming might of the Zhao family, the Lin clan would surely face extermination. Noble envoy, my Lin family is willing to submit, but this condition. Lin Chang'e felt a bitter pang in his heart, hoping to negotiate further. However, the Zhao family's third elder dismissed him entirely, extending 3 fingers and coldly stating, 3 breaths. I grant your Lin family 3 breaths to consider. Point 3, 2. As the Zhao family's third elder was about to utter one, Lin Xie emerged from the mist. Hands clasped behind his back, walking leisurely. The gray robe billowed around him, and the moonlight illuminated his silver hair, casting a mysterious glow. Lin Xie's expression was serene, and his profound gaze fixed upon the Zhao family's third elder. As the aura of the early bone refining stage suddenly erupted forth, Xiao Town is the Lin family's Xiao Town. Young Zhao, you have overstepped your bounds. Chapter 8. Raise your hand to suppress. Be ruthless when necessary. With a tremendous roar, Lin Xie's voice echoed through heaven and earth, akin to a thunderclap that sent many of the Zhao family guards reeling back. Even the Zhao family's third elder suddenly changed countenance. Bone refining stage. You are at the bone refinement stage. He could not help but exclaim, a flicker of trepidation and fear evident in his gaze. The path of cultivation is fraught with disparities between each major realm. Akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, nearly insurmountable. Despite Elder Zhao's mastery being at the pinnacle of blood refinement, he found himself utterly powerless against the bone refinement stage, realizing that should Lin Xie choose to, a mere strike could obliterate him. However, within the blink of an eye, Elder Zhao regained his composure. For within the Zhao clan, there were indeed practitioners at the bone refinement stage, and not just one. Moreover, the clan's ancestor was a formidable master in the late stages of bone refinement. Senior, even if you are at the bone refinement stage, what does it matter? You have departed from Luoxia sect. Relying solely on yourself is insufficient before my Zhao clan. We are determined to seize Xiao Town. As a wise individual, you must be aware of the dire consequences of opposing my Zhao clan. Yet, in consideration of the esteemed elder, my Zhao clan is willing to take only 70% of Xiao Town's resources. Upon the back of the ferocious beast, the giant tiger, Elder Zhao spoke again. He had regained his confidence and poise, for standing behind him was the Zhao clan of Sichuan City. Hearing Elder Zhao's words, many of the Lin family's elders fell into silence. Lin Chang'e sighed softly, his heart a tumultuous sea as he beheld Lin Xie's silhouette. However, upon reflection, preserving 30% of Xiao Town's resources was indeed a commendable outcome for the Lin family to eye in the face of the Zhao clan. The Lin family's foundation ultimately fell short. Should they confront the Zhao clan head-on, even with their ancestors' presence, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Just as Lin Chang'e and the other elders of the Lin family believed Lin Xie would opt for capitulation. Lin Xie's figure suddenly transformed into a flurry of afterimages, unleashing a terrifying gale that landed directly before Elder Zhao. Should you dare to strike at me, the Zhao clan will not let you go. Nor will they spare the Lin family. Why then? The Lin family, and indeed all of Xiao Town, will be wiped from existence. The Zhao clan's elder let out a terrified scream. When everyone regained their senses, they beheld him being effortlessly crushed in Lin Xie's grasp, akin to ARAG to AS for the giant tiger. It was reduced to a quivering heap on the ground, utterly subdued by Lin Xie's overwhelming aura. Silence! Lin Xie regarded the Zhao clan's elder in his grasp, unleashing a devastating force that erupted with the might of 1,000,000 pounds. Instantly, a cloud of blood mist erupted in the air. The Zhao clan's elder perished on the spot, leaving no trace of his remains. Who emboldened you to threaten me? Lin Xie's tone was flat, as though he had merely crushed a bug, not the elder of the Zhao clan. Witnessing the demise of the Zhao clan's elder at Lin Xie's hands, both the Lin family members and the Zhao clan's guards stood in stunned silence. No one had anticipated Lin Xie to be so audacious, so decisive in his slaughter. Yet before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Xie struck once more. The power characteristic of the early bone refinement stage manifested within Lin Xie. His vital essence surged like a divine being traversing the mortal realm, his speed reaching its zenith, and with a mere wave, countless Zhao clan guards met their end. Under the illumination of the crescent moon, torrents of crimson blood mist blossomed outside Xiao Town, a scene both eerie and terrifying. Lin Xie spared none, ruthlessly eliminating all in his path. In just the span of 2 breaths, 200 Zhao clan guards were completely erased from existence. Ancestor, what shall we do? After a prolonged moment, Lin Chang'e gradually regained his senses, a hint of worry etched upon his face as he cast a hesitant glance at Lin Xie. Lin Xie's overwhelming execution of the Zhao clan's elder and the slaughter of 200 guards had effectively severed the Lin family's escape route. Observing Lin Chang'e and the panicked clan members, Lin Xie nonchalantly stated, while collecting the belongings of the Zhao clan's elder, "There is no need for further words. I am well aware of your thoughts. The Zhao clan of Zichuan City is undoubtedly powerful, but my Lin family has never been a mere soft target. If the Zhao clan intends to drive us to the brink, we shall carve a path for survival. You need not fear retribution from the Zhao clan. As long as I am here, the sky will not fall upon the Lin family." Bathed in the blood mist, Lin Xie's voice, though aged, resonated with an air of dominance and confidence. After a century of cultivation at Luoxia sect, Lin Xie had encountered numerous conflicts, in the secret realm of yore. He had even dared to scheme against and eliminate a senior brother whose prowess far surpassed his own. While Lin Xie would naturally harbor some caution towards the Zhao clan, with adversaries riding on his back, a ruthless counterattack was imperative. Yet Lin Xie was not merely acting on impulse, nor had he been inflated by his recent breakthrough into the bone refinement stage. Rather, he had set his sights on the cultivation resources possessed by the Zhao clan's elder, as one of the elders. Despite being at the pinnacle of blood refinement, the Zhao clan's elder clearly possessed considerable wealth. Earlier, while observing discreetly, Lin Xie had noticed a formation flag hanging from the elder's waist. This flag was indeed a spirit-containing treasure. Such treasures were utilized by spirit-containing practitioners. Even the lowest quality spirit-containing treasure could fetch 1 low-grade spirit stone. Of course, the Zhao clan's elder's treasure was merely a defective item. Yet even as a defective item, this formation flag still held immense value. Moreover, let us not forget that Lin Xie possessed the Mirror of Appraisal. By utilizing the Mirror of Appraisal to repair this spirit-containing treasure, and subsequently enhancing his cultivation before the Zhao clan launched a large-scale assault, Lin Xie could face even the Zhao clan's ancestor. A master of bone refinement, without fear. One must understand that the power of a spirit-containing treasure was extraordinarily formidable. However, Lin Xie's contingency plans did not end there. He intended to visit the cultivation market to exchange for items such as spirit poison bottles and low-tier talismans. He also aimed to see if he could seize an opportunity to acquire some treasures. Faced with the Zhao clan's coercion from Zichuan City, Lin Xie had never contemplated compromise. If the Zhao clan sought to annex Xiao Town and expand their influence, Lin Xie too aspired to usurp the Zhao clan and develop the Lin family into the new hegemon of 1,000 miles around Zichuan City. While the Zhao clan was powerful, they were not invincible. Cultivators must endure when necessary and act fiercely when the time calls for it. If one were to cower at every turn, how could they attain the Tao? Moreover, even if Lin Xie were to retreat, would the Zhao clan truly spare the Lin family? One must remember that over the years, every time the Zhao clan expanded its territory, those who chose to retreat and submit ultimately either faded away or vanished entirely. Chapter 9. strategic planning and family development. Ancestor, what should my Lin family do next? Gazing at the Zhao clan's forces, reduced to blood mist and devoid of remains, the typically composed Lin Chang'e found himself at a loss. He approached Lin Xie, respectfully clasping his hands in inquiry. As Lin Chang'e spoke, the eyes of the Lin family members turned towards Lin Xie. With matters having escalated to this point, the Lin family found themselves with no avenue for retreat. Confronted by the formidable, deeply rooted Zhao clan of Sichuan City, an air of unease enveloped the hearts of all Lin family members. Why all the fuss? Bring all of Zhao clan's carriages back to the family. Lin Xie's demeanor remained calm, soothing the anxious clan members. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the giant tiger, now slumped on the ground and trembling uncontrollably. This ferocious beast stood nearly 2 meters tall and measured 5 to 6 meters in length, its fur a deep shade of black. Though it had yet to formally enter the ranks of demonic beasts, it was but a step away from becoming a true refinement skin realm demonic beast. In a flash, Lin Xie contemplated subduing the ferocious beast. He retrieved a leaf of centennial spirit herb from his bosom, gazing at the beast with a tone that was half threatening, half inviting. I know you can understand human speech. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, die. Should you submit, this leaf of centennial spirit herb shall belong to you. However, before that, you must first consume this vial of spirit nullification powder. Once you formally break through to the refinement skin realm and establish a spirit beast contract with me, I shall provide you with the antidote for the spirit nullification powder. As Lin Xie spoke, his tone was laced with a thread of murderous intent, his aura surging forth like a mountain, pressing down upon the ferocious beast. Had the beast not possessed some measure of potential, and given the Lin family's scarcity of practitioners, Lin Xie would have had no qualms about directly skinning it for a pot of spiritual nourishment. Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Lin Xie, the ferocious beast was instantly struck with fear, collapsing to the ground and fervently bowing before Lin Cit did not wish to die. To it, preserving its life was paramount. Whether serving Elder Zhao or becoming Lin Xie's spirit pet mattered little. Seeing the ferocious beast's keen awareness, Lin Xie's expression softened slightly as he tossed a vial of spirit nullification powder along with the leaf of centennial spirit herb before it. A single leaf of centennial spirit herb was sufficient to elevate the ferocious beast to the refinement skin level. As for the spirit nullification powder, it was a special toxin concocted by Luoxia sect. Should one's cultivation fall short of the spirit-containing realm, consuming the spirit nullification powder without the antidote within 7 days would inevitably lead to death. Within the confines of the Luoxia sect, the Juling San is merely an ordinary poison, with its antidote readily available in the bustling markets of the sect. Yet, in the outside world, this Juling San is considered an incurable toxin. Lin Xie administered the Juling San to the ferocious beast, the giant tiger, to prevent it from fleeing after consuming the leaves of the century-soaked spiritual herb. Before establishing a spiritual beast contract, Lin Xie needed to leave a safeguard on the ferocious beast. To sign this contract, the giant tiger must first elevate itself to the realm of body refinement, transforming into a true demonic beast. Only after the contract is signed will its life and death be entirely under Lin Xie's control, ensuring it can never betray him again. Gazing at the jade vial containing the Juling San, the ferocious giant tiger did not hesitate. It decisively consumed the entire content. Excellent! Lin Xie was quite pleased with the giant tiger's response. He then stepped forward, firmly settling onto the back of the ferocious giant tiger. Having such a formidable beast as a mount is indeed quite advantageous. Sitting cross-legged on the broad back of the giant tiger, Lin Xie conducted a brief reassessment of the entire Lin family. First, he addressed the family's armor guards, many of whom were elderly, weak, or ill. With a mere command, Lin Xie ordered their complete dismissal and reallocation. As for the younger generation of the family, he instructed them to prepare for an assessment and selection process. Among these young descendants, those skilled in meticulous calculations were assigned to the treasury to learn account management. Those with a knack for business were sent to the family's various shops, while those adept at overall coordination were given opportunities to work independently. The Lin family must develop rapidly, as the future undoubtedly requires more talent. Ultimately, The future of the Lin family relies upon the support of its younger generation. Moreover, the surrounding villages of Chao Town and the youth within the town must also be nurtured and rallied, striving to transform them into supporters of the Lin family. To strengthen the Lin family, a comprehensive restructuring of the entire family's order is essential. Lin Xie has already planned that once the external threat posed by the Zhao family of Sichuan City is thoroughly resolved, he would delve into the surrounding area to discover infants or children possessing spiritual roots, bringing them back to the clan for gradual cultivation. In this world, it is the cultivators who truly stir the winds and dominate the situation. The hard power of a force is measured by the number of cultivators it possesses. Of course, this does not imply that commoners are unimportant. Quite the contrary, the base number of commoners is exceedingly significant. For only with a greater number of commoners within the jurisdiction can more infants with spiritual roots be born. Many large-scale cultivation forces often vie for territory, with much of the conflict stemming from the competition over the number of commoners. However, as a cultivation family, the Lin family must also encourage procreation among its members when absorbing and discovering other infants and youths with spiritual roots. After all, it is only by producing more cultivators that the stability and prosperity of the family can be maintained. Furthermore, the development and expansion of a force require not only conflict but also influence and infiltration of surrounding powers. Fighting is merely a means. Marriages, infiltration, and bloodline integration are among the most stable and effective methods of family expansion. While seated upon the back of the ferocious giant tiger, Lin Xie shared the overarching plans and strategic layout for the future of the Lin family with Lin Changge in the simplest and most comprehensible manner. As the elder ancestor, Lin Xie would not involve himself in every trivial matter. As a cultivator, his pursuit remained focused on his own cultivation and strength. Once the family was on the right track, he merely needed to oversee its general direction from behind the scenes, while the details of family development would be entrusted to Lin Changge and the numerous Lin family members. Upon hearing Lin Xie's plans, Lin Changge felt an immense impact on his heart. In that moment, it was as if he glimpsed the gateway to a new world. Since becoming the head of the Lin family, Lin Changge had always believed himself to be a rather competent, if not exceptional, family leader. After all, under his leadership, the family's economy and population had doubled. Yet, his strategic goals were limited to expanding the Lin family's influence within Sichuan City or perhaps extending their territorial reach. In contrast, his ancestor's vision was evidently aimed at transforming the Lin family into a formidable power in its own right. Lin Changge had never contemplated such long-term ambitions, nor had he dared to dream of them. In an instant, he understood why his ancestor dared to confront the Zhao family head-on. For under his ancestor's grand aspirations, the Zhao family of Sichuan City might truly be nothing more than an obstacle to the Lin family's rise. Chapter 10. The Realm of Body Refinement, the Cultivation Market. Though Lin Changge could not discern the source of his ancestor's confidence, he felt an inexplicable surge of passion and fervor. Although he was a mere mortal, should he be able to follow his ancestor and help forge the Lin family's legacy, their renown and influence would echo across the vast lands. In hundreds of years, his name would be inscribed in the annals of the Lin family, forever commemorated by future generations. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall diligently serve the Lin family, sacrificing all for its cause. Lin Changge spoke with utmost reverence, his voice imbued with ambition and aspirations. He yearned to follow his ancestor in establishing a truly glorious and prosperous Lin family. Pleased with Lin Changge's attitude, Lin Xie nodded in approval before departing atop the ferocious giant tiger, leaving behind echoes of his aged voice resonating through the heavens. Do not disappoint me. Though you lack spiritual roots and cannot embark on the path of cultivation, as long as you contribute to the family, I promise you longevity methods in due time. Not only for you, but for all who serve the family, whether from my Lin lineage or among the guards and servants. The Lin family shall not treat them unfairly. As Lin Xie's words fell, the members of the Lin family, including the servants and guards, were filled with exhilaration. For those elders and high-ranking officials of the Lin family, the prospect of longevity methods was irresistibly enticing. They held power, wealth, and status, naturally desiring to extend their lifespans. For the Lin family's servants and guards, The promise of gradual elevation in status through continual contributions under the auspices of the Ancestor was a beacon of hope. In essence, Lin Xia's few words had significantly bolstered the cohesion of the entire Lin family. Such is the art of management. Of course, Lin Xia was not merely making empty promises. Although he could not currently provide longevity methods to mortals, once he ascended to the spirit-nourishing stage, he could harness the vital energies of heaven and earth to begin concocting some basic elixirs. The difficulty of creating potions that could extend the lives of mortals by several years, or even a decade, is relatively low, and the materials required are often of modest value. As for the servants, guards, and vassals of the Lin family, those who needed to be won over must be embraced. They must be granted dignity and respect. Only through a combination of benevolence and authority, providing them with ample benefits, can they come to recognize and support the Lin family. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Xia casually arranged a room for the ferocious giant tiger before turning back to the secret chamber. The moment the third elder of the Zhao family had arrived outside Xiao Town, Lin Xia had sensed the faint signs of a breakthrough into the mid-stage of bone refinement. It must be said that the cultivation speed of profound spiritual roots is far beyond that of pseudo-spiritual roots. With the possession of profound spiritual roots, Lin Xia encountered almost no cultivation bottlenecks as he advanced. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he gradually quieted his restless thoughts, achieving a state of complete tranquility. With each breath, the gentle vital energies of heaven and earth flowed into his body, refining every bone within in the world of cultivation. Time slips by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Just as Lin Xia fervently enhanced his strength, steadily approaching the realm of body refinement, within the sprawling estate of the Zhao family in Sichuan City, numerous high-ranking Zhao members gathered within a resplendent hall. Even the second most powerful elder, who had reached the late stage of bone refinement, was present. The atmosphere in the hall was decidedly peculiar. Clad in an ornate robe, exuding an air of nobility, the Zhao family patriarch sat majestically at the head. Gripping a golden staff symbolizing authority, he gazed anxiously at the gathered Zhao leaders and slowly spoke. The third elder has been absent for several days since heading to Qiao Town. What are your thoughts on this matter? As soon as the patriarch's words fell, a mid-stage blood-refining elder of the Zhao family rose, a dismissive expression gracing his face. Patriarch, you worry too much. That Lin family's elder is merely at the mid-stage of blood refinement, and he possesses nothing but a pseudo-spiritual root. If it were not for the Lin family possessing an ascension order, he would never have qualified to enter the Luoxia sect for cultivation. Moreover, he is already over 110 years old, with his vitality waning. How could he pose a threat to the third elder? Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that he has some hidden cards. Even if the third elder were to struggle, he could still retreat with ease. I believe the third elder has likely secured Qiao Town and is merely finalizing matters, which is why he has yet to return. Upon hearing this, many of the Zhao elders echoed in agreement. What the seventh elder says is indeed correct. Qiao Town is a full 700 miles away from our Sichuan city. If the third elder were to travel alone, he could complete a round trip in half a day. However, those armored guards, being martial artists, would require 5 to 6 days for ordinary folk to make the same journey. Perhaps at this very moment, the third elder is already on his way back. Of course, if the clan leader remains uneasy, he could dispatch an elder to investigate Qiao Town. As the voices of the many elders of the clan clamored around him, the Zhao clan leader's heart grew increasingly heavy with worry. He had a nagging feeling that something had likely gone awry with the third elder. If the operation in Qiao Town had gone smoothly, even if the third elder were to handle the aftermath there, he would have sent someone back to Sichuan City with news. Yet, there had been no messenger returning thus far. Second elder, I must trouble you to make a trip to Qiao Town. If our Zhao clan's third elder has indeed encountered trouble there, then we shall undoubtedly exact a bloody vengeance upon the Lin family. As he spoke, a flicker of ferocity flashed in the Zhao clan leader's eyes. Yes, clan leader. Upon receiving the command, the second elder of the Zhao clan did not hesitate but departed the grand hall at once, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he exited Sichuan City. The Zhao clan boasts a total of 17 cultivators. Among them, 10 are at the refining skin stage, 3 at the refining blood stage, 3 at the refining bone stage, and 1 at the refining organ stage. The clan's first elder, second elder, and clan leader are all practitioners of the refining bone realm. Within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, it is only the Zhao clan that possesses such a remarkable number of cultivators. There is no alternative. The conditions to become a cultivator are exceedingly stringent. Typically, out of 10,000 mortals, only 1 or 2 may possess a spiritual root. Moreover, the majority of cultivators, even if they do possess a spiritual root, are often of the false variety. Those with false roots find it exceedingly difficult to advance to the refining bone realm throughout their lives. Within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, the number of mortals is around 1 million. While the local cultivators number at most 200 to 300. Furthermore, most of these practitioners are at the foundational level of the refining skin stage. The path of immortality is arduous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Even if worldly cultivators expend all their efforts, they find it difficult to take even a single step forward. So-called geniuses are ultimately but rare exceptions, i.e. the Lin clan's ancestral grounds, within a secret chamber. Lin Xia had undergone several days of secluded cultivation, resulting in a further elevation of his realm. Even Lin Xia himself had not anticipated that with the aid of the 100-year spirit refining herb and the mysterious level spiritual root, he would leap across 2 minor realms to directly break through to the late refining bone stage. However, upon reaching the late refining bone stage, his cultivation speed noticeably slowed. The spiritual energy of the Lin clan's ancestral grounds was exceedingly sparse. After exhausting the medicinal properties of 100-year spirit refining herb, the cultivation environment had become insufficient to support Lin Xia's continued advancement. Chapter 11. Upgrading treasures. Continuing breakthrough. If Lin Xia wishes to expedite his breakthrough to the complete refining bone stage, or even to the refining organ stage, 100 or 200-year spirit refining herbs would evidently be inadequate. After all, without proper refinement, 70% of the herb's potency would be lost upon consumption, wasted. Gazing at the remaining 100-year spirit refining herb, Lin Xia shook his head, ultimately deciding against consuming it directly. This particular herb possessed 9 branches, with hundreds of leaves, which he intended to gradually exchange for fragments of spiritual stones, ultimately proving to be of greater benefit to Lin Xia. Diverting his gaze from the 100-year spirit refining herb, Lin Xia meticulously inventoried the belongings he had acquired from the 3rd elder of the Zhao clan. The wealth of this 3rd elder was indeed considerable, far exceeding that of ordinary loose cultivators. He not only possessed a damaged spirit-nourishing treasure, but also had 10 fragments of spiritual stones and 3 body-refining pills. Upon seeing these items, Lin Xia felt a deep sense of satisfaction. By employing the immortal appraisal mirror to enhance these items, their value would undoubtedly double. With this thought in mind, Lin Xia exited the secret chamber and summoned a servant, instructing him nonchalantly, "Go. Inform Lin Chang'e to bring me all the gold ingots, jade stones, and agate from our family." Upon hearing Lin Xia's command, the servant did not dare to delay and hurriedly exited the courtyard where Lin Xia resided, making his way toward the hall of the clan leader. Soon after, Lin Chang'e arrived, accompanied by numerous clan guards, delivering box after box of worldly gold and silver to Lin Xia's residence. Ancestor, these are all the resources accumulated by our Lin family over the centuries, totaling 20,000 pounds of gold ingots, 4,000 pounds of agate, and 40,000 pounds of jade stones. In response to Lin Chang'e's report, Lin Xia nodded slightly. It was hardly surprising that the Lin family possessed such wealth and resources. After all, the Lin clan has continued its legacy for several hundred years, through the diligent management of successive clan leaders and the protection of the clan's cultivators. Amassing worldly possessions had been relatively effortless. Quite good. Looking at the towering piles of gold and silver treasures, Lin Xia felt quite pleased. If all this wealth were consumed, it might enable him to utilize the immortal appraisal mirror to upgrade numerous precious items. Of course, after depleting these resources, the Lin family would likely find themselves in a financial crisis within a month. However, Lin Xia had already devised a countermeasure. 100 miles away from Qiao Town lies a town controlled by the Zhao clan, known as Jishui Town. Within Jishui Town, a branch of the Zhao clan is stationed, and although their accumulated wealth in gold and silver may not be as abundant as that of the Lin family, if secured, It would be sufficient to sustain the normal operations of the Lin family. Moreover, there are no cultivators stationed in Jishui town. Within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, ordinary factions naturally do not dare to covet Jishui town. But Lin Xie harbored no fear of the Zhao clan. With the immortal appraisal mirror in hand, as long as he possesses gold and silver treasures, Lin Xie could continually enhance his cultivation resources and strive to break through to the refining organ stage in the shortest time possible. Thus, he had firmly set his sights on the Zhao clan's branch in Jishui town. Very well, you may all withdraw. After regaining his focus, Lin Xie dismissed Lin Chang'e and the guards transporting the gold and silver treasures. The time had come for him to consume the wealth and upgrade various items. Yes, Ancestor. Lin Chang'e did not dare to oppose Lin Xie's will, nor did he ponder further. His willingness to transport the entire family's resources to Lin Xie's residence stemmed from the belief that the Ancestor had a peculiar fondness for gold and silver treasures. After all, the personalities of cultivators can be quite eccentric, much like the Ancestor of the Bai family from Taiyin town, who was obsessed with collecting gold and silver to an extreme degree. His residence was entirely adorned with a layer of golden lacquer, with various jade stones as embellishments. Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for their Ancestor to prefer being surrounded by treasures. Moreover, in Lin Chang'e's view, placing the Lin family's resources entirely in the Ancestor's care significantly increased their safety. After all, the Ancestor was a cultivator. With a cultivator's protection, even the most elite of worldly warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to steal a single gold ingot or jade stone from the Lin family. Once Lin Chang'e and the others departed, Lin Xie casually seized a box of gold ingots and turned to enter the secret chamber within his room. A single box of gold ingots contained over 20 pieces. Lin Xie placed the box of gold ingots onto the surface of the immortal appraisal mirror. In the next moment, the entire immortal appraisal mirror emanated a soft and mysterious glow. Shortly thereafter, the entire box of gold ingots was gradually devoured by the immortal appraisal mirror. Lin Xie held the immortal appraisal mirror, directing its surface toward the damaged spirit nourishing treasure. The gentle light shimmered like a galaxy, imbued with mystery, as if it were a projection of a vast universe, enveloping the surface of the damaged spirit nourishing treasure. In an instant, the damaged spirit nourishing treasure began to transform. It had originally been a single red array flag, but at this moment, it morphed into 3 flags, each inscribed with runes and bearing 3 distinct colors. These 3 flags represent the elements of metal, wood, and fire. This ancient array flag had unmistakably reached the level of a true spirit-nourishing treasure. And its rank was not low. If sold, it could fetch at least 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Lin Xie recalled having seen the name of this flag in ancient texts of the sect. It was called the 3 Talents Array Flag. The metal represents slaughter, the wood symbolizes prostration, and the fire signifies consumption. If wielded by a practitioner of the spirit-nourishing realm, this flag could cover an area of 100 meters, or even several hundred meters. Within the area enveloped by the array flag, it would transform into a forbidden zone for life. However, as a refining bone realm practitioner, Lin Xie could not summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he wished to manipulate this flag, he must rely on the power of spiritual stone fragments. Moreover, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Of course, even with its power greatly reduced, it would still pose a threat, or even be capable of slaying practitioners of the refining organ realm. With this item in hand, Lin Xie had truly acquired a formidable weapon. However, using this item required utmost caution. Once the 3 Talents Array flag was deployed, all hostile cultivators must be annihilated without exception. For this was a spirit-nourishing treasure. Should word leak out, those cultivators of the spirit-nourishing realm would undoubtedly attempt to seize it from Lin Xie. After upgrading the 3 Talents Array flag, Lin Xie eagerly transported several dozen boxes of gold ingots and upgraded all 3 of the body refining pills. Finally, Lin Xie's gaze fell upon the 10 fragments of spiritual stones. Although theoretically, the immortal appraisal mirror could upgrade spiritual stones, the disparity in value between worldly gold and silver treasures and spiritual stones was simply too vast. However, Lin Xie, despite his late-night endeavors, embraced a spirit of experimentation as he placed dozens of boxes filled with gold and silver upon the surface of the Jinxian Baojing. Soon, A mysterious and gentle radiance blossomed forth once more from the mirror. Chapter 12. Extreme Caution. This is the essence of a cultivator. Lin Xie grasped the Jinxian Baojing, his heart a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Regrettably, after a considerable duration, the 10 shards of spirit stones exhibited no significant change. This left Lin Xie feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed that the consumption of worldly treasures could not elevate the spirit stones. It appeared that a visit to the cultivation market was in order. Lin Xie stored away the shards of spirit stones, shaking his head in resignation. Directly utilizing the spirit stone shards for cultivation was not a prudent choice for him. 10 shards of spirit stones could be exchanged for 30 body refinement pills. Although a single ordinary low-grade body refinement pill would undoubtedly be less effective than a shard of spirit stone, once reinforced and upgraded through the Jinxian Baojing, the effects of consuming a body refinement pill would far surpass that of absorbing a shard of spirit stone. More importantly, by expending worldly treasures, one could upgrade and enhance ordinary low-grade body refinement pills. If his strength were to grow sufficiently formidable in the future, Lin Xie could even purchase low-grade pills and utilize the Jinxian Baojing to upgrade and enhance them, ultimately reselling them for profit. Thus, it could be described as a venture of boundless profit. Of course, to pursue such an endeavor, one must proceed with utmost caution and possess sufficient strength to support it. After organizing the various cultivation resources in the secret chamber, Lin Xie, with a leaf of centennial spirit herb and 5 shards of spirit stones in hand, prepared to head towards the cultivation market. Outside Qiao Town, an elderly figure donned in a cloak, with hair as white as snow, approached slowly. Though the old man was diminutive in stature and appeared somewhat frail, the overwhelming aura of vitality emanating from him resembled a vast ocean. Pressing outward relentlessly, this elderly man was none other than the second elder of the Zhao family. As a master of the bone refining stage, he did not exhibit the arrogance seen in the third elder of the Zhao family. Rather, he maintained an air of low-key composure. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he gazed at Qiao Town, refraining from directly intruding. Instead, he seized a city guard with an aura of menace and inquired with a tone laden with intimidation. "I ask, you answer. Should you dare to conceal anything, you shall meet your doom. Do you understand?" The city guard, struck with terror, nodded vigorously, his face devoid of color. Observing this, the second elder of the Zhao family wasted no words and continued. "Not long ago, did a Zhao family contingent arrive at Qiao Town? Indeed, esteemed immortal, please spare my life. I am merely an ordinary mortal working for the Lin family, trying to make a living," the guard stammered. Fearing any hint of deceit, the guard, though merely a gatekeeper, was no fool. Recently, Lin Xie had single-handedly wreaked havoc, slaughtering the Zhao family's envoy, and even vanquishing one of their immortals. It was no surprise that the Zhao family's cultivators would come seeking answers. The guard had discerned that the elderly figure before him was indeed a cultivator, most likely from the Zhao family. After all, he had trained in martial arts since childhood, though not a top-tier warrior. He possessed some skills. Even when facing the most elite worldly warriors, he would not be completely defenseless. Yet, before the seemingly decrepit old man, he found himself utterly powerless to even struggle. Merely the old man's imposing presence rendered his blood cold, binding him as if ensnared. This was the chasm between the mortal and the immortal. Even the lowest tier of a body refining stage cultivator remained an insurmountable terror in the presence of mere mortals. Observing the trembling guard, the second elder of the Zhao family furrowed his brow. The Zhao family contingent had indeed arrived at Qiao Town, yet at that very moment, there was no sign of them within. Furthermore, the walls of Qiao Town bore no Zhao family banners. All of this indicated a troubling reality. While the second elder harbored a growing certainty in his heart, he still clung to a glimmer of hope and continued to inquire. And what happened thereafter? Where did those Zhao family members go? They were all exterminated by the Lin family's ancestor. The guard, grasped by the elder's hand at his throat, could barely articulate his words, each syllable growing weaker. The Lin family of Qiao Town possesses audacity beyond measure. Upon hearing this, the second elder's countenance darkened significantly. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed the guard to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the guard's body disintegrated into a mist of blood upon impact with the ground, which trembled slightly, creating a deep crater. Swish, swish, swish. Witnessing this scene, the guards stationed at Xiaotown and ordinary residents erupted into chaos. An overwhelming sense of panic spread, with only 2 or 3 captains managing to maintain their composure, hastily rushing to inform the Lin family. However, after slaying a guard, the second elder did not pursue further violence. He gazed at Xiaotown. Though emanating an aura of killing intent, he refrained from stepping foot into the town. He understood well that anyone capable of easily slaying the third elder of the Zhao family, a consummate master of the blood refining stage, and annihilating 200 elite guards from the Zhao family indicated that the Lin family's ancestor possessed strength surpassing the blood refining stage. Without fully understanding the Lin family's foundation, he could not recklessly enter Xiaotown, lest he find himself ensnared in peril. Unlike the third elder of the Zhao family, the second elder was not particularly gifted. His journey to his current level was paved with caution and prudence. After deep contemplation, the second elder suppressed his inner fury and decisively turned away, leaving Xiaotown. The murder of an elder and the tarnishing of the family's reputation were indeed significant matters. Yet, when weighed against the safety of his own life, everything else paled in comparison. The second elder of the Zhao family had never engaged in reckless endeavors, in the world of cultivation, if one lacks strength and talent. To ensure longevity and progress, one must abandon impulsiveness and act with meticulous caution. With this in mind, the second elder hastened his departure, his figure darting through the mountains and valleys like a shooting star, vanishing from sight within a short span of time. Meanwhile, the commotion had startled numerous elders and guards of the Lin family. When Lin Chang'e personally emerged from Xiaotown and beheld the blood-stained crater, he was instantly filled with anxiety and unease. The retaliation from the Zhao family had finally arrived. Everyone, disperse. The Zhao family's cultivator has departed. There is no need for concern. Just as Lin Chang'e was consumed by worry and pondering countermeasures, the aged voice of Lin Xie resonated through the heavens and earth. Lin Xie had sensed the approach of the second elder of the Zhao family and his confrontation with the guard. Initially, Lin Xie had intended to utilize the 3 talismans of the trigrams to detain the second elder, but the latter had slipped away, leaving no opportunity for Lin Xie to act. Caution, restraint, and rationality epitomized the majority of cultivators. Ancestor, Ancestor. Upon hearing Lin Xie's voice, the elders and guards of the Lin family quickly turned and bowed respectfully. Chapter 13. Journey to the Cultivation Market. Acquisition of supplies. Gazing at the multitude of clansmen and guards of the Lin family, Lin Xie nodded slightly before continuing. There is no need for alarm. The matters concerning the Zhao family shall be handled by me. Once this affair is resolved, my Lin family in Xiaotown shall officially establish a presence in Sichuan City. From henceforth to dominate a radius of 1,000 miles. Lin Xie stood with his hands clasped behind him, his voice carrying a commanding authority. As his words fell, the hearts of the Lin family members found solace. While speaking, Lin Xie's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting upon Lin Chang'e as he commanded, Chang'e, regarding the Zhao family's affairs in Sichuan City, you need not concern yourself. From this moment forth, mobilize the clan's resources to seek out children and infants under the age of 10, especially those orphans. They are welcome to join our family. If they possess spiritual roots, I shall impart to them the methods of cultivation. Should they lack spiritual roots, they may still be taught martial arts, enabling them to serve our Lin family. We have lingered in Xiaotown for far too long. It is time for us to venture beyond Xiaotown and extend our influence throughout 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. Lin Xie's tone remained calm, yet to Lin Chang'e and the other clan members, it resonated like thunderclaps. Within Lin Xie's words lay ambition and hidden aspirations. To supplant the Zhao family of Sichuan City and to expand the Lin family's influence beyond Sichuan City and its surroundings. This was a vision that stirred the blood. The younger generation of the Lin family was filled with excitement. The hearts of the youth are always restless and impetuous, yearning to wield their swords and carve out their names. Yes, Ancestor. Lin Chang'e was equally drawn to the grand vision painted by Lin Xie. As the clan leader, he too aspired to strengthen their family and leave a legacy for future generations. However, The older generations of the Lin family had long since seen their fervor and ambition extinguished by the passage of time. They sought stability and feared expansion. Yet, with Lin Xie's declaration, they dared not oppose him. After all, in terms of lineage, Lin Xie was the oldest of the Lin family, having lived the longest, and was the most venerable existence. In terms of status, no one could challenge Lin Xie's position in the clan. In terms of strength, Lin Xie was a cultivator. Moreover, the population of the Lin family remained insufficient, informed the clansmen to strive for procreation. Those who bear offspring shall be richly rewarded by the family. If a child blessed with spiritual roots is born, I, the elder, shall personally bestow a generous reward. Furthermore, the descendants of the Lin family who possess spiritual roots may follow me in cultivation. As Lin Xie's words echoed, a fervent gleam ignited in the eyes of many Lin clansmen. Having children? How simple! Not only will there be rewards from the family, but those who bear children with spiritual roots shall not only receive the elder's generous gifts, but their offspring will also have the opportunity to cultivate alongside the elder, thereby ascending to the esteemed heights of immortality. Lin Xie's proclamation sent waves of excitement through the Lin family. Yet, Lin Chang'e felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. The Lin family's enterprises and territorial influence are limited. Over the years, he has meticulously regulated the growth of the family population through various laws. Otherwise, the Lin family would have long surpassed 20,000 members. While bearing children may be easy, sustaining a large populace necessitates the consumption of resources. Lin Xie was acutely aware of this. Yet, he had already devised a plan in his heart. If the resources and influence of Qiao Town are insufficient to seize the ancient towns and villages within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, then so be it. Within the borders of the Jin Kingdom, the agriculture, transportation, management, and preservation of food resources are evidently lagging. Once the Zhao family of Sichuan City is resolved, Lin Xie intends to utilize his knowledge from a past life to personally compile an encyclopedia. He plans to construct roads in Sichuan City, connecting all the ancient towns and villages. The area surrounding Sichuan City, with its rivers and plains, if managed well, could multiply the population by dozens or even hundreds of times. With a sufficiently large population, the probability of birthing infants with spiritual roots will also increase. To forge a flourishing family, adept management of the secular realm is indispensable. However, the construction of Sichuan City is merely the first step in Lin Xie's grand design. With the mirror of insight in hand, Lin Xie seeks not only the supreme path of immortality, but also the creation of an illustrious and indestructible celestial lineage. After many Lin clansmen departed, Lin Xie surveyed his surroundings before transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly leaving Qiao Town. His destination lay 200 miles away, in the bustling marketplace of cultivation. Upon the return of the Zhao family's second elder, he would undoubtedly report everything. When that time comes, whether for profit or to uphold the family's reputation, the Zhao family will launch a massive offensive against Qiao Town. Time is not on Lin Xie's side. He has at most 3 or 4 days before the Zhao family takes action. During this interval, Lin Xie must prepare thoroughly. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, as long as he could lay the groundwork in advance and eliminate the Zhao family's refining organs elder and those refining bones cultivators. The Zhao family would become mere prey. Amidst the pitch-black night, Lin Xie's speed reached its zenith. The marketplace of cultivation was a melting pot of various individuals, hence he refrained from riding the fierce beast tiger. Ordinary rogue cultivators engage in transactions in the marketplace. And the lower the profile, the safer it is. The marketplace, 200 miles from Qiao Town, is the only force within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City capable of contending with the Zhao family. The mysterious owner behind the marketplace is also a refining organs cultivator, but he remains elusive, rarely making an appearance. Since its inception, the marketplace has shown no intentions of expanding its territory, allowing the Zhao family and him to coexist peacefully. In the rugged terrain of the Jin Kingdom, 200 miles is not far, yet not close either. After hastening with all his might, Lin Xie finally arrived at the marketplace of cultivation just as the first rays of dawn broke. The exterior of the marketplace is enveloped in an illusionary formation. To an ordinary person, it would appear as a sheer cliff, deterring them from approaching. However, As Lin Xie took a step forward, he did not plummet into the abyss. Instead, his form gradually vanished. Upon entering the illusion, a structure resembling a mundane marketplace slowly revealed itself to Lin Xie. Yet, within this marketplace, there was not a single ordinary person. All the vendors, hawkers, and passers-by were cultivators. Come and see. The body-refining pills crafted by spirit-infusing cultivators are available. 3 for just 1 fragment of spirit stone, fine iron chainmail, capable of withstanding 1,000,000 pounds of force. Even the attacks of refining bones cultivators can be easily repelled when worn. A fixed price, 10 fragments of spirit stoned, 10-year spirit-infusing grass, freshly matured, priced at 5 fragments of spirit stone per stalk. Don't miss out as you pass by. Within the marketplace of cultivation, throngs of cultivators bustled about. Some set up stalls, while others engaged in lively bargaining, creating a cacophony of activity. Lin Xie meandered through the marketplace. The cultivators in his vicinity regarded him with awe, too intimidated to approach. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and hierarchies are strictly enforced. Although the number of cultivators in this marketplace is substantial, the majority are merely at the body refining stage, with few reaching the blood refining or bone refining stages. During his time at the Luhua sect, Lin Xie had frequented the sect's marketplace. In comparison, this marketplace's scale is relatively modest. The Luhua sect's marketplace. If one possessed sufficient spirit stones, they could easily purchase spirit-infusing pills or spirit-infusing level treasures. Occasionally, even Foundation establishment pills would surface in the Luhua sect's marketplace. Lost in thought, Lin Xie unknowingly stepped into the most grandiose building within the marketplace. This structure boasted 7 levels. At the entrance, 2 stunning maidens in flowing pink gowns, exuding an aura of grace, stood to greet him. Despite their relatively low cultivation, merely at the early stage of body refining, they showed no fear in the presence of Lin Xie, a robust refining bones cultivator. This is because the Qingya Pavilion, behind the 2 maidens, is one of the enterprises of the marketplace's mysterious owner. As long as they adhere to the rules, not even a refining bones cultivator or an ordinary early-stage refining organs cultivator would dare cause trouble within the Qingya Pavilion. Esteemed Elder, welcome to the Qingya Pavilion. May I inquire if you seek treasures, materials, pills, or perhaps cultivation techniques? Within our Qingya Pavilion, we offer a comprehensive array of goods. It seems this is your first visit to our Qingya Pavilion. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to guide you and provide detailed information about our offerings. One of the maidens, with flowing black hair and skin as smooth as jade, smiled and spoke first. Her gaze towards Lin Xie was filled with enthusiasm. A refining bones cultivator often possesses considerable wealth. In her eyes, Lin Xie appeared to be a potential big spender. The more items she could sell him, the higher her commission for the month would be. There's no need. Lin Xie remained unmoved by the maiden's fervor. Clearly, the maidens were salespersons for the Qingya Pavilion in the Luhua sect's marketplace. Many large trading establishments would hire young and attractive female cultivators or handsome male cultivators as salespeople. This strategy often yields greater profits for the trading establishments. Unfortunately, while such allure and flattery might sway novice cultivators, Lin Xie, having cultivated for over a century, was impervious to these marketing tactics. Despite Lin Xie's indifferent response, the maiden continued to wear a warm smile, showing no signs of embarrassment. This was simply part of her job. A rejection from Lin Xie would not dishearten or mortify her. After all, if one customer did not pan out, there would always be another waiting. Although most cultivators are adept at scheming and calculating, in the vast sea of humanity, opportunities will eventually present themselves. Please, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. The maiden's voice was soft, laced with a bewitching allure. Lin Xie chose not to respond further and strode directly into the Qingya Pavilion. He felt no affinity for the 2 maidens, in fact. Their presence heightened his wariness towards the Qingya Pavilion and its enigmatic owner. While the maidens appeared innocuous, Lin Xie sensed a faint aura of sinister energy emanating from them. His ability to detect this nefarious energy stemmed from his own clandestine cultivation of dark techniques during his time at the Luhua sect. Otherwise, with Lin Xie's pseudo-spiritual root aptitude and no backing within the sect, It would have been exceedingly difficult for him to progress even to the mid-stage of blood refining, let alone to the mid-stage of body refining. The initial phases of cultivating dark techniques are rapid, yet the further one advances, the more perilous it becomes. Moreover, in the Gene Kingdom's cultivation realm, practicing dark techniques is a grave taboo. Dark cultivators are frequently hunted down by various factions within the Gene Kingdom. Lin Xia's cultivation of the malevolent arts was merely a fragmented arcane script he fortuitously acquired. Upon reaching the blood refinement stage, he sensed a creeping loss of control and thus abandoned this sinister practice. After all, in the early stages of cultivation, one could engage in such dark arts without attracting the attention of higher-level practitioners. However, should one attain significant progress, the consequences of establishing a foundation in the demonic path would be dire indeed. Entering the Qingya Pavilion, Lin Xie surveyed his surroundings. The first floor was filled with the most basic medicinal herbs and materials. The second floor housed techniques for skin and blood refinement. Ascending to the third level, one could find items used by practitioners of bone refining and even organ refining. From the third floor onwards, each level was guarded by cultivators at the blood refinement tier. At the pinnacle of the Qingya Pavilion resided a formidable expert at the early stage of bone refinement. Moreover, all these cultivators had dabbled in the malevolent arts. Behind the Qingya Pavilion stood the proprietor of this cultivation marketplace, who was evidently no benevolent figure. Shopkeeper, does Qingya Pavilion accept this item? Lin Xie inquired as he stepped onto the top floor. Gently extracting a leaf from the century-old spirit herb from his bosom. Since Qingya Pavilion offered a variety of cultivation items for sale, it also engaged in the acquisition of various materials, medicinal herbs, and techniques. Although this was Lin Xie's first visit to the cultivation marketplace, he had already reviewed its general information while at the Luoxia sect. Not only did he possess a rough understanding of this marketplace, but over the past century, Lin Xie had also gathered intelligence on the various factions within Huai Mountain County. While the master behind this marketplace was likely a sinister cultivator, the trading establishment he operated had maintained a commendable reputation over the years. Nevertheless, Lin Xie remained prepared for the worst, for every transaction carries its risks. This is a century-old spirit herb. Upon seeing the leaf of the century-old spirit herb, the elder at the top of Qingya Pavilion's expression brightened instantly. Even just a leaf of the century-old spirit herb holds considerable value. We shall accept it. Of course, we shall, friend. How does 30 fragments of spirit stone sound? The elder looked at Lin Xie, cautiously proposing his offer. Chapter 15. Psychological Warfare. The transaction completed upon hearing the elder's offer, Lin Xie felt somewhat taken aback. The value of the century-old spirit herb leaf surpassed his initial estimations. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie quickly discerned the reasoning behind it. In the cultivation marketplace of the Luoxia sect, a leaf of the century-old spirit herb was indeed precious and rare, yet it could still be procured with sufficient spirit stones. However, within 1,000 or even several thousand miles around Sichuan City, no faction could cultivate a century-old medicinal herb. It is essential to understand that the cultivation of medicinal herbs is exceedingly demanding. It requires dedicated care from cultivators and prime spirit fields. The leaves of century-old herbs are almost priceless within a radius of several thousand miles around Sichuan City. Having grasped this, Lin Xie refrained from immediately responding to the elder, maintaining a calm demeanor while feigning displeasure. As if he were dissatisfied with the elder's offer. Every transaction is a psychological battle. Only by seizing the initiative can one acquire greater benefits throughout the negotiating process. This holds true in the realm of cultivation, just as it does in the mundane world. Observing Lin Xie's silence and furrowed brow, the elder remained unperturbed. As the proprietor of Qingya Pavilion, he had encountered all manner of customers. He understood well that Lin Xie was playing hard to get. Thus, he raised his offer once more. How about this, dear friend? Consider it a gesture of friendship from Qingya Pavilion. A flat price of 35 fragments of spirit stone, friend, while the leaf of the century-old spirit herb does hold some value. Its practical significance to you is quite limited. After all, even if you were to consume it directly, it would not significantly enhance your cultivation, but rather waste much of its medicinal potency, if exchanged for spirit stone fragments. You could purchase various finished elixirs and cultivation techniques. In the face of the elder's raised offer and persuasive arguments, Lin Xie remained impassive, utterly unmoved. Although 35 fragments of spirit stone represented a considerable sum, Lin Xie was acutely aware that this was not the highest price Qingya Pavilion could afford. Observing Lin Xie's composed demeanor, the elder felt a twinge of frustration but refrained from increasing his offer. Instead, he shifted his approach, asking Lin Xie, "Friend, 35 fragments of spirit stone is already the bottom line for Qingya Pavilion. If you are still unsatisfied, could you propose a price? We might negotiate if it is reasonable." When the elder emphasized the phrase bottom line, he deliberately stressed the words, as this was part of the negotiation tactic. The leaf of the century-old spirit herb might fetch a maximum of 20 fragments of spirit stone within the Luoxia sect. However, due to its scarcity in the vicinity of Sichuan City, if auctioned through Qingya Pavilion, it could potentially garner at least 100 fragments of spirit stone, by suddenly shifting the pricing power to Lin Xie. The elder was also testing Lin Xie's minimum acceptable price. In any negotiation, relinquishing the initiative at the right moment can often lead to gaining a more substantial advantage. Yet, as a cultivator with a century of experience, aged 110, Lin Xie was not easily ensnared. 80 fragments of spirit stone. If it falls short of that, I shall not sell, Lin Xie boldly declared, stating the high price of 80 fragments of spirit stone outright. It is worth noting that 80 fragments of spirit stone approach the price of a single spirit stone. A complete century-old spirit herb could fetch no more than 3 or 4 fragments of low-grade spirit stone. What Lin Xie presented was merely a leaf from the century-old spirit herb. As expected, upon hearing Lin Xie's price, the elder's expression shifted slightly. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat helpless. Before Lin Xie, his rhetoric and negotiation strategies were utterly ineffective. "Friend, please do not jest. How about this? Let us each take a step back. 60 fragments of spirit stone. What do you say?" This price was already 3 times the market value for the leaf of the century-old spirit herb. Even if the friend were to visit other trading establishments, he could only sell it for that much. The elder side point 60 fragments of spirit stone was indeed the maximum price Qingya Pavilion could offer. Although the pavilion could inflate the price through auctioning, potentially selling the leaf for 100 fragments of spirit stone or even more, they were obliged to share 30% of every transaction's profit with the Luoxia sect. Not only Qingya Pavilion but all factions within this cultivation marketplace and Huai Mountain County were required to remit 30% of their profits to the Luoxia sect. Failing to do so would result in extermination by the sect. In Huai Mountain County, the Luoxia sect was the undisputed ruler. Not enough. Unless you add 3 volumes of organ refining techniques and a bottle of spirit refining pills. Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the elder did not argue further and readily agreed. The organ refining techniques were not particularly precious. Qingya Pavilion possessed hundreds of volumes and could easily spare 3 copies for Lin Xie. As for the bottle of spirit refining pills, it contained merely 6 pills, worth no more than 2 fragments of spirit stone. After confirming the transaction, the elder quickly had someone retrieve 3 copies of the organ refining techniques and delivered the bottle of spirit refining pills along with 60 fragments of spirit stone to Lin Xie. In turn, Lin Xie handed over the leaf of the century-old spirit herb to the elder. Once the transaction was complete, the elder inquired once more, "Friend, is there anything else you require? Our Qingya Pavilion offers a variety of exquisite magical treasures and finished elixirs. If you are interested, we can offer you a 10% discount this time." The elder's attitude was enthusiastic. In response, Lin Xie did not decline. His purpose for visiting the cultivation marketplace was indeed to procure various elixirs, talismans, and formations. "Shopkeeper, bring me 10 flame talismans, 3 spirit poison bottles, and 10 bottles of body refining pills," Lin Xie stated casually. The flame talisman is a low-level talisman of the most rudimentary nature. A single flame talisman is often insufficient to harm even a bone refinement tier cultivator. However, the price of a flame talisman is not trivial. Each flame talisman can be sold for a fragment of spirit stone. Naturally, while the lethality of a single flame talisman is limited, should one unleash hundreds or even thousands of them, even a newly advanced cultivator would be forced to retreat. Lin Xie's acquisition of flame talismans is undoubtedly intended for use against the Zhao family's elder of the organ refinement tier. Though the flame talismans wield little power individually, Lin Xia plans to enhance them using the Jinshin treasure mirror. Similarly, the spirit poison bottles, akin to the flame talismans, serve as a low-level combat item, containing medicinal spirit poison. If hurled at an adversary, it can induce a brief state of paralysis. However, the effects of low-level spirit poison bottles are only effective against practitioners at the body refinement 4th tier. Chapter 16. The Path of Immortality. Only through competition. Thus, Lin Xia planned to return to Qiao Town and utilize the Jinshin treasure mirror to upgrade both the spirit poison bottles and flame talismans. With these enhancements, coupled with the Yuling magical treasure, the 3 talismans formation, Lin Xia would be well equipped to handle the Zhao family elder with ease. Dear friend, altogether there are 52 fragments of spirit stones. After a discount of 10%, you only need to provide 46 fragments of spirit stones. The elder personally delivered 10 flame talismans, 11 bottles of spirit refining pills, and 3 spirit poison bottles right before Lin Xia. Lin Xia was quite pleased with this price. After securing all the items, he did not linger in the Qingya Pavilion but decided to venture outside. Compared to Qingya Pavilion, the other trading shops and stalls in this cultivation market mainly sold items needed by skin refining and blood refining cultivators. Additionally, many stalls displayed deceptive ancient treasures. The vendors shouted incessantly to attract the attention of passers-by. Of course, among these counterfeit treasures, there existed an exceedingly slim chance of encountering 1 or 2 genuine items. Recently excavated from Crimson Fiend Valley, a 2-handed sword artifact capable of slicing through iron might even be a spirit-level treasure. Now, it only costs 2 fragments of spirit stones, fragments of foundational artifacts. Come and take a look. Genuine foundational artifact fragments can be taken away for just 1 fragment of spirit stone. Listening to the shouts around him, Lin Xia's gaze swept over, only to find that the so-called foundational artifact fragment was nothing more than a piece of blackened, lifeless scrap metal. The 2-handed sword, which appeared to glimmer ominously and bore ornate runes, was merely an ordinary mundane weapon. Even a novice cultivator could discern the authenticity of these items at a glance. Yet, in front of those stalls, cultivators still lingered, either harboring a sense of luck or adopting a trial-and-error mentality. After idly browsing for half an hour and purchasing a batch of treasure herb seeds, Lin Xia intended to leave the cultivation market when a heated debate caught his attention. I possess a foundational-level spirit gathering array. Even in its damaged state, it still holds value. I will not sell it for less than 25 fragments of spirit stones. Foundational-level spirit gathering array. If this array were in perfect condition or still capable of gathering the world's spiritual energy, a higher price would be reasonable. However, this array has only 1/10 of its flags remaining. Even if purchased, it would serve no purpose at best. It could be used to dismantle some refining materials. Furthermore, with only 1/10 of its flags left, the materials that can be dismantled are severely limited. 10 fragments of spirit stones. Either sell it or forget it. Lin Xia turned toward the source of the voices and saw 2 early-stage blood refining men engaged in a fierce bargaining match. Upon hearing foundational-level spirit gathering array, Lin Xia's eyes lit up, and his departing steps came to an abrupt halt. A foundational-level spirit gathering array, as the name suggests, is capable of gathering the world's spiritual energy, aiding foundational cultivators in accelerating their training. A foundational-level spirit gathering array, even the cheapest, can sell for several hundred low-grade spirit stones. In the sect Lin Xia once belonged to, the Luoxiazong, there were several foundational-level spirit gathering arrays. However, the foundational-level spirit gathering array beside the 2 arguing men was in a severely dilapidated state. It had only 1/10 of its flags remaining, and the vital materials on the flag's surface had already been dismantled. Its value was practically negligible, yet, even so, as a foundational-level spirit gathering array, it could still fetch several dozen low-grade spirit stones. Observing the 2 quarreling blood refining men, Lin Xia pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to purchase the foundational-level spirit gathering array. If he could utilize the immortal appraisal mirror to slightly repair this foundational-level spirit gathering array, it would be a substantial profit. Gentlemen, there is no need for dispute. I shall take this item for 15 fragments of spirit stones. Lin Xia approached the 2 blood refining men and spoke calmly. As he spoke, the rich vitality within him surged forth. instantly forming a formidable aura that descended upon the heads of the two blood-refining men like a mountain. Greetings, esteemed senior. Greetings, esteemed senior. Sensing the pressure emanating from Lin Xia, the two blood-refining men turned pale, hurriedly bowing in respect. The man who had attempted to purchase the damaged foundational-level spirit-gathering array for 10 fragments of spirit stones dared not utter another word. His cultivation was merely at the early stage of blood refining, while Lin Xia was evidently a bone-refining cultivator. Although fighting and skirmishing were strictly prohibited within the cultivation market, once outside, there were no laws or regulations to restrain one. For a damaged foundational-level spirit-gathering array, he would not dare to offend a bone-refining cultivator. The man selling the damaged foundational-level spirit-gathering array felt disheartened at the thought of parting with 15 fragments of spirit stones. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately chose to relent. Such is the harsh reality of this world. If Lin Xia were not a bone-refining cultivator, the man would never have yielded even a fraction. Strength reigns supreme, and the powerful command respect. This is the law of the cultivation world. Fairness is always predicated upon strength. Lin Xia bore no psychological burden regarding this forced transaction. He was never a paragon of virtue. He was merely a common soul navigating the cruel laws of existence. The path of immortality is inherently a struggle. If one does not strive, one will be relegated to the lower ranks. If one does not contend, one will become a stepping stone for others. After placing down the 15 fragments of spirit stones, Lin Xia stowed away the severely damaged foundational-level spirit-gathering array and took a step forward, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he exited the cultivation market. The journey to and from had consumed several hours. Time was running short. He needed to return to Qiao Town as soon as possible to finalize his plans before the Zhao family launched their large-scale assault. Traversing through forests and crossing rivers and marshes, the various formidable terrains that ordinary mortals would find insurmountable appeared as flat plains before Lin Xia. A distance of 200 miles, if he exerted his full strength, could be covered in less than an hour. However, Lin Xia opted not to do so, choosing instead to conserve his stamina. While traveling, one must maintain ample energy. Otherwise, when faced with danger, the consequences could be dire, even resulting in the loss of one's life. These were lessons Lin Xia had gleaned from a century of cultivation. Chapter 17. Encountering a battle among spirit-infusing cultivators? Time to make a quick exit. Just as Lin Xia was on his way, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the distant mountains, even at a distance of several dozen miles. The sound was deafening, akin to resounding thunderclaps. The booming noise was infused with waves of spiritual energy, indicating that cultivators were engaged in battle. Only those at the spirit-infusing stage and above could summon the world's spiritual energy and unleash various techniques. Upon realizing this, Lin Xia's heart grew increasingly wary, and he hastily retreated. The clash between spirit-infusing cultivators was not something a bone-refining cultivator like him could involve himself in. A full-force strike from a spirit-infusing cultivator could encompass a range of several hundred meters. Before spirit-infusing cultivators, even those at the pinnacle of bone refining would be no more than ants. Lin Xia quickened his pace. The distant clamor gradually diminished. Only when silence fully enveloped him did he exhale a sigh of relief. Typically, around Zichuan City, one would seldom encounter spirit-infusing cultivators, let alone witness a battle in the wilderness. After all, within a radius of several thousand miles around Zichuan City, there were neither high-grade spiritual veins nor treasures of heaven and earth to nurture. The two spirit-infusing cultivators embroiled in conflict were likely mere passers-by, who clashed over some conflicting interests in the cultivation world. Disputes among cultivators are as common as eating and drinking among cultivators of the same tier. Conflicts over resources or secret techniques can escalate into life-and-death struggles. As for lower-tier cultivators, even the slightest offense towards a higher-tier cultivator could lead to fatal consequences, resulting in their immediate annihilation. After traversing two mountains shrouded in mist, where ferocious beasts lurked, Lin Xia finally returned to the Lin family in Qiao Town just before sunset. Although his journey to the cultivation market encountered a few minor hiccups on the return trip, overall, it was quite smooth. Upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Xie began to inventory the various items he possessed. Currently, Lin Xie held 9 fragments of spirit stones, 3 techniques for bone refining, 12 bottles of refining pills, totaling 36, 10 flame talismans, 3 spirit poison bottles, and a severely damaged foundational level spirit gathering array. Additionally, Lin Xie possessed a scripture capable of cultivating to the core formation stage, a 100-year spirit refining herb with 7 remaining leaves, and 3 flags from the spirit level formation. These 3 flags were Lin Xie's most significant trump card at present. Almost incessantly, Lin Xie kept it hidden close to his heart. With this flag activated, beneath the aura of spirit, Lin Xie became an invincible entity. He had no intention of using the 9 fragments of spirit stones for cultivation. Instead, he prepared to keep them on hand to activate the 3 talents array flag, until he broke through to the spirit nurturing realm. If Lin Xie wished to briefly utilize an artifact of spirit nurturing level, he would have to rely on the spirit stone fragments. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of activating the 3 talents array flag. After meticulously counting his various items, Lin Xie cautiously retrieved the immortal mirror, then brought over 2 boxes of gold ingots, gently placing them atop the mirror's surface. In an instant, mysterious immortal light began to radiate. Holding the immortal mirror, Lin Xie aimed it at a flame talisman. With a whoosh, a glow imbued with a mystical aura enveloped the flame talisman. In the blink of an eye, the once ordinary flame talisman emitted a faint yet formidable spirit pressure. Under this spirit pressure, even from a distance of 2 meters, Lin Xie could still sense an overwhelming aura of danger. The power of this flame talisman had increased by at least several hundred times. Originally, it could only affect cultivators at the refining organ stage to a limited extent. Yet at this moment, the spirit pressure it exuded was no less than that of a cultivator in the early stages of spirit nurturing. And its true power had yet to be unleashed. If activated, it could potentially pose a serious threat to cultivators at the spirit nurturing level. After stowing the enhanced flame talisman, Lin Xie began to take out boxes of mundane gold and silver, initiating the enhancement of various items. Ultimately, after consuming a full quarter of an hour, Lin Xie had successfully enhanced all items. However, the wealth accumulated by the Lin family had been completely depleted. During this process, Lin Xie had also attempted to use the enhanced items as consumable resources, aiming to achieve a cycle of egg hatching chicken hatching egg using the immortal mirror. Unfortunately, this attempt failed. Resources enhanced by the immortal mirror, while capable of undergoing secondary and even tertiary enhancements, could not be used as consumables to enhance other items. Observing the various enhanced items within the secret chamber, Lin Xie grew increasingly curious about the origins of the immortal mirror. Nevertheless, possessing this treasure was indeed a stroke of fortune. Perhaps it was also a testament to the Lin family's unyielding fate. As the last cultivator of the Lin family, should Lin Xie perish or remain trapped in the blood refining stage, the decline of the Lin family would merely be a matter of time. However, as long as Lin Xie remained alive and grew stronger, safeguarding the Lin family for a century, a millennium, or even longer, the family would inevitably one day bear descendants with spiritual roots. At that time, with gradual accumulation, the foundation and overall strength of the Lin family could rise several levels. Acquiring the immortal mirror was a stroke of luck for Lin Xie, as well as for the Lin family of Chao Town. Regrettably, the enhancement and upgrade of the foundation establishment level spirit gathering array had failed. To enhance and upgrade it, it would likely require the use of spirit stone fragments or complete inferior spirit stones. Observing the foundation establishment level spirit gathering array on the ground, Lin Xie shook his head slightly. Alas, there was no rush. Lin Xie stowed away the array flag of the foundation establishment level spirit gathering array, refraining from further enhancement and upgrades. Primarily, the 9 spirit stone fragments in Lin Xie's possession were to be used to activate the 3 talents array flag. As for the foundation establishment level spirit gathering array, after acquiring 36 body refining pills, Lin Xie could temporarily enhance his cultivation using the pills, rendering the spirit gathering array unnecessary for the time being. After properly storing the foundation establishment level spirit gathering array, Lin Xie then collected all sorts of talismans, spirit poison vials, and the like. The enhanced spirit poison vials were now sufficient to threaten cultivators at the spirit nurturing level. with these items in hand. If he laid out his plans in advance, it would not matter if the Zhao family had only one ancestor at the refining organ stage. Even if several were to come, Lin Xie would remain unafraid. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Xie decided to hastily consume the pills, striving to elevate his own strength to the refining organs level. Breaking through to the refining organs stage would not only significantly augment his power but also extend his lifespan by another 20 years. Chapter 18. The Zhao family arrives, refining organs realm. After swallowing a body-refining pill, Lin Xie sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to circulate the spiritual energy within him according to the first volume of the Scarlet Flame Tao scripture. The 4 realms of body refinement involve refining oneself with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from skin to organs, until the physical body returns to its innate state, thus allowing entry into the spirit-nurturing realm. As time passed, night gradually descended. Prior to slaying the 3rd elder of the Zhao family, Lin Xie had already sensed signs of a breakthrough. At this moment, as Lin Xie regulated his breathing, his aura began to rise continuously. Under the effects of the body-refining pill and the enhancement from his profound spiritual root, in just 2 days, Lin Xie's realm had already ascended to complete refining bones. After breaking through to complete refining bones, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. Following these 2 days of consumption, he found that the 11 bottles of body-refining pills he had on hand had dwindled to only 20 remaining, 6 in each bottle. Gazing at the remaining 20 body-refining pills, a resolute glint appeared in Lin Xie's eyes. He was merely half a step away from breaking through to their refining organs realm. Now, several days had passed since he had slain the 3rd elder of the Zhao family. The Zhao family could strike at any moment. Gaining even a modicum of strength would bolster his confidence when facing the Zhao family. Grabbing all the body-refining pills, Lin Xie swallowed them all in one go. Having continuously consumed body-refining pills over these days, Lin Xie's body had gradually developed a tolerance. With any pill, prolonged use would diminish its effects. Moreover, as one's strength increased, some lower-tier pills would lose their efficacy entirely. For instance, the body-refining pill, even after being enhanced by the immortal mirror to reach the peak level, would be ineffective for cultivators at the spirit-nurturing level. With 20 body-refining pills swallowed, a vast surge of medicinal power immediately coursed through Lin Xie's body. The process of ascending to the refining organ stage was several times more agonizing than that of ascending to the refining bone stage. The 5 organs shattered and were then reconstituted. Lin Xie tightly closed his eyes, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The 5 organs within him began to collapse, the excruciating pain surpassing any worldly torture. Only with a steadfast will could he endure. The 4 realms of body refinement, refining skin, refining blood, refining bones, and refining organs. Each step forward was accompanied by suffering, each step a test of one's resolve. After 3 more days, the torment within Lin Xie gradually subsided. The 5 organs had been reconstructed. He had attained the early stage of refining organs. Feeling the metamorphosis within him, Lin Xie's mood was exceedingly buoyant. In the refining organs realm, one could expect a lifespan of 160 years. Although Lin Xie was already 110 years old, he still had 50 years left to live. More importantly, upon breaking through to the refining organs realm, his power had increased several dozen times, in the refining bones stage. Even at full strength, he could only exert a force of 1 million genes. However, in the refining organs realm, with but a single swing of his arm, he could unleash a tremendous force of 10 million genes. Note: 1 ton 2,000 genes, 10 million genes 5,000 tons. Having successfully elevated to the early stage of the refining organs realm, Lin Xie slowly stood up from the ground, choosing not to continue his cultivation. During his time away from the Luoxia sect and back with his family, Lin Xie's realm had advanced at an astonishing rate. Therefore, he needed to take some time to consolidate his foundation. For if he were to continue cultivating, it might result in an unstable foundation, which could potentially affect his future path to immortality. The path of cultivation requires a gradual progression. A relentless pursuit of speed will ultimately lead to losses. After concluding his cultivation, Lin Xie took with him the 3 volumes of Refining Organs Realm techniques gifted by the manager of Qingya Pavilion and leisurely exited the secret chamber. Through the enhancements of the Immortal Mirror, These 3 volumes of Refining Organs Realm Techniques had remarkably reached the foundation establishment level. Although Lin Xie primarily cultivated the Scarlet Flame Dao scripture, reviewing other techniques would also benefit his practice. As the saying goes, the path of cultivation and enlightenment connects all methods. Among these 3 volumes, one was a beast taming technique, titled 10,000 Beasts Scripture. Another was a water technique, named Water Melody Skill. And the last was a sword technique known as Minor 5 Elements Swordsmanship. What intrigued Lin Xie the most was the Minor 5 Elements Swordsmanship. After breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm, this technique could indeed be cultivated. Upon mastering it, one would be virtually invincible among peers within the foundation establishment realm. However, the sword path is arduous to master. It requires not only perseverance and insight, but also a degree of fortuitous encounters. Just as Lin Xie reclined on a grand chair, eagerly perusing the Minor 5 Elements Swordsmanship, a hurried figure suddenly appeared outside his courtyard. Ancestor, dire news has arrived. The Sentinels report that a force of nearly 20,000 is approaching Qiao Town from 30 miles away. Within that force are Zhao family's armored guards and several factions from towns surrounding Sichuan City. They are heading straight for our Lin family. The figure before us is Lin Changge, who at this moment speaks with an urgent tone, his heart in a state of turmoil. Ever since Lin Xie executed the 3rd elder of the Zhao family, Lin Changge has been plagued by anxiety in recent days. The immense mental strain has caused him to lose weight drastically. Faced with the pressure exerted by the Zhao family, although Lin Changge has made various preparations, such as sending some clansmen away in advance and intensifying the training of the armored guards, when confronted with the entire Zhao family, he finds it impossible to maintain his composure. For centuries, the Zhao family has been the dominant power within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, and while there have been forces that attempted to challenge their supremacy, those factions ultimately vanished, annihilated to the last man. Has the Zhao family finally come? Upon hearing Lin Changge's report, Lin Xie remains composed and unperturbed. When he broke through to the refining organ stage, he had already anticipated the Zhao family's impending attack. Initially, Lin Xie believed he might abandon his breakthrough midway to address the Zhao family. However, he never expected that even after successfully breaking through, the Zhao family had yet to descend upon Qiao Town. Yet, upon reflection, this is not surprising. The Zhao family is known for their meticulousness. If they suffer a single defeat, regardless of how weak their opponent appears, they will rally their entire clan's strength and unleash their full might to eradicate the foe. Do you not realize that as the clan leader, your panic is unbecoming? I will deal with the Zhao family. You must calm the clansmen and maintain order in Qiao Town. Depart now, lest you disappoint me, Lin Xie states, rising slowly from the grand chair and responding coolly to Lin Changge outside the courtyard. As he speaks, Lin Xie takes a gentle step forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he gracefully exits Qiao Town. Meanwhile, 30 miles away from Qiao Town, a formidable and imposing army traverses the mountains and rivers. Rapidly approaching. This force consists of 500 heavy cavalry, 5,000 elite armored guards, and over 10,000 ordinary armored guards. The banners of the Zhao family flutter as the convoy stretches endlessly. Many villagers witnessing this spectacle are gripped by fear, trembling with trepidation. Chapter 19. The harsh reality, the Zhao family invades numerous villages, have even begun to organize their residents, preparing to flee from the jurisdiction of Qiao Town. At this moment, it is abundantly clear that the Zhao family of Sichuan City is poised to strike Qiao Town. The last time the Zhao family mobilized on such a scale to assault an ancient town, every mortal within 100 miles was slaughtered, leaving no survivors, not even the elderly, women, or children. Although the Jin Kingdom has a decree prohibiting the indiscriminate slaughter of mortals, the Zhao family, as the dominant force within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, faces no repercussions for annihilating an entire town. The Jin Kingdom's administrative divisions are categorized into villages, towns, cities, counties, and prefectures. The entire Jin Kingdom comprises 3 prefectures, 72 counties, and thousands of cities, spanning millions of miles from north to south. In name, the Jin royal family holds supreme authority, governing the 3 prefectures and 72 counties. However, the vast expanse of the Jin Kingdom allows sects and noble families to carve out their territories. As long as the Zhao family fulfills their obligations to the superior powers with resources, they can act with impunity within their own sphere of influence. The Zhao family's forces disregard the fleeing villagers, but the various local factions that accompany them raise their weapons, beginning their pillaging and slaughter. The Zhao family allows this chaos, gathering the subordinate factions of each town to grant them some spoils. By permitting them to plunder villages in advance, it bolsters their morale, ensuring they charge toward Xiao Town with heightened spirits. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my child. In the shadow of the Zhao family's tacit approval, the villages along the way transform into hell on earth. Children weep, women and the elderly are slain, while young men are bound hand and foot, destined to become slaves. Ha ha ha, cry out, shout loudly. I relish the sight of despair in others. A heavily bearded commander clad in armor extends his rough hand, his face twisted in a malevolent grin as he gazes at a woman. The woman, filled with despair, witnesses her husband lying slain, barely clinging to life, glaring fiercely at the commander. There is no twist of fate, no unexpected turn. There are no righteous cultivators to cleanse this place of its wickedness. Ha ha ha! The commander is magnificent. Around the commander, numerous fierce soldiers, wielding their blades, erupt into laughter. The woman's hair flows in the wind, her gaze gradually shifting from despair to numbness. Among the Zhao family's ranks, a young descendant witnesses this scene, his brows furrowing as he contemplates intervening. However, he is restrained by the elders of his clan. Why? He questions, his heart deeply shaken. This is the law of the world. Whether in the secular realm or the realm of cultivation, the weak are destined to become mere fodder. Being weak means lacking dignity and the right to survive. Remember, you possess spiritual roots. Your future is destined to see you become an elder of the Zhao family, perhaps even the patriarch of our sect. The Zhao family stands tall in Sichuan City, commanding the respect of surrounding forces, not through leniency, but through absolute strength and unyielding resolve. I brought you here to show you the true brutality of this world. The elder who restrained him speaks with a calm yet resolute voice, imbued with indifference and an air of bloodshed. Many years ago, he too harbored ideals of chivalry. Yet, through countless campaigns and battles, his heart has grown cold. The so-called chivalry brings no benefit to the family and only invites trouble. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young Zhao descendant falls silent. Seeing this, the elder ceases to speak further and returns to his carriage. As the slaughter subsides, the Zhao family, alongside many subordinate factions, resumes their journey. This time, the Zhao family not only deployed numerous armored guards, but also dispatched 2 elders of the bone refining stage, 3 elders of the blood refining stage, and 6 cultivators of the skin refining stage. Most importantly, the most esteemed and powerful ancestor of the Zhao family also leads the procession, coupled with the cultivators sent by various subordinate factions. The Zhao family has mobilized nearly 15 cultivators for this campaign against the Lin family. In Xiao Town, the streets are desolate and the atmosphere is tense. Ever since Lin Xie quelled the Zhao family's 3rd elder, many residents of Xiao Town have already relocated to other towns. During this period, the Lin family's various businesses have suffered severely. On the stone walls of Xiao Town, the Lin family's armored guards have almost halved in number. Even a significant portion of Lin family members has been sent away by Lin Chang'e. The remaining clansmen either live in constant fear or have resigned themselves to their fate. Lin Xie is acutely aware of the situation within Xiao Town. However, he remains indifferent. Once this battle is won, the fleeing residents will naturally return, and the Lin family members will regain their confidence. This battle will see Lin Xie leading the entire clan to supplant the Zhao family as the dominant power within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. The spirit poison bottles, fire talismans, and the 3 talismans array are all prepared. Once the Zhao family's ancestor is vanquished, the 2,000 armored guards, along with numerous cultivators of the bone and blood refining stages, will not be able to withstand Lin Xie. As the autumn winds howl and the setting sun bleeds red, Lin Xie stands with his hands clasped behind his back outside Xiao Town, unaware of how much time has passed. Finally, a dense mass of armored guards comes into view. These guards march in unison, even the foot soldiers clad in heavy iron armor. The 500 heavy cavalry have all trained in secular martial arts, each one formidable in their own right. Before this army of armored guards, Even cultivators of the skin and blood refining stages would likely be worn down to exhaustion. The long horn sounds from the stone walls of Qiao Town. Numerous armored guards draw their bows, readying various incendiary materials. Even the Lin family's only heavy crossbow has been set up. This crossbow, a testament to the Lin family's heritage, can launch a massive bolt weighing 10,000 pounds. A single shot could severely injure a bone refining cultivator. Its only drawback is that it requires hundreds of people to operate, and its firing speed is exceedingly slow. The Lin family has disturbed the peace and killed the third elder of the Zhao family in defense of our territory. We, the Zhao family of Zichuan City, shall suppress this unrest and eradicate the Lin family. After breaching Qiao Town, we will slay all the rebels, proclaims an elder of the Zhao family, mounted on a fierce beast, glaring at Qiao Town with an air of authority. His voice is hoarse yet echoes throughout Qiao Town, clearly reaching the ears of the armored guards and Lin family members alike in an instant. The atmosphere within Qiao Town grows even more despairing. Commence the assault. The Zhao elder commands once more, and at his signal, the forces of the Zhao family's subordinates charge forth. Their purpose is to serve as cannon fodder for the Zhao family. Yet, even knowing their fate, none dare retreat. By invading Qiao Town, they too can partake in the looting of ordinary residents. However, anyone who dares to retreat will be mercilessly obliterated by the Zhao family. To advance is to risk death, yet it may also yield rewards. To retreat is certain death, and it may even implicate one's family and loved ones. Chapter 20, Schemes and Layouts. The array flags showcase their power boom. As the numerous armored warriors began their charge, the very earth trembled beneath them. From the stone walls of Qiao Town, a rain of flaming arrows, drenched in oil, cascaded down. Standing atop the walls, Lin Changge personally commanded the guards of the Lin family. As the clan leader, it was imperative for him to step forward at such a moment to stabilize the hearts of his people. As for everything else, it would be left to the ancestors. Whoosh! On the stone walls, the Lin family's massive war machines began to gather strength, pulled by the throngs of armored warriors. Following the charge of all allied forces, the heavy cavalry of the Zhao family and their armored warriors also commenced their assault. Though war was accompanied by death, for these armored warriors, it represented an opportunity for ascension. Moreover, should they breach Qiao Town, they could plunder various treasures and seize the women within. Kill the Zhao family's armored warriors. Faces alight with fervor, let out fierce roars. Outside Qiao Town, Lin Xie did not take action against those armored warriors. Instead, he focused on the very core of the Zhao family's formation. The cultivators of the Zhao family had gathered there. Lin Xie moved swiftly, closing in on the numerous cultivators of the Zhao family with remarkable speed. With the stone walls guarding Qiao Town, along with various defensive mechanisms, even a hundredfold disparity in the number of armored warriors could be withstood for a time. What Lin Xie aimed to do was to eliminate all the Zhao family cultivators within that time frame. Sensing Lin Xie's aura, the Zhao family cultivators, along with those of their affiliated forces, underwent subtle changes in expression. It was the refining corpse realm. He was actually at the refining corpse realm. The Zhao family's second elder trembled, cold sweat pouring down his back. He had once ventured alone to scout outside Qiao Town and had even slain a guard there. Had Lin Xie taken action against him then, the consequences would have been dire. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xie had merely just broken through to the refining corpse realm. In the early stages of the refining corpse realm, I could suppress him with a single hand. Just as many cultivators were either fearful or wary, a powerful voice resonated from a lavish and spacious carriage. The voice was imbued with a tremendous vitality, exuding boundless confidence. Moments later, an aged man, leaning on a cane and clad in a crimson robe, emerged from the opulent carriage. The elder, with a head full of yellow hair and sparse teeth, bore skin wrinkled like tree bark. His triangular eyes occasionally glinting with a cold light, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Upon seeing the elder, the Zhao family's cultivators, along with those of their affiliated forces, hastily bowed in respect. I pay my respects to the ancestor. I pay my respects to Senior Zhao Renjia. The elder did not respond to the crowd, but instead turned to Lin Xie, speaking in a calm tone. While you may possess some strength at the early stage of the refining corpse realm, It remains insufficient before me. I offer you a chance. Swallow this soul-devouring goo and become a servant of the Zhao family, and I shall spare your life. You should still possess an ascension order from your return to the Luoxia sect. Hand that over as well. You have 3 breaths to consider. This is your last opportunity for both you and the Lin family. As the elder spoke, his aura surged to its zenith. He, Zhao Renjia, was a being at the peak of the refining corpse realm. Faced with Lin Xia, he was filled with absolute confidence. Moreover, he could discern that Lin Xia had likely just broken through to the refining corpse realm. Upon hearing the Zhao family's ancestor's voice, Lin Xia, who had initially prepared to attack directly, suddenly devised a plan. He gazed at the Zhao family ancestor, deliberately displaying a look of trepidation, his voice trembling as he said, "I pay my respects to Senior Zhao. Previously, in my ignorance, I offended the Zhao family. My Lin family is willing to relinquish all assets in Xiao Town, and I am also willing to surrender that ascension order. I implore you, Senior, to show mercy, and for the Zhao family to be forgiving to us for becoming a servant. That seems rather inappropriate." Lin Xia's demeanor was exceedingly humble, as if he had truly capitulated. Yet in reality, he was already calculating whether the distance was sufficient to deliver a devastating blow to the Zhao family ancestor. Activating the 3 talismans formation required some time. Thus, he needed to utilize the flame talismans and spirit poison bottles to inflict some damage on the Zhao family ancestor before seizing the opportunity to eliminate those 2 Zhao family cultivators of the bone refining realm. Once the bone refining realm cultivators were gone, along with the Zhao family ancestor injured, slaughtering the Zhao family and their affiliated forces would become a mere formality. After Lin Xia spoke, the Zhao family ancestor slowly narrowed his eyes. Faced with Lin Xia's apparent submission, he felt a surge of wariness within. As the elder of the Zhao family and a master at the peak of the refining corpse realm, he was not so easily deceived. Although his words brimmed with confidence, he had already mobilized all his strength, ready to suppress Lin Xia at any moment. "Humph! Am I negotiating with you?" The Zhao family ancestor scoffed, taking a stealthy step forward. Poised to strike and seize Lin Xia directly. Lin Xia did not expect to completely deceive the Zhao family ancestor. He merely sought to engage the elder in a standoff, diverting his attention, thereby increasing the likelihood of a successful strike against him. Of course, the Zhao family ancestor harbored the same thought. Both were cunning old foxes who had lived for a century. Their battle would not be one of sheer force, but rather a psychological contest, filled with predictions and schemes. Then, with a single move, the victor would be determined. Given this, Lin Xia sighed softly, pretending to reach for the soul-devouring goo presented by the Zhao family ancestor. However, as he approached, Lin Xia swiftly hurled out 5 flame talismans. To prevent the Zhao family ancestor from dodging, Lin Xia threw one in each of the 4 cardinal directions. The 5th was aimed directly at the position where the Zhao family ancestor currently stood. As the 5 flame talismans descended, regardless of how the Zhao family ancestor attempted to evade, he would inevitably face the impact of one of them. Even though the Zhao family ancestor had remained vigilant and was prepared to strike first, the sudden cascade of 5 flame talismans caught him off guard. Most critically, the terrifying power of these 5 flame talismans emanated a dangerous aura, one that even he, at the peak of the refining corpse realm, could not ignore. Ancestor. Senior Zhao Renjia. Witnessing Lin Xia's sudden attack, the Zhao family's cultivators were taken aback, rushing forward to encircle Lin Xia. Meanwhile, those from the Zhao family's affiliated forces, though their faces bore expressions of worry and anger, subtly began to retreat. They were coerced into serving the Zhao family, acting against their will. In truth, these cultivators held little loyalty towards the Zhao family. Formation. Arise. Lin Xia observed the Zhao family ancestor, heavily wounded by the flame talismans, and a fierce glint shone in his eyes. He summoned 2 fragments of spirit stones and decisively activated the 3 talismans formation. In an instant, runes manifested within a 50-meter radius, and a murderous intent enveloped the area. Within the formation's coverage, the elements of metal, wood, and fire descended from the heavens. Chapter 21. The vastness of the Tao, ever merciless, clash. When the power of the 3 talismans formation was fully awakened, the metal element transformed into sharp swords, piercing towards the Zhao family's cultivators. The wood element manifested as twisting vines, sprawling outwards, restricting the movements of the Zhao family cultivators. Finally, the fire element clung to the swords and vines, continuously posing a lethal threat to the Zhao family's cultivators. "Save me, Ancestor! Save me!" Under the shadow of the three talismans formation, the Zhao family cultivators screamed in agony. Even the Zhao family's first and second elders were instantly gravely injured. As for those Zhao family cultivators below the bone refining realm, they were utterly annihilated within merely 2 breaths. Witnessing this scene, the Zhao family's affiliated cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! How could it be a spirit-infused magical treasure? The Zhao family ancestor watched as his kin were pierced by the metal element swords, subsequently turned to ash by the fire element, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. That moment, having been struck by the flame talismans, his own condition plummeted to dire straits. A moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of the entire Zhao family's forces. Without the balance of cultivators, the Zhao family's armored warriors were no different from ants before Lin Xia, Earth River Shield. Realizing this, the Zhao family ancestor could no longer hesitate and directly summoned his trump card. He grasped a crimson iron shield and placed the 2 fragments of spirit stones upon it. In the next moment, the crimson iron shield emitted a faint glow, solidly protecting both the Zhao family ancestor and the first and second elders. This crimson iron shield was also a spirit-infused magical treasure. "You all hold the Earth River Shield steady by me a quarter of an hour. Once I recover to my peak, I will ensure the Lin family pays a painful price." The Zhao family ancestor glared at the 2 elders, his voice laced with fury. The losses the Zhao family had incurred were exceedingly grave. In the short span of 2 breaths since their arrival at Xiao Town, they had already lost 9 cultivators. Among these 9, many had hopes of breaking through to the bone refining realm or even the refining corpse realm. They were the pillars of the Zhao family's future. Yet now, those pillars had been entirely severed by Lin Xia. "Yes, Ancestor." The Zhao family's first and second elders responded in unison. Despite their own significant injuries, they understood that only by buying time for the ancestor could they avoid a grim fate. Having fallen to such depths, both felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had they known Lin Xia would be this troublesome, they would never have provoked the Lin family from the outset. But now, the Zhao family found themselves in a precarious position, and Lin Xia would not let them off easily. Beginning with the third elder of the Zhao family, Lin Xia has already slain 10 cultivators from the Zhao clan, making the enmity between them nearly impossible to resolve. 2 elders of the Zhao family simultaneously grasped the Earth River Shield, desperately holding their ground. The elder of the Zhao family then retrieves a pitch-black, eerie elixir, consuming it without hesitation. This sinister elixir is a living pill, crafted from the essence of the blood of cultivators. Consuming this pill allows a cultivator to swiftly recover from injuries. Over the years, the Zhao family has slaughtered numerous smaller cultivation factions, gradually refining this living pill from the blood of many cultivators. Originally, the elder of the Zhao family intended to use this living pill to aid his breakthrough into the spirit-nurturing realm. However, now faced with a life-and-death crisis, he can afford no further considerations. At this thought, his fury reaches its zenith. For this living pill, he procured a fire essence, acquired an alchemical furnace, and slaughtered dozens of cultivators. Consuming this pill amounts to burying years of his painstaking efforts. Yet, soon enough, the elder's heart regains its tranquility. He casts a glance at the 3 cultivators from the Zhao family's allied forces, and a flicker of ruthlessness flashes deep within his eyes. He intends to annihilate all cultivation factions within 1,000 miles of Zichuan City after dealing with Lin Xia, then utilize their blood essence to refine another living pill. His lifespan is dwindling. He must hasten his breakthrough into the spirit-nurturing realm. Otherwise, within a mere decade, he will perish, reduced to a pile of bones, completely extinguished from existence. After swallowing the living pill, the previously gravely injured elder of the Zhao family gradually stabilizes his breath. He has attained the perfection of the refined internal organs, and with the possession of his spirit-nurturing treasure, he can exhaust Lin Xia through sheer attrition. Had it not been for Lin Xia previously unleashing 5 fire talismans and instantly activating the 3 talismans formation, he would not have been forced into such a desperate situation. Observing the rapidly recovering elder of the Zhao family, Lin Xia retrieves 3 fragments of spirit stones, elevating the might of the 3 talismans formation yet another notch. Go! In Lin Xia's hand, 3 spirit poison vials fly forth, landing beside the elder Zhao and the 2 Zhao elders. Upon touching the ground, the spirit poison vials explode. In the instant of the explosion, a kaleidoscopic toxin mist begins to spread. This toxin mist, originally only capable of inducing mild anesthesia in cultivators below the spirit-nurturing realm, has now been enhanced by the mirror of celestial appraisal to pose a threat even to those in the spirit-nurturing realm. It not only possesses anesthetic properties, but can also erode the very souls of cultivators. Hold your breath and concentrate, quickly retreat. The elder of the Zhao family, possessing the cultivation of refined internal organs, immediately senses a profound danger upon seeing the toxin mist. Cultivators have a keen instinct for danger. Some highly skilled experts can even perceive the future and deduce causal relationships. He. Just as the elder of the Zhao family loudly admonishes, attempting to warn the 2 Zhao elders to retreat, the latter are already fully intoxicated, their souls ensnared in some illusory realm. Realizing this, the elder of the Zhao family understands clearly that he cannot save these 2 kin. Of course, he has never cared for so-called kin. The earlier effort to protect the 2 Zhao elders was merely to alleviate his own pressure. When it comes to a critical moment, one's own life is of paramount importance. Among cultivators, what familial bonds exist? The so-called Great Path is vast, with love and hate merely the entanglements of mundane mortals. After abandoning the 2 kin, the elder of the Zhao family raises the Earth River Shield, no longer focusing on healing his injuries. He forcibly channels the blood and qi within him, attempting to break through the confines of the 3 talismans formation at any cost. After this battle, even if he survives, he will suffer a significant reduction in lifespan due to the overexertion of his blood essence. Yet, at this moment, he has no choice. After all, surviving is the only hope. The mountains are high, and the waters are long. This matter is far from over. While fleeing, the elder of the Zhao family does not forget to unleash various threats. In his view, even if he is gravely injured, with the protection of the Earth River Shield, Lin Xia will certainly not be able to detain him. However, just as his words fall, Lin Xia hurls out another 5 fire talismans. The fire talismans, as they fall through the air, instantly explode into resplendent brilliance, resembling 5 miniature suns, each radiating terrifying heat that even incinerates the surrounding rocks. Chapter 22. Establishing a dominant position for the Lin family. Rumbling. Faced with the formidable fire talismans, the elder of the Zhao family maneuvers the Earth River Shield to evade. Yet, the various elemental forces within the 3 talismans formation severely affect him. Moreover, he had also inhaled some of the toxin mist from the spirit poison vials. That mist gradually erodes his soul, rendering the world before him somewhat hazy. If I wish to depart, who can restrain me? The elder of the Zhao family gazes at the 5 fire talismans. A fierce glint appearing in his eyes, he draws a dagger from his waist and plunges it into his thigh, forcing himself to remain conscious. Then, gripping the Earth River Shield, he chooses to endure the impact of a fire talisman. The 5 fire talismans thrown by Lin Xia seal off every escape route around him. He must withstand, for only in this way can he grasp a sliver of hope. Within the 3 talismans formation, Lin Xia is also tense, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The conflict between cultivators is fraught with peril at every step. The strength of the elder of the Zhao family far exceeds Lin Xia's, and he is both cunning and decisive. He is exceedingly difficult to contend with, yet, the more challenging he is, the less Lin Xia will grant him the opportunity to flee, from wounding the elder of the Zhao family with fire talismans to activating the 3 talismans formation. Every step Lin Xia has taken is perilously fraught. Should the elder of the Zhao family be allowed to escape, even if the Lin family supplants the Zhao family, the existence of such a treacherous and troublesome adversary in the shadows would render the Lin family uneasy. Death, in Lin Xia's hand, there are no longer any spirit poison vials or fire talismans. At this moment, He must rely solely on his strength and the might of the three talismans formation to completely detain the elder of the Zhao family. Meanwhile, the three cultivators from the Zhao family's allied forces have long since fled. Before their departure, they withdrew all the troops attacking Qiao Town that had been serving the Zhao family. Ultimately, outside Qiao Town, only the Zhao family's armored guards and heavy cavalry continue their charge. The allied forces of the Zhao family have vanished without a trace. They have realized that the Zhao family is on the brink of losing power. With such significant losses among the Zhao family's cultivators, even if they do not face annihilation, they will likely lose all control over Sichuan City. However, whether the Zhao family falls or the Lin family rises, a reckoning awaits these allied forces. Should the Zhao family survive, the elder of the Zhao family will not spare them. As for the Lin family, they need not necessarily accept them. Leading their families to flee is the most prudent course of action. As long as they take advantage of the conflict between the Lin and Zhao families to distance themselves from Sichuan City, escaping to other cities, they can ensure their safety. As for establishing a legacy, such considerations pale in comparison to the threat of extinction. Outside Qiao Town, the Zhao family's armored guards launch repeated assaults, witnessing the fall of numerous clan cultivators and the retreat of various allied forces. The morale of the Zhao family's armored guards has also suffered a severe blow. Although the defenders of Qiao Town number only a few hundred, the thick stone walls are not so easily breached. The stone walls outside Qiao Town are forged from blocks of black iron rock, each weighing 100,000 pounds, with a density comparable to that of refined steel. The Lin family took 200 years to construct the stone walls surrounding Qiao Town, not to mention siege engines. Even cultivators at the blood refining and bone refining stages cannot shake the walls of Qiao Town, the only one capable of impacting the stone walls of Qiao Town. The elder of the Zhao family is currently being thoroughly suppressed by Lin Xia. Heed my command, abandon the siege and focus on eliminating the Lin family's elder. Within the three talismans formation, the elder of the Zhao family bleeds from the corner of his mouth. Even with the protection of the Earth River Shield, half the power of the earlier fire talismans still struck him. He was already gravely injured. Although he has somewhat recovered thanks to the living pill, his overall condition remains dire. After withstanding a blow from the fire talisman, he is left with old wounds unhealed and new injuries added. More critically, Lin Xia stands before him, offering no opportunity for escape from the confines of the three talismans formation. Although the Earth River Shield is also a spirit-nurturing grade treasure, it is, by definition, merely a defensive artifact, lacking any offensive capabilities. Relying on the Earth River Shield, he possesses no means to retaliate against Lin Xia. Friend, do not push your luck. The longer the battle drags on, the weaker the elder of the Zhao family's breath becomes, and a growing sense of unease stirs within him. If this continues, he will perish. Although he has already issued orders for numerous Zhao family armored guards to abandon the assault on Qiao Town and instead besiege Lin Xia. It is a pity that even those warriors clad in heavy armor and trained in martial arts are torn to shreds upon approaching the three talismans formation, before the might of celestial artifacts. The numbers and attacks of mere mortals hold no significance whatsoever. After suffering continuous losses of dozens of heavily armored cavalry, the Zhao family's warriors dared not advance any further. Some attempted to use bows to launch a surprise attack on Lin Xia, but the arrows would be ensnared by the entangling vines of the three talents formation flag as they entered its vicinity, subsequently casting many Zhao warriors out of its protective range, leading to further casualties. On the stone walls of Qiao Town, an elder from the Lin family gazed anxiously at Lin Xia within the confines of the three talents formation flag. Could the clan's elder be in danger? Those damned Zhao warriors dared to launch a sneak attack on the elder. They truly deserved death. Should I lead 200 warriors out of the town to alleviate some of the elder's burden? As the elder of the Lin family voiced his thoughts, Lin Chang'e calmly shook his head and replied, "There is no need for haste. The elder is a cultivator. A mere group of secular warriors cannot possibly threaten him. Moreover, if you charge out with 200 warriors, it would only result in your demise, providing no assistance to the elder. The crux of this battle lies in the conflict between cultivators. Only by extinguishing the Zhao family's elder can our Lin family secure victory. Should we triumph, our Lin family will establish dominance in Sichuan City, supplanting the Zhao family and reigning supreme for miles around." As Lin Chang'e spoke, His gaze turned toward the heavy crossbow positioned atop the stone wall of Qiao Town. This crossbow could launch arrows weighing thousands of pounds. The projectiles could unleash a terrifying force amounting to hundreds of thousands, even millions of pounds upon impact. Within the Three Talents formation flag, although the Zhao family's elder was firmly suppressed, it was still challenging for their own elder to eliminate him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chang'e declared, "Bring forth the fine iron arrows." He intended to utilize the heavy crossbow to lend support to his family's elder, aiming to shoot down the Zhao family's elder and carve out a position of supremacy for the Lin family in Qiao Town. At his command, hundreds of Lin family warriors struggled to load a massive, gleaming arrow into the crossbow. With creaking sounds, they began to channel energy into the great crossbow. The mechanism's word, the bowstring, made from the tendons of demonic beasts, gradually tightened. With a thunderous roar, when the bowstring reached its peak tension, the 10,000-pound fine iron arrow shot forth like a rainbow, instantly departing from the crossbow. The arrow carved through the air, stirring up a fearsome gale, as if it could rend the very fabric of space and shatter all in its path. "Elder, be careful." Upon seeing the arrow hurtling toward the Zhao family's elder, the Zhao warriors were thrown into a panicked that moment. The Zhao family's elder, trapped within the confines of the Three Talents formation flag, also felt a chill of terror. His eyes widened as he sought to evade the oncoming threat, yet there was no opportunity to do so. The arrow's speed was simply too great. Without the interference of the Three Talents formation flag and Lin Xie's continuous assaults, he would have been able to dodge even while injured. Now, however, he could only watch helplessly as the enormous arrow bore down upon him, in a desperate bid for survival. The Zhao family's elder had no choice but to summon the Earth River Shield, placing it before himself with all his might. Faced with the imminent threat of the arrow, he even abandoned his efforts to resist the elemental attacks within the Three Talents formation flag. Being struck by the Three Talents formation flag would only inflict some injuries. However, if the 10,000-pound fine iron arrow were to pierce his body, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome demise. In the blink of an eye, the massive fine iron arrow collided with the Earth River Shield. The ferocious force erupted, unleashing a torrent of energy. As soon as the fine iron arrow made contact with the Earth River Shield, it sparked wildly, its form distorting and contorting under the impact. One must admit, the defensive capabilities of a spirit treasure were indeed astonishing. Even when faced with an arrow weighing 10,000 pounds, capable of unleashing millions of pounds of force, the surface of the Earth River Shield bore not a single mark, of course. While the Earth River Shield remained intact and successfully blocked the fine iron arrow, this did not mean the Zhao family's elder emerged unscathed. Although the shield prevented the arrow from penetrating his body, the overwhelming force generated by the arrow coursed through the artifact, delivering a tremendous impact to the Zhao family's elder. Blood poured from his 7 orifices as he clutched the Earth River Shield, his entire body teetering on the brink of collapse. With even part of his form sinking into the earth, at that moment, the severity of his injuries rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, though somewhat fatigued, was in far better condition compared to the Zhao family's elder. The latter not only suffered from fractured bones, but was also experiencing a rapid decline in vitality, compounded by the relentless assault of the spirit poison bottle on his soul. In this clash with Lin Xie, he had decisively lost. If he were to fall, it would spell disaster for the Zhao family in Sichuan City. Gurgling sounds echoed as the Zhao family's elder watched Lin Xie draw nearer. He ceased struggling, having exhausted all strength to continue resisting. He could only turn to the many Zhao warriors and issue a final, desperate shout, "Flee! All of you, escape! Return to Sichuan City and inform our kin to relocate. We must preserve the lineage of the Zhao family. We must safeguard our bloodline." The Zhao family's elder used the last of his strength to cry out hoarsely. He understood all too well that without his presence to anchor them, and given the substantial losses the Zhao family had incurred among their cultivators, even if the Lin family showed mercy and spared the Zhao family, other factions harboring grievances against them would inevitably seek retribution. The number of forces suppressed or even exterminated by the Zhao family over the years was not insignificant. In his lifetime, he had little regard for his so-called kin. Yet, before his impending demise. He still wished to fulfill his responsibilities as the elder. This could be seen as a final act of benevolence before death. Boom. Before the Zhao family's elder could utter another word, Lin Xie moved with such swiftness that he appeared as but a blur, first seizing the Earth River shield, and then delivering a devastating punch that crashed into the Zhao family's elder. The terrifying force erupted, reducing the Zhao family's elder to a mangled mass of flesh. The crimson mist of blood billowed forth. The Zhao family's elder was utterly devoid of life. Elder. Witnessing this, the Zhao warriors were left in a state of shock, their minds rendered blank. Even the captains among them stood frozen in place. Only a handful contemplated fleeing, but as soon as they lifted their legs, Lin Xie swiftly dispatched them, snapping their necks with ease. Drop all weapons. Those who dare to flee shall die. Lin Xie's voice was frigid as he spoke. At his command, the Zhao warriors dared not make another move. Several captains voluntarily relinquished their weapons, kneeling in fear as they fervently pleaded for Lin Xie to spare their lives. Without the Zhao family's elder and the presence of their cultivators, they had completely lost their backbone. The combined forces of the Zhao family's warriors and cavalry numbered over 10,000. If they could unite and flee in all directions, even Lin Xie would find it impossible to eliminate them all. Alas, they had thoroughly lost their courage and morale. When the spirit of a legion shatters and its morale dissipates, no matter how vast its numbers, it becomes nothing more than a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Stamp, stamp. At that moment, the gates of Qiao Town slowly swung open, and hundreds of Lin family warriors emerged, their spirits soaring from the depths of despair to newfound enthusiasm. The fall of the Zhao family's elder signified a decisive victory for the Lin family in this conflict. Those warriors who had remained loyal to the Lin family in times of crisis now faced a promising future. Bind their hands and feet, Lin Xie instructed, his tone devoid of emotion as he regarded the Lin family warriors. At his command, the Lin family warriors swiftly used ropes and chains to secure the Zhao warriors, binding them without any resistance. Elder, how shall we deal with these captives? At this moment, Lin Chang'e approached Lin Xie respectfully, his face a mask of deference. In response, Lin Xie did not immediately reply, but rather, he posed a question in return. What do you think should be done? Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Lin Chang'e, observing that the Zhao warriors were all bound, felt a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. He made a gesture across his throat, declaring, "Kill them all." These individuals are ultimately an unstable factor. Furthermore, once our Lin family settles in Sichuan City, all Zhao family members, regardless of gender or age, must be executed without mercy. For enemies, one must eradicate the roots. As Lin Chang'e spoke, his expression remained remarkably calm. In his eyes, the over 10,000 Zhao warriors and the tens of thousands of Zhao family members were akin to mere weeds in the mountains. Upon hearing Lin Chang'e's words, some of the younger Lin family members displayed expressions of reluctance. A young woman from the Lin family even stood forth to counter. Clan leader, they are innocent as long as they do not pose a threat to our Lin family. What harm is there in leaving them a way out? As the young woman finished speaking, Lin Chang'e furrowed his brow, preparing to chastise her. At that moment, Lin Xie raised his hand, silencing Lin Chang'e's fury, and instead regarded the young Lin family members with a profound gaze, his tone instructive as he spoke slowly. Do you find all of this to be cruel? Yet I must inform you. This is the survival law of this land. If you deem it cruel, then venture outside Qiao Town and witness the villages that have fallen victim to the Zhao family's massacre, the mountain folk who have been mercilessly slain. These mountain dwellers are innocent, yet did the Zhao family spare them? Today, it is my Lin family that stands in the way of the Zhao family. Otherwise, your forebears, your clan brothers and sisters would be subjected to humiliation and slaughter at this very moment. To survive in the dark wilderness, facing external foes, mercy and tolerance will only lead to one's demise. In the struggle for existence, only iron-blooded resolve prevails. Chapter 24. The Cruel Law, Total Annihilation. Upon hearing Lin Xie's aged voice, the younger members of the Lin family were momentarily stunned. Over the years, they have lived under the protection of the family, never having experienced the brutal struggles for power. Chang'e, Send someone with the younger generation to observe the villages that rely on our Lin family surrounding Qiao Town. Lin Xie gently shook his head and instructed Lin Chang'e. Only by confronting the harsh truth can these young descendants truly grow. Meanwhile, upon overhearing the conversation between Lin Xie and Lin Chang'e, the Zhao family's armored guards began to stir restlessly, their faces awash with terror. They shouted in desperation, many twisting their bodies frantically in an attempt to break free from their shackles. Alas, it was far too late to contemplate resistance and escape. No, please don't kill me. I am willing to be a slave. I am willing to serve the Lin family for eternity. I have wealth. I possess much gold and silver. I implore you, spare me. Clang! The Lin family's armored guards unsheathed their long swords and commenced the slaughter. Heads rolled as they watched their kin and comrades being mercilessly cut down, a tormenting spectacle for those Zhao family guards, who temporarily clung to life while awaiting their own demise. Tears streamed down their faces, their bodies slack with despair. Under the shadow of death's fear, some guards even lost control of their bodily functions. Witnessing this gruesome scene, several young members of the Lin family could not help but close their eyes and cover their ears. Yet Lin Chang'e and the many elders of the Lin family admonished them. Open your eyes wide, see clearly, listen attentively. Bloodshed? Cruelty? I understand your thoughts. But remember, those pitiful enemies before you not only desire the annihilation of our Lin family, but have also slaughtered several villages within our domain. To sympathize with enemies, to pity a group of executioners, that is the greatest weakness, the utmost folly. Were it not for our ancestors' intervention, were it not for the unity of our Lin family, these foes from the Zhao family would not merely have decimated a few villages, but would have bloodied the entirety of Qiao Town and washed away our entire Lin family. An elderly woman, stooped and severe, spoke with a serious tone. Since Lin Xie joined the Luoxia sect for cultivation, leveraging its renown, the Lin family has thrived for a century. During this century, the Lin family has not faced a crisis, leading many of its members to forget the world's harshness, particularly the younger generation of the Lin family, who have been excessively sheltered by their clan. The slaughter continued for half a day. Blood stained the earth, coalescing into a meandering river under the dimming twilight, as the stench of death enveloped Qiao Town, resembling a hellish realm. Report to the Ancestor, report to the clan leader. All items seized from this battle have been accounted for. We have confiscated 15,000 sets of armor, 15,000 swords and blades, 500 warhorses, along with various miscellaneous items valued at no less than 50 pounds of gold. Our Lin family suffered the loss of 50 guards. 20 were severely injured. 10 were lightly wounded. A blood-soaked captain of the guards reported with reverence to Lin Xie and Lin Chang'e. Lin Xie did not intervene further, for he was the ancestor of the Lin family, not its leader. As long as matters did not pertain to long-term development or significant family affairs, he would refrain from interference. For all fallen guards, their families and children shall receive a compensation of 10 pounds of gold. Furthermore, the education of their offspring and the support of their parents shall henceforth be the responsibility of the family. Severely injured guards shall receive a compensation of 3 pounds of gold for their families and children, with the family also assuming responsibility for their offspring's education and their parents' support. Lightly injured guards shall each receive a reward of 1 pound of gold, while all other guards shall be rewarded with 5 taels of gold. In response to the captain's report, Lin Chang'e first provided rewards and reassurances to the guards, before instructing that the spoils of war be transported back to Qiao Town. Meanwhile, the bodies of the slain Zhao family guards were set ablaze. Reduced to ashes. At this moment, Lin Xie had returned to his small courtyard. From the Zhao family cultivators, he had acquired numerous resources, including dozens of spirit stone fragments and several scrolls of low-level martial arts. However, what captivated Lin Xie the most were 2 items obtained from the Zhao family ancestor. 1 was a mid-grade magical artifact known as the Earth River Shield, renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. If wielded by a cultivator at the early stage of spirit nurturing, it could stand impervious before those at the mid-stage. It was merely the inadequacy of the Zhao family's ancestor's cultivation that prevented him from fully unleashing its might, which allowed Lin Xie to employ various strategies, with the Lin family's considerable support, to slay the Zhao Ancestor. In addition to the Earth River Shield, the Zhao Ancestor also possessed a manual for nurturing insects. As its name implies, this is a technique for cultivating and controlling poisonous insects. This manual only contains the first half, yet it already details the cultivation of Foundation establishment-level poisonous insects. If enhanced and completed with the Jinshin Treasure Mirror, it could potentially become a nascent soul-level technique. Unlike ordinary nascent soul techniques, should one successfully cultivate a vast number of nascent soul-grade poisonous insects, they would be formidable even among peers, of course. At present, Lin Xie saw no need to enhance the insect nurturing manual. At least until he breaks through the Foundation establishment stage, there is no necessity for it. A cultivator can control poisonous insects no more than 2 major realms above their own. Otherwise, they risk a series of troubles such as the insects turning on their master. A Foundation establishment cultivator can at most control core formation level poisonous insects, and even then, the number is usually limited. Lin Xie was quite intrigued by this manual. Should he cultivate some poisonous insects, he could face enemies without lifting a finger. With a mere wave of his sleeve, he could command thousands of insects to devour his foes to the bone. Most importantly, the resource consumption for cultivating poisonous insects is relatively low. In comparison, cultivating spirit beasts or creating puppets requires far more resources than raising insects of the same tier. However, the individual combat prowess of poisonous insects is significantly inferior to that of spirit beasts and puppets. Lin Xie carefully stored the insect nurturing manual. Once the Lin family officially settles in Sichuan City and stabilizes the situation, he plans to revisit the cultivation market. Within the Qingya Pavilion, there should be poison insect eggs. Besides the poison insect eggs, Lin Xie also intends to purchase some materials at that time. Once a cultivator breaks through to the spirit nurturing stage, they can forge their own life-bound magical artifact. Although the 3 talents array flag is of decent grade and possesses considerable might, it falls short as a life-bound artifact. As for the Earth River Shield, it merely serves as a defensive artifact. Using it as a life-bound artifact is inferior to the 3 talents array flag. A life-bound artifact signifies one that will accompany the cultivator through their long journey, growing alongside them until they reach the true realm of immortality. Chapter 25. Recruitment of Guards, Establishing Decrees. After organizing various magical artifacts and manuals, Lin Xie sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a piece of spirit stone fragment to commence his cultivation. Though it appeared that Lin Xie had the upper hand throughout the tussle with the Zhao family ancestor, the depletion of his vitality was alarmingly significant if he did not promptly cultivate to recover. It could even affect his lifespan. While Lin Xie entered a secluded retreat, Lin Changge urgently summoned all members of the Lin family, dependents, and servants within Xiao Town. Following this battle, the Zhao family's core resources in Sichuan City were essentially exhausted. Currently, the Zhao family is left with a mere handful of servants and ordinary guards. As for cultivators, the Zhao family retains only a clan leader at the bone refinement level and several at the skin refinement level. Once this residual force is eradicated, the Zhao family in Sichuan City will be utterly overturned. For 2 whole days, Lin Changge busied himself with forming a guard corps. This time, the Lin family had acquired various armor and weaponry. With a sufficient number of able-bodied young men, the Lin family could easily assemble a guard contingent of 10,000. Naturally, temporarily recruited guards would lack some combat prowess. However, this was inconsequential. Lin Changge sought to create an imposing presence. The remnants of the Zhao family no longer posed a significant threat to the Lin family, whose establishment in Sichuan City is now a foregone conclusion. Creating a formidable guard corps primarily serves to intimidate the surrounding areas and to proclaim the Lin family's legacy and strength to a radius of 1,000 miles around Sichuan City. The reason the Lin family could only support a guard force of a few hundred in the past was primarily due to its limited economy. Within 100 miles surrounding Qiao Town, resources are scarce, and the combined population of all villages and Qiao Town itself scarcely exceeds 100,000. Among the youthful and vigorous population, there are merely thousands. Extracting a few hundred armored guards from these thousands represents the utmost limit of the Lin family. However, should they seize Sichuan City, the entire scenario would transform. The disparity in territorial resources between a 100-mile radius and a 1,000-mile radius is not merely a matter of magnitude. Capturing Sichuan City and commanding the surrounding 1,000 miles would enable the Lin family to easily sustain approximately 20,000 armored guards, even if they are required to offer numerous resources to the Luoxia sect annually. Reporting to the clan leader, after 2 days of recruitment, the number of armored guards in the Lin family has reached 3,000. Attaining this number of 3,000 guards is the maximum we can achieve in Xiao Town. Moreover, all 3,000 are merely infantry. As for cavalry, cultivating them in the short term is quite challenging. In a vast square, a throng of armored guards gathered, and an elder of the Lin family looked at Lin Chang'e with a sense of helplessness, saying, "Is it only 3,000 we have managed to recruit?" Lin Chang'e sighed softly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Lin family shook his head and continued, "Under normal circumstances, the Lin family could recruit 7,000 or 8,000 young adults within 100 miles of Qiao Town at any cost. However, due to the slaughter by the Zhao family and their affiliated forces, a considerable number of villages have been annihilated, leading to a near halving of Qiao Town's population." As he spoke, a flicker of anger appeared on the elder's face. The villagers and mountain dwellers within 100 miles of Qiao Town, many of whom were the Lin family's retainers, had suffered great losses. How could he not be enraged? "Clan leader, when shall we launch our assault on Sichuan City? Once we breach its walls, I vow to exact a 10-day slaughter, turning Sichuan City into a river of blood." The elder's anger intensified with each word, his eyes brimming with ferocity. Although the state of Jin is nominally a unified entity, in reality, the clans and sects within each region function as independent kingdoms. Conflicts between families, involving the sacking of cities and towns, are commonplace in conflicts between forces of equal standing, regardless of who devours whom. As long as tributes are paid punctually, higher powers typically refrain from interference. For instance, within Huai Mountain County, unless major families engage in conflicts resulting in the deaths of millions, or even tens of millions, the Luoxia sect would not intervene. Battles between families like the Lin and Zhao, even with hundreds of thousands of commoners perishing, would escape the notice of the Luoxia sect. Silence. The Lin family must consolidate its foothold in Sichuan City, garner the people's support, and cultivate a sufficient population to develop various industries. We are not the Luoxia sect, who indiscriminately sack cities. If we are left with an empty Sichuan City devoid of enough inhabitants, it would hold no significance for the Lin family. Eliminating the Zhao family and their affiliated forces is sufficient. Those who only know how to fight are brutes and fools. Lin Chang'e sternly reprimanded the elder of the Lin family. He rubbed his temples, his gaze falling upon the 3,000 armored guards, and promptly devised a series of decrees. Firstly, upon entering Sichuan City, there shall be no arson, murder, or pillaging. Order must be maintained. Secondly, the blade shall only be drawn against the Zhao family and their vassals. Thirdly, anyone who dares to violate these 2 edicts, even if they are an elder of the clan, shall face execution by slow slicing. Lin Chang'e's arrangements were not born of leniency. If it benefited the family's development, he would not hesitate to raise a city, even annihilate a nation. Primarily, the Lin family sought to bolster its economy and production. To the Lin family, population is a precious resource. Aside from unstable factors, they must stabilize the people's hearts and minimize bloodshed. Faced with Lin Chang'e's stern admonition, the elder of the Lin family dared not retort and quickly nodded in agreement. Then, "Clan leader, when shall we commence our occupation of Sichuan City?" At this moment, another elder of the Lin family suddenly stood forth, his face alight with anticipation at the mention of occupying Sichuan City, clearly eager for action. As his words fell, numerous members of the Lin family and their armored guards turned their gazes toward Lin Chang'e. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Chang'e did not respond immediately but merely stated, "There is no rush. Our ancestor still requires rest and recuperation. Furthermore, Sichuan City is far from Qiao Town, and we must prepare sufficient provisions and supplies. Otherwise, we will inevitably encounter difficulties en route. Moreover, I shall reiterate, in this battle, the Lin family must adhere to 2 principles. Ordinary people who have no ties to the Zhao family are to be spared from slaughter and pillage. Otherwise, anyone, regardless of their standing, shall face execution by slow slicing." After Lin Chang'e concluded, he turned and departed the square, heading towards the courtyard where Lin Xie resided. The timing of their advance into Sichuan City hinges critically on their ancestor. After all, to deal with the remaining cultivators of the Zhao family, it was imperative for the ancestor to take action personally. Contemplating this, Lin Chang'e felt a sense of helplessness. He resolved that once this matter was settled, he would swiftly seek out infants and children with spiritual roots to entrust to their ancestor for cultivation. The family must nurture more cultivators. Otherwise, relying solely on their ancestor for every endeavor would render the younger generation utterly ineffectual. Chapter 26. In Xinyan City, sending word to the Song family. Meanwhile, at the same time, deep within the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in Sichuan City, in a resplendent hall adorned in gold and jade, the head of the Zhao family sat upon a wooden chair, his face darkened as he silently regarded the numerous high-ranking members of the Zhao family. Just moments ago, the news of the Zhao family's defeat in Xiao Town had already spread among those affiliated forces that had fled in advance. Now, chaos reigned throughout Sichuan City, including within the Zhao family itself. Many residents of Sichuan City had begun to migrate en masse, and amidst the turmoil, some martial artists engaged in murder and arson, while others seized the opportunity to steal and plunder. The Zhao family had lost all control over Sichuan City. After all, the Zhao family's defeat in Xiao Town signified that the Lin family would soon lay claim to Sichuan City. According to past customs, when conflicts arise between forces, the capturing of an opponent's town invariably leads to widespread slaughter. Clan leader, Xiao Town is merely a few hundred miles from our Sichuan City, and it has already been 2 days since the news reached us. The Lin family may arrive at Sichuan City at any moment. We must take precautions. One Zhao family cultivator of the refining skin stage stepped forward. His face etched with panic as he spoke. As his words fell, other Zhao family cultivators and high-ranking members echoed in agreement. Clan leader, the situation is dire for the Zhao family. We must abandon Sichuan City and evacuate our kin immediately. I propose we leave behind some members as bait within the city to divert the Lin family's attention, while the rest should split into multiple teams and flee in different directions. As for how many of our kin can be saved, we shall leave it to fate. An elderly Zhao family member, whose hair was grizzled, stood up and calmly outlined a strategy. Hearing this, the head of the Zhao family sighed. A sense of despair in his voice. There is no time left. Currently, outside Sichuan City, many forces are likely lying in wait. If we dare to venture outside, we will be intercepted by various factions in an instant, especially those cultivators who have not sided with us. They will not allow our Zhao family members to escape. Our decline and the Lin family's rise present them with an opportunity to present a token of allegiance, a means to compel the Lin family to accept their submission and continue existing in this realm. And that token is the blood and heads of our entire Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family spoke in a low tone, his understanding of the situation profoundly clear. The laws of this land are indeed ruthless. In the struggle between forces, losing means total defeat, no matter how glorious or prosperous one may have been. When decline sets in, one will find oneself abandoned by all. As he spoke, the Zhao family leader supported himself against the wooden chair, seeming utterly drained of strength, yet he struggled to straighten his back and continued. Leaving Sichuan City now would only hasten our demise. You know why? Upon hearing this, the majority of the high-ranking Zhao members wore perplexed expressions. They had become startled birds, constantly thinking of escape. Were it not for their fear of the Zhao family's leader's long-accumulated reputation and his prowess in the refining bone stage, they would have fled long ago. Only a few high-ranking Zhao members remained calm, though they too were unclear about the head's intentions. Sighing once more, the head of the Zhao family revealed a hint of wistfulness in his gaze. It is because the Lin family. Those forces are wary of the Lin family. Otherwise, they would have stormed into Sichuan City and plundered our accumulated resources long ago. They have surrounded Sichuan City and will not allow any of our Zhao family members to escape before the Lin family arrives. Our Zhao family, with nearly 20,000 armored guards and over 10 cultivators, has yet to return. Our fate is undoubtedly grim. With our Zhao family's remaining forces, breaking out is impossible. The Bai family, the Su family, and the Zhou family all have refining bone stage cultivators stationed. Do you truly believe that I alone can withstand at least 3 of them? As the voice of the Zhao family leader reverberated, the grand hall fell into an immediate silence. The Zhao family had indeed reached a dead end. After a brief moment, a senior member of the Zhao family finally spoke up, expressing that the Zhao family had been excessively arrogant and careless. When you dispatched the third elder with intentions to annex Qiao Town, I opposed it vehemently. Regardless of the current state of the Lin family, they once produced cultivators of the refined corporeal realm and have maintained intricate ties with the falling sunset sect. Even if this generation's Lin family patriarch possesses poor qualifications and only entered the falling sunset sect through the Ascension Order, only to be subsequently expelled, who can assure us that the Lin family lacks other hidden strengths? This has led us to utter ruin. The Zhao family has finally attracted a grave disaster. Our family's foundation is now in tatters, all due to your actions. The speaker's voice trembled with agitation, his entire being quaking as though he might faint at any moment. In response to his reprimand, the high-ranking members of the Zhao family, including the patriarch, remained silent, for his words were grounded in truth. Alas, the blame lies solely with me. The Zhao patriarch gritted his teeth, refusing to evade responsibility. At this juncture, evasion held no significance. However, in the next instant, the patriarch abruptly shifted his tone, as if struck by a sudden thought, and hoarsely declared, "Dispatch orders to mobilize all family forces to defend Sichuan City. I shall compose a letter at once and send word to the Song family. Our ancestor once rendered assistance to the Song family patriarch. As long as he is willing to mediate, the Zhao family may only lose Sichuan City, but we could still preserve our lineage." As soon as the Zhao patriarch concluded, the pallid faces of the Zhao family's senior members brightened, as if they had grasped a final lifeline. Qinyan City, the Song family, that is a clan that has birthed spirit-nurturing cultivators. The Song family's influence surpasses that of the Zhao family by several folds. They control 3 cities, one of which, Qinyan City, boasts a population of 30,000. The Song family's territorial reach spans nearly 2,000 miles, with a total population under their jurisdiction exceeding 4 million. Splendid! If the Song family intervenes, the Lin family will undoubtedly hesitate to act against the Zhao family. "Please, Patriarch, send word swiftly," exclaimed a youthful Zhao cultivator of the refined skin realm with fervor. He was still young, with prospects of advancing to the refined blood, refined bone, or even refined corporeal stages. Having yet to savor the pleasures of beauty, power, and wealth, he was unwilling to witness the Zhao family's demise. Chapter 27. Hidden Agendas. The collapse of the Zhao family. The other high-ranking members of the Zhao family shared similar sentiments. As the saying goes, it is better to live in disgrace than to die in honor. Upon hearing this, the Zhao patriarch wasted no time. He retrieved ink and paper, beginning to write the letter. Yet, he understood well that even with the past benevolence of the Zhao family's ancestors towards the Song family patriarch, the Zhao family would need to offer a substantial price for the Song family's assistance in overcoming this crisis. Such is the nature of this world. Opportunities to embellish one's fortune abound, but the chances to provide timely aid are few and far between. Once the letter was finished, the Zhao patriarch summoned a falcon to deliver the message to the Song family patriarch. As the falcon took flight, carrying the letter toward the heavens, the despair within the hearts of many Zhao family members began to dissipate significantly. Only the Zhao patriarch's expression remained heavy with concern. He surveyed the anxious faces of his kin and hoarsely stated, "Prepare yourselves. Sichuan City lies 2,000 miles from the Song family's territory. The falcon will require at least 4 days to arrive, even if the Song family is willing to intervene and dispatch cultivators to our aid. The earliest they could arrive would be after consuming time. The Zhao family must hold Sichuan City for 5 days." Upon the patriarch's declaration, the gathered Zhao family members fell into a somber silence. 5 days to defend Sichuan City? If the Lin family were to descend upon them, they could likely breach the city in an instant. It is worth noting that nearly 20,000 armored guards and dozens of cultivators had already been utterly defeated by the Lin family. With the current strength of the Zhao family, how could they possibly withstand the Lin family's onslaught? This was the Zhao family's last hope. At all costs, they must hold for 5 days, the Zhao patriarch reiterated. In that moment, he gradually stabilized his mind, emerging from panic and despair. To attain the position of patriarch, he relied not solely on his cultivation, but also on his capability and shrewdness, which indeed surpassed that of many in the Zhao family. After a brief spell of hopelessness, He began to feverishly contemplate how to secure a glimmer of hope for the Zhao family and himself, immediately dispatch individuals to maintain order in Sichuan City. Furthermore, inform the residents of the city that should the Lin family take control, a bloodbath will ensue. Rally all inhabitants, regardless of age or gender, to defend the city with their lives. Also, let them know that if they can hold for 5 days, the Song family will come to their aid. As the Zhao patriarch spoke, a fierce determination flickered in his gaze. He intended to use the lives of ordinary people to stall the Lin family. Sichuan City houses a population of 150,000. Even cultivators of the refined corporeal realm could not slaughter them all in an instant. As for whether the Song family would actually intervene, the Zhao patriarch held no certainty in his heart. But now, he needed to stabilize morale, as long as he could consolidate the hearts of the people and mobilize the strength of the entire city. If the situation grew dire, he might still have a chance to escape amidst the chaos. Ultimately, when the final moment arrived, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Zhao family or even Sichuan City, as long as he could preserve his own life, it would all be worth it. Such is the law of the cultivation world. Better to die a friend than to let the poor Taoist perish. With the patriarch's command, the senior members of the Zhao family began to spring into action. Each harbored their own ulterior motives and calculations. When the family was at its zenith, they might have united against external threats. But now, with calamity befalling the Zhao family, their very lives were at stake, leaving little room for concern for others. The scene shifts, just as the Zhao family consolidated their remaining forces to defend Sichuan City. Outside the small courtyard where Lin Xia resided, Lin Chang'e cautiously knocked on the wooden door. Junior Lin Chang'e requests an audience with the Ancestor. After 3 knocks, he ceased his actions, aware that his Ancestor's courtyard was enveloped by a cultivator's illusion array. Should his Ancestor be cultivating? The array would activate, rendering him unable to hear any sound. If his Ancestor had finished his cultivation and was merely enjoying tea under the courtyard's trees, he would naturally respond. After knocking, Lin Chang'e stood anxiously outside the courtyard door, neither leaving nor daring to push the door open recklessly, as he waited in trepidation. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from within the courtyard. "Chang'e, come in." As the voice fell, the wooden door creaked open slowly. In that moment, a figure, white-haired and hands clasped behind his back, came into Lin Chang'e's view. Upon seeing the figure, Lin Chang'e's expression shifted to one of deep respect as he quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to the Ancestor." The figure was Lin Xia, who, after his entanglement with the Zhao family's patriarch and several days of recovery through cultivation, had further advanced and now stood at the mid-stage of the refined corporeal realm. "Sit, have some tea. There is no need for excessive formalities before me." Lin Xia turned slowly, waving his sleeve. In an instant, a gust of wind gathered, lifting the teapot and filling 2 cups with fragrant tea. "Please, Ancestor." Although Lin Xia exhibited no airs, Lin Chang'e still refrained from being careless. He hurriedly offered a cup with both hands, presenting it respectfully to Lin Xia. Lin Xia accepted the cup leisurely, settling into a grand chair. He blew gently across the steaming cup before addressing Lin Chang'e with a casual tone. "You have come to see me regarding the matter of entering Sichuan City, yes?" At this, Lin Chang'e nodded, a hint of shame coloring his expression as he looked at Lin Xia and replied, "It is my ineptitude that has led me to disturb you, Ancestor. The Zhao family still possesses several cultivators. Without your intervention, it will be challenging for our Lin family to establish a foothold in Sichuan City. Furthermore, the various factions within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City are likely paying close attention to our Lin family. Only with your decisive action can we instill fear in these factions and compel them to submit to the Lin family." As Lin Chang'e spoke, he lowered his head slightly. In response, Lin Xia set down his teacup, gazing toward the distant sky, and spoke once more with an air of indifference. "The remnants of the Zhao family, as well as the various factions, are inconsequential. I shall take action. Relay the orders to gather our family's strength and set forth for Sichuan City immediately. The Zhao family's reign must come to a definitive end." As Lin Xia spoke, his figure vanished from the courtyard. By the time Lin Chang'e regained his senses, his Ancestor had already disappeared without a trace. "Yes, Ancestor." Lin Chang'e's face beamed with excitement. Receiving his ancestor's affirmation, he could scarcely contain his emotions at the prospect of the Lin family truly entering Sichuan city. For hundreds of years, the Lin family's successive patriarchs had only dreamt of entering Sichuan city and securing a place. Yet none had ever envisioned taking the entire city by force and dominating the surrounding territory. Although the Lin family currently lacked sufficient resources, with the ancestors' presence and the acquisition of Sichuan city, it was merely a matter of time before the Lin family flourished. Chapter 28. Forged by blood, a foundation established. The sun, blood-red and setting, painted the sky as the long horn echoed across the land, enveloping the atmosphere in a desolate and murderous aura. Outside Xiao Town, with Lin Chang's command, 3,000 armored guards and numerous Lin family members gathered. I shall wield my sword at my waist, resolutely aimed at severing the ties of Sichuan. This battle shall forge the very foundation of the Lin family. It marks the commencement of our rise. I, Lin Chang'e, shall lead the charge, until we breach the gates of Sichuan city and eradicate the remnants of the Zhao clan. Should I, Lin Chang'e, tragically fall, do not mourn, nor halt your advance. Press on with fervor towards Sichuan city. At the forefront of the armored guards, Lin Chang'e donned his armor and unsheathed his long sword, his voice resonant and unwavering. This battle, with the ancestral support, is destined for the Lin family's triumph. Nevertheless, Lin Chang'e chooses to place himself in perilous circumstances. He aims to instill within the Lin clan and its vassals a profound conviction, a sense of identity with the Lin family. The legacy of our lineage must endure through the ages, standing unwavering at the pinnacle, reliant not solely on strength, but also on profound internal unity. He desires for the Lin family to evoke pride among all its members and vassals, so that upon mentioning the Lin family, they shall swell with pride. This encapsulates the essence of a family. In this battle, he seeks to impart to the younger generation of the Lin family the true nature of conflict among powers and the harsh realities of existence. The significance of this fight transcends merely capturing Sichuan city. Lin Chang'e aims to establish the Lin family's genuine foundation. Undoubtedly, the course of this battle will witness bloodshed and loss of life. These are unavoidable. Only through the baptism of death and blood can a force ascend to true prominence. Onward, Lin Chang'e rode atop a horned beast, leading the charge at the forefront. Following him, 3,000 armored guards and numerous Lin family members formed ranks, commencing their march along the muddy path towards Sichuan city. At the rear of the procession, various supply caravans and logistical personnel trailed behind. The ferocious giant tiger, tamed by Lin Xie the night before, remained in Xiao Town. It had advanced to the early stages of the refined skin realm, officially joining the ranks of demonic beasts. The absolute spirit powder within it had been countered with the antidote bestowed by Lin Xie, completely resolving its affliction. Now, it had forged a spirit beast contract with Lin Xie, becoming his spirit companion. With the Lin family deploying the majority of its forces to Sichuan city, it was most suitable for the tiger to guard Xiao Town, within 1,000 miles of Sichuan city, while those cultivation forces and ordinary factions dare not provoke the Lin family. The mountain bandits, rogues, and desperate individuals care not for such considerations. Should Xiao Town be too weak, they may very well plunder it, fleeing immediately after their spoils. Roar. Gazing at the departing Lin family forces, the ferocious giant tiger let out a roar, both rallying the Lin family and declaring to the surroundings that even if all guardians of Xiao Town were dispatched, it still remained. Possessing considerable intelligence, after breaking through to the early stages of the refined skin realm, it was nearly as wise as an ordinary man. Save for its inability to speak human words, the tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains, as if to rend the twilight asunder, startling insects and birds into flight, while myriad beasts lay in wait. Guard Xiao Town well, for this shall be your reward. Should you perform admirably upon my return, there shall be ample rewards. At that moment, Lin Xie appeared behind the ferocious giant tiger. Patting its head, he produced a shard of spirit stone and offered it to its maw. With the spirit stone shard clutched in its jaws, the once imposing ferocious giant tiger immediately lay down, transforming into a docile black cat, allowing Lin Xie to caress it. Its eyes shimmered with submission and affection. As it wagged its tail eagerly at Lin Xie, A single shard of spirit stone was sufficient to propel it forward, breaking into the mid-stages of the refined skin realm. Moreover, Lin Xia promised that as long as it safeguarded Xiao Town, upon his return, it would receive further rewards. With one or two more shards of spirit stone, it even held the potential to ascend to refined skin perfection within 6 months. Observing the ferocious giant tiger, Lin Xia offered a few words of encouragement before his form transformed into a flurry of afterimages, vanishing into the twilight's glow. Lin Xia held the creature in high regard and was willing to expend resources to bolster its strength. For once the spirit beast contract was established, the ferocious giant tiger was bound to loyalty. A spirit beast that recognizes its master and binds through the contract is fated to share its destiny. Should the master perish, so too shall the spirit beast. After departing Qiao Town, Lin Xia arrived at Zichuan City within a day. However, he did not plunge into the city alone but rather established a cave within a mountain range. Patiently awaiting the arrival of the Lin family forces, Lin Xia sought to utilize this battle to temper his kin and lay the groundwork for the Lin family. Naturally, he, as the ancestor, would facilitate this endeavor. Although this approach would inevitably result in some losses for the Lin family, after a century of peaceful development, it was indeed time to confront the external adversities. On the vast earth, any top-tier power must undergo the baptism of blood before rising. Lin Xia sat cross-legged in the temporarily established cave, producing a shard of spirit stone to resume his cultivation. The Lin family forces would require at least 3 days to reach Zichuan City. During this time, Lin Xia aimed to further elevate his prowess. 3 days may not suffice to break through to the late stages of the refined internal realm, yet it would certainly enhance his strength. In the path of cultivation, every moment counts. Only thus may one witness the grand path and aspire to eternal life. As the sun and moon alternated, time flowed. While Lin Xia immersed himself in his training, the Lin family forces drew ever closer to Zichuan City. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away, a city built on the mountainside, with walls 10 zhang thick, stood quietly. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, this city resembled an ancient ferocious beast. Exuding an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura, this city was none other than Qianyanshan, the stronghold of the Song family. Upon receiving the Zhao family's distress signal, the head of the Song family wasted no time, summoning all senior members of the clan that very night to discuss and deliberate on the matter. The ancestral elder of the Zhao family had indeed rendered him a favor, and the conditions proposed by the Zhao family were exceedingly enticing. Should the Song family be willing to intervene, the Zhao family would willingly submit and offer the entirety of their accumulated resources. Furthermore, the former territory of the Zhao family within Zificheng could be entirely ceded to the Song family. Although accepting these terms might embroil the Song family in a power struggle, the Song family had never shied away from challenges throughout its storied lineage. Faced with such a sumptuous opportunity, the head of the Song family was naturally inclined to partake. However, in determining the specific course of action, he must convene the senior members for a vote. Within the Song family, numerous factions existed. Even the head of the family could not act unilaterally. Many significant matters concerning the clan required deliberation and voting among the various factions to decide whether to proceed. Chapter 29. The 4 major factions and internal fractures in the opulent and imposing conference chamber of the Song family. Numerous high-ranking members sat on either side. Upon hearing that the head of the Song family intended to send personnel to Zichuan City to accept the Zhao family's request, several members expressed their dissent. Patriarch, I believe this matter requires careful consideration. The Zhao family possesses dozens of cultivators, including those at the pinnacle of the refined internal realm, yet they are still unable to withstand the Lin family. Clearly, the depth of the Lin family's resources is formidable, particularly in light of recent movements from the Su family. This tumultuous period is not an opportune moment for us to meddle in the Zhao family's affairs. The speaker was a tall, slender elder clad in a purple robe. The aura emanating from the elder signified his status as a late-stage refined internal realm cultivator, pressuring the many high-ranking members of the Song family at lower levels of cultivation to struggle for breath. His every word and action exuded an air of authority and dominance, as though he were a humanoid ferocious beast capable of instilling fear in any who beheld him. This elder was none other than Song Sanhe, the third elder of the Song family. Within the Song family, there existed 4 distinct factions. The faction represented by the head of the Song family was the most powerful among them. Behind Song Sanha also stood a significant faction. In addition to Song Sanha, both the first and second elders possessed their own respective factions. These 4 factions have long engaged in overt and covert struggles, each vying for control over the entirety of the Song family. Thus, despite appearing prosperous, the Song family's internal divisions ran deep. This division was exacerbated by the recent demise of the family's elder, resulting in a precarious balance of power among the factions. Despite the head of the Song family's desire to mend these fractures, he found himself perpetually powerless to do so. The faction behind him was indeed the strongest, yet it was only marginally superior to the other 3 factions. Unable to impose total dominance, as soon as Song Sanha finished speaking, members of the Song family aligned with his faction promptly voiced their agreement. I too oppose interfering in the Zhao family's affairs. The Lin family has driven Zhao Long to the brink. Even if their resources do not surpass those of our Song family, they certainly possess the means to resist. Moreover, given our Song family circumstances, governing a territory spanning 2,000 miles, encompassing 3 cities with populations exceeding 10,000, is already our limit. Were it not for the Su family lurking nearby, eyeing us with malicious intent, we could undoubtedly expand at will. Yet the Su family has recently been mobilizing, clearly preparing to strike at our Song family. Upon hearing the chorus of opposition within the conference chamber, the head of the Song family maintained a calm facade. Though a tempest of fury brewed within, the threat posed by the Su family, along with the dissent voiced by the third elder, stemmed from the impending clan leader election. If I successfully acquire the heritage and influence of the Zhaojia of Sichuan City, the election for the next head of the Song family will undoubtedly result in my victory. Such an outcome is something the third elder of the Song family, as well as the other factions, are loath to witness. In the face of intentional obstruction from various factions, the senior members aligned with the Song family leader began to voice their support, asserting that the third elder's concerns were unwarranted. Preserving the Zhaojia's legacy and seizing their accumulated resources is merely a trivial matter for my Song family. Whether it is the Zhaojia or the Linjia, who would dare to defy the overwhelming strength of the Song family? As for the Sujia, for years, they have been restless, yet a mere Su family lacks the qualifications to contend with my Song family. Bang. Just as a senior member aligned with the Song family leader was speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by the second elder of the Song family. The second elder, a robust figure with muscles gleaming like bronze, exuded the fierce aura characteristic of a late-stage Lianzong practitioner. Enough! I, Song Huaixin, firmly oppose the notion of heading to Sichuan City to safeguard the Zhaojia's legacy. Though my Song family is powerful, as the ancient adage goes, those who seek conflict shall perish. We have not thoroughly investigated the Lin family's intelligence. Rashly advancing to Sichuan City will inevitably invite calamity. The second elder's words were harsh, showing no regard for the Song family leader's authority. The faction led by the elder did not choose to support the family leader nor directly oppose him, instead remaining quietly on the sidelines, watching the unfolding drama. Observing this scene, the Song family leader, after a brief silence, could no longer contain his fury. An aura of Lianzong perfection erupted from him, sweeping across the Song family council hall. In an instant, the previously boisterous hall fell into a profound silence. Silence. I am still the head of the Song family. As long as I remain in this position, the affairs of the Song family shall be decided by me. The Zhaojia's accumulated resources and the vast territory surrounding Sichuan City must belong to my Song family. This matter is thus resolved. Should anyone object, they will be treated as traitors. The Song family leader's countenance was stern, his voice resonating with an unassailable determination. However, the other 3 factions within the Song family seemed unfazed by this declaration, especially the second elder, who, after casting a glance at the family leader, turned and strode out of the council hall without a shred of respect. Following the departure of the second elder, members of his faction gradually exited as well. I hope the leader finds success. May you not ruin this matter and bring shame upon our Song family. The third elder of the Song family remarked with a mocking smile. Shortly thereafter, he too departed the council hall along with his faction. Age is catching up with me. I feel weary at this late hour. "It is time for me to take my leave," the first elder of the Song family lazily declared, supported by members of his faction as he ambled away. Just as he was about to exit the hall, he suddenly halted, turning to the Song family leader with a meaningful gaze. "This position of head is not so easily secured." Hearty laughter followed as the senior members of the three factions gradually vacated the premises, leaving 3/4 of the seats in the Song family council hall empty. Surveying the vacant tables and chairs, the Song family leader felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he managed to suppress his emotions and calmly stated, "Sichuan City must be seized. If we can conquer Sichuan City, leveraging the Zhaojia's resources and the myriad assets within 1,000 miles, our faction's power will undoubtedly surge." Chapter 30. Entering Sichuan City. The path to ascendancy. Elder 5, Elder 7. "I implore you to make the journey," the Song family leader urged, directing his gaze towards two middle-aged men with graying hair. These two men were none other than the 5th and 7th elders of the Song family. Given that this family had once produced Yuling practitioners, the number of Lianzong practitioners within the Song family was considerable. In fact, the faction backing the Song family leader alone boasted 4 Lianzong practitioners, while the entire Song family had surpassed 10. Had it not been for the internal strife plaguing the Song family over the years, their sphere of influence would certainly extend far beyond 2,000 miles. In fact, their territory has been continuously shrinking, increasingly encroached upon by rival factions. Just a few years ago, when the Song family was still under the protection of a Yunling ancestor, their influence reached a staggering 4,000 miles. Since the demise of their Yunling patriarch, the situation for the Song family has grown increasingly dire. If they cannot swiftly consolidate their power and curb the fragmentation caused by various factions, the future of the Song family is at risk of splintering or even facing annihilation. The Song family leader understood their precarious position, as did the various factions. Yet none were willing to yield or relinquish their grasp on power and interests. Such is the nature of human ambition. "Yes, leader." Upon hearing the Song family leader's command, the 5th and 7th elders did not hesitate, immediately mounting the ferocious beasts raised by the Song family and hastening towards Sichuan City under the cover of night. Meanwhile, outside Sichuan City, a vast and imposing force had already arrived. The banners of the Lin family fluttered prominently within the ranks. Leading the charge was Lin Chang'e, sword in hand, gazing intently at Sichuan City, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Behind him, numerous Lin family members and elite guards displayed expressions of exhilaration. Once they breached Sichuan City, the Lin family would supplant the Zhaojia, establishing themselves as the new dominant power. Upon their establishment within Sichuan City, they would reap the lion's share of the benefits. Charge! Lin Chang'e brandished his sword as he mounted his horned beast, spearheading the assault towards the city gate. Boom! Witnessing their leader initiate the charge, throngs of Lin family members and 3,000 elite guards sprang into action. Siege hammers and scaling ladders were swiftly erected, while catapults began loading massive boulders. Thud! Boulders soared across the sky, arrows pierced the clouds. This siege, though only involving a few thousand participants, was still a breathtaking spectacle. Not far from Sichuan City, Lin Xie clutched the Sansai formation flag, refraining from engaging. After all, Lin Chang'e had declared that he intended to use this battle to forge the foundation of the Lin family, to shape its very essence, and to ensure that the younger generation would grow through the crucible of life and death. As the siege began, urgent bells rang out within Sichuan City. In the days preceding the Lin family's arrival, the Zhaojia had stabilized the situation within the city and had even recruited several thousand temporary guards. Normally, the attacking force would require at least several times, if not dozens of times, the number of guards to capture a city. However, the Zhaojia's defending guards were hastily conscripted, most of whom had not undergone any training and were filled with terror at the thought of the Lin family. As they witnessed their comrades fall beside them, chaos erupted among the defenders atop the city walls. Cries of despair echoed as some attempted to flee. "No. I want to go home. I don't want to die. Help me. Save me, ah." In the midst of this turmoil, the remaining few hundred guards from the Zhaojia transformed into a disciplined force. They brandished steel whips and long blades, ruthlessly slaughtering those who dared to escape. Blood splattered and smoke filled the air. The city gates of Sichuan were on the verge of collapse, teetering on the brink of being breached. Hold firm. Everyone, hold the line. Those who dare to retreat will face death without mercy. If the gates fall, should the Lin family breach Sichuan City, none of you will survive. Not only will you lose your lives, but your wives and daughters will be violated, and your brothers and sons will be slaughtered. Only by holding back the Lin family can we hope for survival until the Song family's reinforcements arrive. A Zhaojia guard captain bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage, his face contorted in fury. He threatened any who dared to falter. Outside Sichuan City, the Lin family suffered significant losses as well. Their 3,000 elite guards had also received little training. However, compared to the defenders within Sichuan City, the morale of the Lin family's guards was exceptionally high. They fought with increasing fervor, driven by the knowledge that even if they died here, their families would be treated well by the Lin family. As for injuries, they feared them not. The more grievous their wounds, the greater the rewards they would receive upon entering Sichuan City. Send 2 warriors with me. Let us storm the city walls, observing the gates remain unbreached. A Lin family elder clad in armor, his face adorned with stubble, grew anxious. If this stalemate continues, even if we breach Sichuan City, the Lin family will inevitably suffer tremendous losses. I shall go. Count me in. Provide cover with the catapults. Prepare the scaling ladders. 2 Lin family guards, trained in martial arts, stepped forward. They exchanged determined glances, their eyes betraying a ruthless resolve. They charged towards the city walls, knowing full well that it was akin to courting death. Yet, it was also an opportunity to earn merit. This journey is destined to be fraught with peril, yet should one return, it is assured that they shall achieve great success and acclaim, with determination. The 2 followed the elder of the Lin family, directly ascending the cloud ladder. The survival and advancement of a power are perpetually reliant on external conflict. Bloodshed, injury, and sacrifice are all in service of the family legacy. Only when the family flourishes can it protect its members, enabling more of its kin to avoid bloodshed, injury, and sacrifice. An elder of the Lin family, pierced by 3 arrows in his dying moments, did not forget to impart wisdom to the younger generation. He epitomized the harsh realities of the world with his life, using death to convey to the Lin descendants the essence of power struggles and the battle for survival. I in the distance. Witnessing fellow clansmen fall, even the steely-hearted Lin Xie found himself tempted to join the fray several times. Yet, each time he approached the battlefield, Lin Chang'e shook his head in refusal, for the entire family to embark on a genuine rise. They could not rely solely on the old ancestor, Lin Xie. The Lin family had enjoyed peace for too long. Sacrifice and bloodshed were necessary to instill in all members the harshness of survival. On the path to ascendance, without blood and fire, the clansmen would gradually lose their sense of self, particularly the younger generation, who might easily devolve into debauched science. Such a rise is destined to be short-lived. Chapter 31. Breaching the city, exposing the Song family. The siege continued to stagnate. Occasionally, Lin family warriors, utilizing the cloud ladder, would reach the walls of Sichuan City. However, the Zhao family did not remain idle. Although the Zhao family's defenders were compelled to fight, they were, after all, the guardians of the city. With the disparity in numbers being minimal, the defenders clearly held the advantage. After a brief chaos, the Zhao family's defenders began to stabilize the situation. Outside Sichuan City, numerous cultivation families observed the unfolding events from afar. These cultivation families did not assist the Lin family in their siege. Although they were prepared to submit to the Lin family, they were reluctant to expend their own warriors. After all, even if they aided the Lin family in breaching Sichuan City, they would gain little benefit. Where is the ancestor, the venerable elder of the Lin family? If he were to intervene, in the blink of an eye, the Lin family would surely storm into Sichuan City. Within the ranks of the Bai family from Taiyin Town, a refining skin-level cultivator gazed at Sichuan City. A look of confusion etched across his face. This middle-aged man, clad in a crimson robe, though short and stout, emanated an astonishing aura. This man was none other than Bai Youfu, the ancestor of the Bai family. His cultivation was no trifling matter. He had attained the pinnacle of refining bone, merely a step away from breaking through to their refining internal organs level. It was precisely because of his presence that the Bai family could develop independently while withstanding the pressures from the Zhao family within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. Even the flourishing Zhao family did not dare to underestimate the refining bone level. Had Lin Xie departed from Luoxia sect with the full mastery of refining bone, the Zhao family would have never dared to set their sights on Qiaotown. Leading their forces, the Bai family arrived grandly at the outskirts of Sichuan City, not only to gauge the depth of the Lin family's resources, but also to extend a gesture of goodwill. As for submitting to the Lin family, the Bai family had no such intentions. They were unwilling to bow to any power, desiring only to develop discreetly in Taiyin Town and pass on their family legacy. Merely being the Bai family, it was undoubtedly challenging to maintain their previous independence in the face of the Lin family's burgeoning might. However, behind the Bai family stood the Su family, the Zhou family, and several other cultivation powers, all of whom were equally disinclined to submit to any other force. The three factions led by the Bai, Su, and Zhou families had always been allies. They mutually defended one another, each possessing a refining bone-level ancestor, and even the once mighty Zhao family lacked the capability to swallow them whole, of course. The three families had not always maintained an adversarial relationship with the Zhao family. Rather, they had leaned towards coexistence and collaboration. Within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, as long as they did not infringe upon the fundamental interests of the three families, they were willing to heed the Zhao family's commands. Now, with the Lin family poised to enter Sichuan City and supplant the Zhao family's dominance, the three families and other cultivation powers wished to preserve the existing balance. The Lin family's ambitions were undoubtedly significant. The Bai ancestor closed his eyes, his mind swirling with thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he slowly responded to their refining skin-level cultivator. As he spoke, a look of concern flickered in his gaze. He perceived the situation with clarity. The Lin family was tempering its members through war. They were forging the foundation of their clan through conflict. This battle would exact a tremendous toll from the Lin family. However, once it concluded, it was likely that remarkable individuals would emerge among the younger generation of the Lin family. War and the specter of death could reshape a power and transform many lives. Lin Chang'e is formidable. The Bai ancestor murmured to himself, casting a glance at the current patriarch of the Bai family, a sigh escaping him in comparison to Lin Chang'e. The patriarch he had personally chosen, though competent, lacked the vision and fortitude of Lin Chang'e. Moreover, Lin Chang'e had the backing of an increasingly enigmatic elder of the Lin family. With this thought, Bai Yufu found his mind adrift. He sensed that the Lin family's rise was already an unstoppable force. In the face of the ascending Lin family, even if the three families and those cultivation powers banded together, they would likely be insufficient to withstand the tide. Thunderous roars, amidst the desolate autumn winds. Dark clouds gathered from the west, shrouding the sky and creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Beneath Sichuan City, shattered swords lay strewn about, severed limbs scattered, and the crimson blood resembled flaming embers, blanketing the earth and narrating the brutality of war. In merely a quarter of an hour, the Lin family had already suffered the loss of half its members and a third of its warriors. Even Lin Chang'e, at that moment, bore numerous wounds. The morale of the Zhao family's defenders on the city walls had utterly collapsed. No matter how the Zhao family's commanders threatened or slaughtered, they could not avert the impending rout. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike of the siege hammer against the city gate resonated with a heavy, muffled sound. Many positions on the walls of Sichuan City had been seized by the Lin family warriors. On the walls, the Lin family banners began to rise slowly. The wind howled, and the clouds surged. The last rays of the setting sun seemed to reflect the Zhao family's desperate struggle for survival. With another quarter of an hour passing, accompanied by a tremendous crash, the gates of Sichuan City were forcefully breached. In that instant, the morale of all Zhao family defenders shattered completely. Some cried out in despair, while others attempted to flee. Even the Zhao family's commanders were thrown into disarray. Though they held positions of power within the Zhao family, each enjoying privileges above others, their earlier disregard for life turned to fear and cowardice when faced with death. "Don't kill me. I surrender, I surrender." One of the Zhao family's commanders knelt, repeatedly bowing his head towards the Lin family forces, his corpulent body quaking, his face jiggling comically. Unfortunately, The only response awaiting him was a sharp blade. Those who served the Zhao family would be met with no mercy. The Zhao family, young and old alike, would not be spared. As for the ordinary residents within the city, as long as they had no ties to the Zhao family, they would not face indiscriminate slaughter. Lin Chang'e, atop his horned beast, surveyed the Lin family members and the numerous warriors behind him, issuing commands. At this moment, within the Zhao family residence, the remaining forces and several cultivators could no longer sit idly by. The Zhao family patriarch emerged from the estate, glaring at the Lin family forces within Sichuan City, unleashing threats and fury. Do you Lin family intend to annihilate us completely? I have already sent word to the Song family of Qinyan City. If you dare to continue your assault, do you not fear the wrath of the Song family? As he spoke, the Zhao family patriarch furtively scanned his surroundings, refraining from attacking the Lin family forces while searching for Lin Shiye's whereabouts. He understood that Lin Shiye was the key to everything. If he sought to escape, not even thousands of Lin family warriors or tens of thousands of mortals could impede him. The chasm between immortals and mortals was insurmountable. But that was contingent on Lin Shiye not taking action against him. As for the Song family, that was merely a pretext to intimidate the Lin family. Whether the Song family would intervene, and if they were willing, when they could arrive in Sichuan City, the Zhao family patriarch had no certainty. Chapter 32. Vast Wealth. The accumulation of the Zhao family. After the Zhao family patriarch invoked the name of the Song family, many Lin family members furrowed their brows. The Song family's reputation echoed far and wide. Perhaps in the entirety of Huai Mountain County, the Song family was merely an inconspicuous minor force, but within a 10,000-mile radius of Qinyan City, there were only a few powers capable of genuinely contending with the Song family. Even if the Song family's internal strife was severe and their influence waned, their foundational strength remained formidable. Even a cultivator who had just broken through to the early stage of concealing spirit would have to weigh their own capabilities when confronting the Song family alone. After all, no one knew how many trump cards the Song family concealed. Seeing that he had intimidated many Lin family members, the Zhao family patriarch let out a sigh of relief. For him, the current situation required him to buy as much time as possible. However, in the next moment, a fleeting shadow suddenly soared over the towering walls of Sichuan City, like a meteor piercing through the dark clouds, stirring up a tempestuous wind as it swiftly descended before the Zhao family patriarch. Kill. Leave none alive. The lingering shadow emitted an aged voice, and immediately after, with a casual wave of its hand, it reduced the body of the Zhao clan leader to a mist of blood. As a cultivator at the bone refinement stage, the Zhao clan leader perished on the spot. When the blood mist dissipated, numerous members of the Lin family, along with those of the Zhao family, stood frozen in shock. The assailant was none other than Lin Shiye. Witnessing their ancestors' unrestrained ruthlessness, many of the Lin clan members couldn't help but smile wryly within their hearts. However, they swiftly came to terms with the situation. The relationship between the Zhao family and the Song family was not particularly close. Even if the Song family were willing to intervene, they would not risk their standing with the Lin family for the sake of a Zhao family on the brink of annihilation. Devoid of any worth, nevertheless, it was entirely possible that the Song family, under the pretense of protecting the Zhao family, would send representatives to Sichuan City to vie for interests against the Lin family. Attack. Following Lin Shiye's assault on the Zhao family's cultivators, the various members of the Lin family, as well as their armored guards, began to wield their blades with fervor. The remaining Zhao family cultivators, disregarding the lives of their kin, turned to flee towards the outskirts of Sichuan City. They lacked the courage to confront Lin Shiye. The disparity in strength between the skin refinement stage and the organs refinement stage was akin to that between a lion and a mouse. Even if they fought with all their might, they could inflict not even a scratch on Lin Shiye. Spare me. I am willing to serve the Lin family as a slave for eternity. I wish to join the Lin family. Please, I beg you, spare my child. Damn it. You all deserve to die. The entirety of Sichuan City descended into chaos before the Lin family's armored guards, wielding steel blades. The Zhao clan members fell like wild grass, ruthlessly harvested. Sighing, a young man from the Lin family, clad in a long robe and exuding an air of scholarly grace, surveyed the surroundings, a trace of compassion flickering across his face. "What? Are you feeling reluctant?" At this moment, Lin Xie had already eliminated all of the Zhao family's cultivators. Observing the youth's demeanor, a faint smile appeared on Lin Xie's face as he spoke in a calm tone. "Ancestor." Hearing Lin Xie's voice, the youth promptly regained his composure and hastily bowed in greeting. "There's no need to be anxious." Noticing the unease etched on the youth's face, Lin Xie casually waved his hand, slightly shaking his head. Compassion and pity are not inherently negative traits, but you must remember, showing mercy and compassion to your enemies is the greatest cruelty to your kin and your clan. If you doubt this, look closely. Observe the women and children of the Zhao family. Look into their eyes. At this moment, what fills them is not just fear, but also anger. It is madness. My Lin family has seized their city, usurped the Zhao family's dominance, plundered all they held dear, and slain their loved ones and kin. Such deep-seated enmity can only be eradicated by rooting it out completely. You must understand, my Lin family's endurance to this day is not founded upon so-called mercy. The foundation of any power is built upon the bones of its enemies. Mercy, compassion, and justice are but a beautiful facade to conceal the harshness of reality. Lin Xie's voice reverberated, striking the youth's ears like a thunderclap, sharpening his understanding of the world. Should the Zhao family emerge victorious in this conflict, the fate of my Lin family would be no different, perhaps even worse. My Lin family eradicates our enemies completely, yet we never humiliate women and children, nor do we brutally slaughter our foes. For the sake of our family's interests, my Lin family must see them perish, but we will afford our adversaries their dignity, ensuring that no further innocents are entangled in our strife. As Lin Xie concluded, his words echoed throughout Sichuan City. His earlier statements served to educate the younger generation, while his later remarks aimed to soothe the hearts of the city's inhabitants. Undoubtedly, what Lin Xie said held true. In contrast to the Zhao family, my Lin family, upon entering the city, neither massacred nor pillaged indiscriminately. All actions were directed solely at the Zhao family and its vassals. Such conduct quickly restored order to Sichuan City, which had been teetering on the brink of chaos. For a power to thrive, it must wield the sword while also uniting the hearts of the people, stabilizing the local order. The Lin family is not to be underestimated. Let us proceed. My Su family shall enter the city now. Remember, once inside, do not wander aimlessly, do not loot, and do not disrupt the order within the city. Anyone who dares to defy this will be treated as a traitor to the family. Outside Sichuan City, the elder of the Su family, leaning on his staff, gazed deeply, having been acutely aware of all that transpired within the city. Upon witnessing the Lin family's establishment in Sichuan City and their swift stabilization of order, he personally issued commands to lead the Su family's contingent into the city. Seeing the Su family's movement, the Zhou family, by family, and various smaller cultivation factions followed suit, entering Sichuan City one after another. Within Sichuan City, Lin Chang'e, accompanied by the armored guards, began to tally the Zhao family's treasury and accumulated resources. The Zhao family's heritage spanned nearly 4 centuries. During this time, the wealth amassed by the Zhao family far exceeded that of the Lin family by 100-fold. The various gold ingots and silver bars within the Zhao family's treasury alone could fill hundreds of horse-drawn carts. Even the precious herbs and fragments of spirit stones accumulated in the Zhao family's treasury, though not abundant, would suffice for Lin Xie to utilize for a considerable duration. Ancestor, with this wealth, my Lin family could easily forge an elite force of 50,000 armored guards. With this, the overall strength of my Lin family could increase by hundreds of times. Lin Chang'e's face brimmed with excitement as he gazed upon the Zhao family's vast riches. His composure was commendable. Yet before the immense accumulation of the Zhao family, he found it hard to restrain his inner exhilaration. Chapter 33. Within 1,000 miles, the Lin family reigns supreme indeed. As for this secular wealth, I shall take half, and you may arrange the rest as you see fit. Faced with the various secular riches, Lin Xie remained tranquil, not stirred in the slightest. Secular wealth, like cultivation resources, was merely a consumable for him to enhance his strength. What cultivators truly valued was their own prowess. Without ascension, all else is mere illusion. Yes, Ancestor. After Lin Xie spoke, Lin Chang'e dared not refuse, promptly responding with respect, even if their ancestor took half of the Zhao family's resources. The remaining wealth would still propel the Lin family into rapid development. Furthermore, the true treasure within the Zhao family's accumulated wealth lay not in the gold and silver. The real asset that would enable the Lin family to rise continuously, step by step, towards greatness was the extensive influence spanning 1,000 miles around Sichuan City. Thud, thud, thud. While the Lin family busied themselves with maintaining order in Sichuan City and hunting down the remnants of the Zhao family, the Bai family, leading other factions, had already entered the city. I, Bai Yufu, represent the Bai family, here to congratulate the Lin family on their arrival in Sichuan City. May we, from this day forth, the Bai family, Zhou family, Su family, and all other factions, forge everlasting bonds with the Lin family, together maintaining order within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. The elder of the Bai family, seated in his palanquin, spoke in a calm tone to Lin Chang'e. Behind him, the elders of the Zhou and Su families, along with leaders of smaller factions, began to offer their congratulations to the Lin family, proclaiming, "Congratulations to the Lin family on their establishment in Sichuan City." Hearing the accolades from various factions, Lin Chang'e's brow furrowed slightly. The ostentatious gathering of these factions evidently aimed to challenge the Lin family. They were declaring that even though the Lin family had replaced the Zhao family, they need not expect submission from them. Throughout the past century, these factions had huddled together for warmth, and even the Zhao family had not dared to act rashly. For the Bai family, Su family, and Zhou family all had their own elders at the bone refinement stage. Together with those smaller factions, they could muster nearly 20 cultivators. Coupled with the armored forces backing these factions, even the Zhao family would have to pay a hefty price to swallow them whole. Originally, the Zhao family had planned to seize Qiao Town first, and then swiftly eliminate the Bai family, ultimately gaining complete control over Sichuan City and its surrounding areas. The Zhao family's legacy, enduring for 4 centuries, had amassed strength surpassing any historical period. Had they not encountered the rise of the Lin family, they would have swept through Sichuan City and extended their influence far beyond. After all, within the Zhao family, while there were indeed internal conflicts, they had not descended into the kind of rift seen in the Song family. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world are ever-changing. Before the Zhao family could rise, they were entirely supplanted by the Lin family. In the face of the Zhao family's impending doom, the clan leader made various attempts to preserve the Zhao family's legacy or at least safeguard his own life. Yet, in the end, all his efforts proved futile. Even the Song family, whom he had hoped would come to his aid, failed to arrive in time at Sichuan City. It could only be said that the fate of the clan was sealed. Clang! Just as the Bai family and other factions sought to intimidate the Lin family, a beam of sword light suddenly pierced the void. As the sword light descended, the heavens were stained crimson, and a head rolled onto the ground. Throughout the 1,000 miles surrounding Sichuan City, only the Lin family held dominion. To maintain order alongside my Lin family? Do you even deserve it? The one wielding the sword was none other than Lin Xie. Beneath the shroud of dark clouds, his white hair danced wildly, and his gray robe billowed. Empowered by the formidable might of the organ's refinement stage, even wielding a mere iron sword, he effortlessly severed the head of the Bai family elder. As they beheld Lin Xie's sudden onslaught, the elders of the Zhou and Su families were struck with horror. They had never anticipated that Lin Xie, without a hint of hesitation, would act so decisively. They once dared to challenge the Zhao family, and now they boldly confront the Lin family, not out of foolishness, but because they possess hidden cards. Each of the 3 families holds a low-grade 5 Thunder Talisman. Although it is of lesser grade, if detonated, even a spirit cultivator would suffer injuries. Senior Lin, what do you mean by this? Even though you are a venerable figure of the refining corpse realm, you must provide our 3 families with an explanation for today's events. The voice of the Zhou family patriarch echoed solemnly as he summoned a talisman enveloped in lightning, exuding an aura of danger, seemingly poised to strike Lin Xie at any moment. The Su family patriarch similarly brandished a 5 Thunder Talisman, his gaze cold and fixed on Lin Xie. Faced with these 2 5 Thunder Talismans, Lin Xie felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the Lin family must eradicate these 3 clans and any forces that refuse to submit. Just moments ago, through a surprise attack, Lin Xia had already dispatched a patriarch of the Bai family and seized the 5 Thunder Talisman from him, significantly alleviating his pressure. The inherent strength of the 3 patriarchs posed no real threat to Lin Xia. As long as he could evade the 5 Thunder Talismans, there would no longer be any power within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City that could threaten the Lin family. Nevertheless, while Lin Xia harbored some wariness toward the 2 5 Thunder Talismans, he was not without countermeasures. Had he not felt confident, he would not have directly confronted the 3 families. The fundamental reason the Zhao family could not resolve the issue with the 3 clans was their fear of loss, compounded by the absence of offensive spirit-level treasures in the hands of their patriarch. Otherwise, even with the 3 families possessing low-grade 5 Thunder Talismans, they would have been uprooted long ago. Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation. Lin Xia fixed his gaze on the Zhou family patriarch and the Su family patriarch, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Just as the 2 patriarchs believed Lin Xia might choose to compromise upon seeing the 5 Thunder Talismans, he suddenly summoned a formation flag. After expending several fragments of spirit stones, the flag erupted with elemental power. In an instant, a 50-meter radius around the flag was enveloped. The powers of gold, wood, and fire coalesced into lethal swords, descending upon the heads of the 2 patriarchs. The 2 patriarchs were instantly thrown into disarray, completely unprepared for Lin Xia to possess a spirit-level treasure capable of area attacks. Trapped within the 3 Talents formation flag, the Su family patriarch was the first to activate the 5 Thunder Talismans, attempting to shatter the 3 Talents formation flag. However, being merely a low-grade talisman, it was utterly incapable of disturbing the 3 Talents formation flag. As for using the 5 Thunder Talismans to attack Lin Xia, that was even less feasible. After activating the 3 Talents formation flag, Lin Xia summoned the Earth River shield obtained from the Zhao family patriarch to protect his own body. Under the combined offense and defense of 2 spirit-level treasures, the low-grade 5 Thunder Talismans in the hands of the Zhou and Su family patriarchs posed no genuine threat to Lin Xia. Chapter 34. In this world, there are only the strong and the weak as time trickled by within the confines of the 3 Talents formation flag. The hidden cards of the Zhou and Su family patriarchs were utterly exhausted. Finally, a barrage of swords forged from golden elements pierced the chest of the Su family patriarch. As he sensed the ebbing of life, terror filled his face. In this moment, he was gripped by profound regret. Over the years, his dealings with the Zhao family, coupled with the possession of the low-grade 5 Thunder Talismans, had inflated his ego. Had he chosen to submit to the Lin family earlier, he could have preserved his life. The saying goes that those who are small should not provoke the strong. To be disrespectful and insult a powerful neighbor can lead to ruin in this final moment of his life. The Su family patriarch awakened to the truth, but it was far too late. I am unwilling. I refuse. The Zhou family patriarch let out a final roar of fury, his body slowly collapsing. Soon after, his corpse was gradually reduced to ashes by the fire elements within the 3 Talents formation flag. Patriarch. Upon witnessing their patriarch's demise, the Su family's forces erupted into chaos. Those lesser factions that had followed the 3 families, upon witnessing Lin Xia's prowess, were filled with terror, trembling in fear. The Su family patriarch and the Bai family patriarch had both perished. The remaining Zhou family patriarch was merely struggling for breath, likely to meet his end within the 3 Talents formation flag in but a few moments. The downfall of the 3 families had become a foregone conclusion. I am willing to submit. Senior Lin, spare my life. Gazing at the disintegrated remains of the Su family patriarch, the Zhou family patriarch's heart shattered completely. In contrast to the Su family patriarch, upon realizing the overwhelming tide had turned against him, he instantly cast aside all dignity, kneeling within the 3 Talents formation flag. I am willing to follow Senior Lin, to become your servant, forever obeying your commands. All the resources of my Zhou family, all our territories, including every member of the Zhou clan, shall become the servants of Senior Lin and the entire Lin family. I beseech you, Senior Lin, to show mercy and forgive my ignorance and transgressions. Go demonstrate my sincerity. I humbly offer this low-grade 5 Thunder Talisman to you. The Zhou family patriarch's voice was sincere and subservient. as he even cast the low-grade 5 Thunder Talisman out of the 3 Talents formation flag. In the realm of cultivation, only the living hold hope, even if it means temporarily bowing low, even if it requires abandoning all dignity in this moment to preserve his life. He would have the chance to rise again. Having lived for a century, the Zhou family patriarch had gained profound insights into many matters. He prostrated himself on the ground, utterly indifferent to notions of face. Deep within his heart, there was neither hatred towards Lin Xie nor animosity towards the Lin family. In this brutal world of cultivation, hatred and anger signify cowardice. Any rivalry, if lost, signifies defeat. Today, he chose to submit, merely biding his time. When fortune favored him again, he would not hesitate to strike down Lin Xie and annihilate the Lin family. Erasing today's humiliation, submission, you say? Upon witnessing the Zhou family patriarch's submission, Lin Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, then smoothly picked up the low-grade 5 Thunder Talisman offered by the Zhou family patriarch. After confronting the 3 patriarchs, Lin Xie's greatest gain was acquiring 2 low-grade 5 Thunder Talismans. If he were to enhance these 2 talismans with the Mirror of the Immortal, their power might escalate to the point of being able to slay a spirit cultivator. Lin Xie stored the low-grade 5 Thunder Talisman, his gaze landing on the Zhou family patriarch trapped within the 3 Talents formation flag. Previously, when the Zhou family patriarch wielded the 5 Thunder Talisman, Lin Xie could only confine him with the 3 Talents formation flag and gradually wear him down. Now that the 5 Thunder Talisman was in his possession, Lin Xie felt no trepidation toward the Zhou family patriarch whatsoever. Boom! Lin Xie stepped into the 3 Talents formation flag, slowly extending his hand as terrifying power coalesced, crashing down with a palm strike, instantly transforming the Zhou family patriarch's body into a mist of blood. The entire process transpired so swiftly that the Zhou family patriarch did not even have time to react. In truth, ever since he had offered the low-grade 5 Thunder Talisman, whether he relinquished his dignity or knelt in submission, he had been placing a gamble. He wagered that Lin Xie would accept his submission. Then he could preserve his life, trapped within the 3 Talents formation flag. Although Lin Xie was wary of the 5 Thunder Talismans and dared not approach him recklessly, facing the inevitable demise from the 3 Talents formation flag, he had merely a few breaths left before his fate was sealed. Alas, he lost the wager. Lin Xie had always been someone who would eradicate any potential threat, especially enemies like the Zhou family patriarch. Flee. Immediately flee. After Lin Xie obliterated the Zhou family patriarch, the leaders of the 3 families instantly recognized the peril and understood Lin Xie's decisiveness and ruthlessness. They organized portions of their forces to charge toward the Lin family, attempting to divert Lin Xie's attention and buy time. Simultaneously, they began to arrange for the retreat of key individuals. However, all was in vain. The armored forces of the Lin family, though not particularly formidable, were no match for Lin Xie, who alone could rival countless warriors. Lin Xie manipulated the 3 Talents formation flag, first ensnaring the cultivators of the 3 families, then transformed into a series of afterimages as he began to slaughter the forces of the 3 families. As for the lesser factions beyond the 3 families, Lin Xie did not pursue their complete annihilation. These smaller factions were feeble in resources and strength. Even if they were to band together and develop for a century, they would still lag far behind the current Lin family. If the Lin family was likened to a lion, those lesser forces were but a swarm of ants. The lion may fear hyenas and wolves, but it will never care for a multitude of ants. The slaughter lasted but a moment. The forces of the 3 families were utterly transformed into a swirling mist of blood at the hands of Lin Xie. Above the heavens, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. As torrential rain poured down, the streets of Sichuan City became awash with blood, the stench rising to the skies, as if the entire city were turning into a hellish inferno, a scene both bizarre and horrifying. Plop, plop, swish. The smaller factions that had followed the 3 families were completely stunned by this spectacle. Their leaders knelt before Lin Xie, weeping profusely in the rain, repeatedly bowing their heads. Lin Ancestor, we were wrong. We were bewitched, following the 3 families to Sichuan City. From now on, we are willing to submit to the Lin family, becoming the most loyal servants of the Lin family. Observing the leaders of these minor factions, Lin Xia paid no heed to their rhetoric. Concepts of loyalty and eternal servitude to the core of this world were but illusions. The only undeniable truths were strength and weakness. Chang'e, handle the remaining matters. Lin Xia held little interest in the fate of these small factions. The concluding tasks were best left to Lin Chang'e, the clan leader. Once everything was arranged, as Lin Xia turned to enter the Zhao family residence for cultivation and recuperation, two exceedingly powerful presences suddenly descended beyond Zhaochuan City. Chapter 35. Clash of forces. Interests. Above all, the source of these two formidable auras was two middle-aged men with graying hair, each wielding a black umbrella. They stood side by side, appearing to move slowly, yet with each step, they covered dozens of yards. These two middle-aged men were none other than the fifth and seventh elders of the Song family. The city was already adorned with banners of the Lin family, indicating that the Zhao family had been utterly vanquished. The seventh elder of the Song family, tall and thin with wrinkled skin, surveyed his surroundings with a detached tone, showing no concern for the fall of the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, the fifth elder, who was somewhat short and plump, nodded slightly. He stroked his graying beard and chuckled softly. It seems the Lin family possesses some strength. As they conversed, they had already stepped into Zhaochuan City. Although the Lin family's guards were stationed outside the city, in the presence of the two Song elders, even cultivators of the bone refinement stage could not hope to impede them. Inside the Zhao family residence, Lin Xia, preparing to depart, paused momentarily. Both Song elders were at the mid-stage of the internal refinement level. Furthermore, since entering Zhaochuan City, they had shown no intention of concealing their imposing aura. Lin Xia gazed at the two Song elders. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, he was not in peak condition. Yet he remained unfazed. In the contest of immortals, one must yield when necessary, but when faced with unavoidable circumstances, only courage and resolve could ensure survival. My fellow Taoists, what brings you to my Zhaochuan City? Lin Xia produced a shard of a spirit stone, attempting to restore his state while preparing for a potential confrontation. The two Song elders clearly bore ill intentions. However, Lin Xia refrained from openly confronting them and instead smiled as he engaged them in conversation. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, the seventh elder of the Song family slowly retracted his black umbrella. Standing in the rain, not a single drop fell upon him. Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Xia, which approached that of the late stage of internal refinement, he felt a hint of surprise. The Song family possessed considerable intelligence. According to their reports, the Lin family's ancestor was at most at the blood refinement level. But after a brief moment of astonishment, the seventh elder of the Song family quickly returned to composure. The Lin family's ability to annihilate the Zhao family, which had numerous cultivators and even a perfected internal refinement ancestor, indicated that their foundation was not trivial. With this in mind, the seventh elder of the Song family clasped his hands towards Lin Xia and spoke slowly. You must be Lin Xia, the ancestor of the Lin family? Please do not take offense, for we come on behalf of the entire Song family. The Zhao family in Zhaochuan City is an important ally of ours, and your destruction of the Zhao family and occupation of Zhaochuan City is a challenge to our bottom line. Of course, the Song family is known for its mercy. We can overlook the extermination of the Zhao family, but you must also know your limits. Within half a time's breath, I request that you and your Lin family leave Zhaochuan City at once. This city belongs to the Zhao family. Now that the Zhao family has been obliterated, it is only fitting that the Song family take over all matters concerning Zhaochuan City. The tone of the seventh elder was calm, yet it was laced with an unmistakable threat. Boom. As soon as the seventh elder finished speaking, a towering Lin elder, standing 9 feet tall, was filled with rage. He forcefully thrust a heavy sword into the ground, struggling to suppress his inner fury, and spoke in a deep voice to the seventh elder. Though your Song family is powerful, to presume to seize the territory that my Lin family has fought for with mere words is quite excessive. The Lin elder, while striving to control his emotions, felt helpless. The Song family of Yanqing was indeed too formidable. Anger surged within him at the thought of the sacrifices his kin had made during the Zhao family's invasion and the Lin family's establishment in Zhaochuan City. Now, all the fruits of victory were to be snatched away by the Song family. Surrounding the speaking Lin elder, numerous Lin family members and guards wore faces of indignation. Yet, all maintained restraint. Even the younger generation refrained from impulsiveness. Having experienced life and death trials, they had matured significantly. They understood that reckless fervor would only bring calamity upon their clan. Lin Chang'e and a few elder members of the Lin family turned to Lin Xie. How to handle the threat posed by the Song family ultimately rested on the ancestors' decision. Just then, in response to the Lin elder's frustrated inquiry, the seventh elder of the Song family suddenly extended his bony hand. Preparing to strike directly, his expression was icy, filled with disdain, and as he raised his hand, it appeared he intended to annihilate the Lin elder on the spot. You mere mortals have no right to speak here. How dare you question me, a being of higher stature? Truly seeking death. The seventh elder's speed was astonishing, disregarding Lin Xie's face entirely, transforming into a blur as he aimed to eradicate a Lin elder in plain sight. Faced with this abrupt shift, many Lin family members' expressions changed dramatically, filled with both fury and helplessness. Yet, against a cultivator, the anger of mere mortals seemed utterly futile. The actions of the seventh elder of the Song family were not born from arrogance or hubris. After decades of cultivation, he had become exceedingly calm and rational. His intention to strike was not only to test Lin Xie's limits, but also to send a warning to the Lin family. Meanwhile, the fifth elder of the Song family stood by like an astute observer, remaining silent. Despite his short and plump stature, he was no ordinary figure. He maintained his silence, prepared to step in as a mediator the moment tensions escalated or spiraled out of control. After all, their objective was merely to seize a portion of the spoils, not to wage war against the Lin family. In the realm of power dynamics, any coercion or servility ultimately boiled down to the word interest. Humph! In response to the seventh elder's probing and intimidation, Lin Xie wasted no words and decisively summoned the three talismans array flag, launching a counterattack. At this juncture, further dialogue was futile. Only strength and decisive action could truly intimidate their adversaries. However, Lin Xie was not reckless enough to directly slay the seventh elder of the Song family. Given the current foundation of the Lin family, completely antagonizing the Song family would be far too perilous. To contend with the Song family, the Lin family would need to bide their time and develop further. Therefore, in order to gain time, the Lin family would need to concede on the matter of Zhaochuan City. Yet, before conceding, they must first assert themselves. Only by daring to retreat and to fight could the Lin family secure greater benefits. The Lin family's acquisition of more benefits would also allow Lin Xie, as the ancestor, to enjoy more offerings. Chapter 36. Negotiation and development with a resounding whoosh. As the three talismans array flag was activated, the seventh and fifth elders of the Song family were instantly enveloped within its lethal range. Centered on the three talismans array flag, the elements of gold, wood, and fire descended within a 50-meter radius. The seventh elder of the Song family found himself ensnared by a vine composed of wood elements. Just as he attempted to break free, he was relentlessly assaulted by blades of gold elements and the scorching flames of fire elements. In an instant, even with his mid-stage internal refinement cultivation, he appeared utterly disheveled and in agony. The fifth elder of the Song family fared no better. His robes and hair were ignited by the fire elements, and his plump cheeks bore numerous cuts inflicted by the gold elements on my Lin family's territory. Who dares to harm my kin? What audacity do you two possess? Gazing at the lamentable state of the two Song elders, Lin Xie's aged voice brimmed with killing intent. Two low-level 5 thunder talismans materialized in the palm of his hand. Within the attack range of the three talismans array flag, upon noticing the low-level 5 thunder talismans in Lin Xie's grasp, terror surged within the hearts of the two Song elders. Lin Xie did not genuinely intend to use the low-level 5 thunder talismans. He merely sought to intimidate the two Song elders. After all, relying solely on the three talismans array flag was still insufficient to deter the Song family. Even if the Song family learned of his possession of a spirit-level array flag treasure, they might develop covetous thoughts. However, upon revealing the low-level 5 thunder talismans, the Song family dared not act recklessly. Faced with the formidable possession of a spirit-infused flag artifact and two low-level 5 thunder talismans by Lin Xie, the Song family, despite their capability to suppress, would not dare to act recklessly. a single spirit-infused flag artifact, or even 2 low-level 5 thunder talismans could at most threaten 2 or 3 refining vessel cultivators. However, when these 2 items were combined, they could potentially inflict severe injuries or even death upon 5 or 6 refining vessel cultivators. Should they truly lose 5 or 6 refining vessel cultivators, even the Song family's profound heritage would sustain grievous damage. Yet, even with a 90% certainty of intimidating the Song family and securing more time for the Lin family to develop, Lin Xie was mentally prepared for the worst outcome. He intended to expend a considerable fortune, first utilizing the Immortal Appraisal Mirror to upgrade and enhance the 2 low-level 5 Thunder Talismans, and then using all available Spirit Stone fragments to elevate his own aptitude. Finally, with the remaining 7 leaves of the century-old Spirit Refining Herb, he aimed to venture to a larger cultivation market to exchange for some formidable treasures for combat. While Lin Xie was deep in contemplation and planning, 2 elders of the Song family, trapped within the 3 talismans formation, found themselves collapsing to the ground, ultimately choosing to yield. "Lin brother, please show mercy. It was all a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize, and whatever the matter, let us discuss it amicably," the 5th elder of the Song family exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. Although he was aware that Lin Xie was highly unlikely to execute them, he dared not take the risk. The world of cultivation was rife with lunatics. If Lin Xie were to disregard everything and eliminate them both, even if the Song family, in their fury, sought vengeance at all costs, it would ultimately be futile. Once life is lost, everything else fades away. Discuss. You 2 arrived uninvited and sought to encroach upon the Lin family's territory, attempting to slay our kin. What is there left to discuss? Though the Lin family may be weak, we shall not be humiliated. Those who offend the Lin family must pay in blood, Lin Xie declared. As the 2 low-level 5 thunder talismans in his palm began to awaken with a faint power, purple lightning crackled around, emanating a dangerous and oppressive aura. Witnessing this, the 2 Song elders' pupils constricted, particularly the 7th elder, who prostrated on the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He felt immense regret. Had he restrained himself earlier and refrained from attacking the Lin family elder, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to such a tense degree. "Wait, Lin brother, hold on," the 5th elder of the Song family implored once more, terrified that Lin Xie might genuinely strike. Although he possessed items for self-preservation, trapped within the 3 talismans formation, he had no confidence in evading the assault of the low-level 5 Thunder Talismans. The power of a single low-level 5 Thunder Talisman was sufficient to injure a cultivator in the early stages of spirit infusion, let alone his mid-stage refining vessel existence. Had he not been ensnared within the 3 talismans formation, relying on his treasures, he might have had a chance to preserve his life against the attack of the low-level 5 Thunder Talismans. However, being trapped, his situation was exceedingly precarious. The territory surrounding Jichuan City can be governed by the Lin family. However, the accumulated resources of the Zhao family must be relinquished to the Song family. This is the intent of the Song family patriarch. "Lin brother, I kindly ask you to refrain from acting impulsively." The 5th elder of the Song family shrank down, continuously dodging the elemental assaults within the 3 talismans formation. Hearing the 5th elder's concession, Lin Xie still did not retract the low-level 5 Thunder Talismans. Surrender the Zhao family's accumulated resources? That was certainly out of the question. Nonetheless, the Lin family must temporarily cede a portion of the benefits surrounding Jichuan City. If they were to gain nothing, the Song family would likely not relent. The territory extending 300 miles from Jichuan City may be granted to your Song family. This is the Lin family's final bottom line. Whether it concerns the Zhao family's accumulated resources or the jurisdiction over Jichuan City, these are core interests of the Lin family. Core interests leave no room for negotiation, Lin Xie stated calmly, his voice though subtle, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the previously anxious 5th elder of the Song family instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xie was willing to engage in negotiations, everything could be resolved. At the very least, regardless of the outcome, his life would be spared. "Lin brother, the outer regions of Jichuan City are largely uninhabited, consisting mostly of treacherous mountains and uncultivable wasteland. Your Lin family holds dominion over Jichuan City and has acquired the Zhao family's 4 centuries of resources. That is agreeable. However, the territory extending 700 miles from Jichuan City must be ceded to my Song family. Lin brother, we represent the Song family, and if the resources we bring back do not satisfy the patriarch, then the 5th elder of the Song family spoke with a bitter smile, leaving his sentence unfinished. Yet his meaning was clear. Should the Song family obtain insufficient benefits, they would not easily relent. Naturally, such rhetoric was merely a negotiation tactic, as long as they could secure a portion of the benefits. The current Song family would not engage in conflict with the Lin family. 700 miles? Ha ha ha, Lin Xie replied with a cold laugh, unfazed by the 5th elder's bargaining. Hearing Lin Xie's mocking laughter, the 5th elder of the Song family, battered and bruised within the 3 talismans formation, reluctantly continued, Lin brother, 600 miles it is. As long as you agree, upon my return to the clan, I will strive to persuade the patriarch to forge an alliance between my Song family and yours, to advance and retreat together henceforth. As the 5th elder's breath grew increasingly feeble, he could no longer withstand the strain of the 3 talismans formation, even if Lin Xie did not genuinely intend to slay him. Sustaining severe injuries here would damage his foundation in the immortal path and might even affect his lifespan. 600 miles. It appears negotiations are futile, despite the 5th elder of the Song family conceding once more. Lin Xie still did not retract the 3 talismans formation. Most often, the process of negotiation is one of continuous compromise between both parties. The essence of negotiation lies in maintaining composure, remaining unflustered, while simultaneously creating more advantages for oneself and further pressuring the opponent to yield. Lin brother, the territory surrounding Jichuan City extends 1,000 miles, and your Lin family is only willing to part with the outermost 300 miles. This is rather insufficient. The 5th elder of the Song family, barely holding himself together, continued to haggle with Lin Xie. Ultimately, after much back and forth, Lin Xie conceded 500 miles of territory. The Song family was formidable. If the Lin family did not yield some benefits, they would inevitably face another conflict. Currently, the Lin family's foundation was too fragile, having just endured a fierce battle, and they desperately needed to maintain a peaceful external environment. However, Lin Xie had completely resolved to eliminate the Song family. The ceded territories would serve to placate the Song family while the Lin family solidified their control over Jichuan City and recuperated. It would be when they regained everything. Those who seek to take advantage of the Lin family would inevitably pay a painful price. Once all terms were agreed upon, Lin Xie waved his hand, retracting the 3 talismans formation, Lin brother, until we meet again. With the 3 talismans formation stored away, the 5th elder of the Song family did not linger in Jichuan City any longer. He clasped his fists in respect towards Lin Xie and swiftly fled with the 7th elder of the Song family, hastening towards the city's outskirts. Although their mission to Jichuan City had not been fully accomplished as per the patriarch's directives, they had successfully extracted 500 miles of territory from the Lin family. It is worth noting that the Song family's current dominion spanned merely 2,000 miles from north to south. 500 miles of territory was a considerable gain for the Song family. More importantly, this expansion had come at no cost to them. With such a merit, the next patriarchal election would undoubtedly favor the current patriarch of the Song family. As they watched the 2 departing Song family elders, the Lin family members wore heavy expressions, many clenching their fists, their eyes reflecting a mix of frustration, helplessness, and fury, especially among the spirited younger generation of the Lin family. The Song family's brazen interference and forceful appropriation of 500 miles surrounding Jichuan City ignited their utmost rage. Only the elderly members of the Lin family, leaning on their canes, maintained an air of tranquility. The longer one lives, the more one comprehends the world's harshness. If one is not strong, they shall suffer oppression. If one is not strong, even the benefits they grasp will be snatched away. If one is not strong, there is no dignity, nor even the qualification to survive. This holds true among factions, as it does between individuals. In the torrential rain, all members of the Lin family fell silent. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, Lin Xie slowly began to speak. Anger? Feeling powerless? The root of all these issues lies in the Lin family's lack of strength and our weakness. We must bear the burden of humiliation temporarily, as Lin Xie spoke. An endless depth flickered in his gaze, as if within his eyes lay a shimmering river of stars, a boundless cosmos. Upon hearing Lin Xie's voice, the members of the Lin clan bowed their heads in unison. Over the past century, the Lin family's circumstances had been so excessively comfortable that many clan members had forgotten the harsh realities of the world. It was not until the Zhao family invaded, and under the threat from the Song family, they were forced to relinquish hard-won interests that the truth became apparent. Fortunately, the ancestral elder had been present, repeatedly averting the family's crises. Without the elder's presence, the Lin family might have already faced gradual decline and eventual ruin long before the Zhao family's encroachment. Remember, when faced with humiliation in times of weakness, do not succumb to anger. Instead, know shame and forge ahead. Lin Xie's voice, steeped in the weight of experience, resonated through the downpour as he imparted wisdom to the many members of the Lin family, particularly the younger generation. The temporary concession of a 500-mile sphere of influence was of little concern to him. What mattered more was the cultivation of the Lin family's spirit and beliefs. It is this spirit and conviction that sustains a family's prosperity and endurance through the ages. If the hearts of a faction are fractured, no matter how vast its growth, internal strife will ensue, leading to inevitable disintegration. If all members of the Lin family strive earnestly, what is the Song family to us? In due time, even sweeping through the Jin kingdom will pose no challenge. Those who toil with sincerity shall not be forsaken by heaven. With perseverance, 3,000 soldiers can consume the Song family. And with 100,000 troops, we can sweep across the nations. With a swish, Lin Xie's white hair billowed as he turned his back to the clan members and stepped into the former Zhao family estate, leaving behind echoes that resonated through the heavens and the earth. In contrast to the Lin family's domain, the Zhao family's residence was comparable to a small palace, and the spiritual essence within its grounds far surpassed that of the Lin family. Lin Xie sought out a tranquil courtyard rich in spiritual energy, and after setting up a basic illusion array, he prepared to enter a meditative state. The battles against the remnants of the Zhao family, the eradication of the three families' ancestors, and the confrontation with the two elders of the Song family had drained him significantly. He needed to recover swiftly to prepare for any unforeseen developments. Before commencing his meditation, he instructed the clan members to bring half of the Zhao family's resources to his courtyard. Standing before a courtyard filled with mundane treasures of gold and silver, Lin Xie retrieved the Mirror of Immortal Insight and began to enhance the various items he possessed. First, he focused on two low-level Thunder Talisman, which were, for Lin Xie at this moment, absolute trump cards. Even at the cost of substantial resources, these two low-level Thunder Talismans had to be upgraded. As for magical artifacts and techniques, Lin Xie chose not to enhance them with the Mirror of Immortal Insight. The magical artifacts in his possession were all spirit-infusing grade. Further enhancement would elevate them to Foundation Establishment grade. While Lin Xie could still exert a fraction of the power of spirit-infusing grade artifacts using spirit stone fragments, he was utterly incapable of wielding Foundation Establishment grade artifacts. Moreover, the techniques he possessed were primarily Foundation Establishment grade, including a second volume of the Qi Yin Dao scripture that could lead to the Dan formation realm. Therefore, there was no need for him to upgrade his techniques. Ultimately, Lin Xie resolved to expend all resources on enhancing his own aptitude, upgrading the low-level Thunder Talismans, and repairing the Foundation Establishment grade Spirit Gathering Array. After meticulously planning, Lin Xie wasted no time in placing boxes of mundane gold and silver upon the surface of the Mirror of Immortal Insight. In an instant, those boxes were entirely consumed by the mirror. Lin Xie directed the mirror's surface towards one of the low-level Thunder Talismans. With a rush, mysterious and profound light surged from the mirror, enveloping the low-level Thunder Talisman. In the blink of an eye, the somewhat crude talisman began to undergo a transformation. When the light subsided, the low-level Thunder Talisman had morphed into an item resembling a token. Lin Xie held the enhanced low-level Thunder Talisman in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. The enhanced talisman was no longer merely a talisman in the strictest sense. It had become a talisman treasure. However, this enhancement had consumed a quarter of the Zhao family's accumulated resources. Nonetheless, Lin Xie deemed this expenditure a worthwhile investment. Just holding the Thunder Talisman allowed him to feel its immense internal power, its quality nearing that of a Foundation establishment-grade talisman. Talismans are special items akin to magical artifacts, requiring no cultivation level for their use. Even cultivators in the early stages of body refinement can wield high-grade talismans with ease. However, crafting a talisman not only depletes the creator's cultivation but may also shorten their lifespan. The ability to craft talismans is restricted to cultivators of the spirit-infusing realm and above. Once a talisman is forged, it can typically unleash half the power of its creator. For this reason, most cultivators avoid crafting talismans due to the exorbitant costs involved. Only those who have lost hope for advancement or are nearing the end of their lives would consider such a path. Thus, the value of talismans often exceeds that of higher-grade magical artifacts. After enhancing the 2 low-level Thunder Talismans into Thunder Talisman Treasures, Lin Xie had completely exhausted half of the Zhao family's accumulated resources. He was unconcerned. As with each increase in his cultivation level, the items he sought to enhance would only grow more precious as time went on. These mundane treasures of gold and silver would gradually lose their significance in Lin Xie's eyes. He would naturally refrain from squandering time on low-grade resources unless he could forge a puppet imbued with rudimentary intelligence and absolute loyalty. Such a puppet could then manipulate the mirror of immortal insight while he meditated, maximizing the mirror's potential for continuous upgrades. However, this approach necessitated solving 2 issues. First, securing a sufficient quantity of resources for consumption, and second, amassing ample upgradable resources. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Xie stowed away the 2 upgraded Thunder Talisman treasures and retrieved various spirit stone fragments and cultivation materials to prepare for the enhancement and completion of the Foundation establishment-grade spirit gathering array. Fortunately, after vanquishing the Zhao family and the cultivators from the 3 clans, he had acquired considerable resources. Otherwise, he would never have dared to indulge in such extravagance. After a brief period, having expended a substantial portion of his cultivation resources, the once severely incomplete Foundation establishment-grade spirit gathering array flag, now barely 1/10 intact, finally underwent a transformation. Under the enhancement of the Mirror of Immortal Insight, the damaged flag was restored and emitted a faint golden glow. It seemed as if the Foundation establishment-grade spirit gathering array had been wholly repaired, yet Lin Xie was acutely aware that the mere consumption of a few spirit stone fragments and some low-grade cultivation resources could not fully restore such an array. Nevertheless, after the enhancement from the Mirror of Immortal Insight, the Foundation establishment-grade spirit gathering array was at least functional. Lin Xie attempted to place a spirit stone fragment within the array flag. Soon, under the influence of the spirit stone fragment, the flag began to operate. With the flag at its core, a vortex of spiritual energy formed within a radius of approximately 10 meters. Within this vortex, the concentration of spiritual essence was 3-fold that of the surrounding area. The ability to produce a 3-fold spirit gathering effect indicated that the Foundation establishment-grade spirit gathering array had returned to the level of a spirit-infusing grade array from being entirely inoperative due to its incomplete restoration. The gathering effect remained at 3 times, and thus the cost to maintain this Foundation establishment-grade spirit gathering array was not substantial. It would take roughly half a month for the array to consume a single spirit stone fragment. However, for Lin Xie, a 3-fold spirit gathering effect was more than sufficient. After all, the consumption of celestial energy prior to breaking through the Foundation establishment stage and even before reaching the core formation stage is not excessively vast. Upon utilizing the Jinshin Baojing to complete the reinforcement and repair of the Foundation establishment-level spirit gathering array, Lin Xie found that he was left with merely 40 fragments of spirit stones in his possession. Contemplating this, Lin Xie proceeded to extract 20 fragments of spirit stones, intending to upgrade and reinforce his spiritual roots using the Jinshin Baojing. In the 4th stage of body refinement, the cultivation of Xin-level spiritual roots encounters nearly no bottlenecks. However, once he breaks through to the Yunling realm, the advantages of cultivating Xin-level spiritual roots will gradually diminish. Achieving the Foundation establishment stage with the efficacy of Xin-level spiritual roots makes it exceedingly challenging to successfully form a core, let alone traverse further along the path of immortality. After placing the 20 fragments of spirit stones on the mirror surface of the Jinshin Baojing, Lin Xie grasped the mirror, allowing the mysterious radiance emanating from it to envelop his being. Under the illumination of the Jinshin Baojing, Lin Xie immediately felt a subtle warmth and profound energy coursing through his entire body. However, within a mere T's time, that energy began to dissipate. This moment, the Jinshin Baojing ceased to shine. Bathed in the warmth and profundity of the earlier energy, Lin Xie sensed a notable enhancement in his aptitude. Yet, regrettably, his innate spiritual root remained at the Xin level. It was evident that the value of the 20 fragments of spirit stones was insufficient to elevate his Xin-level spiritual root to the earth level. Lin Xie, however, did not harbor excessive disappointment. He was mentally prepared for this outcome. After the failure to reinforce and upgrade his spiritual root, Lin Xie decisively withdrew. Refraining from further consumption of spirit stone fragments, he dared not squander the remaining 20 fragments. He must allocate part of these remaining spirit stone fragments to maintain the spirit gathering array, while reserving another portion to assist in his cultivation and expedite his return to peak condition. Lin Xie resolved to make a concentrated effort to cultivate directly to the refining organs realm completion. Upon achieving this pinnacle, he would expedite the accumulation of his foundation and adequately prepare for the breakthrough into the Yunling realm. Lin Xie was acutely aware that only upon entering the Yunling realm could he truly step onto the threshold of the path of immortality. It was only by reaching the Yunling realm that one could genuinely possess a standing in the realm of cultivation within the Jin Kingdom. Although Yunling realm cultivators could not be regarded as formidable, they could command respect wherever they went in the Jin Kingdom. Calming the myriad thoughts within, Lin Xie gently closed his eyes and sat quietly within the spirit gathering array, beginning to breathe and absorb the cleansing energies of heaven and earth. Chapter 39. Financial issues, boundless wealth. As time flowed swiftly, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. With the departure of autumn and the arrival of the cold winter, silver frost blanketed the vast earth, adorning the mountains and valleys, painting a magnificent landscape. Within Zichuan City, Lin Chang'e had entirely transformed the former Zhao family estate into the ancestral grounds of the Lin family over the past 6 months. Additionally, he constructed a meritorious hall within the new ancestral grounds of the Lin family. The names of those who fought and died for the Lin family were inscribed within the meritorious hall. As long as the Lin family's lineage endured, they would be honored with incense offerings and remembered by future generations. The establishment of the meritorious hall further enhanced the internal cohesion of the Lin family. In addition to consolidating the internal unity of the Lin family, Lin Chang'e had not neglected the governance of Zichuan City and its surrounding areas during these 6 months. Zichuan City spanned 1,000 miles and encompassed 7 towns and hundreds of villages. After the Song family seized 500 miles of influence, the Lin family currently controlled 4 towns: Qiao Town, Taiyan Town, Sishui Town, and Qingchuan Town. Among these, Qiao Town was the largest, boasting the most industries and a population exceeding 40,000, almost a third of Zichuan City's total population. The other 3 towns were considerably smaller, each with a population of around 20 to 30,000. To better govern the 4 towns, Lin Chang'e invested a quarter of the Zhao family's resources to construct a dirt road connecting them within a span of 6 months. After this road was built, the efficiency of transportation between the 4 towns and Zichuan City increased exponentially. The Lin family could swiftly deploy their martial forces to any of the towns via this road network. In addition to road construction and trade development, Lin Chang'e personally established a legion of 10,000 troops and a cavalry unit of 500. He meticulously followed the plans initially proposed by Lin Xie, implementing them step by step. Encouraging family members to bear offspring, seeking infants with spiritual roots, and orchestrating strategic marriages with other factions were all endeavors Lin Chang'e pursued. However, he understood that some matters could not be rushed and required gradual accumulation. Certain aspects, such as the birth of descendants with spiritual roots or finding infants with such roots, were inherently random and could not be forced. Within the Lin family estate in Zichuan City, Lin Chang'e sat at his desk, gazing out at the swirling snowstorm while managing a mountain of family affairs. Now, Lin Chang'e was tasked not only with managing internal family matters, but also overseeing a city, 4 towns, and over 50 villages. Although the 500-mile territory surrounding Zichuan City now belonged to the Lin family, the families within those villages and towns continued to engage in frequent conflicts, just as before. Faced with such a situation, Lin Chang'e had to devise a solution. He aimed to integrate all the villages and ancient towns within the Lin family's sphere of influence into a cohesive entity centered around the Lin family. Only in this way could the Lin family's economy thrive and sustain a larger population. Currently, the economic situation of the Lin family was quite dire. The Zhao family's half of the resources had been nearly exhausted after Lin Chang'e's 6 months of endeavors. He had accomplished an overwhelming number of tasks during this time. Moreover, certain actions were imperative. Whether it was forming the martial legion, constructing roads and bridges, or providing support to the clan members, all demanded substantial wealth. Although Lin Chang'e had personally led the clan members to seize the resources of the Taiyin town, Sishui town, and Qingchuan town as cultivation families upon entering Sichuan city, it still proved insufficient against the Lin family's vast expenditures. At present, the Lin family's total assets had dwindled to merely 5,000 taels of silver. This amount could sustain the family's operations for no more than half a month. Contemplating this, Lin Chang'e's expression was filled with concern. The dwindling family assets were a minor issue. The more pressing concern was that the Lin family's industries were essentially operating at a loss in this realm. The primary currency in the secular world typically consisted of copper coins, silver, and gold. 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, while 1 tael of silver corresponded to 100 copper coins. Just as Lin Chang'e racked his brain, desperately contemplating how to rectify the family's financial predicament, a young man adorned in luxurious robes abruptly burst into the main hall of the Lin family estate. The youth wore an expression of excitement, as though he had encountered some monumental news. Upon seeing Lin Chang'e, he even forgot to pay his respects, eagerly exclaiming, "Patriarch, beyond 50 miles from Qingchuan town, Elder Lin Mo has discovered a large silver mine. After surveying the site, this silver mine stretches 20 miles in length and 10 miles in width. Its depth is currently unknown, but according to Elder Lin Mo's preliminary assessment, if fully mined, our Lin family could acquire at least 10 billion taels of silver." Upon hearing the youth's words, Lin Chang'e, seated upon a wooden chair, immediately brightened with excitement. 10 billion taels of silver equated to 1 billion taels of gold. It was worth noting that even the Zhao family's 400 years of accumulated resources, when converted, amounted to no more than 500 million taels of gold. The value of this silver vein was at least equivalent to 2 Zhao family fortunes. Should they obtain this wealth, all of the Lin family's financial crises would be completely resolved, even allowing for further development. "Let us go. Immediately take me to inspect it. We must deploy additional personnel to secure that silver vein," Lin Chang'e declared, setting aside all other matters, braving the snowy tempest, and hastily departing Sichuan city. "Yes, Patriarch." The youth did not dare defy Lin Chang'e's wishes. His return to the family was solely to report on the silver vein matter. Soon, Lin Chang'e, accompanied by numerous martial forces, rode forth on a horned beast, departing Sichuan city in a grand procession. Qingchuan town was not far from Sichuan city, and with the newly constructed dirt road, it took merely a day and a night for Lin Chang'e to arrive at the location of the silver vein. This silver vein was discovered purely by chance in a deep chasm by Elder Lin Mo upon the patriarch's arrival. A middle-aged man clad in coarse clothing and of unremarkable appearance hurriedly approached to greet him. This middle-aged man was none other than Elder Lin Mo. The one who had unearthed the silver vein, however, at this moment, he bore no expression of joy. Instead, his tone was grave as he spoke. "Patriarch, we have basically assessed this silver vein. The silver reserves here exceed our previous estimates by 20-fold, 200 billion taels of silver. What does this signify? The clan leader should be acutely aware." Chapter 40. The Silver Vein, Extremes Beget Opposites. As Elder Lin Mo's words fell, Lin Chang'e felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. There is an ancient saying, "One can only consume as much as one's stomach can hold." 100 billion taels of silver could be begrudgingly digested by the Lin family given its foundation and strength. Yet, 200 billion taels would surely rupture them. The Lin family could not possibly swallow such a sum. Although immense wealth is desirable, extremes beget opposites. When sudden riches exceed one's capacity to bear, such fortune transforms into calamity. As the clan leader, Lin Chang'e instantly grasped the intricacies of this situation. While cultivators often show little interest in mundane gold and silver, an abundance could sway even the legendary immortals. Surrounding Sichuan City, there are numerous powers with foundations rivaling or even surpassing that of the Song family. Families like the Su Mu, and you are not far behind in terms of strength. Should these factions learn of a vast silver vein near Qingchuan town, they would undoubtedly seek to partake in the spoils. Beyond these families, Lin Chang's greatest concern lay with the Blood Wolf Hall. In the face of powers like the Song and Su families, the Lin family could still maneuver and secure some benefits. However, the Blood Wolf Hall is a different beast. The Blood Wolf Hall is a force commanded by a practitioner of the Yunling realm. In the heyday of the Song family, they could still contend with the Blood Wolf Hall. But with the fall of the Song family's Yunling ancestor, the Blood Wolf Hall has effectively become the most formidable power within 1,000 miles. The Su family, the Yu family, and even the current Song family must pay tribute to the Blood Wolf Hall annually. The territory directly controlled by the Blood Wolf Hall spans 6,000 miles. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, there are 4 practitioners of the Yunling realm. The Hall's master is a formidable presence in the later stages of the Yunling realm. Should the Blood Wolf Hall attempt to seize the silver vein discovered by the Lin family, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to respond. Contemplating this, Lin Chang'e sighed internally, yet he still harbored a glimmer of hope. He calmly inquired of Elder Lin Imo, "How many people are aware of this silver vein?" Upon hearing Lin Chang'e's question, Elder Lin Imo took a deep breath and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "My discovery of this silver vein was prompted by an earthquake. By the time I arrived, many villagers had already collected unmined silver, or I also mobilized some guards to attempt to seal off the news. However, it is too late. The news of this silver mine has likely spread far and wide. Even if we were to deploy our guards now and cleanse the villages around Qingchuan town, we could not contain the news of the silver mine at this point." Elder Lin Imo paused briefly before continuing, "However, the scale of this silver vein should only be known to our Lin family. Yet, forces like the Song family will likely dispatch teams for reconnaissance soon. Therefore, it will be exceedingly difficult for our Lin family to keep the secret of this silver vein, let alone quietly consume it." Hearing this, Lin Chang'e fell silent for a moment. He then decisively commanded, "Everyone stay here. No matter which faction's team comes for reconnaissance, delay them for as long as possible. I must return immediately to consult with our ancestor. This matter is of great significance. How to handle it must be decided by our ancestor." Having spoken, Lin Chang'e mounted his horned beast and, without taking a moment's rest, set off at the fastest speed towards Sichuan City. Although he understood that, given the Lin family's foundation and strength, they could not possibly digest this silver vein, he was unwilling to relinquish it entirely. Traversing through the snow-laden mountains, Lin Chang'e paid no heed to his own exhaustion. It wasn't until a day and night had passed that he, weary and fatigued, returned to Sichuan City. Upon entering the Lin family's estate in Sichuan City, he wasted no time and hurried toward the courtyard where Lin Xia was in secluded meditation. At that moment, Lin Xia, seated in the courtyard, had achieved a breakthrough to perfect refinement stage. Though his hair remained white as snow, the vitality within him flourished even more. He was but a step away from breaking into the Yunling realm. However, this final step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the 3 prefectures and 72 counties of the Jin Kingdom, the number of cultivators at the perfect refinement stage exceeds countless thousands. Yet those who can break through to the Yunling realm are fewer than 1 in 10,000. For instance, in the entire Luoxia sect, which boasts tens of thousands of disciples, there are merely 200 or 300 practitioners of the Yunling realm. It is noteworthy that, aside from a few disciples who joined the sect via the Ascension Order, most disciples of the Luoxia sect possess talents far surpassing those of external rogue cultivators. Furthermore, within a radius of 10,000 miles around Sichuan City, among thousands of cultivators, only the Blood Wolf Hall has 4 practitioners of the Yunling realm. It seems I must return to Qiao Town and then proceed to a larger cultivation market to sell that century-old essence refining herb and exchange it for some cultivation resources. Lin Xia slowly rose from the spirit-gathering array, concluding his meditation. With his mysterious grade spirit root, without various elixirs and resources to assist him, it would take at least 10 years to make any hope of ascending to the Yunling realm by merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Though it seemed he was merely a step away from breaking through the Yunling realm, Crossing that final step required a consumption of spiritual energy nearly equivalent to 10 times that needed to ascend from a mortal to perfect refinement stage. After concluding his meditation, Lin Xia organized his possessions. Now, aside from a collection of techniques, 2 Thunder Talisman treasures, and 2 magical artifacts, he had merely 2 spirit stone fragments and a century-old essence refining herb left that could genuinely assist in enhancing his cultivation. He intended to reward the ferocious beast, the giant tiger, with these 2 spirit stone fragments upon returning to Qiao Town, as he had promised it that, should it protect Qiao Town well, he would bestow additional rewards upon his return. Just as Lin Xia finished gathering his belongings and prepared to exit the courtyard, he suddenly heard Lin Chang's weak voice from outside. "Ancestor, I have important matters to report." Inside the courtyard, upon hearing Lin Chang's extremely weak voice, Lin Xia waved his sleeve, conjuring a gust of fresh air that opened the wooden door of the courtyard. "What has happened to you?" Observing Lin Chang'a, covered in snow and on the brink of collapse, Lin Xia gently waved his sleeve, channeling a thread of vital energy into Lin Chang's brow. Instantly, the snow enveloping Lin Chang'a began to melt away, and the pallor of his face gradually regained its color. Chapter 41. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. After recovering slightly, Lin Chang'a clasped his hands in respect and bowed deeply to Lin Xia, saying, "Thank you, Ancestor." The matter is as follows. Lin Chang'a recounted the situation regarding the silver vein in detail to Lin Xia. "Ancestor, the estimated yield from this silver vein could reach 200 billion taels of silver. However, the unfortunate news is that the information about this silver vein has spread thoroughly. Within at most 2 or 3 days, reconnaissance teams from various factions will arrive in Qingchuan Town. The most troublesome of all is the Blood Wolf Hall. If the Blood Wolf Hall learns of the yield from this silver vein, it is likely that our Lin family will not only fail to reap a single tael of silver, but we could also lose our influence over the surrounding areas of Qingchuan Town to the Blood Wolf Hall." As he spoke, Lin Chang'a was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. To the current Lin family, the Blood Wolf Hall was a colossal entity, even if the Lin family wagered their entire lives. They had no standing to contend with the Blood Wolf Hall. "I understand," Lin Xia replied, his face tranquil and composed upon hearing the news of the silver vein, though his mind was already contemplating strategies. "Abandon the silver vein. That is certainly out of the question. If we can extract 200 billion taels of silver within a decade, the overall strength of the Lin family could increase by at least 100-fold. It is crucial to note that the value of 200 billion taels of silver is equivalent to the cumulative wealth of 40 Zhao families. With such a windfall, the Lin family could accomplish an abundance of things. Of course, attempting to digest this sudden fortune comes with significant risks. Yet, there is a saying, the greater the storm, the pricier the fish. If we fear this and that, what is the point of cultivating immortality? What is the point of seeking the Tao? Moreover, Lin Xia possessed his own trump cards. As long as he utilized the immortal appraisal mirror to upgrade and enhance those 2 Thunder Talisman treasures to the level of Foundation Establishment Talisman treasures, he could subdue even the 4 practitioners of the Yunling realm from the Blood Wolf Hall. Furthermore, even if the Blood Wolf Hall sought to seize the silver vein, they would not deploy all 4 Yunling realm practitioners at once. After all, the Blood Wolf Hall also requires powerful individuals to remain stationed at their base. Lin Xia organized his thoughts and quickly formulated a plan. First and foremost, he must hasten to the immortal market in Xiang City as swiftly as possible to sell the 100-year spirit-enhancing herb, which still possesses 7 leaves, at the quickest pace. Subsequently, he will use the obtained spirit stone fragments to purchase more low-grade precious medicines, which he shall then upgrade and enhance with the immortal appraisal mirror, and continue to sell them, thereby striving to accumulate as many spirit stone fragments as possible. Lin Xia plans to rapidly elevate his cultivation to the spirit reservoir realm and then proceed to upgrade 2 Thunder Talisman treasures. In any case, he must prepare thoroughly. The 200 billion taels of silver are exceedingly significant for the Lin family. Even if it entails some risks, it is worthwhile. Lin Xia is determined to take great pains, even risking his own safety for the sake of his family, to ensure the Lin family's prosperity and flourishing. The stronger the Lin family becomes, the more resources they can provide to Lin Xia. Once the Lin family gradually gets back on track, allowing all members to fulfill their roles and nurturing capable individuals. Lin Xie, as the elder, can then rest assured in the background, enjoying the family's offerings while guiding its continued development. By that time, Lin Xie will be able to rely on the family's support, achieving his own aspirations while ensuring the family grows ever stronger under his protection. With this thought in mind, Lin Xie leisurely sat on a wooden chair, directing his gaze at Lin Chang'e, speaking in a calm tone. If any exploration teams from other factions arrive at the silver mine, try your best to delay them. If it proves impossible, feign giving the silver mine to those factions. I must step out for a while. When I return, everything will be settled. That silver mine will forever belong to the Lin family, and no one can take it away. Not even the Blood Wolf Palace. Upon hearing the elder's decision, Lin Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of concern on his face. Elder, although that silver mine is immensely valuable, given our Lin family's strength, the consequences of provoking the Blood Wolf Palace could be dire. It is understandable why Lin Chang'e lacks confidence. The reputation of the Blood Wolf Palace is such that even the once mighty Song family would tread cautiously. What is there to fear? I shall handle everything. Very well, you may withdraw as for the matter of the silver mine. Just execute my orders. With a wave of his hand from the high-backed chair, Lin Xie signaled Lin Chang'e to leave. Hearing this, although Lin Chang'e remained anxious, he felt it inappropriate to press further. After all, the elder had made his decision, and there was little he could do to stop it. Now, all that remained was to place his trust in the elder. Furthermore, Lin Chang'e had his own ideas regarding that silver mine. As the clan leader, he should strive for stability in all matters, ensuring the family's continuity, if not its prosperity. However, the Lin family had undergone significant changes over the past 6 months, and this was not the first time. Ultimately, with the elder present, all upheavals had been resolved, and the Lin family had successfully moved out of Qiao Town and established themselves in Sichuan City. Perhaps this time, under the elder's protection, the Lin family would once again weather the storm. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Lin Chang'e exited the small courtyard and returned to the main hall of the Lin family. Come, inform the elders and deacons still in the clan to convene for a meeting. Upon returning to the main hall, Lin Chang'e, having run tirelessly for 2 days and nights, did not take a moment's rest but immediately began summoning the senior members of the Lin family in Sichuan City to discuss the matter of the silver mine. He naturally would not defy the elder's orders. Gathering the senior members for a meeting was to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If things became uncontrollable, as the clan leader, he must protect the Lin family's legacy and foundation. Just as Lin Chang'e, weary yet resolute, convened the senior members, Lin Xie transformed into a series of afterimages and quietly departed from Sichuan City. He moved swiftly, his movements ghostly, traversing through mountains and valleys toward Qiao Town. After the Lin family's establishment in Sichuan City, the majority of its members still resided in Qiao Town. Only the younger generation and the higher-ups had migrated to Sichuan City. Most of the elder members of the Lin family had grown accustomed to life in Qiao Town. To them, although Sichuan City was prosperous, it ultimately was not their place of roots. Regardless of location, within the hearts of most people lies an enduring attachment to their homeland. Chapter 42. The 3 Yuan Immortal Market. Named Heishan after breaking through to the refined body completion stage. Even without exerting himself fully, Lin Xie took merely half a day to travel from Sichuan City to Qiao Town. Amidst the swirling wind and snow, just as Lin Xie stepped into Qiao Town, a black figure suddenly charged towards him from afar. The figure moved with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning piercing through the winter's chill. As it approached, Lin Xie discerned its appearance. It was the ferocious beast, the giant tiger. At this moment, it had grown considerably, originally standing 2 meters tall and measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. It now approached a height of nearly 10 feet and had increased to a length of 3 times that. After breaking through to the refined body mid-stage, it seemed to have undergone a transformation, not only increasing in size but also boasting a sleek, glossy coat that resembled armor. Indeed, after guarding Qiao Town for half a year, this is your reward. Lin Xie produced 2 fragments of spirit stone and offered them into the giant tiger's gaping maw. Roar! After seizing the spirit stone fragments, the giant tiger appeared quite exhilarated, shaking its massive head and letting out a series of roars towards the sky. It is time to bestow upon you a name. Gazing at the giant tiger, Lin Xia pondered for a moment before continuing, Your name shall be Heishan. Next, you shall head to Zichuan City. There is no longer a need for you to guard Xiao Town. Lin Xia affectionately patted Heishan's head, a gentle smile gracing his face. The potential of this ferocious beast was quite remarkable. If provided with ample resources, it might even have a chance of breaking through to the spirit reservoir level. With this thought, Lin Xia suddenly had a brilliant idea, leading Heishan to a secluded spot and consuming a gold ingot to attempt to enhance its qualifications using the immortal appraisal mirror, with the gold ingot nearly consumed. Layers of mysterious celestial light began to emanate from the surface of the immortal appraisal mirror. Lin Xia hurriedly directed the mirror's light towards Heishan. In the next moment, to his astonishment, the once massive Heishan rapidly shrank in size. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, it transformed from a colossal beast into a creature the size of a domestic cat. Taken aback, Lin Xia was momentarily stunned. He had intended for Heishan to serve as his steed, carrying him on his journeys. However, now it was small enough to perch on Lin Xia's shoulder. What is happening? Lin Xia mused in confusion. That moment, sensing the change in its size, Heishan was initially alarmed. Yet soon, the panic in its eyes transformed into excitement. It could distinctly feel that its qualifications had improved several-fold. Moreover, it faintly sensed that it had awakened a powerful bloodline, although the bloodline was subtle and difficult to perceive. Its instincts told it that with this bloodline, it might even have the potential to break through to the Spirit Reservoir realm, Foundation Establishment realm, or even the Purple Mansion realm in the future. As for its reduced size, that was of little consequence. The combat prowess of supernatural beasts has never been defined by size. For instance, a palm-sized nascent soul realm beast could effortlessly devour a core formation realm beast of mountain-like proportions. Roar, roar. The now diminutive Heishan trailed behind Lin Xia, its roars still imbued with the might of a fierce tiger, yet its size now resembled that of an adorable domestic cat. It playfully nuzzled against Lin Xia, seemingly wishing for him to use the immortal appraisal mirror on it once more. Away with you! Let us discuss this again after you perform well. Lin Xia chuckled at the sight of Heishan, the once mighty ferocious beast now reduced to the size of a charming pet. Ignoring Heishan's affectionate antics, Lin Xia instead outlined grand plans for its future. Unfortunately, given Heishan's current qualifications, consuming worldly gold and silver would no longer suffice for advancement. Only by expending a significant quantity of spirit stone fragments, or even low-grade spirit stones, could it further enhance its qualifications. The qualifications of supernatural beasts are categorized into levels: mortal, ordinary, profound, earth, and heaven. Previously, Heishan's qualifications were of the mortal level. Mortal potential is akin to the pseudo-spirit root qualifications of human cultivators. After a single upgrade, Heishan's qualifications had now reached the profound level. This equates to that of a profound spirit root. Earlier, Lin Xia had expended 20 fragments of spirit stone without successfully upgrading the profound spirit root to the earth level. Based on Lin Xia's calculations, to elevate the profound spirit root to the earth spirit root, at least 10 low-grade spirit stones would be required. That amounts to 1,000 fragments of spirit stone. Ultimately, he lamented, he was still too impoverished. Lin Xia sighed inwardly, giving Heishan's head another affectionate rub. And after imparting some instructions, he hurriedly departed from Xiao Town. The contention over the silver mine could erupt at any moment. Lin Xia must promptly journey to the Immortal Market, where he intends to sell the Centennial Spirit Herb and procure several items to enhance his strength. The Immortal Market he is heading to is not the small one located 200 miles from Xiao Town, but rather the grandest of them all, the Sanyuan Immortal Market, which spans a vast area of 10,000 miles. The Sanyuan Immortal Market is established by the Qian family of the prefectural city. Within the Huai Mountain Prefecture, the Qian family operates a total of 14 Sanyuan Immortal Markets. Each of these markets boasts the presence of cultivators at the spirit gathering completion level to maintain order. Lin Xia is somewhat acquainted with the Qian family's background. They are one of the 8 prominent families in Huai Mountain Prefectural City. Within the Qian family, there are several foundation-building cultivators stationed there. Many spirit-gathering stewards and even foundation-building elders in the Falling Sunset sect hail from the Qin family. If the Blood Wolf Hall is merely a local tyrant, then the Qin family is the true aristocracy. Should the Qin family desire it, they could effortlessly crush a force like the Blood Wolf Hall. The Sanyuan Immortal Market, which encompasses the vicinity of Sichuan City, is situated within the ancient city of Guyuan. Guyuan City lies 4,000 miles from Chao Town, and even with all his might, Lin Xie would require several days to reach it. However, he cannot risk hurrying his journey while traversing the outside world. It is imperative to maintain a steady state. Consequently, Lin Xie anticipates that it will take him at least a month to return to Sichuan City. The silver mine over there is likely to be temporarily seized by the forces of the Blood Wolf Hall and others. There is no remedy for this predicament. Given the Lin family's limited resources, even with Lin Chang'e and others doing their utmost to delay the situation, they will struggle to hold off the Blood Wolf Hall for long. But it is of little consequence. A temporary loss does not signify much to as long as the lost benefits can ultimately be reclaimed. The convoluted journey matters little. Chapter 43. Guyuan City, the Qin family's machinations amidst the towering mountains. The wind and snow howled, causing even the ferocious beasts lurking in the forests to retreat into their lairs, vanishing from sight in the silver-white expanse. Lin Xie moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving behind a series of afterimages with each step. Time flowed, day turned to night. After braving the biting winds and frost for half a month, Lin Xie finally arrived at a magnificent city. The city walls towered 10 zhang high and were 3 zhang thick. At first glance, it appeared as if an ancient beast had taken residence upon the earth. Above the city gate, 3 powerful, archaic characters were emblazoned. Guyuan City. These characters seemed as though they had been chiseled with the sword. Upon closer inspection, one could almost perceive the surging sword intent, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. Guyuan City boasts a long and storied history, and it is said that its founder was a formidable cultivator of the core formation stage. These 3 characters were left behind by that great cultivator. Truly, Guyuan City is remarkable, as even the guards stationed at the city gate are cultivators of the skin refinement level. Outside the city gate, a first-time visitor to Guyuan City expressed his astonishment. Lin Xie, however, wore a calm demeanor as he followed the crowd and queued to enter the city. Upon sensing Lin Xie's imposing aura, the city guards greeted him with enthusiasm in Guyuan City. Those of the skin refinement level are considered experts. One guard respectfully clasped his hands towards Lin Xie, saying, "Senior, welcome to Guyuan City. May I inquire if you would be willing to register your personal information? Our city has a regulation that allows any cultivator who enters and agrees to register their information to enjoy complimentary accommodations and provisions." Hearing the guard's words, Lin Xie nodded slightly, not refusing to register his personal information. This custom in Guyuan City was established by a certain ancestor of the Qin family during his foundation-building stage, aimed at attracting cultivators. After all, the Qin family is a commercial family and has always adhered to a strategy of broadening friendships. Many loose cultivators, and even elders of other factions, hold the title of guest elder in the Qin family. The Qin family's ability to expand and strengthen its business often relies not solely on brute force, but rather on their adeptness in handling affairs. Once Lin Xie fully entered Guyuan City, the tempest of wind and snow that had filled the air vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle warmth of spring. Clearly, there exists a certain formation that envelopes the skies above Guyuan City. The streets of Guyuan City are lined with flourishing trees and blooming flowers that emit delightful fragrances. Lin Xie did not meander through the city but made a beeline for the Sanyuan Immortal Market. The Sanyuan Immortal Market is located at the very heart of Guyuan City. Guyuan City is divided into the core city, inner city, and outer city. The outer and inner cities are areas where mortals reside, while the core city is where cultivators congregate. Typically, mortals are not permitted entry into the core city, but of course, there are exceptions. For instance, every cultivator may bring 3 mortals into the core city for residence. Additionally, many of the servants and maids in the core city are generally mortals. Immortal Master, I have awaited your arrival. As Lin Xie stepped into the inner city of Guyuan City, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of charming women, each more alluring than the last. These women are mortals and members of the Qin family's collateral branches. They have been assigned to this location to welcome cultivators entering the core city. Should they manage to become a cultivator's maid, the Qian family would bestow upon them certain rewards. The allure of beauty is also one of the Qian family's means to attract cultivators. Chapter 44. Seeking a Mortal Pavilion, Sales of Treasures. Observing the flirtatious mortal women beside him, Lin Xie paid them no heed. Were he in the prime of his youth, he might have succumbed to their charms. But at over 100 years of age, he has long since witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Cultivators are not devoid of desires. Rather, with the passage of time, the aspirations of most cultivators narrow to the pursuit of longevity and ascension. Noticing Lin Xie's indifferent demeanor, the alluring mortal women around him wisely refrained from further attempts to engage him. However, they soon turned their attention to another cultivator entering the Sanyuan immortal market. Immortal master, I have missed you dearly, begone. Clearly, the temperament of that cultivator was quite volatile, showing no interest in the mortal women. The fierce aura he exuded left many of the mortal women dazed and on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xie couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. These mortal women of the Qian family possess no spiritual root qualifications, and their status within the family is exceedingly low. By sacrificing their dignity to flaunt their charms here, they not only seek survival but also harbor fantasies of being chosen by a cultivator, thereby becoming a concubine or even a primary wife. Such an outcome would elevate them to great heights, allowing them to bask in wealth and privilege. Unfortunately, even cultivators at the body refinement level often do not choose mortals as their spouses. Only those who have lost hope in the path of cultivation and feel utterly despondent might consider marrying. As long as one aspires to the path of immortality and yearns for longevity, who has the time for romantic entanglements, marriage, and children? Strolling along the bustling street, Lin Xie leisurely made his way for the duration of a tea time before finally arriving at the Sanyuan Immortal Market. Compared to the Immortal Market 200 miles away from Chao Town, the scale of the Sanyuan Immortal Market is at least 100-fold greater. Within the Sanyuan Immortal Market, the number of cultivators exceeds 2,000. Many of these cultivators are of the bone refinement and skin refinement levels, and at times, spirit-gathering cultivators can be seen soaring through the skies on their magical artifacts. The Sanyuan Immortal Market features a large trading pavilion, a Wanbao Street, and an auction house. The large trading pavilion is named Seeking Immortal Pavilion. The direct overseer of Seeking Immortal Pavilion is the Qian family. Thus, within Seeking Immortal Pavilion, as long as one has spirit stones, even foundation building-grade artifacts and elixirs can be directly purchased. Wanbao Street is lined with shops established by loose cultivators and other factions within Guyuan City. The Qian family does not directly control Wanbao Street. However, all the shops on Wanbao Street are assets of the Qian family, and each shopkeeper is required to submit a portion of their profits to the Qian family annually, in addition to the shops. Many cultivators also set up stalls along Wanbao Street. The Qian family exhibits great tolerance toward these stall-holding cultivators, imposing no taxes on them and refraining from driving them away, as long as their activities do not disrupt the order of Wanbao Street or the Sanyuan Immortal Market. The Qian family will not interfere. Finally, the auction house is jointly overseen by the Qian family and the Falling Sunset sect. Although it is said to be a joint management, the majority of the auction house's profits are taken by the Falling Sunset sect. This is unavoidable, as the Falling Sunset sect is the true overlord within the Huai Mountain Prefecture. Lin Xie was the first to step into the Seeking Immortal Pavilion, intending to sell the remaining Centennial Spirit Herb, which has 7 leaves left, to the pavilion. Selling the Centennial Spirit Herb to the Seeking Immortal Pavilion may not yield the highest price, but it offers 2 advantages. Firstly, Lin Xie will immediately receive Spirit Stone fragments. Moreover, the Seeking Immortal Pavilion has a stellar reputation and guarantees complete confidentiality regarding client transaction information. It is not merely a matter of Lin Xie selling a single Centennial Spirit Herb. Even if he were to present a foundation-building artifact, the Seeking Immortal Pavilion would not resort to violence to seize it. This is not an act of kindness on the part of the Qian family. Rather, it is because the Qian family is a merchant family that prioritizes profit. Reputation is also an integral part of profit. Unless the benefits are sufficiently substantial, the Qian family would never jeopardize their foundations by undermining the credibility they have painstakingly built over millennia. In truth, Lin Xie initially intended to attend the auction at Sanyuan City, and have the auction sell the 100-year refined spirit herb on his behalf. Through the auction, he could secure a higher price for the 100-year refined spirit herb, as the auction in San Juan Cien City boasts an excellent reputation. However, with more than 2 months remaining until the next auction event, Lin Xie could hardly afford to wait that long. With the journey included, it would take him at least 3 months to return to Sichuan City after the 100-year refined spirit herb was sold. By that time, it was likely that the silver vein in Qingchuan town would have been largely depleted by the blood wolf haul. In the outside world. As long as Lin Xie possesses a foundation building level talisman, he would be more than capable of dealing with the 4 spirit refining cultivators from the blood wolf hall. However, once those silver resources are transported into the blood wolf hall stronghold, it would become a significant predicament. The blood wolf hall has a long-standing heritage and various lethal formations protecting its stronghold. Even early-stage foundation-building cultivators would need to expend considerable effort to breach it. Senior, may I inquire what you wish to purchase or sell? Upon Lin Xie's entrance to the Sun Xian building, a maid of body refinement layer approached him. Lin Xie observed the maid and glanced around before speaking softly. I have a 100-year refined spirit herb to sell. Please summon your person in charge. The maid was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's words. Although her cultivation was modest, being a maid at the Sun Xian building meant she was well aware of the value of the 100-year refined spirit herb. After a brief pause, she quickly regained her composure and enthusiastically invited Lin Xie to a private chamber. If she successfully facilitated the transaction of a 100-year refined spirit herb, she would receive a reward of a spirit stone fragment. A single spirit stone fragment is equivalent to 2 years of her earnings. Whether within the Luoxia sect or among low-tier cultivators of the Qian family, acquiring cultivation resources is exceedingly difficult. Senior, please enjoy some tea while I promptly fetch the steward. The maid brewed a pot of tea for Lin Xie and presented an array of fruits and snacks. She then hurried up to the second floor of the Sun Xian building. The building comprises 3 levels. The first floor is accessible to body refinement stage 4 cultivators. The second to spirit refinement stage cultivators, and the third is the private cultivation area of the building's proprietor, generally closed to the public. The operational hierarchy of the Sun Xian building consists of the proprietor, stewards, and ordinary maids. The proprietor is a master of late spirit refinement level, while the stewards are all at least perfect body refinement level. Chapter 45. Transaction completed. Underground black market. After the maid departed, an elderly man with long, flowing yellow hair entered Lin Xie's private chamber with a beaming smile. Friend, may I see that 100-year refined spirit herb? The elder was one of the stewards of the Sun Xian building, and he directly requested to see the herb. Without hesitation, Lin Xie produced the 100-year refined spirit herb. The moment it was unveiled, a rich medicinal aroma immediately filled the air. Indeed, this is a 100-year-old medicinal herb, quite impressive. The elder scrutinized the 100-year refined spirit herb in Lin Xie's hand, continuously expressing admiration. 4 cultivators at the body refinement and spirit refinement stages. The 100-year refined spirit herb is considered a top-tier medicinal herb. Yes, this 100-year refined spirit herb is of good quality. However, its leaves appear to have been utilized by you. According to market prices, its value is approximately equivalent to 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones. But if you are earnest in selling it, our Sun Xian building can offer you 4 low-grade spirit stones. As he spoke, the elder stroked his beard. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie chose not to haggle, recognizing that 4 low-grade spirit stones represented a fair price. Moreover, he was eager to quickly exchange the spirit stones for resources. Armed with the Jian Xian treasure mirror, he planned to purchase some low-grade medicinal herbs, enhance them with the mirror, and subsequently sell them for a substantial profit in spirit stones. However, Lin Xie was cautious not to overtrade low-grade medicinal herbs in the San Juan Cien City, as doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of spirit-refining cultivators. Exposing the secret of the Jian Xian treasure mirror for mere spirit stones would be counterproductive and could even invite mortal danger. Lin Xie intended to cultivate a loyal group of cultivators once the matter of the silver vein was resolved, and he regained control over the 500-mile territory from the Song family. When the number of cultivators was sufficient, the Lin family could establish a cultivation market and create a commercial association. At that point, they could utilize their own commercial association to continuously sell resources and medicinal herbs enhanced by the Jian Xian treasure mirror. Deal. While lost in thought, Lin Xie finalized the transaction with the elder. After receiving the 100-year refined spirit herb, the elder promptly had the maid bring forward 4 low-grade spirit stones. 4 low-grade spirit stones equate to 400 spirit stone fragments. This was Lin Xie's first encounter with complete low-grade spirit stones since his cultivation began. Unlike spirit stone fragments, possessing a complete low-grade spirit stone brings peace of mind and nurtures the meridians. If a mortal were to wear a low-grade spirit stone long-term, it could even grant them immunity to ailments and extend their lifespan. In contrast, although spirit stone fragments also contain spiritual energy, they lack such effects. With the 4 low-grade spirit stones in hand, Lin Xie did not rush to leave the Sun Xian building but instead wandered around leisurely. Having sold the 100-year refined spirit herb, the elder had even granted Lin Xie a VIP card. With this card, Lin Xie enjoyed a 10% discount on all purchases at the Sun Xian building, and he was permitted access to the second floor at his discretion. It is worth noting that in this realm of cultivation, rules are not set in stone. Often, what is deemed a rule can be easily broken. Lin Xie was in no hurry to ascend to the second floor of Sun Xian building. The various elixirs and materials on the first floor were already sufficient for his needs. As Lin Xie approached a counter, he abruptly halted. A prominently displayed sign read, Spirit Refining Pill Low Grade, with a price tag of 2 low-grade spirit stones. The Spirit Refining Pill, as the name suggests, is an auxiliary pill that aids cultivators in breaking through the spirit refinement stage. A single low-grade spirit refining pill can increase a cultivator's chances of breakthrough by 2 to 3-fold. Senior, I regret to inform you that we currently have no stock of the spirit refining pill at the Sun Xian building. Observing Lin Xie lingering at the counter selling the spirit refining pill, a maid approached him with a look of sincere apology. In Huai Mountain County, there are many cultivators at the perfect body refinement level, and every time a spirit refining pill appears, it is quickly snatched up by those cultivators. Just half a year ago, the Sanyuan Xian City auctioned a low-grade spirit refining pill. That pill, which started at a base price of 50 spirit stone fragments, ultimately fetched a staggering 30 low-grade spirit stones. The level of spirit refining pills is at most spirit refining grade. Even the finest low-grade spirit refining pills can only sell for 5 or 6 low-grade spirit stones at most. 30 low-grade spirit stones could purchase foundation building grade pills and treasures. In response to the maid's continuous explanations and apologies, Lin Xie merely acknowledged her with indifference, not taking it to heart. Special pills like the spirit refining pill and foundation building pill are often in short supply, not only in Guyuan City, but also within the Luoxia sect and across the entire cultivation realm of the Jin Kingdom, my friend. Although we currently lack stock of the spirit refining pill at the Sun Xian building, I do know of a place where there is a chance of finding spirit refining pills and perhaps other items of interest to you. Just as Lin Xie was deep in thought, the elder with whom he had just conducted the transaction suddenly approached him. You must be aware of the underground black market. In Guyuan City, aside from our Sanyuan Xian City, there exists a clandestine underground black market. Within the underground black market, one can find a plethora of items for sale. However, many of those items are of dubious origin, the elder continued, pausing momentarily before refraining from further elaboration. Lin Xie was well aware of the underground black market. During his cultivation at the Luoxia sect, he had visited the underground black market several times. Compared to the cultivation market, the underground black market offers various treasures, but it also harbors many counterfeit goods. In a large trading establishment within the cultivation market, one might pay a premium for an item, but counterfeit goods are virtually non-existent. In the underground black market, however, if one falls victim to a scam, they have no choice but to accept their misfortune. After all, in the underground black market, once a transaction is completed, both parties involved will entirely sever their ties. Most importantly, upon entering this clandestine realm, everyone is required to don masks that obscure their presence and appearance. Fellow cultivator, here is the map indicating the location of the underground black market in ancient Source City, which also marks the opening times of the market each month. Should you find yourself intrigued, you may wish to try your luck. The elder produced a crumpled map and directly handed it to Lin Xie. The elder was quite eager to befriend Lin Xie, for one never knows when Lin Xie might successfully break through and ascend to the rank of a spirit-infusing realm master. Chapter 46. Only by daring to contend and retreat can one rise. Thank you, fellow cultivator. After carefully stowing away the map to the black market provided by the elder, Lin Xie proceeded to purchase 5 10-year spirit-refining herbs and several ordinary elixirs within the Xuanxian Tower, before departing directly from the establishment. Upon exiting the Xuanxian Tower, Lin Xie rented a room in an inn located within the Sanyuan Immortal Market. However, out of caution, Lin Xie refrained from using the Jinshin mirror inside the inn. Instead, shrouded in the veil of night, he discreetly left Ancient Source City with the Jinshin mirror in hand. Within Ancient Source City, spirit-infusing cultivators are stationed, and with formations in place, it is conceivable that even within the inn, there may be spies arranged by the Qian family. Even if there were not, Lin Xie dared not take the risk, as the saying goes. A cautious sailor reaches the distant shore. Only through vigilance and prudence can one safeguard oneself and advance further along the path of cultivation. Swish, 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 beneath the dim moonlight, Lin Xie braved the wind and snow, wandering outside Ancient Source City for a full day, until he was utterly certain he was not being followed. Only then did he enter a cave. Cautiously retrieving the Jinshin mirror, Lin Xie, having sold Centennial spirit-refining herbs in the Xuanxian Tower, had obtained a total of 4 inferior spirit stones. However, after purchasing 5 10-year spirit-refining herbs and 2 bottles of cultivation-enhancing elixirs, he expended 50 pieces of spirit stone fragments. Presently, Lin Xie retained 3 complete inferior spirit stones and 50 spirit stone fragments. After extracting the Jinshin mirror, Lin Xie consumed 1 inferior spirit stone and began attempting to upgrade and enhance the 5 Thunder Talisman. As the Jinshin mirror consumed a piece of inferior spirit stone, a gentle and mysterious radiance erupted from its surface. Perhaps the value of a single inferior spirit stone is sufficiently high, for the brilliance emanating from the Jinshin mirror was brighter than at any previous occasion. Lin Xie held the Jinshin mirror aloft, directing its reflection toward the 5 Thunder Talisman. In an instant, the light from the mirror enveloped the 5 Thunder Talisman. At that moment of illumination, the appearance of the 5 Thunder Talisman underwent yet another transformation. What once resembled an unremarkable token, after this enhancement, morphed into an object the size of a fist, akin to a golden dragon pearl. The surface of the golden pearl was inscribed with intricate runes. These runes contained the power of thunder. The 5 Thunder Talisman had now undeniably reached the threshold of a foundation-building talisman. To be precise, it had not yet been enhanced to the level of a low-grade foundation-building talisman. Currently, the 5 Thunder Talisman could unleash at most half the might of a low-grade foundation-building talisman. Nonetheless, even at this level, it was more than sufficient to contend with spirit-infusing cultivators. Even half the potency of a low-grade foundation-building talisman equated to a quarter of the strength of a foundation-building cultivator. Spirit-infusing cultivators, unless they also possess talismans or are shielded by formations, are not significantly different from ants in the presence of foundation-building cultivators. A foundation-building cultivator in the early stage could easily annihilate a fully realized spirit-infusing cultivator with mere physical strength, without even mobilizing their internal mana. In the realm of immortal cultivation, even the most elite sects and prodigies of ancient families can only cross minor realms to defeat their foes. The disparity in major realms signifies a chasm of life levels. Regardless of how exceptional one's innate talent, to aspire to transcend a major realm by sheer force of will is akin to chasing phantoms. After enhancing the 5 Thunder Talisman, Lin Xie did not hesitate to extract another inferior spirit stone. Upgrading a second 5 Thunder Talisman to the level of a quasi-foundation-building talisman. 2 inferior spirit stones exchanged for 2 quasi-foundation-building talismans. In the grand scheme, Lin Xie had undoubtedly made a significant profit upon returning to Zichuan City. If he could utilize these 2 quasi-foundation-building talismans to successfully ambush 1 or 2 of the Blood Wolf Hall's spirit-infusing cultivators, he would undoubtedly acquire substantial resources from them in the pursuit of the Silver Mine vein and to thoroughly intimidate various factions. Lin Xie had no intention of allowing the Blood Wolf Hall to retreat unscathed. By slaying 1 or 2 spirit-infusing cultivators from the Blood Wolf Hall, he would not only bolster the Lin family's reputation but also ensure that all factions recognized the Lin family's power. Though such actions would undoubtedly engender a deadly feud between the Blood Wolf Hall and the Lin family, The rise of any power necessitates perpetual conflict. For a faction to ascend continuously, it must endure humiliation and burdens while also daring to confront external challenges. Even regarding the matter of the silver mine vein, Lin Xie intended to present his family with a hostile faction. The Lin family currently requires external threats to instill a sense of urgency among its members. For the past century, while Lin Xie cultivated within the Luoxia sect, the Lin family, under the protection of his status as a disciple, had scarcely encountered any danger. Many of the younger generation within the Lin family had, due to prolonged exposure to a sheltered existence, lost their fighting spirit and failed to perceive the stark realities of the world. In this brutal and dark world, if a faction lacks the decisiveness to engage in conflict and the courage to retreat, it is doomed to become prey for others, ultimately facing complete obliteration. Within the dark cave, after upgrading and enhancing both 5 Thunder Talismans, Lin Xie proceeded to refine the 2 bottles of elixirs he had exchanged for. Along with the 5 10-year spirit refining herbs, the 2 bottles of elixirs, known as Gu Yuan Dan, not only assist in cultivation but can also be consumed during battles to aid in swift recovery. Having expended a total of 20 spirit stone fragments, Lin Xie successfully enhanced the 2 lowest grade Gu Yuan Dan to the level of spirit-infusing elixirs. These 2 bottles of elixirs, Lin Xie did not intend to trade. Rather, he planned to reserve them for his own USE.AS for the 5 10-year spirit refining herbs. Lin Xie refrained from utilizing spirit stone fragments for enhancement. Utilizing spirit stone fragments might potentially elevate these 5 centennial spirit refining herbs directly to bicentennial great herbs. Selling centennial spirit refining herbs would at most attract some attention, but it would not provoke the covetousness of spirit-infusing cultivators. However, should Lin Xie dare to produce bicentennial spirit refining herbs, he could very well find himself targeted by spirit-infusing cultivators or even foundation-building cultivators. Bicentennial great herbs are already considered foundation-building treasures, even within the well-established Luoxia sect. Such herbs are exceedingly rare. For a treasure to mature to a sufficient age, it requires not only time but also favorable conditions and the inherent blessings of the treasure itself. Chapter 47. Black Market Transactions. Masked artifacts. After enhancing his equipment and organizing his various items within the cave, Lin Xie braved the swirling snowstorm and returned to the inn within the Sanyuan Immortal Market in Ancient Source City. As long as one is a cultivator, most ordinary inns offer complimentary lodging. However, Lin Xie opted not to stay in a common inn but instead rented a room in an establishment fortified with a spirit-gathering array. According to the information marked on the black market location map, the underground black market in Ancient Source City opens only once every half-month. The next opening is just 2 days away. 2 days' time is something Lin Xie is willing to wait. Even though the matter of the silver mine vein is pressing, Lin Xie possesses the upgraded Gu Yuan Dan, provided he consumes the Gu Yuan Dan to maintain his condition while hurrying back to Zichuan City. He could easily manage to make the journey within a mere 2 to 3 days. With this thought in mind, Lin Xie extracted a piece of spirit stone fragment and began meditating within the inn to cultivate. The path of immortal cultivation is akin to a myriad of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. Not wasting a moment of cultivation time has become a habit Lin Xie has cultivated over many years. Initially, Lin Xie gained entry into the Luoxia sect through the family's ascension order. Due to his abysmal aptitude, in order to avoid falling too far behind others, Lin Xie had to seize every fleeting moment. While others exerted double the effort, he labored tenfold, even 100-fold. It is precisely due to this perseverance that he has managed to progress from possessing a pseudo-spiritual root to breaking through step by step to the blood-refining realm. It is worth noting that possessing a pseudo-spiritual root often allows for cultivation, yet most practitioners with such roots find it exceedingly difficult to advance, even with copious resources. As Lin Xie meditated late into the night, his eyelids gently fluttered, allowing him to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth that coursed through his meridians, nurturing his internal organs. His state of mind grew exceptionally tranquil. The waning moon sank into the horizon as the blazing sun rose in the east. 2 days swiftly passed. Within the inn of the Sanyuan Immortal Market, the fragments of spiritual stones in Lin Xie's hand had lost their potency, reduced entirely to mere dust. Rising to his feet, He casually dispersed the powder of the spiritual stone shards and departed the inn at a measured pace. After 2 days of cultivation, he had made a slight advancement in his cultivation level. However, to break through the spirit reservoir realm, this small increment could be likened to a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, Lin Xie felt a profound sense of contentment. As the saying goes, thousands of streams can converge to form a river. The path of immortal cultivation has always been a process of continuous accumulation. Each breath and exhalation contributes to one's cultivation. And while this accumulation may often feel imperceptible, the moment of breakthrough transforms all efforts into a foundation. A sharpened blade capable of shattering the bottlenecks of the immortal path. Navigating through the bustling streets of ancient Source City, Lin Xie followed the guidance of the black market location map and arrived at the front of a desolate structure in the outer city area. Surrounding this forsaken edifice were ancient thorny trees, their branches and leaves sprawling, with vines as thick as a human arm, each adorned with razor-sharp thorns. Most chilling were the vibrant and menacing poisonous serpents lurking amidst the thickets of thorns. Witnessing this scene, not only the ordinary citizens of ancient Source City, but even cultivators at the body refinement stages dared not tread lightly into this territory. To access the underground black market of ancient Source City, one must traverse this perilous thicket. Gazing at the treacherous foliage, Lin Xie maintained a serene demeanor, stepping forward without hesitation. With a rustling sound, as he entered the thorny grove, the formidable aura of a perfected body refinement realm erupted from his being. The ferocious serpents, sensing his presence, instinctively recoiled. The iron-like, glinting thorned vines posed no threat to Lin Xie whatsoever. Upon successfully navigating through the thicket, the scene before him began to transform gradually. The dilapidated structure, as perceived from the outside, morphed into an imposing and magnificent stone door. Salutations, esteemed senior. Standing by the stone door was a dwarf man. Upon catching sight of Lin Xie, his face lit up with a broad smile as he respectfully approached and offered a formal bow. The dwarf exuded an aura indicative of body refinement and bone tempering. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, he bore a collection of masks and a token symbolizing his status at his waist. It was evident that he was one of the stewards of the underground black market in ancient Source City, tasked with welcoming cultivators entering this clandestine realm. Esteemed senior, this should be your first visit to our underground market in ancient Source City. This mask artifact was personally crafted by our shopkeeper. Once donned, even a cultivator in the early stages of Spirit Reservoir will be unable to discern your appearance and aura. To rent this mask artifact for a single use requires 1 fragment of a spiritual stone. Our shopkeeper has stipulated that to enter the underground market, one must rent a mask artifact. I hope you can understand. As the dwarf spoke, he retrieved a pitch-black mask artifact from his waist. Though it appeared unremarkable, its quality was undeniably that of a top-tier Spirit Reservoir level artifact. However, this mask possessed neither offensive nor defensive capabilities. Its sole purpose was to conceal the wearer's visage, voice, and aura. Accepting the mask artifact, Lin Xie hesitated momentarily, but ultimately produced a fragment of a spiritual stone to rent it. Although spending a fragment on a single use seemed steep, even if the shopkeeper of the black market had not mandated its use, Lin Xie would have chosen to rent it nonetheless. In the black market, where human motives are treacherous and powerful figures abound, parading oneself without a means to conceal one's identity could easily attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Thank you, esteemed senior. Wishing you a successful transaction. After receiving the spiritual stone fragment, the dwarf once again bowed respectfully to Lin Xie. Once he donned the mask artifact, Lin Xie's cultivation level was instantly obscured, and his voice and aura underwent a complete transformation under its influence. By the way, may I inquire if this mask artifact is available for purchase? Having experienced the mask's effects, Lin Xie turned to the dwarf. His interest piqued. If he could procure such a mask artifact, it would serve him well in traversing the cultivation world or sending his kin on errands, safeguarding various secrets. Upon hearing this, the dwarf shook his head apologetically. I am afraid, esteemed senior, that such mask artifacts are not for sale. Lin Xie felt a twinge of regret at this revelation. Had the mask artifact been available for purchase, he would have willingly paid a premium to acquire it. Chapter 48. The Remnant Spirit Reservoir Pill. The transaction begins with the mask artifact secured. Lin Xie stepped through the grand stone door and traversed a dim underground passage for a quarter of an hour before finally entering the underground black market of Ancestor City. The scale of this underground black market even surpassed that of the Sanyuan immortal market established by the Qian family. However, to assert that there was no connection between the underground black market and the Qian family would be utterly implausible. The resources sold at the Sanyuan immortal market were generally sourced transparently, with few instances of counterfeit goods. Even in cases of purchasing fakes, the shops within the market offered return services. Conversely, this underground black market, while branded as a trading hub, resembled more of a den for illicit dealings. The resources here were often obtained through nefarious means, rife with scams and half-truths. Slaves, strong slaves, 50 fragments of spiritual stones each. Beautiful female cultivators, only 300 fragments of spiritual stones. What a bargain. Ferocious beasts of the blood refinement realm, come take a look. Only 200 fragments of spiritual stones each. At this moment, the black market had yet to officially open, yet numerous cultivators had already begun hawking their wares. In the black market, any genuine treasures that surfaced were typically exchanged for goods, because items classified as treasures were often highly sought yet rarely available. The layout of the entire underground black market resembled a colossal marketplace. Since it was constructed underground, there were no buildings. All transactions occurred at stalls. Compared to the Sanyuan immortal market, while the scale of the underground black market was vast, its arrangement appeared chaotic and oppressive. Please, I beg you, release me. Is there any kind-hearted soul to save me? Within the black market, some cultivators, shackled by specially crafted iron chains, had been reduced to slaves, while others were confined within cages, spewing flames. The cultivation community of the Jin Kingdom prided itself on being a bastion of righteousness, openly prohibiting the sale of slaves and the dissemination of nefarious arts. Yet in this underground black market, one could easily encounter not only slaves but also practitioners of dark arts setting up stalls. After perusing the various stalls, Lin Xie found that most items were either exorbitantly priced or mere fakes. Ultimately, he decided against further fruitless searching and chose a vacant area to sit cross-legged, awaiting the official opening of the market. Once the market commenced, the proprietors typically unveiled several treasures to kickstart the trading activities. As the time drew nearer for the market to open, the number of cultivators in the underground black market continued to swell. Before long, the once empty expanse of the underground market was brimming with cultivators adorned with mask artifacts. Observing this scene, Lin Xie gained a renewed understanding of the depth of the underground black market in ancient Source City. The cultivators congregated here numbered at least in the thousands. Yet, even amidst such a crowd, there was no shortage of mask artifacts. After all, these mask artifacts were still considered spirit reservoir-level artifacts. Although the materials used to craft the masks likely amounted to less than a fraction of a genuine spirit reservoir-level artifact, the resources required to produce thousands of these masks would likely be beyond the means of even foundational cultivators. Just as Lin Xie was lost in thought, several overwhelmingly powerful auras suddenly radiated from a distance. The sources of these auras were both male and female, some clad in opulent attire, others exuding an icy demeanor, and still others possessing an ethereal grace. These individuals did not don mask artifacts. And upon their appearance, numerous stewards of the underground black market promptly prostrated themselves, reverently proclaiming, "We welcome the arrival of the esteemed shopkeeper. We welcome the arrival of all venerable seniors." The voices of the stewards rang sincere. Their eyes filled with awe toward these figures. It was evident that these individuals were all spirit reservoir cultivators. Although they did not deliberately release their oppressive presence, their mere actions instilled a palpable pressure among many cultivators at the body refinement level. As spirit reservoir cultivators, these individuals deemed it beneath them to conceal their appearances. Not to mention their formidable strength, their identities are equally remarkable. Take, for instance, the elder standing beside the black market lord. He is one of the deacons of the Falling Sunset Sect's spirit-nurturing realm. During his time at the Falling Sunset Sect, Lin Xie had encountered this elder on numerous occasions, of course. While Lin Xie was aware of the elder's status, the elder had no recollection of Lin Xie, a mere outer disciple. Heh heh heh. I have heard that Lord Liu has concocted another batch of living pills. I must savor them thoroughly this time. The deacon from the Falling Sunset sect cackled, referring to the living pills, which share a similar fundamental principle with the living pills, secretly concocted by the Zhao family's ancestor. However, the Zhao family's ancestors' living pills were crafted using the essence blood of cultivators, while the Black Market Lord's living pills are made from the essence blood of demon beasts, blended with various precious herbs. As per customary practice, exchanges will be made. This time, I have not only brought 3 cauldrons of freshly refined spirit-nurturing level living pills, but also 8 effective spirit-nurturing pill. As soon as the words left the deacon's lips, the Black Market Lord produced 4 jade bottles containing pills from his storage ring. Upon hearing defective spirit-nurturing pill, the underground black market erupted with excitement. 4 cultivators at the spirit-nurturing realm. The spirit-nurturing pill holds little practical value. However, it is crucial to note that the cultivators who frequent this underground black market are predominantly at the body refinement 4th stage, especially those at the body refinement stage and body refinement perfection levels. Their fervor for the spirit-nurturing pill surpasses that for any other treasured item. After all, no matter how exceptional other treasures may be, it is exceedingly difficult for them to directly break through to the spirit-nurturing realm. Although the spirit-nurturing pill produced by the Black Market Lord is merely a defective one, it can still enhance the probability of a body refinement perfection cultivator breaking into the spirit-nurturing realm by approximately 10%. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial 10% effect. In many cases, even a mere 1,000th increase in breakthrough probability could lead to a successful breakthrough for a cultivator. Elder Lord, I wonder what kind of treasured item I must present to exchange for your defective spirit-nurturing pill. An elderly cultivator, leaning on a cane, was the first to approach the Black Market Lord with this inquiry. In response, the Black Market Lord replied nonchalantly, centennial herbs, spirit-nurturing magical artifacts, special formations, or unique cultivation techniques. If they possess sufficient value, they can be exchanged for the defective essence-nurturing pill in my possession. Should the various treasures presented fail to meet the value required for this defective spirit-nurturing pill, I will resort to an auction format to sell it after all transactions conclude. Chapter 49. Offering treasures for the spirit-nurturing pill. As the Black Market Lord's voice faded, the stall-holding cultivators began to pack up. After all, earning spirit stones through stalls can be done at any time. But the underground black market of ancient Source City hosts a genuine market transaction only once every 2 weeks. Moreover, this time, a defective essence-nurturing pill has appeared. I possess a piece of heart of fine iron. Might it suffice to exchange for the defective spirit-nurturing pill in your possession? Elder Lord? One cultivator directly presented his treasure, seeking to trade for the defective spirit-nurturing pill. When he mentioned heart of fine iron, many cultivators were taken aback. This was merely the beginning, and such a valuable treasure had already appeared. The heart of fine iron is a refining material that surpasses the quality of ordinary fine iron, or can at most be used to forge spirit-nurturing level magical artifacts. Whereas the heart of fine iron can be utilized to craft foundation establishment level magical artifacts, upon hearing heart of fine iron, both the Black Market Lord and the several spirit-nurturing realm cultivators were visibly intrigued. However, upon noticing that the heart of fine iron held by the cultivator was only the size of a pea, disappointment washed over their faces. If this heart of fine iron were the size of a fist, it would not only suffice to exchange for a defective spirit-nurturing pill, but would even be more than adequate for 2 inferior spirit-nurturing pills. As for its pea-sized form, while it holds some value, it is evidently insufficient. Regrettably, if you had 3 such pieces of heart of fine iron, this lord would be willing to incur some loss to let you acquire the defective spirit-nurturing pill. Upon hearing this, the cultivator's expression turned bitter. The most precious item in his possession was this pea-sized heart of fine iron. I possess 2 spirit-nurturing magical artifacts, and I wonder if I might exchange them for the defective spirit-nurturing pill in your hands. Elder, another cultivator spoke up, revealing 2 spirit-nurturing level magical artifacts. One was a spear of the fire attribute, and the other was a parasol of the wood attribute. Together, these 2 artifacts represented a well-rounded combination of offensive and defensive capabilities as spirit-nurturing level treasures. Inferior spirit-nurturing level artifacts, still insufficient in value. The Black Market Lord shook his head, refusing the trade once more. The combined worth of these two artifacts was indeed comparable to a superior spirit nurturing level artifact. Yet when juxtaposed against the value of the defective spirit nurturing pill, there remained a disparity. A superior spirit nurturing level artifact, if converted to spirit stones, would be worth at most 10 inferior spirit stones. Not to mention that these two artifacts, while they hold a value akin to that of a superior spirit nurturing level artifact, even if their combined worth could rival that of a top-tier spirit nurturing level artifact, it still wouldn't be enough to exchange for a defective spirit nurturing pill. It is essential to recognize that a defective spirit nurturing pill, when auctioned, could easily fetch a price of over 10 inferior spirit stones. Alas, faced with the black market lord's refusal, the cultivator who had offered 2 inferior spirit nurturing level artifacts could only sigh helplessly and retreat back into the crowd. For the majority of body refinement 4th stage cultivators, while they were eager to exchange for the defective spirit nurturing pill in the black market lord's possession, they simply could not produce any significant treasures. Although some of the spirit nurturing realm cultivators possessed items of comparable value to the defective spirit nurturing pill, they had neither juniors to pass them on to, nor did they require the spirit nurturing pill for themselves, thus lacking any interest in the defective spirit nurturing pill held by the black market lord. However, the deacon from the Falling Sunset sect approached the cultivator who had just offered the heart of fine iron, speaking in a calm tone, "Friend, I am quite interested in your heart of fine iron. While I do not possess a defective spirit nurturing pill, I do have a longevity pill. The aura of decline surrounding you is so pronounced that even the mask artifact personally refined by Lord Liu cannot conceal it. Your lifespan, I fear, is already less than half a year. Consuming this longevity pill can extend your life by 3 years. As the deacon from the Falling Sunset sect spoke, he retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring. Inside the box was a low-grade longevity pill. Such low-grade longevity pills are effective only for mortals and cultivators at the body refinement 4th stage. Moreover, the first consumption yields the best results, while the second consumption's effectiveness is halved. The third consumption further reduces its efficacy until it becomes completely ineffective. In terms of value, the longevity pill is not necessarily inferior to the defective spirit nurturing pill. However, the process of refining spirit nurturing pills is more intricate and prone to failure, which is why they are so scarce. Elder, I will exchange. Upon seeing the low-grade longevity pill, the cultivator acted decisively, handing the heart of fine iron to the deacon of the Falling Sunset sect. As the deacon had pointed out, his lifespan was already down to about half a year. If he wished to survive, he must either break through his bottleneck and ascend to the spirit-nurturing realm or hastily consume the longevity pill to prolong his life. Although 3 additional years of life is not a great deal, it is certainly preferable to awaiting death. After acquiring the longevity pill, the cultivator consumed it on the spot. His aura of decline was overwhelming, and while the mask artifact concealed his appearance and essence, he would still be easily recognized upon exiting the black market. Opting to consume the longevity pill immediately also serves to prevent other cultivators from identifying him and subsequently attempting to murder him for his possessions. As the longevity pill was swallowed, the aura of decline surrounding the cultivator swiftly dissipated. Following this transaction, he did not partake further but hurriedly exited the underground black market. After his departure, the trading atmosphere in the underground black market remained undeterred. Rather, it grew even more fervent. A plethora of peculiar treasures were presented by the cultivators. Among the crowd, Lin Xie maintained a notably low profile. The only item he possessed that was suitable for trade was 5 centennial essence nurturing herbs. As for techniques, Lin Xie dared not present them for trade. The techniques he possessed, even the most mediocre ones, could enable him to cultivate to the foundation establishment early stage. If he were to reveal a foundation establishment technique, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the spirit-nurturing realm cultivators present. Gazing at the defective spirit-nurturing pill held by the black market lord, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie produced 3 centennial essence nurturing herbs and calmly stated, "Elder Lord, I offer 3 centennial essence nurturing herbs in exchange for the defective spirit-nurturing pill in your possession." The moment Lin Xie's voice fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The value of 3 centennial essence nurturing herbs, based on the market's minimum price, amounts to only 6 inferior spirit stones. However, Centennial essence nurturing herbs are typically in high demand with limited supply. In numerous instances, the price of a single Centennial Spirit herb can surpass the market rate by threefold, or even fivefold in terms of value. Exchanging 3 Centennial Spirit herbs for a defective Spirit Nourishing pill is clearly more than sufficient. Upon hearing that Lin Xia intended to offer 3 Centennial Spirit herbs in exchange for a defective Spirit Nourishing pill, the black market master did not hesitate for a moment and nodded slightly in response, stating, "If you can truly present 3 Centennial Spirit herbs, then this defective Spirit Nourishing pill shall belong to you." Although the black market master acquiesced to the transaction, his gaze towards Lin Xia was laced with skepticism. It is worth noting that within Huai Mountain County, even some of the herbalists from the Falling Sunset sect find it challenging to procure 3 Centennial herbs at once. In the face of the black market master's doubt, Lin Xia refrained from unnecessary words and directly produced 3 Centennial Spirit herbs. The moment Lin Xia revealed the Centennial Spirit herbs, a rich aroma of medicinal essence instantly permeated the surroundings. Indeed, they were rare herbs of a century's worth. Upon witnessing the 3 Centennial Spirit herbs, a fervent glimmer ignited in the black market master's eyes. Should he acquire these 3 Centennial Spirit herbs, he would be able to concoct a higher quality vital pill. At that point, he could leverage the efficacy of the superior vital pill to attempt a breakthrough into the late Spirit Nourishing phase. If he were to successfully transcend the late Spirit Nourishing stage, he could then aspire to attain perfect Spirit Nourishing. With nearly a century of lifespan remaining, if he could reach the perfect Spirit Nourishing level within 100 years, perhaps in his lifetime, he might even have the opportunity to establish a foundation, my friend. From this moment forth, this defective Spirit Nourishing pill is yours. The black market master, gazing at the 3 Centennial Spirit herbs in Lin Xia's hands, adopted a markedly more courteous tone. In Huai Mountain County, Centennial herbs are exceedingly rare. Even if they do appear, it is usually only one, or at most, half of one. Beside the black market master, several Spirit Nourishing cultivators were also stirred upon seeing the Centennial Spirit herbs. However, they lacked the precious Spirit Nourishing pill to offer in exchange. Without any items for trade, coupled with the fact that the 3 Centennial Spirit herbs were being exchanged by the black market master, even if they were envious, they could not dare to resort to forceful theft. Not to mention that the black market master was at the mid-Spirit Nourishing cultivation level. Even setting aside his cultivation, he was backed by numerous top-tier forces in Huai Mountain County. Unless one possessed Foundation establishment-level cultivation, even those at perfect Spirit Nourishing would not dare to provoke the black market master lightly. After concluding the transaction with the black market master, Lin Xia did not depart immediately but chose to remain. Observing as various trades continued, with treasures occasionally surfacing, Lin Xia also wished to see if he could discover items beneficial to himself. The breath-concealing technique created by a great cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm was available for merely 2 low-grade spirit stones. Not far from Lin Xia, a slender and somewhat frail cultivator suddenly spoke. Upon hearing that the technique was created by a great cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, even the Spirit Nourishing cultivator from the Falling Sunset sect was drawn over. It is important to note that even the supreme techniques of the Falling Sunset sect can only be cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm at most. However, it was not long before the Spirit Nourishing cultivator from the Falling Sunset sect shook his head and departed. The breath-concealing technique crafted by the Foundation establishment great cultivator was merely a page of a fragment. Moreover, it is neither a primary cultivation technique nor a top-tier spell. Even in its complete form, the breath-concealing technique, when cultivated to perfection, serves only one function: to alter one's aura at will. For such a mediocre technique, even in its complete form, its value is not high. After all, once a cultivator reaches a certain level, they can already freely alter their aura, even their appearance. Although the majority of cultivators showed no interest in that fragment of the breath-concealing technique, Lin Xia felt a stirring in his heart. A mere page of a fragment posed no issue. With the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal, restoring and enhancing it would not be too difficult. After utilizing the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal multiple times, Lin Xia had discerned some of its operational principles. The resources consumed for upgrading and enhancing techniques with the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal are minimal, followed by enhancing pills and magical artifacts. Enhancing one's innate qualities consumes the most resources, according to Lin Xia's conclusions. To utilize the mirror of celestial appraisal to thoroughly restore the fragment of the breath-concealing technique would require at most some mundane gold and silver, along with a small quantity of spirit stone fragments. With this in mind, Lin Xia approached the cultivator, producing a low-grade spirit stone from his robe, and calmly stated, "Esteemed friend, I can offer a low-grade spirit stone in exchange for the breath-concealing technique you possess." Upon hearing this, the cultivator did not outright reject Lin Xia, yet neither did he immediately agree to the exchange. Instead, he hesitantly replied, "Esteemed friend, this breath-concealing technique was crafted by a great cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm. The price of a low-grade spirit stone is rather too low." When mentioning the Foundation establishment great cultivator, the cultivator deliberately emphasized the phrase. However, before Lin Xia could engage in further negotiation, the black market master unexpectedly interjected. "That's enough. Even if the breath-concealing technique was indeed created by a Foundation establishment great cultivator, it ultimately remains just a fragment. Moreover, this technique is neither a top-tier spell nor a profound secret. Theo, exchange it for a low-grade spirit stone? You would already be profiting significantly." The black market master's words evidently favored Lin Xia, possibly due to the 3 centennial spirit herbs, prompting him to wish to establish a good rapport with Lin Xia. Seeing the black market master personally speak, the cultivator who presented the breath-concealing technique suddenly refrained from further protest. Although he was unwilling, to avoid offending the black market master, he had no choice but to relinquish the fragment of the breath-concealing technique and complete the transaction with Lin Xia. "Esteemed friend, this is my token. Should you possess any centennial herbs or similar treasures in the future, you may use this token to come here and meet with me." Just as Lin Xia received the breath-concealing technique and prepared to depart from the underground black market, the black market master suddenly obstructed his path, producing a rather exquisite token. Lin Xia accepted the token, immediately feeling a sense of vigilance. The fact that he had just presented 3 centennial spirit herbs had undoubtedly caught the attention of this black market master. For Lin Xia, being under the scrutiny of a black market master at the mid-spirit nourishing level was clearly not a favorable situation. However, in that moment, Lin Xia found it difficult to gauge the black market master's true intentions. But he was by no means a lamb awaiting slaughter, possessing 2 powerful Thunder Talisman artifacts, which were nearly at the threshold of Foundation establishment. Lin Xia felt confident enough to handle any situation, provided he was not facing a Foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 51. On the way back, Meridian opening and spirit nourishing. After exchanging pleasantries with the black market master for a brief moment, Lin Xia walked directly out of the underground black market, subsequently purchasing some miscellaneous items within the 3 yuan immortal market before finally departing from Ancient Source City. On his journey back to Jichuan City from Ancient Source City, Lin Xia maintained a heightened state of vigilance. Fortunately, the scenarios he had worried about did not materialize. Although the black market master had taken an interest in him, he refrained from any murderous actions to seize his treasures. This brought Lin Xia a slight sense of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to utilize the Thunder Talisman he possessed. The power of the talisman diminishes with each use. Once its power is entirely expended, the talisman loses its effectiveness. With the aid of the solidifying origin pill, Lin Xia maintained a swift pace throughout his journey back to Jichuan City. The distance from Ancient Source City to Jichuan City spans 4,000 miles. With complex terrain, treacherous mountains, and perilous pathways. Along the way, there were outposts of other cultivation factions, marshy wastelands, and towering mountains where fierce beasts lurked. After several hardships and the passage of several days, Lin Xia finally returned to Jichuan City. Upon entering the city, Lin Xia did not immediately attend to matters regarding the silver or vein. Instead, he intended to first use the Mirror of Celestial Appraisal to upgrade and enhance the Spirit Nourishing Pill, thereby giving himself a boost to break through to the Spirit Nourishing Realm. Regardless of success or failure, the breakthrough to the Spirit Nourishing Realm would take at most 2 to 3 days. If successful, he would be far more composed when confronting the Blood Wolf Hall. Lin Xia entered his small courtyard in Jichuan City, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he promptly activated the 3 talents array flag using 5 low-grade spirit stone fragments as an array flag type magical artifact. The three talents array flag possesses a function akin to that of an array, allowing those within its coverage to shield against external cultivators prying. Ever since garnering the attention of the black market master, Lin Xia had to exercise greater caution. With his cultivation at the perfect refinement stage, should the black market master stealthily follow him, he would be completely unaware. Now that he was about to use the mirror of celestial appraisal, he needed to remain vigilant. Once he successfully broke through to the spirit-nourishing realm, all passive threats would be entirely resolved. With a resounding flourish, as the three talents array flag began to operate, the powers of gold, wood, and fire erupted forth. Lin Xia manipulated the array flag, utilizing the wood element power to form a protective shield that enveloped the entire courtyard, and then constructed a sea of fire elements surrounding the wooden shield. Regarding the gold element, under the manipulation of Lin Xia, it formed the final impenetrable barrier, firmly guarding his side. After accomplishing all of this, Lin Xia still felt uneasy. He quietly affixed a 5 thunder talisman to the back of his hand. Should that black market lord indeed lurk in the shadows and attempt to breach the defenses of the three talismans formation, even at the cost of exhausting the power of a talisman, Lin Xia would not hesitate to obliterate him, risking the ire of the forces behind the black market lord. Once everything was arranged, Lin Xia took out the celestial mirror, began to enhance the defective spirit-nourishing pill. In the realm of cultivation, elixirs are classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary. A defective elixir, strictly speaking, is one that fails to meet standards and may even possess certain side effects. Typically, once an ordinary elixir is deemed a defective product, it is immediately destroyed. However, since defective elixirs still retain efficacy, no one can predict the side effects that may arise upon consumption. Special elixirs, such as the spirit-nourishing pill and foundation establishment pill, are often sold even in their defective forms due to the extreme difficulty of their refinement. After all, even if a defective spirit-nourishing pill or foundation establishment pill has side effects and is significantly less effective than a genuine inferior-grade elixir, it still represents hope for cultivators seeking to break through their realms. Lin Xia placed dozens of fragments of spiritual stones upon the surface of the celestial mirror. Once the fragments were completely devoured by the mirror, a layer of mysterious celestial light emanated forth. Holding the celestial mirror, Lin Xia directed it at the defective spirit-nourishing pill. Enveloped by the glow emitted from the celestial mirror, the impurities on the surface of the defective spirit-nourishing pill rapidly began to dissolve and vanish. Its medicinal aura surged wildly. 2 layers of elixir essence light formed upon its surface. Most elixirs of spirit-nourishing grade and above will generate elixir essence light. Through this light, one can essentially determine the quality of an elixir. Defective elixirs typically do not emit elixir essence light, while inferior elixirs often produce a single layer of it. Medium-grade elixirs generate 2 layers, superior-grade elixirs produce 3 layers, and extraordinary-grade elixirs yield 4 layers. With the enhancement provided by the numerous fragments of spiritual stones, this defective spirit-nourishing pill had been elevated to the medium-grade level. A medium-grade spirit-nourishing pill can increase a cultivator's success rate of breaking through to the spirit-nourishing realm by 30 to 40%. A superior-grade spirit-nourishing pill can enhance this success rate by 40 to 50%. As for an extraordinary-grade spirit-nourishing pill, it can allow a cultivator to leap directly from the completion of the organ refinement stage to the spirit-nourishing realm. Yet, even a superior-grade spirit-nourishing pill is exceedingly difficult to refine. Some alchemists of insufficient caliber, after consuming hundreds or even thousands of materials, may still fail to produce a single inferior-grade spirit-nourishing pill. Within Huai Mountain County, there are no more than 3 powers capable of refining spirit-nourishing pills. Observing the now upgraded medium-grade spirit-nourishing pill, Lin Xia did not choose to consume it immediately. Taking a medium-grade spirit-nourishing pill still seemed insufficiently prudent. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia decisively produced the remaining fragments of spiritual stones and utilized the celestial mirror once more to enhance the spirit-nourishing pill. After approximately 2 or 3 breaths, when the celestial mirror ceased to emit light, the grade of the spirit-nourishing pill had once again been elevated. At this moment, it had reached the superior grade level. Gazing at the spirit-nourishing pill surrounded by 3 layers of elixir essence light, Lin Xia sat down and swallowed it whole. The instant he consumed the spirit-nourishing pill, Lin Xie focused his mind while attempting to open up his spiritual meridians. Only by opening the spiritual meridians could he return to his innate state and advance to the spirit-nourishing realm. However, the process of opening the spiritual meridians was fraught with danger. A moment's negligence could lead to failure in the breakthrough, or worse, instant demise. Chapter 52. Early stage of spirit-nourishing, lifespan soars with a resounding crash. The effects of the superior-grade spirit-nourishing pilfully permeated Lin Xie's body. This force was exceedingly domineering, akin to sharp blades gradually slicing through the sealed spiritual meridians within him. According to ancient records, all living beings possess spiritual meridians. Yet due to the blockage of acquired impurities, these meridians remain hidden. The process of body refinement, from the exterior to the interior, from skin to organs, is fundamentally a journey of purging impurities and forging an immortal body. Once all acquired impurities are eliminated and the spiritual meridians successfully opened, beings can revert to their innate state, stabilizing their spirit-nourishing realm. The agony of opening the spiritual meridians far exceeds that of refining the 5 internal organs, being 100-fold more excruciating. The path to immortality is long and arduous. From the body refinement stage to the spirit-nourishing realm, one must endure the physical pain of breaking before establishing, from foundation establishment to ascension. One must confront the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, as well as the trials of the heart. An immortal once said that the path of cultivation is an act of defiance against the heavens. Only those who dare to contend against the forces of nature can attain longevity and escape the cycle of reincarnation. A Taoist ancestor also stated that for beings to cultivate, it is not merely an act of defiance against the heavens, but rather a transcendence of the self, step by step, in understanding one's true nature and moving towards enlightenment. As the spiritual meridians within him opened, Lin Xie began to contemplate the path ahead and the nature of cultivation. The journey of cultivation is not solely a transformation of life and an enhancement of strength, but also a continual elevation of one's state of mind. Although he had lived for over a century and witnessed the vicissitudes of life, the past years, filled with trials, were merely a blind rush in his previous life. He had drifted along for decades, unaware of his true desires. Reincarnating into this realm, despite entering the path of immortality, he still struggled painfully. Had it not been for the treasure he obtained in his twilight years, perhaps this lifetime would have remained nothing more than a fleeting dream. Upon reaching the threshold of the spirit-nourishing realm, Lin Xie suddenly reflected on his past, gaining newfound insights. Without clarity of heart, the path to greatness remains elusive. Understanding one's true heart reveals the path to longevity. However, Lin Xie also understood that the road ahead is not one that can be clearly seen at a glance. Nor can one comprehend their true heart in a single day. Moving forward, as one progresses, the obscured path will naturally become clearer. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the last of his spiritual meridians was opened, Lin Xie's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Although the body refinement stage is also referred to as the realm of cultivators, in essence, it does not truly signify entry into the path of immortality. Even if one reaches the completion of organ refinement stage and possesses immense strength with a single hand, it may at most instill a sense of oppression in ordinary mortals. However, the spirit-nourishing realm is different. Breaking through this realm feels akin to shattering the shackles of life, ascending to a higher echelon of existence. In a certain sense, those in the spirit-nourishing realm and those below it are no longer of the same tier of life. Spirit-nourishing cultivators can endure long periods of fasting and wield magical artifacts, momentarily traversing the heavens and the earth. Has he finally become one of them, feeling the overwhelming vitality surging within him? Along with the faint magical energy coursing through his spiritual meridians, Lin Xie found himself momentarily lost in thought. After breaking through to the spirit-nourishing realm, both his strength and lifespan had dramatically increased. Particularly his lifespan, Lin Xie could now expect to live for at least another century. Generally, spirit-nourishing cultivators can live over 2 centuries. If one practices nourishing life techniques, they may even reach close to 3 centuries. Upon becoming a spirit-nourishing cultivator, Lin Xie did not indulge in complacency. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. He understood that the road ahead was still long. the spirit-nourishing realm merely signifies the initial step into the path of immortality. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xie began to stabilize his realm while perusing the Crimson Flame Dao scripture. He needed to seize the opportunity to master one or two simple spells while solidifying his cultivation. The Crimson Flame Dao scripture, as a fire-based technique, primarily records spells such as Fireball technique and Fire Shield technique. Since the Crimson Flame Dao scripture is Lin Xie's primary cultivation method, learning these spells was relatively straightforward. After consuming another 2 days, Lin Xie finally ceased his cultivation. His current realm had been thoroughly solidified, and he had successfully mastered the Fireball technique. The spells of spirit-nourishing cultivators primarily serve as auxiliary means in combat. This is because their magical energy cannot unleash an abundance of spells, and thus, many battles among spirit-nourishing cultivators still rely on magical artifacts. After all, most magical artifacts can be sustained by spiritual stones, allowing cultivators to unleash tremendous power with minimal magical energy. Only upon reaching the Foundation Establishment realm do cultivators begin to compete with spells and even divine abilities. Yet, even in battles among Foundation Establishment cultivators, they remain reliant on magical artifacts. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, some cultivators adept in spells and divine abilities may no longer require magical artifacts, while others may wield countless magical artifacts simultaneously in combat. Of course, there are exceptional cultivators who can simultaneously manipulate various magical artifacts while casting diverse spells and divine abilities. In the vast and boundless world of cultivation, countless sects and schools of thought exist. Throughout the history of the Jin Kingdom, even the Confucian Dao Academy was born. Confucian Dao cultivators are not merely penmen and scribes. True Confucian Dao emphasizes body refinement and the power to shake the heavens. Only through the strength of oneself can the written word manifest miracles and suppress all. Yet, the paths of Confucianism and Taoism are arduous, leading ultimately to solitude. After concluding his meditation, Lin Xie retrieved the fragmented manuscript of the breath concealment technique. For Lin Xie, the significance of this technique is rivaled only by his primary cultivation methods. According to the contents of the fragmented manuscript, if this technique were cultivated to perfection, it could enable one to traverse the heavens undetected, freely altering one's aura, appearance, and even voice. The term breath concealment technique seems rather inadequate. The esteemed cultivator who conceived it in the core formation realm sought to mask his presence and disguise himself as a spirit-nurturing cultivator to evade the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. However, it is evident that he failed. Although mastering the breath concealment technique cannot deceive the heavenly principles, it can easily obfuscate the perceptions of other cultivators. Should Lin Xie cultivate this technique to its fullest, as long as he does not encounter an existence surpassing him by 2 or 3 major realms, he could effortlessly conceal his cultivation level and appearance. Nevertheless, this breath concealment technique is ultimately a core formation level method, and merely relying on mundane gold and silver will undoubtedly prove insufficient to enhance and restore it using the divine mirror of immortality. First, let us attempt to reinforce and repair it with worldly treasures, Lin Xie sighed. He currently possessed no resources for cultivation to expend. Not to mention cultivation resources, he could scarcely muster any mundane gold and silver. While the divine mirror of immortality is remarkably effective and possesses extraordinary abilities, utilizing its powers necessitates a substantial investment of resources. As for repurposing resources enhanced by the divine mirror back into its consumption, this is utterly impossible. Note: it is important to clarify that resources upgraded by the divine mirror of immortality cannot be regarded as expendables for the upgrading of other items. Chapter 53. A Dragon Hidden in the Abyss. Lin Yaoyang's ambition holding the divine mirror of immortality, after consuming a portion of worldly gold and silver, the previously mere fragment of the breath concealment technique began to undergo a transformation. Once the radiance emitted by the divine mirror dissipated, the fragment of the breath concealment technique had transformed into a tome 3 inches thick. The cover of the tome boldly bore the 5 ancient characters, Breath Concealment Technique Volume 1. The first volume of the breath concealment technique constitutes a foundational level method. Mastering this volume to perfection allows one to conceal their aura, appearance, voice, and cultivation level, typically enabling them to traverse the heavens undetected unless confronted by a nascent soul cultivator. The second volume, however, embodies the true core formation level technique. When cultivated to perfection, not even a nascent soul cultivator, let alone a being of greater stature, could easily discern the practitioner's true strength. The core formation cultivator who created this breath concealment technique can truly be deemed a prodigious talent. With a core formation cultivation base, he was able to devise such a technique and even dared to employ it to deceive the heavenly principles and evade the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. After upgrading and reinforcing the breath concealment technique, Lin Xie did not immediately commence his cultivation of it. Since his journey to ancient Source City and his subsequent breakthrough into the spirit-nurturing realm, nearly a month had elapsed. It was time to address the situation regarding the silver mine. After safely stowing away the first volume of the breath concealment technique, Lin Xie dismantled the 3 talismans array and stepped through the wooden door of the courtyard, making his way towards the main hall of the Lin family. Following his advancement into the spirit-nurturing realm, Lin Xie had developed spiritual perception, albeit its range was limited to about half a mile. Wherever his perception reached, every blade of grass and every grain of sand was vividly sensed by Lin Xie. At this moment, within the main hall of the Lin family, Lin Chang'e wore a troubled expression. Appearing particularly haggard, just 10 days after Lin Xie's departure from Qingchuan town, the Blood Wolf Hall had completely seized control of the silver mine. Furthermore, the surrounding 200 miles had also been forcefully taken over by the Blood Wolf Hall. Not long ago, the Blood Wolf Hall even dispatched envoys, attempting to extend their influence towards Yichuan City. Although Lin Chang'e managed to negotiate and maintain a tenuous hold on the Blood Wolf Hall, he was acutely aware that their ambitions would not cease easily. The reason the Blood Wolf Hall had not directly seized Yichuan City was solely because their focus was currently fixated on the silver mine. In 2 or 3 months, once the silver mine had been thoroughly exploited, the Blood Wolf Hall would undoubtedly set their sights on Yichuan City. The Blood Wolf Hall is a formidable force, employing numerous mining techniques, and with a multitude of cultivators at their disposal, they could likely extract all the silver from the mine within 2 or 3 months. The Lin family lacks any magical artifacts like storage bags. Mining would require transporting resources little by little via cart. In contrast, the well-established Blood Wolf Hall possesses various storage bags and rings. Unlike the internally fractured and declining Song family, the Blood Wolf Hall's master wields absolute authority, and even the other 3 spirit-nurturing cultivators within the hall dare not defy his will. What a calamity has befallen us! If we cannot navigate through this tribulation, the Lin family may have no choice but to retreat back to Qiao Town. Alas! Lin Chang'e rubbed his temples. This deadlock appears utterly unsolvable. To contend with the Blood Wolf Hall, the Lin family lacks the qualifications. The Blood Wolf Hall is not the Song family. While retreating to Qiao Town seems like a viable option, Lin Chang'e knows that the Lin family can no longer return. Currently, the Lin family's finances have completely collapsed. Within the Lin family's treasury, they are unable to produce even 50 taels of silver. The Lin family can only temporarily sustain themselves through the tax revenues from Yichuan City and the outputs from the surrounding villages and ancient towns. Should they retreat to Qiao Town, even the influence of 100 miles around Qiao Town would be insufficient to sustain a portion of the Lin family's members. Over half a year ago, at Lin Xie's command, the entire Lin family embarked on a breeding initiative. The number of newborn clan members nearly doubled. Furthermore, over the past 6 months, the Lin family has also formed a 1,000-strong armored guard and recruited more servants and attendants. A burgeoning force is akin to an arrow released. Once shot, there is no turning back. Concerning the predicament faced by the Lin family, Lin Chang'e has not remained idle. He has been convening meetings with the clan's high-ranking members almost daily. Unfortunately, they have yet to devise any effective countermeasures. Just as Lin Chang'e sat in distress, a young man dressed plainly and somewhat gaunt suddenly entered the main hall of the Lin family. The young man gazed at Lin Chang'e, his tone grave and resolute as he spoke. "Uncle, the time left for the Lin family is running short. The predicament we face this time may prove exceedingly difficult to resolve. Even with the intervention of our ancestors, it is rumored that the master of the Blood Wolf Hall is striving to attain the spirit-nurturing perfection realm. This silver mine is merely a catalyst. The ambition of the Blood Wolf Hall is to sweep across a radius of 10,000 miles, subjugating all forces. Once the silver mine has been depleted, The next step for the Blood Wolf Hall will undoubtedly be to invade Sichuan City, methodically consuming the Song family, Su family, and Yu family among others. And before they devour the Song family and similar forces, the first to be targeted by the Blood Wolf Hall will be us, the Lin family. The young man continued, analyzing the situation for Lin Chang'e. Lin Chang'e was well aware of the truth spoken by the young man. However, while recognizing the problem is easy, resolving it requires sufficient wisdom and determination. Yaoyang, in light of our current situation, do you have any thoughts? Lin Chang'e inquired casually, gazing at the young man. This young man, named Lin Yaoyang, though a direct descendant of the Lin family, had always kept a low profile, thus possessing little presence within the family. While Lin Chang'e was somewhat surprised by Lin Yaoyang's sudden appearance, he did not believe that he could offer any valuable suggestions in this seemingly unsolvable deadlock. The Lin family must adopt a three-step strategy. The first step is to prepare for a retreat back to Qiao Town. The second step is to leave a portion of the clan members to hold Sichuan City, in case of any unforeseen changes that might preserve our family's foundation in Sichuan City. The third step is to seek the Patriarch's permission for me to lead a portion of the clan members, along with the armored guards, to seek new opportunities for development outside the family. In recent years, the Jin Kingdom has been tumultuous, with sects vying for power and great clans contending, while the royal family has dwindled in influence. Coupled with the silence from the evil sects, the self-proclaimed righteous forces, lacking a common enemy, have subtly begun to show signs of internal strife. The chaos within the Jin Kingdom, and even beyond its borders, could erupt within a decade. I am willing to lead a portion of our kin to participate in the grand contest. For too long, the Lin family has been overly conservative, placing all their eggs in one basket. In the face of great upheaval, it is essential to prepare adequately. As Lin Yaoyang spoke, a glimmer of ambition surfaced in his eyes. His sudden visit to Lin Chang'e was not only to propose a countermeasure for the family, but also to explore whether Lin Chang'e would acquiesce to some of his requests. Even if Lin Chang'e were to refuse, he intended to leave the family and venture forth on his own. After years of seclusion, he resolved to no longer remain hidden, but instead seize the opportunity presented by the crisis and turmoil to carve out his own illustrious path. Though he may lack spiritual roots, the vast world holds endless possibilities, and as long as one dares to step outside and take risks, anything is attainable. Chapter 54. The Eve of Turmoil, the guardian of Blood Wolf Hall in response to Lin Yaoyang's proposal and demands. Lin Chang'e did not immediately reply. While he pondered whether to acquiesce to Lin Yaoyang's request, an ancient voice suddenly resonated from outside the main hall of the Lin family. Well said. To dare to strive and venture forth is precisely the demeanor that the younger generation of the Lin family ought to embody. Your request is granted by this old man. However, our Lin family currently lacks both wealth and provisions, so the support I can offer is exceedingly limited. If you believe you can persuade the clansmen, the armored guards, and those household servants to follow you, then go forth and make your mark. The speaker was none other than Lin Xie. Upon seeing Lin Xie, clad in a flowing gray robe with silver hair cascading down, both Lin Yaoyang and Lin Chang'e felt a jolt of surprise and quickly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to our ancestor. We pay our respects to our ancestor. Observing the two, who appeared somewhat constrained, Lin Xie waved his sleeve and casually remarked, "We are all of one family. There is no need for tension." At this juncture, Lin Xie's voice paused as his gaze settled upon Lin Yaoyang, whose appearance was unremarkable yet whose eyes radiated steadfast resolve. You possess ambition and foresight. It brings me great comfort. However, prior to embarking on this journey, I must caution you. Venturing into the outside world and seeking to carve out your own path is destined to be fraught with hardship and peril. Do not be deceived. Even those who are cultivators but lack sufficient strength often meet their demise in the process of exploration. Are you truly prepared? To strive for merit and fame, mere passion is utterly insufficient. In the face of Lin Xie's probing inquiry, Lin Yaoyang slowly raised his head, with no trace of retreat in his heart. His expression resolute, he respectfully responded to Lin Xie, "Esteemed ancestor, I, Lin Yaoyang, am willing to expand our family's territory and elevate the reputation of the Lin family. Should I perish in this endeavor, I shall have no regrets." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie nodded slightly and replied placidly, If that is the case, then go forth. Remember, in your journeys, there are certain matters that cannot be forced. If circumstances prove insurmountable, the doors of our family will always be open to you. The Lin family shall forever remain your steadfast support and your sanctuary. Lin Yaoyang felt a subtle stirring within him upon hearing Lin Xie's words. Indeed, no matter how treacherous and tumultuous the path ahead may be, regardless of whether he travels to the ends of the earth, his family, his kin, and his ancestor will always stand behind him. At this moment, Lin Yaoyang resolved firmly to carve out a resounding reputation in this grand era. Upon returning home, he would ensure that the Lin family shines brightly. Lin Yaoyang silently vowed. With Lin Xie's consent, he did not linger in the main hall any longer, but swiftly set out for Sichuan City, seeking to persuade some clansmen, household servants, and attendants to accompany him on his quest for glory. After Lin Yaoyang departed, Lin Xie gradually settled into a wooden chair and began to inquire with Lin Chang'e about the silver mine, the affairs of Blood Wolf Hall. Chang'e, please elaborate on the actions of Blood Wolf Hall and the situation regarding the silver mine since my departure. Lin Xie spoke in a calm and unperturbed tone. Although he was prepared to take action against Blood Wolf Hall, it was essential to first gather ample information. Esteemed Ancestor, upon your departure, the silver mine and the entire sphere of influence surrounding Qingchuan town have been seized by Blood Wolf Hall. The realm that our Lin family currently retains has dwindled to a mere 300 miles in radius. The ambitions of Blood Wolf Hall extend far beyond a single silver mine. Lin Chang'e replied with a bitter expression, detailing all that had transpired during Lin Xie's absence. It appears that the Jin Kingdom is indeed on the brink of chaos. After Lin Chang'e concluded his report, Lin Xie slowly lifted the teapot from the wooden table and poured himself a cup of tea. Hearing Lin Xie's words, Lin Chang'e nodded slightly, his demeanor respectful as he concurred. What you say is entirely accurate. The unrest in the Jin Kingdom has been brewing for several years now. In the earlier years, it was not overtly apparent. However, in recent years, the Song family and Blood Wolf Hall, among other factions with some foundation, have been desperately striving to expand their territories. As Lin Yaoyang has indicated, the royal family of Jin is in decline, with various sects and families carving out their own domains. Now, compounded by the silence of the dark paths and the absence of formidable enemies, conflicts among the factions are inevitable. Were the royal family of Jin to hold a strong position, they might have suppressed the internal turmoil. Alas, the 3 prefectures and 72 counties are half controlled by various sects and families, while the other half is under the dominion of the 8 kings. The only power capable of balancing and restraining all sides, the Jin Emperor, has not been heard from since he abruptly declared seclusion 400 years ago. It is likely that he has already passed away. When the news of the Jin Emperor's demise is confirmed, it will herald a true upheaval for the entire Jin Kingdom. Not only is the situation within the Jin Kingdom unstable, but outside its borders, those super sects and top-tier families are also engaged in both overt and covert struggles. Lin Chang'e's heart grew increasingly heavy as he spoke. The onset of turmoil and the arrival of chaos is undoubtedly a catastrophic nightmare for the majority of factions and ordinary people alike. The notion that chaos births heroes and turmoil produces champions is but a naive delusion. Throughout the annals of ancient history, every time a period of upheaval emerged, countless beings and minor factions were obliterated. Heroes and champions? How many true heroes exist in this world? When chaos descends, the overwhelming majority of beings are condemned to the fate of mere cannon fodder. The tales of rising amidst the turmoil belong solely to the infinitesimal fraction of the fortunate. Ordinary beings, in the midst of chaos, are left with nothing but endless despair and lamentation. Indeed, you need not concern yourself with the rest. From now on, you shall manage the internal affairs of our Lin family. As for external matters, I shall take care of them myself. Just as Lin Xie's words fell, preparing to personally reclaim the silver mine of Qingchuan town, 2 figures, like meteors, swiftly approached Sichuan City. 1 male and 1 female, both appearing to be just over 30 years of age. The man donned a light azure robe, wielding a dust-raising artifact in one hand and standing atop a black, flying sword. The woman, enchanting and alluring, though seemingly aged 35, retained her charm. She wore a semi-transparent red dress and reclined on a flying disc, holding a smoking pipe in a rather unrestrained manner. Both figures were early-stage spirit cultivators from Blood Wolf Hall. As they drew near Sichuan City, the bewitching woman suddenly spoke. Blood Wolf Hall intends to seize Sichuan City. Yet the Lin family dares to hesitate. A mere small clan, unaware of their own insignificance. They shall serve as mere fodder for my soul-refining banner, which requires some fresh souls. I have also heard that the Lin family's ancestor, after being expelled from the Falling Sunset sect, has seen his strength soar, having broken through to the level of soul refinement. He must possess some secrets worth uncovering. I shall capture him shortly for some vigorous interrogation. As she spoke, the seductive woman extended her crimson tongue to lick her cherry-like lips. If he cooperates, I shall grant him a merciful death. If he resists, heh heh heh. The alluring woman chuckled softly to herself, her face adorned with a captivating smile, reminiscent of a beautifully blooming rose. Yet every word and action she exhibited revealed a thirst for blood and a ruthless disposition. The identities of the woman and man were none other than the spirit guardians from Blood Wolf Hall. Chapter 55. The Soul-Refining Banner. The Enchantress Junior Sister, you should exercise some restraint. Sichuan City boasts a population of over 100,000, unlike those villages and ancient towns. While you may slaughter in villages and towns without much consequence to the Falling Sunset sect, a massacre in the city would not go unnoticed. The man, dressed in the light azure robe and standing atop a flying sword, furrowed his brow as he looked at the maddened yet stunning woman. The alluring woman was known as the Enchantress, and despite her captivating beauty, she had slaughtered numerous villages and ancient towns over the years. Although she did not practice any dark arts, her actions were often more frenzied than those of malevolent cultivators. Had it not been for her entanglements with several stewards of the Falling Sunset sect, she would have long faced retribution from them. Rest assured, senior brother, I understand the gravity of the situation. I shall not massacre the city. My targets will solely be the Lin family. In response to the man's warning, the Enchantress replied seductively. As she spoke, a blood-stained soul-refining banner slowly emerged from her fingertips. The surface of the soul-refining banner bore various bizarre inscriptions, among which twisted and contorted faces could be seen struggling. Upon closer inspection, one could hear the chilling and vengeful wails emanating from these faces. This soul-refining banner was, without a doubt, an evil treasure. The Enchantress had conducted blood sacrifices of countless mortals to refine this artifact. Observing the Enchantress preparing to employ the soul-refining banner, the man in the light azure robe furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing further objections. Slaughtering 2,000 to 3,000 members of the Lin family, backed by the influence of Blood Wolf Hall and the stewards of the Falling Sunset sect, would incur minimal repercussions even if word were to leak out in this world. After all, power reigns supreme. Although the Jin Kingdom prides itself on being a righteous nation, and the Falling Sunset sect proclaims its mission to drive away evil and vanquish demons, the reality is far more complex. However, these beautiful words are merely spoken for the ears of the ordinary. The distinction between righteousness and evil is but a divergence in interests. Undoubtedly, for the majority of common folk, living under the governance of righteous powers is far preferable to being subjected to the rule of malevolent forces. The forces of evil treat mortals as mere livestock: pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep. In contrast, the various righteous factions, at least in name, offer protection to the common people. Especially during the reign of the Jin Emperor, the laws of the Jin state imposed constraints, and even foundational cultivators dared not act recklessly against commoners. Alas, at this very moment, the soul-refining banner, manipulated by the Lady in Red, has already drifted over the ancestral grounds of the Lin family in Sichuan City. As a cursed artifact approaching the Foundation establishment tier, the soul-refining banner has an extensive coverage radius of about 2 miles. Although it cannot slay the entire Lin family within that distance, the Lady in Red relishes the thrill of committing small acts of slaughter, delighting in the wails of the mortals. When the soul-refining banner is fully activated, piercing and vengeful cries echo throughout Sichuan City. Within the artifact, ghastly, bloodthirsty specters emerge, their grotesque forms striking terror into the hearts of many Lin family members. Most of these malevolent spirits are relatively weak, Yet to mere mortals and even warriors, they are insurmountable horrors. What is this? Do not approach. Within the area shrouded by the soul-refining banner, unfortunate members of the Lin family are mercilessly devoured by those malevolent spirits. Roar! At this moment, the fierce tiger, Heishan, emits a roar that shakes the heavens and the earth. Although its size has shrunk to that of a domestic cat, the aura it exudes resembles that of a primordial beast. The essence of mid-stage body refinement radiates from it.as a demonic beast, and particularly a member of the tiger clan. Heishan possesses a natural dominion over entities like malevolent spirits. Even though its cultivation level is merely mid-stage body refinement, its roar still sends shivers through the bodies of several malevolent spirits at the perfected body refinement level, in the main hall of the Lin family in Jichuan City. Upon sensing the upheaval within the clan and the approach of two spirit-nurturing realm presences, Lin Xie transforms into a resplendent streak of rainbow light, dashing toward the 2-mile radius engulfed by the soul-refining banner. With a crackle, Lin Xie does not engage the malevolent spirits, but instead condenses a fireball, hurling it directly at the suspended soul-refining banner. As the blazing fireball ascends, it resembles a miniature sun rising in the sky. In an instant, the frigid darkness is dispelled, illuminating the already night-shrouded Jichuan City as if it were midday. Ancestor. The Ancestor has made a move. Witnessing Lin Xie's presence, the previously panicked Lin family members find solace, as if they have swallowed a calming pill. Thanks to the newly activated soul-refining banner and the timely intervention of Lin Xie and the fierce tiger Heishan, the Lin family's losses are not catastrophic. Only a few structures are damaged, and a handful of clan members meet an unfortunate end. Upon collision with the soul-refining banner, the fireball instantly disrupts its blood sacrifice ritual. As an artifact nearing the Foundation establishment level, if the Lady in Red were to wield the soul-refining banner with full power, it would not be so easily interrupted. However, she had never anticipated that Lin Xie had actually cultivated to the spirit-nurturing realm. Qi Yin, Burning Heaven. After breaking the blood sacrifice ritual of the soul-refining banner, Lin Xie does not relent. Instead, she channels her internal mana once more, conjuring an even more formidable fire elemental spell, Boom. A fireball the size of a human head, brilliant and resplendent, coalesces in Lin Xie's palm. Go. With a mere thought, Lin Xie sends the fireball soaring upwards, where it detonates around the soul-refining banner in a thunderous explosion. Accompanied by deafening blasts, dozens of meters of sky are consumed by the roaring flames. It is as though Lin Xie truly is setting the heavens ablaze. After enduring 2 successive strikes, the surface of the soul-refining banner suffers some damage. Though the Lady in Red soul-refining banner is a cursed artifact approaching the Foundation establishment level, its defensive capabilities are actually rather low. Ultimately, it is merely a long-range area attack treasure. In terms of self-defense, it cannot even compare to low-grade spirit-nurturing level swords and weapons. Biffed. In the skies above Jichuan City, as Lin Xie's lifebound treasure, the soul-refining banner, is damaged, the Lady in Red is also affected, blood spilling from her mouth. Her aura diminished by a third. Lifebound treasures are intrinsically linked to a cultivator's spirit. Thus, when a lifebound treasure is harmed, the cultivator suffers a portion of the backlash, a spirit-nurturing cultivator within the Lin family. The Lady in Red is filled with disbelief, observing the damage to the soul-refining banner. The man clad in a light green robe furrows his brow once more. He then silently retreats, his instincts warning him that Jichuan City is no ordinary place. Chapter 56. If the esteemed senior does not reject me, the humble goat shall recognize the esteemed senior as my master. The Blood Wolf Palace's people. They have arrived just in time. Fixating his consciousness on the Lady in Red and the man in the green robe, Lin Xie speaks with an indifferent tone, his expression calm. These 2 guardians of the Blood Wolf Palace are merely at the early spirit-nurturing stage. Even without relying on the 5 Thunder Talisman, Lin Xie is capable of contending with them. The Qi Yin Dao Sutra that Lin Xie cultivates is, after all, a creation of immortals. Having broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm with the Qi Yin Dao Sutra, Lin Xie's foundational prowess far surpasses that of most cultivators at the same stage. However, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Xie decides to employ a 5 Thunder Talisman, in the face of unknown adversaries of the same realm. It is most prudent to deploy the strongest tactics before they can react. The principle of striking first, rumble. Just as the lady in red is struck with astonishment at the presence of a spirit-nurturing cultivator within the Lin family. 5 resplendent beams of light suddenly tear through the sky. They are 5 bolts of thunder, each bolt as thick as a small mountain. Beneath the brilliant lightning, the very fabric of the void seems to tremble. Crash! As the thunder descends, the lady in red has no time to evade, nor the ability to escape. Her eyes widen, and her ruby lips move as if to plead for mercy, yet no sound escapes. Under the onslaught of the 5 bolts, her physical form is instantly reduced to cinders, transforming into a cloud of ash that mingles with melting snowflakes, scattering across Sichuan City. Gulp! Watching the lady in red perish on the spot. The man clad in a light gray robe trembles uncontrollably, swallowing hard. Had he not retreated behind the lady in red moments ago, he would surely have been the target of those 5 bolts of thunder. But now, with the lady in red dead, he realizes that he may be next. Witnessing Lin Xie collect the storage pouch and the soul-refining banner that fell from the lady in red, the man in the light green robe does not choose to flee. He understands all too well the terror of the treasures in Lin Xie's possession. Even if he were an accomplished spirit-nurturing cultivator rather than an early-stage one, without top-tier treasures or protective artifacts, he would undoubtedly meet his end today. Lin Xie, holding the talisman, prepares to strike again, cold sweat beads on the man's forehead. After a fierce internal struggle, he decides to make a decision that betrays the palace master. Thud! The man leaps from his flying sword and kneels before Lin Xie, fervently bowing his head and beseeching, "Esteemed senior, spare my life. If you do not reject me, I, Shan Yaozi, am willing to recognize you as my master." As he speaks, the man, eager to demonstrate his sincerity, promptly relinquishes all his treasures and storage pouches to Lin Xie. By throwing away all his assets, he signifies that he has entrusted his very life into Lin Xie's hands. His instincts tell him that kneeling and begging for mercy might still offer a glimmer of hope. Should he choose to flee or feign submission only to ambush Lin Xie, he would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. Please, esteemed senior, show mercy. From this day forth, I am willing to serve you, to brave fire and water for you. I, Shan Yaozi, vow to uphold the heavenly oath. The esteemed senior may also plant a slave seal within my consciousness. The man, named Shan Yaozi, prostrates on the ground, knocking his head fervently, terrified that Lin Xie might erase him from existence. As a fellow spirit-nurturing cultivator, he now utterly relinquishes his dignity, addressing Lin Xie as his senior. Typically, one only refers to another as senior when facing a cultivator of a significantly higher realm. Yet, amid this urgent situation, what is dignity worth? Shan Yaozi has endured a century of trials to painstakingly cultivate to the early spirit-nurturing stage. He has yet to savor life and does not wish to die. As for the consequences of betraying the Blood Wolf Palace, he no longer cares. He knows that betraying the Blood Wolf Palace will surely invite the Palace Master's wrath. However, those are matters for another day. As long as he can preserve his life now, he will face the floodgates of calamity later. Esteemed senior, please do not kill me. I still hold value. I can serve you. Shan Yaozi trembles violently. Just moments ago, he contemplated using the Blood Wolf Palace's reputation to intimidate Lin Xie, but upon reflection, he realized that Lin Xie had not even blinked when he dispatched the lady in red. To him, Lin Xie is undoubtedly a madman. Falling into the hands of such a lunatic, invoking the name of the Blood Wolf Palace would be futile. Even mentioning Luoxia's sect would be pointless. Even if the Blood Wolf Palace is formidable, Lin Xie is also a spirit-nurturing cultivator, wielding what seems to be a Foundation establishment talisman of great lethality. With sheer determination, even if the Blood Wolf Hall were to emerge in full force, it is unlikely they would gain any advantage. Gazing at the kneeling Goatse, Lin Xie held the 5 Thunder Talisman in one hand, while placing the other upon his head. Goatse felt the warmth emanating from Lin Xie's palm. A profound terror enveloped his heart. Release your divine consciousness, Lin Xia's voice suddenly resonated once more just as Goatse was on the verge of a breakdown, contemplating a desperate escape. Upon hearing this, Goatse's eyes brightened instantly. In that moment, even his breaths turned relaxed. Go relinquish his divine consciousness and become a servant may indeed mean the loss of freedom, yet losing freedom is far more bearable than losing one's life. Faced with the dichotomy of life and death, to boldly choose a composed demise indicates either a profound faith or an unwavering conviction. Goatse, too, possessed a belief, though his conviction was that living poorly was preferable to dying well. Prior to embarking on the path of cultivation, he had endured extreme poverty and tasted the bitter depths of existence. Thus, having acquired strength and status, he feared death more than anyone else. Beauty, power, and wealth, these pleasures he had yet to relish. Following Lin Xia, even as a servant, with his initial cultivation in the spirit realm, he could still savor the myriad luxuries of the world. With his thoughts clarified, Goatse quickly reconciled himself to the idea of servitude. Releasing his divine consciousness and allowing Lin Xia to imprint a slave mark upon his soul, in that instant, as the mark formed, he felt as if his very life had been shackled by an invisible chain. As long as this chain exists, Lin Xia could, at any moment, render him utterly doomed. To remove this slave mark, it would require either Lin Xia's voluntary erasure or the intervention of a cultivator surpassing Lin Xia by an entire realm. It is worth noting that with every major advancement Lin Xia makes, this slave mark would automatically strengthen. Should Lin Xia successfully establish his foundation, only a practitioner of the Purple Mansion could assist him in erasing the slave mark. Even in the present, a foundation-building cultivator's intervention would be necessary to eliminate the mark. The foundation-building cultivator, not only Goatse, but even the master of the Blood Wolf Hall could not summon a single foundation-building cultivator. Each foundation-building cultivator in Huai Mountain County is exalted and rarely ventures outside. After imprinting the slave mark upon Goatse, Lin Xia compelled him to swear an oath to heaven. In contrast to the slave mark, the heavenly path does exist in this world. To swear an oath to the heavenly path is to invite retribution upon any violator. However, the oath to heaven holds sway only over those in the foundation realm and beyond. Lin Xia's insistence on Goatse swearing this oath was also a precaution. Should Goatse ever reach the foundation stage, the oath would become fully binding. With this oath in place, even if Goatse were to solicit the aid of a foundation-building cultivator to erase the slave mark, he would forever refrain from entering the foundation realm. Were it not for the scarcity of cultivators within the Lin family, Lin Xia would not have opted to subjugate Goatse. The necessity arose as, upon returning to his clan, with the Lin family expanding, Lin Xia found himself handling nearly every matter. Continuing this way was untenable. As the Ancestor, his most crucial role is to remain in the shadows, quietly enhancing his strength and perpetually developing the family. With the mirror of immortal insight in hand, Lin Xia must maintain an aura of enigma as time progresses. Otherwise, excessive exposure and rapid advancements in cultivation may attract the attention of formidable foes. Chapter 57. The Master of 10,000 Poisons sends out cannon fodder to scout ahead while Lin Xia was slaying the lady in red and subjugating Goatse within the Blood Wolf Hall. In a dimly lit attic adorned with 4 eternal lamps, one of the lamps suddenly extinguished. Upon witnessing this, the disciple tasked with guarding the attic turned pale. These 4 eternal lamps are the life lamps of the 4 spirit realm cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. The extinguishing of a life lamp signifies the demise of a spirit realm cultivator. A calamity has befallen us. After a prolonged moment of staring at the extinguished lamp, the disciple gradually regained his composure. The loss of a spirit realm cultivator is undeniably a cataclysmic event for the Blood Wolf Hall. Realizing this, the disciple wasted no time, hastily leaving the attic and making his way towards the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall. As the most prosperous sect in the vicinity, the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall was constructed with exceptional grandeur. Covering an expanse of several dozen miles, the walls and bricks were embedded with precious jewels and stones. Bathed in moonlight, the entire main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall sparkled with various hues, exuding an air of opulence and magnificence. The master of the Blood Wolf Hall relished indulgence to construct this main hall. He forcefully conscripted 100,000 mortals, laboring for 3 full years to bring this edifice into being. During the construction, tens of thousands of mortals perished from exhaustion or accidents. Beneath this grand hall lie the remains of numerous mortals, making it no exaggeration to say it was built upon a foundation of blood. Typically, only the 4 spirit realm cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall are permitted to cultivate and enjoy within this main hall. In contrast to major sects like the Falling Sunset sect, smaller factions like the Blood Wolf Hall place greater emphasis on display in the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall. Hundreds of servants and numerous beautiful maidens are always present. Even the elders of the blood refining realm must navigate through layers of servants and maidens to meet a spirit realm protector. The Grand Protector has granted you permission to meet outside the Grand Hall of the Blood Wolf Hall. The disciple waited for a full half-day before finally receiving permission to enter. Recently, the master of the Blood Wolf Hall had been in secluded cultivation, attempting to break through to the spirit realm completion. Thus, many of the hall's affairs were overseen by the Grand Protector. The Grand Protector, a mid-level spirit realm cultivator, referred to himself as Master of 10,000 Poisons due to his ability to control various venomous creatures, and he even dared to contend with some late-stage spirit realm cultivators. It is somewhat amusing that, in the cultivation world of the Gene Kingdom, even experts of the Purple Mansion or great cultivators of the Golden Core realm would not dare to casually claim the title of Master. Yet, the Grand Protector of the Blood Wolf Hall, merely a spirit realm cultivator, audaciously considers himself a master. What brings you before this master? The opulent main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall saw Master of 10,000 Poisons seated before a mat. His long black hair cascading naturally, clad in a loose Taoist robe in his hand, he held a whisk, coupled with his handsome countenance. At first glance, this Master of 10,000 Poisons indeed exuded an air of ethereal charm. However, nestled in his embrace was an exquisite maiden, while maidens and servants surrounded him on either side. All around the grand hall, mortals played musical instruments to please the Master of 10,000 Poisons. The faces of these servants and maidens bore forced smiles. Remaining in the presence of the Master of 10,000 Poisons, they could be treated as mere fodder for various venomous creatures at any moment. Yet, even under the constant shadow of fear, none dared to reveal a hint of emotion. Although the Master of 10,000 Poisons appeared to possess an ethereal demeanor, he was, in truth, a capricious and bloodthirsty individual. Furthermore, the Master of 10,000 Poisons had made it clear that he had no tolerance for servants and maidens exhibiting unstable emotions. As the Master of 10,000 Poisons spoke, the disciple responsible for guarding the attic felt surprisingly at ease. After all, he was a cultivator. Moreover, he was a practitioner at the blood refining completion level. Though the Master of 10,000 Poisons had an eccentric personality, he would not easily assault cultivators within the Blood Wolf Hall under normal circumstances. In the Blood Wolf Hall, cultivators still held considerable status. Even those at the body refining level could exert authority over numerous mortals. This distinction sets apart major sects from smaller factions. Within the Falling Sunset sect, apart from newly initiated disciples, no mortals exist. Even among the spirit realm stewards of the Falling Sunset sect, there are at most 2 accompanying attendants. And those attendants are cultivators. Reporting to the Grand Protector, the life lamp of the third protector has just extinguished. The disciple prostrated on the ground, and upon hearing his words, the Master of 10,000 Poisons abruptly rose from his mat. What did you say? The lamp of the lady in red has extinguished. Was she not responsible for guarding the silver mine in Qingchuan town alongside Goetze? There are no other spirit realm cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles of our Blood Wolf Hall. How could she have fallen? The Master of 10,000 Poisons furrowed his brow. The demise of a spirit realm cultivator was already enough to severely wound the Blood Wolf Hall. What on earth transpired? Could it be the work of the Song family? Gazing at the kneeling disciple, the Master of 10,000 Poisons murmured to himself, within a 10,000-mile radius of the Blood Wolf Hall, only the Song family possesses the qualifications to challenge them. Although the Song family is internally fractured and steadily declining, their foundation remains. It is not surprising that the Song family possesses means to suppress a pre-spirit realm cultivator. However, given the internal strife, even if they have such means, various factions would likely hoard them. unwilling to reveal their cards. If the Song family were united, they would not see their influence continuously shrink. The current head of the Song family, though ambitious to strengthen the clan, is regrettably constrained by his limitations. Thus, the likelihood of the Song family taking action is slim. Regarding the downfall of the Lady in Pink, the Master of 10,000 Poisons felt neither anger nor took it upon himself to personally investigate the vicinity of Qingchuan town. Even if he could slay an entity at the initial stage of spirit nourishment, his involvement could potentially embroil him in peril. After a moment's contemplation, the Master of 10,000 Poisons resolved to dispatch 2 elders from the refined filth realm to scout Qingchuan town. In his view, his own safety was of paramount importance. At this juncture, it was most prudent for the elders from the Blood Wolf Hall to undertake the reconnaissance. Should they uncover valuable intelligence, it would be a fortunate outcome. However, if they failed to gather any information and perished during their investigation, it would not be of significant consequence. The Blood Wolf Hall had recruited and trained these practitioners of the refined body stage to serve as expendable pawns in critical moments. Chapter 58. Seizing the Silver Mine. The youth's passion. Meanwhile, within the Lin family estate in Sichuan City, after becoming Lin Xia's servant, the goat-headed man swiftly adapted to his new role. With a face full of obsequiousness, he stood cautiously behind Lin Xia like a sycophant. Master, having slain the Lady in Pink, the Blood Wolf Hall will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Currently, there are still 2 practitioners at the spirit nourishment stage within the Blood Wolf Hall. The most formidable among them is the Master of the Blood Wolf Hall. Fortunately, he is currently in seclusion, striving for the perfection of spirit nourishment, rendering him unable to attend to external matters. The other is the Grand Protector of the Blood Wolf Hall, the Master of 10,000 Poisons. His cultivation is at the mid-level of spirit nourishment, and he excels in controlling venomous creatures. In the event of a violent confrontation, even an average mid-level practitioner of spirit nourishment would be no match for him. As he spoke, a glimmer of concern flickered in the goat-headed man's eyes. Should news of his betrayal of the Blood Wolf Hall and his servitude to Lin Xia spread, he would certainly not be spared by the Blood Wolf Hall. For any faction, the betrayal of a high-ranking member carries dire repercussions. Master, while the Blood Wolf Hall remains unaware of my betrayal, it would be wise for me to return and remain close to the Master of 10,000 Poisons and the Master of the Blood Wolf Hall. This way, I can relay intelligence from the Blood Wolf Hall to you at any time. And if an opportunity arises, perhaps we can conspire to eliminate another practitioner of spirit nourishment from the Blood Wolf Hall together. A fierce determination ignited in his gaze. With no retreat left, he resolved to follow Lin Xia to the very end. Though the Blood Wolf Hall boasted a deep foundation, having witnessed the power of Lin Xia's 5 Thunder Talisman, the goat-headed man harbored unwavering confidence in Lin Xia and the entire Lin family. With proper strategizing, there was indeed hope for the Lin family to usurp the Blood Wolf Hall's position and emerge as the new dominant force in the region. At that time, as Lin Xia's servant and one of the only 2 practitioners of spirit nourishment within a vast expanse, his own status and power would undoubtedly ascend even further upon hearing the goat-headed man's proposal. Lin Xia pondered briefly before bestowing upon him an empty storage ring and a long sword. Go forth. Should you achieve merit, I shall grant you the title of guest elder of the Lin family. Lin Xia gazed at the goat-headed man, offering him a promise. The goat-headed man's eyes brightened at the prospect. Though Lin Xia could not lift his slave seal, the title of guest elder would at least conceal the fact that he had become a servant, allowing him to regain some semblance of dignity and status. After the goat-headed man departed, Lin Xia harnessed the 3 talismans array flag and began to attempt flight. Flying with a talisman was one of the abilities of practitioners at the spirit nourishment stage. As his magical energy surged into the 3 talismans array flag, a radiant glow enveloped his feet, suffused with the elemental powers of gold, wood, and fire. Supported by these 3 elemental forces, Lin Xia soared toward Qingchuan town. Long Song, gather the clan members and prepare to reclaim the silver mine of Qingchuan town with me. Standing amidst the radiant glow, Lin Xia's voice resonated for miles. As they beheld Lin Xia, who stood aloft in the sky, surrounded by shimmering light, Lin Chang'e and many members of the Lin family were visibly astonished. The Ancestor has reached the spirit nourishment stage. Although Lin Chang'e was merely a mortal, the Lin family was a cultivation clan, and he possessed some understanding of the realms of immortality. The ability to fly with a talisman was indeed a manifestation of a spirit nourishment practitioner. In no time, Lin Chang'e began to summon the clan's guards. With their ancestor having entered the spirit nourishment realm, the Lin family would possess a measure of confidence even when facing the Blood Wolf Hall. In a corner, Lin Yaoyang gazed at Lin Xie's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for the ancestor's intervention, he would have perished at the hands of the malevolent spirits. In that moment, he resolved to defy destiny and become a cultivator at any cost. Mortals without spiritual roots are not necessarily condemned to remain on the path of mediocrity. The ancient doctrines of Confucianism and the body cultivation methods did not emphasize spiritual roots. However, the path of Confucianism demands wisdom, talent, and a formidable spirit to stand resolute for the sake of heaven and earth. Through the passage of time, many Confucian cultivators have emerged, yet those who attain the golden core stage are exceedingly rare. Body cultivation, too, is no less challenging. Body cultivators do not draw from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor do they learn spells or wield magical artifacts. They rely solely on the strength of their physical form to shake the heavens and achieve immortality. Alas, the methods of body cultivation are nearly extinct in this world, even among those hidden sects that cannot provide a complete system of body refinement. Aside from not practicing Confucianism or body cultivation, there remains a nearly impossible path to forge a unique system and create a way to ascend that belongs solely to oneself. Standing amidst the wind and snow, Lin Yaoyang fell into deep contemplation. He harbored ambition and aspirations, unwilling to live a life of obscurity. While innate spiritual roots are a gift from fate, difficult to alter, the future path ultimately belongs to oneself. He too wished to become a cultivator like his ancestor, fighting for his family and expanding their territory. As time flowed on, Lin Yaoyang pondered throughout the night amidst the snow. When the morning sunlight finally fell upon him, the wind began to subside, and the snow gradually ceased. He shook off the snow that had accumulated on him, summoned several of his peers from the clan, and began to share his ambitions. Yaoyang, is this truly feasible? Just the few of us. If we leave the family, survival may prove difficult. A young man from the Lin family, with yellowed hair and a gaunt face, expressed his doubts. It must be noted that in the current Jin kingdom, various cultivation factions vied for supremacy, while areas deemed unworthy by these factions were plagued by bandits and roving marauders. We must take risks to discover. To embark on this journey is to court death. Yet, throughout history, those whose names echo through the ages have all faced life and death, traversing through thorns and hardships. Leaving the protection of the family may lead to our demise along the way. But what of it? We are born of this world. We must strive for greatness, aspiring to conquer the vastness. After enduring a night of snow, Lin Yaoyang's heart remained ablaze with fervor. Under his influence, several of his peers began to shine with newfound determination. Having rallied a few of his contemporaries, Lin Yaoyang swiftly garnered the support of some Lin family servants and guards. Ultimately, amidst the resigned gazes of many Lin family elders, Lin Yaoyang set forth from Sichuan City, accompanied by 18 guards, over 30 servants, and more than 20 young members of the Lin family, departing in a grand procession. Chapter 59. Sacrifices must be made. The ancestor of the Wu family, shall we truly allow them to leave? Observing Lin Yaoyang and his companions retreating into the distance, some elders of the Lin family furrowed their brows. What else can we do? The ancestor has granted them permission to venture forth. Let these youngsters endure some hardships. Once they realize the brutality of the outside world, they shall return to the family. A white-haired elder of the Lin family spoke with calm assurance. In his youth, he too had left the Lin family to traverse the endless lands. Yet, every peer who had followed him perished along the way, and he alone returned to the family by sheer luck. Venture forth. It sounds easy, but in this vast world, even ordinary mortals, let alone inadequately powerful cultivators, dare not roam recklessly. Upon hearing the elder's words, the surrounding Lin family elders fell silent. They believed that Lin Yaoyang and his companions would inevitably face death, and even if they managed to achieve something, it would be a miracle if 3 or 4 of them returned to the family. Only that white-haired elder harbored a glimmer of hope, for in the younger generation, he saw a reflection of himself in the shadows of his former companions. The scene shifted in Qingchuan town. The silver mine lay desolate. Ever since the Blood Wolf Hall established its presence, both commoners and cultivation families in Qingchuan town have suffered greatly. For the commoners and practitioners of Qingchuan town, the disciples of the Blood Wolf Hall would kill indiscriminately. In their pursuit of swiftly extracting silver from the mine, the Blood Wolf Hall forced the commoners and practitioners of Qingchuan town to labor in the mines. While the practitioners of Qingchuan town might not face immediate peril from the ceaseless toil, the fragile lives of the commoners were extinguished with alarming frequency, as they often succumbed to exhaustion within the mines. Smack, smack, deep within the shadowy recesses of the mine, the practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall wielded their steel whips, mercilessly punishing any mortal whose movements faltered even slightly. "I beg your forgiveness. Please spare me, esteemed master. I shall toil diligently in the mines," the wretched mortal cried out in desperation, his face a mask of terror as he pleaded for mercy. In this dark cavern, half of the common folk perished from exhaustion, while the other half met their demise through brutal beatings. "You worthless peasants, it is all your fault for wasting my precious cultivation time. Dig, dig with all your might. If you do not extract all the silver or within 2 months, you shall not live to see another day." The one issuing these commands was a practitioner with a horse-like face, one arm encircling a mortal maiden while the other swung the steel whip indiscriminately, lashing out at the surrounding mortals. Even the cultivators from Clear Spring Town occasionally fell victim to his bullying and vicious attacks. The horse-face practitioner had achieved the pinnacle of body tempering, while in Clear Spring Town, there were only 3 or 4 practitioners at the body refining stage, alongside an elder dancer at the blood refining level. Even in desperation, they could not match the strength of the horse-face practitioner. Moreover, within this mine, aside from him, numerous cultivators from the Blood Wolf Hall at the blood refining and body refining levels were present. More significantly, it was said that 2 spirit guardians from the Blood Wolf Hall were personally stationed here. If only some body refining and organ refining level practitioners were present, Clear Spring Town could muster a force of 20 to 30,000. Although they might not be able to defeat the organ refining cultivators, a mass escape would still be feasible. However, with spirit refining practitioners overseeing the area, the situation drastically changed, in the presence of spirit refining cultivators, even if 20 to 30,000 disorganized and undisciplined mortals scattered in panic, they would inevitably be exterminated. The Blood Wolf Hall's power was vast. Even if they slaughtered 20 to 30,000 mortals, the Falling Sunset sect would not intervene. The sect only cared about cities with populations exceeding 100,000. As for villages and towns, they were of no concern to the Falling Sunset sect. "Damn it, grandfather, should I not charge out and fight them, rather than suffer a slow death at their hands? It would be better to die gloriously in battle." In a dark corner of the mine, a young man, covered in dirt and wielding a pickaxe, burned with rage. His name was Wu Chunfeng, the young master of the Wu family from Clear Spring Town. Although he possessed a pseudo-spiritual root, which foreshadowed limited achievements, he could still enjoy various privileges in Clear Spring Town. Alas, with the arrival of the Blood Wolf Hall, the Wu family's nightmare had begun. The entire Wu lineage had been forcibly conscripted as laborers. Many of the women in the Wu family had been reduced to playthings for the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Had it not been for the Wu family elders secretly utilizing a hidden passage to smuggle out some of their kin, their fate would have been even more tragic. Endure. A moment of patience can avert greater chaos. Observing the furious young man, the Wu family elder extended his rough hand to forcibly restrain him. "Going out now would only lead to your demise. It would serve no purpose. Remain calm. You must learn to maintain your composure. The future of the Wu family rests upon your shoulders. In times of crisis, do not rely solely on impulse. To be a worthy clan leader, one must not act rashly." The elder, equally disheveled and battered, managed to keep his composure in the face of the Blood Wolf Hall's tyranny. As he counseled his junior, he was also plotting in his heart, having already resolved to sacrifice himself for the sake of the young master. After all, his lifespan dwindled to a mere 5 or 6 years. If he could send forth the young master, who possessed a pseudo-spiritual root that had reached the body refining level, then all his endurance would be worthwhile. I have been observing for over a month. Every 5 or 6 days, the guards of the mine are rotated, at that time. I will create some disturbances, and you shall use this wind charm to escape amidst the chaos. The farther you go, the better. When I first suggested you leave through the underground passage, you insisted on staying. Otherwise, I could have used this charm to negotiate with the Blood Wolf Hall's cultivators and then escaped alongside you. This time, your stubbornness has truly brought about my demise. The elder produced a crumpled talisman, carefully handing it to Wu Chunfeng. Although he scolded and admonished his junior, the elder bore no real resentment towards him. Otherwise, he would not have left the last glimmer of hope for him. I understand my transgressions. However, grandfather, you should keep this talisman for yourself. The Wu family cannot afford to lose you for creating a distraction to attract the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators. Let Chunfeng handle that. Wu Chunfeng did not accept the talisman bang. Seeing the defiant expression on his descendant's face, the elder could not help but kick him. Take it. My life has but 5 or 6 years left. Even if I escape, how long can I protect the Wu family? Each generation bears its own responsibilities. The future of the clan belongs to you. It belongs to the younger generation. Chapter 60. Total Enslavement. Reclaiming the veins, hearing his elder's words, Wu Chunfeng fell silent, no longer rejecting the wind charm bestowed upon him. The dim, damp mine echoed with the sounds of whips cracking and the cries of the tormented. Just as the Wu family elder was devising a plan to secure an escape for his junior, a series of deafening explosions erupted outside the mine. At that moment, the very heavens trembled. This sudden upheaval sent waves of panic through the common folk within the mine. As the atmosphere thickened with unease, chaotic shouts suddenly resonated from the surface above the mine. "Oh no, please spare me. Esteemed senior, what do you mean by this? How have we, the Blood Wolf Hall, offended you? Please allow us to negotiate." Boom. High above, an elderly man in silver robes stood amidst the radiant clouds, hands clasped behind his back. With a mere gesture, he hurled fireballs the size of fists towards the ground, mercilessly slaughtering the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. The speed of these fireballs was astonishing, rendering even the organ-refining cultivators unable to evade them. Upon being struck, the bodies of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators exploded, turning them to cinders. Senior, your provocations against the Blood Wolf Hall will not go unanswered, even if you are a spirit-refining practitioner. Our 2 spirit guardians are nearby. A short, stout man with a scruffy beard, who was the temporary overseer of this silver vein, shouted desperately at the elder. He was strong and possessed a spirit-grade protective treasure, which enabled him to withstand 2 of the descending fireballs. Yet even with the protective artifact, he was still scorched by the intense heat radiating from the fireballs. If even 1 or 2 more fireballs were to strike, he would surely perish. The stout man invoked the name of the Blood Wolf Hall and its 2 spirit guardians in a futile attempt to intimidate the elder above. Unfortunately, the elder paid no heed to his threats. Boom! The fireballs detonated in the winter air, illuminating the sky and transforming the surrounding area into a sweltering inferno. The elder hovering in the sky was none other than Lin Xia. He had no intention of sparing any of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators. Of course, Lin Xia did not plan to eliminate them all. His strategy was to swiftly eradicate a portion of them to serve as a warning. Once he had sufficiently thinned their ranks, he would compel the remaining Blood Wolf Hall cultivators into servitude. Should any refuse to submit, they would either be killed or transformed into living pills. The Blood Wolf Hall had repeatedly trespassed against the Lin family. Thus, Lin Xia would show no mercy. "You monster! You demon!" A Blood Wolf Hall cultivator, scarred and appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, gazed at the impending doom with a mix of horror and disbelief. Unleashing a torrent of curses towards Lin Xia, he branded Lin Xia a demon, conveniently forgetting that during his month in Clear Spring Town, he had indiscriminately slain hundreds of mortals. Bang! A fist-sized fireball, akin to a shooting star, shattered the winter air and obliterated the head of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivator. For the sake of this silver vein, the Blood Wolf Hall had dispatched nearly 30 cultivators. Yet, in the span of a mere heartbeat, only half of them remained. Alas, in testing the power of the fireball technique, I may have gone a bit overboard. gazing upon the chaos and the scattered surviving cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Lin Xie spoke to himself in a calm tone, for these remaining cultivators still held some value. They could be enslaved for labor or, akin to the former ancestor of the Zhao family, directly refined into living pills. Hearing Lin Xie's words, all of the surviving Blood Wolf Hall cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. In the realm of cultivation, the slaughter of innocents was commonplace. What these Blood Wolf Hall cultivators feared was not the slaughter itself, but the terrifying possibility that they could be the next victims. All Blood Wolf Hall cultivators, come before me. Do not even think about escaping or attempting to take advantage of the confusion. This elderly man detests trouble above all else. Should he feel inconvenienced, he would not hesitate to extinguish you with a mere flick of his wrist. Lin Xie, wielding the 3 talents formation banner, descended gracefully to the ground. As his voice resonated through the surroundings, the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall fell silent, hastily stepping forward to stand before Lin Xie. They understood all too well that, in the presence of Lin Xie, a practitioner at the spirit-nourishing realm, even their utmost efforts would yield no hope of escape. Among these Blood Wolf Hall cultivators, only a stout man who had achieved complete refinement and possessed a spirit-nourishing grade magical artifact could barely withstand a couple of breaths before Lin Xie. As for the others, a single fireball spell would suffice to reduce them to ashes. The cultivators of Blood Wolf Hall lined up, standing quietly before Lin Xie, too fearful to speak or even gaze at him, lest they provoke his wrath and meet immediate obliteration. Very well, release your consciousness. Allow me to inscribe the slave mark upon you. From this day forth, you shall all be the servants of the Lin family. The mining operations within this cavern shall henceforth be entrusted to you. Lin Xie's tone was devoid of warmth, directly determining the fate of these Blood Wolf Hall cultivators. Were it not for the evident ruthlessness Lin Xie displayed, these cultivators would not willingly submit to servitude. However, at this moment, they were already terrified beyond measure. To defy this tyrant, Lin Xie, the heaps of charred remains scattered about served as a grim reminder. To serve as slaves would at least secure their lives. Who knows, if they performed well, they might even receive promotions or regain their freedom. Within the mine, numerous mortals, disturbed by the commotion, along with several cultivators from Qingchuan town, beheld this scene with immense satisfaction. After enduring torment at the hands of the Blood Wolf Hall for over a month, these mortals and cultivators from Qingchuan town longed to feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. Senior Lin, the dusty and disheveled ancestor of the Wu family, crawled out of the mine. Upon seeing Lin Xie, he momentarily froze, then quickly bowed in respect. He recognized Lin Xie from when the Lin family had first arrived in Zichuan City, during which he accompanied many from the Wu family to pay their respects to Lin Xie. No need for excessive formalities. You may all return whence you came. Lin Xie waved his hand, choosing not to compel the mortals and cultivators of Qingchuan town to mine as the Blood Wolf Hall had done. The Lin family aimed to establish a stable governance over this land, not to exploit it ruthlessly. Many principles were understood even by the higher-ups of the Blood Wolf Hall. However, they opted for the most violent and expedient methods to exploit the mortals and weaker cultivators. In the eyes of the Blood Wolf Hall's upper echelons, towns and villages were merely inhabited by rustic folk. Only the mortals within the cities would receive a modicum of attention and protection from the Blood Wolf Hall. Thank you, Senior Lin. Thank you, Master Lin. Upon hearing Lin Xie instruct them to return home, the mortals and cultivators of Qingchuan town prostrated themselves, beginning to worship Lin Xie. Were it not for his timely appearance, they would have either perished under the oppression of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators or slowly died within the mines. The grace of Senior Lin shall be remembered by the Wu family for all eternity. The Wu family ancestor knelt on the ground, gazing at Lin Xie with profound gratitude. He had prepared to sacrifice his own life to secure a chance at survival for his descendants. But unexpectedly, hope had not been extinguished. Lin Xie's arrival not only granted him an additional 5 or 6 years of life, but also preserved the majority of the Wu family members. As for Lin Xie's breakthrough to the spirit-nourishing realm, while the Wu family ancestor felt somewhat astonished, he did not dwell on it. The losses suffered by the Wu family this time were catastrophic. He had no heart to contemplate anything else. Due to the arrival of the Blood Wolf Hall, the number of mortals in Qingchuan town who had perished from torment and exhaustion likely exceeded 10,000. Of course, the majority of those who died in the mines were the elderly, weak, women, and children. After the multitude of mortals and a few cultivators from Qingchuan town departed, Lin Xie began assigning mining tasks to the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Over the past month, a considerable amount of ore had already been extracted from this silver mine. However, as the ore had yet to be refined into silver, it had not been transported back to the Blood Wolf Hall. Do not even think of slacking off. Within 2 months at most, I expect to see all the ore extracted. Otherwise, you will hold no further value in your existence. Lin Xie surveyed the more than 10 cultivators from the Blood Wolf Hall. His voice laced with palpable menace. Previously, these cultivators had similarly threatened and coerced the mortals of Qingchuan town. The efficiency of cultivators in mining is typically thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater than that of mortals. Although there were only a handful of cultivators from the Blood Wolf Hall, their mining efficiency would certainly not be slower than that of 2,000 to 3,000 mortals from Qingchuan town. However, even with their remarkable strength, achieving completion of the mining operations within 2 months would still present some difficulty. Under Lin Xie's pressure, these enslaved cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall dared not voice their anger. Though filled with resentment, they silently chose to accept their fate. This group of Blood Wolf Hall cultivators was inherently disorganized. Unlike the grand sects such as the Falling Sunset sect, which had age and aptitude restrictions for membership, anyone could join the Blood Wolf Hall, as long as they were a cultivator. Moreover, the Blood Wolf Hall's methods often mirrored those of the were it not for the presence of the Blood Wolf Hall Master, a practitioner at the later stages of the spirit-nourishing realm, and the entangled relationships with the numerous deacons of the Falling Sunset sect, the Blood Wolf Hall would have long been brought to justice. The cultivators who joined the Blood Wolf Hall were a motley crew, including those who practiced nefarious techniques. The Blood Wolf Hall Master was aware of this, yet his strategy was to first expand the scale of their influence. Once the Blood Wolf Hall appeared sufficiently powerful, he would then begin to rectify its practices. While such a path of development bore many drawbacks, it was not entirely without merit, at the very least. In terms of sheer numbers, the Blood Wolf Hall could still be considered a significant power. However, the cultivators within this faction lacked any sense of belonging, faith, or cohesion. If Lin Xie were to compel the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect into servitude, not only would they resist, but the majority would fight desperately for their freedom. The adage, "The environment shapes the cultivator," while not absolute, largely holds true. As the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall each shouldered their pickaxes and ventured into the mine, Lin Xie sat cross-legged around the mine entrance, choosing not to return to Zichuan City immediately. Lin Xie was not concerned that the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall would become idle or attempt to flee. With the slave mark already inscribed, they could stir up no waves. Unless a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator intervened, attempting to remove the slave mark would be akin to chasing after a mirage. Foundation Establishment cultivators? They were few and far between, even within a radius of 1,000 miles, and rare throughout the entire Huai Mountain Prefecture. While the Falling Sunset sect undoubtedly had Foundation Establishment cultivators, the 8 prominent families within the cities of Huai Mountain Prefecture each possessed 1 or 2 such ancestors. Apart from these 9 factions, nearly no Foundation Establishment cultivators existed in Huai Mountain Prefecture. After all, the spiritual veins and celestial mountains that could sustain the cultivation of Foundation Establishment cultivators were all occupied by these 9 factions. In other regions, even with talent and aptitude, breaking through to Foundation Establishment was exceedingly difficult. As for rogue cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage, unless they had abandoned the path of the immortal and ceased their cultivation, they would never choose to reside in areas lacking in spiritual energy. A few days later, Lin Changge, accompanied by many armored guards and servants, finally arrived hastily at the vicinity of the silver mine. Upon seeing Lin Xie meditating in the snow, the Lin family's guards and servants all bowed and clasped their hands in greeting. "We pay our respects to the Ancestor." "Rise." Lin Xie slightly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Lin Changge. The reason he had instructed Lin Changge to mobilize a significant portion of the family's strength to the silver mine was to facilitate the transport of the ore. The journey from Qingchuan town to Sichuan city involved traversing mountains, forests, swamps, and perilous cliffs. Within these treacherous terrains resided mountain bandits, lurking robbers, fierce beasts, and predatory birds. If the manpower for transporting the silver or were insufficient, they would either be easily raided by robbers or fall prey to ferocious beasts. Deploying the entire family would not only expedite the return of all the silver or to Sichuan city, but would also provide an opportunity to eliminate the robbers and fierce beasts. Despite the Lin family having constructed roads and bridges over the past 6 months, there remained many areas within their dominion that could not be fully controlled. The reason for this was the chaos wrought by bandits and the assaults of fierce beasts. The extraction of silver from the mine had already been undertaken by the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. How to transport it and how to refine it shall be entrusted to you. As Lin Xie engaged in conversation, he channeled his magical energy, causing the accumulated snow upon him to evaporate entirely. Subsequently, Lin Xie intended to return to Sichuan city, with plans to utilize the Jinshin treasure mirror to upgrade and enhance all the resources he had gleaned from Hongfen for Yangzi. Furthermore, from the over 30 cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xie had also acquired a considerable number of spirit stone fragments, materials, and medicinal herbs. Should he enhance and upgrade everything, and make proper use of these resources, it might very well propel him further, potentially allowing him to advance to the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. After issuing instructions to Lin Chang'e and the others, Lin Xie stepped upon the 3 talents array flags, swiftly ascending into the sky amidst the surrounding glow of dawn. The journey from Qingchuan town to Sichuan city, traversing the rugged terrain of towering mountains and marshes, would typically require a cultivator of the refining realm several hours to complete. However, after breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm and gaining brief flying capabilities, Lin Xie returned to Sichuan city in less than 15 minutes. Upon landing in his courtyard, Lin Xie produced a Gu Yuan Dan and swallowed it whole. Although flying with the aid of magical tools was swift and could circumvent any terrain, it consumed an exorbitant amount of magical energy. Without the aid of any medicinal pills or spirit stones, Lin Xie could only sustain flight for a maximum of 15 minutes before exhausting his magical energy. Henceforth, unless there was an urgent matter, he would strive to avoid using magical flight. Seated in his courtyard, Lin Xie casually retrieved a fragment of spirit stone and activated the incomplete foundation establishment level gathering array within his courtyard. At the moment the formation was activated, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow gently towards Lin Xie's abode. As he absorbed this ethereal energy, he laid out all the resources he had accumulated. From the recent annihilation of the Blood Wolf Hall cultivators, Lin Xie had acquired 400 spirit stone fragments and 5 inferior spirit stones. He had also obtained numerous miscellaneous techniques, amounting to dozens in total. Among the materials, he possessed 2 pieces of refined iron stone weighing over 50 pounds each, along with a pea-sized refined iron stone heart. However, in terms of medicinal herbs, not a single one was found on the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. Generally, cultivators seldom purchase medicinal herbs. For ordinary cultivators, the cost is exorbitant, and the immediate effects of consuming them are subpar. They would rather invest the same amount in alchemical pills instead. Among the treasures of the spirit-nurturing level, Lin Xie had seized 5 items, 4 of which were inferior-grade spirit-nurturing artifacts, with only the soul-refining banner belonging to Hongfen Foreign being of a higher grade, nearing that of a foundation establishment artifact. Yet, the power of this artifact was not as formidable as one might expect. Additionally, the elements of fire and lightning could easily suppress the might of the soul-refining banner. Just as Lin Xie had previously demonstrated with his fireball technique, he had effortlessly subdued and knocked down the banner. With regard to the soul-refining banner, Lin Xie did not even contemplate enhancing it with the Jinshin treasure mirror. This item would merely remain in his possession, awaiting the opportunity to be sold or to be bestowed upon a future descendant of his clan with spiritual roots for protection. In addition to the various artifacts, spirit stones, materials, and techniques, Lin Xie also obtained a considerable assortment of medicinal pills from the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall. However, the majority of these pills were low-grade, such as spirit-quenching pills, which would offer no benefit to Lin Xie's cultivation even if consumed. The Jinshin treasure mirror could improve the quality of pills but was not particularly effective in raising their tiers. It was not impossible to elevate the tier of medicinal pills, but the resources required for such an upgrade were often not worth the expenditure. Enhancing the quality of a low-grade pill could be accomplished with mundane gold and silver. However, raising a pill's tier from body-quenching level to spirit-nurturing level demanded resources that were excessively burdensome. For those low-grade cultivation resources, Lin Xie planned only to casually enhance them using mundane gold and silver, subsequently storing them for future use in cultivating his clan members. The cultivation resources from the Blood Wolf Hall's body-quenching realm cultivators were largely of no use to Lin Xie, aside from the spirit stone fragments. Fortunately, he had managed to salvage quite a few valuable items from Hongfen Fornan Shenyangzi. Although both Hongfen Fornan Shenyangzi were among the less affluent cultivators within the spirit-nurturing realm, they had cultivated for over a century and still possessed a modest amount of assets. After spending 2 to 3 days completely restoring his magical energy to its peak, Lin Xie took out the Jinxian treasure mirror and upgraded all the useful resources he had gathered. Holding the various resources, Lin Xie did not immediately commence his cultivation, but instead retrieved a brush and a roll of rice paper, beginning to compile an encyclopedia for the Lin family. The area surrounding Sichuan City, spanning 1,000 miles, though not fertile plains, could sustain millions if agricultural methods were sufficiently advanced. Yet, within this 1,000-mile domain, the total population of all villages, towns, and the main city amounted to at most 3 million. Previously, Lin Xie had also perused the topographical maps surrounding Sichuan City. Within the 1,000-mile territory, roughly 400 miles were suitable for grain production and habitation for mortals. The remaining areas were predominantly marshes and cliffs. Even for foundation establishment cultivators, transforming these regions into habitable zones proved to be a formidable challenge. It seemed that reclaiming the outer 500 miles of influence surrounding Sichuan City was still insufficient. The Blood Wolf Hall must be eradicated, as Lin Xie diligently wrote. He organized various planting experiences, crop selection and improvement methods, as well as water conservancy projects, all while plotting to completely replace the Blood Wolf Hall and establish the Lin family as the new sovereign over a territory of 10,000 miles. As long as he could command such an expanse, the Lin family would not need to rush to expand in the short term. The area surrounding Sichuan City suitable for mortal habitation spanned approximately 5,000 miles. While the total population was merely 30 to 40 million, the fundamental reason for this sparsely populated expanse was the harsh living conditions. Many areas were overrun with ferocious beasts, and the treacherous terrain made it impossible for mortals to thrive. Additionally, there was a significant lag in productivity in the realms governed by major sects and influential families. Not only were there various spiritual veins, but even the lands for mortal habitation were fertile. Moreover, these powerful factions possessed the ability to provide mortals with more advanced means of production. For instance, in the tens of thousands of miles surrounding the falling sunset sect, mortals not only faced no threats from evil beasts or rogue cultivators, but also were not afraid of natural disasters. In times of severe drought, foundation establishment cultivators would intervene, summoning rain directly. All storms and calamities would be handled by the sect's experts. Mortals living under the protection of great powers, while still enduring oppression, faced little threat to their lives. In stark contrast, the mortals in the vicinity of Sichuan City not only lacked the protection of powerful cultivators, but also contended with natural disasters, man-made calamities, and threats from ferocious beasts and rogue cultivators. The situation for those in the city and towns was slightly better, whereas the mortals in the villages faced a significantly higher probability of death. After nearly 2 to 3 days of writing, Lin Xie gradually set down his brush. This moment, he had produced a thick encyclopedia. If the contents of this encyclopedia could be implemented smoothly, the population of mortals surrounding Sichuan City could potentially multiply tenfold. The larger the population, the greater the resources that could be produced. While food, mundane gold, and silver might hold little significance for ordinary cultivators, for Lin Xie, who possessed the Jinxian treasure mirror, every resource held potential value. After completing the compilation of the encyclopedia, Lin Xie summoned an elder from his clan, instructing him to deliver this encyclopedia to Lin Changge, who was far away in Qingchuan town. The dissemination of this encyclopedia would, of course, be the responsibility of Lin Changge, the clan leader. As the elder, Lin Xie would not interfere in such trivial matters. Having arranged everything, Lin Xie sat cross-legged within the gathering spirit array and formally commenced his cultivation. He intended to swiftly break through to the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, the magical energy within him, as well as his divine consciousness, would experience significant enhancement. The Blood Wolf Hall's retaliation was inevitable. Although he possessed 2-5 Thunder Talisman treasures, any increase in strength would provide him with greater composure in the face of impending crises. According to Shan Yangzi, the master of the Blood Wolf Hall was in seclusion, and he had obtained a spirit-nurturing level breakthrough pill. The probability of the Blood Wolf Hall master achieving a breakthrough to full completion of the spirit-nurturing realm was at least 90%. Once the master of the Blood Wolf Hall emerged from his seclusion, possessing the full completion of the spirit-nurturing realm, he would undoubtedly seek to take vengeance on the Lin family. However, it was precisely because the master of the Blood Wolf Hall aimed to reach full completion that he was unlikely to exit his seclusion anytime soon. The transition from the late stage of the spirit-nurturing realm to full completion could, under optimal circumstances, take 1 or 2 months, or even half a year. If the breakthrough faced obstacles, it could extend to 1 or 2 years. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Xie instantly entered a meditative state, gradually absorbing and expelling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, attempting to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. As winter gave way to summer, the seasonal transitions in Huai Mountain County were remarkably unstable. At least when Lin Xie returned to the Lin family, it was still deep autumn, yet it took a full 6 months to transition into the harsh winter. Just 2 months after winter had passed, before the spring breeze could caress the earth, the weather turned abnormally sweltering, plunging directly into the peak of summer. The blazing sun hung ominously in the vast sky, and the inhabitants of Huai Mountain County had anticipated that, at most, within half a month or a month's time, the weather would gradually shift to rain and cooler temperatures. However, months have since elapsed, and the heat only intensifies. Rivers lay parched, exposing their beds, while lakes have transformed into arid plains, and the water levels in wells continue to dwindle. Outside Qingchuan town, the silver veins have been nearly exhausted, yet transportation efforts persist. Given the paramount importance of silver, or to the Lin family, Lin Chang'e has relocated his office directly to the mine. The clan leader lamented that it had been 4 or 5 months without rain, fearing that a severe drought was imminent. The crops surrounding Zichuan City have mostly withered, and the city relies on its grain reserves to sustain itself. The surrounding towns and villages are in dire straits, with food supplies running critically low. Due to the drought, the ferocious beasts and wild animals in the mountains have been largely eradicated. And vegetation is withering as well. If preparations are not made in advance, chaos is likely to ensue. I have heard that in the territory of the Su family, there are already reports of cannibalism. Within the underground office of Lin Chang'e, an elderly man, hunched and leaning on a cane, squinted his eyes with a face full of concern as he spoke. He's 73 years of age, even in the relatively stable Lin household. He could be considered advanced in age. In this world, despite the existence of immortality and miraculous elixirs, and various divine foods and treasures, such things are the privilege of the strong. For mortals to live to 70 is still a formidable challenge. Even those born into families of some means, with a certain status, might succumb to illness at birth and perish. During childhood, they remain vulnerable to various diseases and injuries. Only by surviving to adulthood, without suffering severe injuries or accidents, can one hope to live to their 40s or 50s. By the time they reach their 50s, their health deteriorates, and even a mere cold could prove fatal. Elixirs? Miraculous medicines? How many mortals are fortunate enough to partake in them? Only those residing in the larger cities of the Jin Kingdom, or those living near powerful factions, might have slightly better circumstances. As for those reborn in towns and villages, merely growing up is a stroke of immense luck. The grandeur and magnificence of the immortal cultivation world bears little relevance to the plight of mere mortals. Alas, uncle, at your age, you should refrain from wandering about. The journey from Zichuan City to here spans hundreds of miles. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to the clan? Seeing the elderly man leaning heavily on his cane, Lin Chang'e hurriedly set aside his affairs to assist him. Yet the old man waved his hand and continued, I am in good health. There is no need for your concern. I am here to discuss the impending drought. If things do not improve, our Lin family will face severe repercussions. Starving peasants can resort to any desperate measures. Our Lin family now governs a territory with millions of people. As he spoke, the old man's tone grew increasingly agitated. If millions of mortals were to rise in rebellion, even the most powerful spirit cultivators would find it an arduous task to quell them. Furthermore, should the Lin family dare to commit mass slaughter on such a scale, the Luanxia sect would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. While the Luanxia sect may not extend a hand to help starving peasants or rioters, should the Lin family suppress them in the name of upholding justice, the Luanxia sect would certainly be the first to wipe out the Lin family. Alas, uncle, I am already devising a plan. I have instructed our clan members to procure sufficient grain within the territories of the Su, Song, and Yu families. Next, I intend to expand Sichuan City. Then, we will relocate all the villagers and townsfolk surrounding Sichuan City into the city itself. This way, we can manage and assist them more easily, while also creating a vacuum in our Lin family's extensive territory, even if the mortals from other areas resort to desperate measures due to hunger. Most will perish before they can reach Sichuan City, Lin Chang'e stated calmly. Tio, consider the welfare of the mortals within their domain is already a testament to the Lin family's benevolence and effort. As for those beyond 1,000 miles from Sichuan City, even if the heavens were to turn upside down, Lin Chang'e would remain unconcerned. It is good that you have a plan. However, this drought may merely be the beginning of turmoil in Huai Mountain County and potentially the entire Jin Kingdom. You must prepare early. The old man once again addressed Lin Chang'e. He had personally experienced a drought in his youth, one that spanned tens of thousands of miles. This time, the entire Huai Mountain County, indeed the whole of the Jin Kingdom, is affected. When there is no absolute powerful force to maintain order during a calamity, it often marks the onset of even greater chaos. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Chang'e felt a twinge of anxiety. If the entire Jin Kingdom were to erupt in chaos, the Lin family would inevitably be swept up in it. Uncle, you should return to rest. I will handle the family matters, he urged, supporting the old man and carefully escorting him out of the mine. Lin Chang'e grappled with various pressing issues. At the edge of Huai Mountain County, amidst a vast expanse of desolation stretching for tens of thousands of miles, Lin Yaoyang, who had been away from the family for half a year, had undergone a complete transformation. His face was covered in stubble, and he donned tattered armor. Standing behind him were hundreds of maimed soldiers. Chief, the food supplies can only last one more day. The drought has engulfed all of Huai Mountain County, and even the surrounding counties have turned to barren land. If this continues, a bronze-skinned youth from the Lin family, his body marred with scars, spoke with great concern. Should they run out of food, the hard-won Huangtian stronghold they had established would likely disband. After leaving the clan, Lin Yaoyang had ventured forth with his followers and peers, initially struggling but managing to survive. However, since the drought took hold and vegetation began to perish, his group's situation had worsened considerably. With his martial skills and foresight, he had managed to establish a band of nearly 20,000 bandits at the edge of Huai Mountain County. According to Lin Yaoyang's plans, he intended to start as a bandit, gradually gathering followers while seeking ways for the ordinary mortals without spiritual roots to embark on the path of cultivation. Alas, it could only be said that fate was not on his side. Just as the bandit stronghold began to flourish, the drought struck. He had led the Green Forest heroes from the stronghold in flight for a full 10 days. The original location of Huangtian stronghold had long since run dry, unable to produce crops, and those villages under its protection had mostly perished from hunger or thirst, while others had joined the ranks of refugees, seeking survival in the larger cities. The many Green Forest heroes who had followed Lin Yaoyang were now reduced to a few hundred remnants. Lin Yaoyang had contemplated returning to the family to seek refuge in their territory. However, the distance to Sichuan City was no less than several 100,000 miles. It is worth noting that Lin Yaoyang and those peers from the family had come to the edge of Huai Mountain County due to a shared immortal fate. They had inadvertently activated a teleportation array left behind by a great cultivator during their travels, allowing them to arrive here as mere mortals in a remarkably short time. Initially, Lin Yaoyang and his companions were indifferent. Believing that stumbling upon a mortal fate was a good omen in hindsight, it seemed more like a stroke of misfortune. Had the distance to the family not been so great, even with the drought, there would still have been places to seek refuge. Now, Lin Yaoyang had no choice but to press on, leading the people of Huangtian's stronghold onward. Though filled with anxiety, fear, and unease, he maintained a facade of optimism, confidence, and calmness. Seeing the younger clansmen reporting the situation to him, Lin Yaoyang forced a hearty laugh and called out to those around him, "Have you not heard? Heaven will not cut off all paths for man. Do not panic. This chief will surely lead you out of the shadows and into the light. In the years to come, my Huangtian stronghold shall sweep across the entire Jin kingdom, carving out a name of great renown. Should I attain the title of prince or lord, you shall share in the glory. All difficulties are but temporary." Lin Yaoyang wiped the dust from his face, striving to uplift the spirits of those around him with his fervent words. However, after his impassioned declaration, he received little response. Lin Yaoyang understood that the members of Huangtian's stronghold were weary and famished. What they needed most was food and water. It is said that even mortals cannot truly go without eating and drinking, let alone those at the Yunling realm. Only those at the foundation establishment stage and above can endure fasting indefinitely. Even those foundational cultivators who can forego food and drink will occasionally indulge in the earthly delights of the world. When sustenance is scarce and unsatisfactory, it can lead to melancholy or even madness among some cultivators. For mere mortals, abstaining from nourishment results in immediate demise. Whether it be mere illusions or fervent encouragement, tangible benefits must ultimately be presented. Otherwise, the reputation of this leader may be irreparably tarnished. Contemplating this, Lin Yaoyang unsheathed his sword and, with a single stroke, dispatched his steed, then addressed his brethren with renewed vigor. "Brothers, let us feast upon horse meat and take a moment to rest. I vow to lead you out of this predicament and towards a new era of glory. I have traversed this land, and 800 miles hence lies a small town named Xingtan. In that city, there will be an abundance of meat and wine, along with a variety of women. Brothers, you must endure. Just 800 more miles, and we shall surely find a glimmer of hope." Lin Yaoyang spoke these words with spontaneity, fabricating the existence of Xingtan City in the heat of the moment. The desolate wasteland at the fringes of Huai Mountain County was devoid of resources, and the terrain was perilous. The conditions for establishing a city were non-existent. Most often, one would find only small villages of a few thousand or mountain strongholds housing tens of thousands. The creation of Xingtan City was merely a strategy to stabilize the morale of his followers. An 800-mile journey would take several days, and as long as he could discover some semblance of hope within that time, Lin Yaoyang's position would remain unassailable, even if Xingtan City were a mere fabrication. Of course, if hope remained elusive after several days, the Huangtian stronghold would have no choice but to disband. Indeed, upon hearing that they could savor horse meat and that a town lay 800 miles away, the previously despondent members of the Huangtian stronghold immediately regained their spirits. Killing a horse might not suffice to satiate the hunger of hundreds, but the mere prospect of meat was a stroke of fortune. Although horse meat was hardly a delicacy, for those who had not tasted meat in a long while, it was nothing short of a rare treasure. Before the horse meat had even finished cooking, some of the Huangtian stronghold's members could no longer contain their hunger and eagerly began to devour the half-cooked meat. Lin Yaoyang's steed was lean, and after skinning, boning, and removing the entrails, there was scarcely any weight left. Within half an hour, the horse had been completely consumed by the hundreds of ravenous members of the Huangtian stronghold. After they had eaten their fill, Lin Yaoyang produced a meager supply of water to quench their thirst. "Brothers, let us set forth." As the members of the Huangtian stronghold began to regain their vitality, Lin Yaoyang issued the command, and the entire group resumed their journey. Along the way, the forest was desolate. The once mighty trees that had obscured the sky were now lifeless, and the ground was largely stripped bare by various animals and refugees. The few dead trees that remained had survived only because the weapons of ordinary men were inadequate to fell them. Otherwise, their bark would have been stripped away as well. Some living trees had escaped consumption due to the toxins they harbored. Amidst the lifeless earth, all living beings seemed to descend toward an abyss. Yet curiously, large flocks of black night crows inhabited the sky. The crows' cries echoed like the wails of infants, reverberating with a sense of doom. Their presence intensified the already heavy atmosphere of despair. "Leader, this is an ominous sign," murmured an old fortune-teller clad in crude cloth, clutching a divination compass. He was the astrologer of the Huangtian stronghold. Having some knowledge of celestial phenomena, he had been recruited by Lin Yaoyang. Lin Yaoyang paid little heed to the old man's words. The fortune-teller often indulged in superstitions. Ominous signs? Just a flock of crows from who knows where. If I had arrows to spare, I would shoot them down for sustenance. As he spoke, Lin Yaoyang could not help but swallow hard. It had been a long time since he had tasted any decent meat. Surely, crow meat must be more palatable than horse meat? Be cautious, leader. What I refer to as an ominous sign pertains not just to our Huangtian stronghold, but to the entire Jin state. Despite the warning, Lin Yaoyang remained unconvinced. What ominous omen? What heavenly decree? To him, these notions were utterly non-existent. Fate was always in his own hands. He, Lin Yaoyang, held no belief in such mystical doctrines. After all, the path to immortality was merely a process of harnessing the powers of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. Cultivators become immortal not through destiny, but through resolute determination. Mortals ascend to emperor not by fate, but through the audacity to embrace the universe. Cursed be these superstitions. If I believed in such things, I would have long since reclined in comfort at home rather than endure this plight. Though internally dismissive, Lin Yaoyang recognized the old fortune-teller's knowledge of celestial phenomena and his potential value for the future of the Huangtian stronghold. Thus, he afforded the old man some respect, smiling as he inquired, "Oh, pray tell more, esteemed elder." Unfazed by Lin Yaoyang's demeanor, the old fortune-teller gazed skyward, speaking as if to himself. This severe drought spans more than 100,000 miles, with all beasts and vegetation on a path to destruction. Yet, there is a multitude of night crows. This is an aberration of heavenly will. When a nation's fortunes dwindle, strange occurrences abound. The royal family of Jin has reached its end. Upon hearing the old man's earlier statements, Lin Yaoyang had feigned interest, but when the old man spoke of the Jin state's impending doom, Lin Yaoyang's attention was piqued. The Jin state's demise. This was hardly an omen of misfortune. It was a grand opportunity. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are cyclical. The throne will eventually descend upon my head. If the Jin state were to fall, it would herald a change in dynasty. Excellent, excellent. With the prospect of realizing his ambitions, Lin Yaoyang found the old fortune-teller's words to be profoundly insightful. With the advantage on my side, that is destiny. Without advantage, my fate lies in my own hands. Not in the heavens. The powers of the world are not eternal. The rise and fall of nations is the norm. The decay of Jin, the dominance of sects, and the chaos wrought by feudal lords have summoned divine retribution. Should I ascend as emperor, I shall bring an end to all turmoil. Should I ascend as emperor, I shall grant the populace a haven of peace. Lin Yaoyang gazed skyward, his aspirations bursting forth in a fervent declaration. In that moment, his inner ambitions were fully unleashed. He was determined to seize the imperial throne. He would elevate the Lin family to royal status, even if his strength was currently lacking and he found himself in a lowly position. As an ambitious individual, no setback or circumstance could extinguish the blazing fire that burned within his heart. Be cautious, leader. Exercise restraint. Observing Lin Yaoyang's fervent zeal, the old fortune-teller trembled in fear. While it was true that the Jin state's fortunes were waning, its rule had not yet collapsed entirely. At least nominally, all forces within the 3 offices and 72 prefectures were subjects of the Jin state. Lin Yaoyang's words were undeniably treasonous, were it not for the desolate mountains and wilderness. If word of his sentiments spread, he would likely face immediate retaliation from all sides. What do I have to fear? Let us go. Lin Yaoyang shook his head at the old fortune-teller, who appeared meek and timid. Meanwhile, outside Sichuan City, many craftsmen had begun repairing and constructing buildings, with a steady influx of materials and common folk pouring into the city. Sichuan City had expanded from a population of over 100,000 to 300,000. Fortunately, the Lin family had acquired the silver or vein, allowing them to amass wealth, coupled with the presence of the venerable Lin Shiya, or else the rapid population growth would have already incited turmoil. Yet, even so, various law and order issues arose daily. In response, a younger member of the Lin family proposed a ruthless solution. All instigators and disruptors of order, regardless of the severity of their crimes, should be executed without mercy. In times of chaos, strict measures are necessary, utilizing absolute force to establish unyielding order. The Lin descendant who proposed this was named Lin Yaodat. He and Lin Yaoyang belonged to the same generation. Through bloodshed and death, Lin Yaodat began to exhibit the qualities of a leader. Even Lin Chang'e entertained the notion of grooming him as the next clan leader. Let us proceed as Yaodat suggests. In chaotic times, such measures are indeed warranted. In response to Lin Yaodat's proposal, Lin Chang'e expressed his support. Many of the elder members of the Lin family nodded in agreement. In times of turmoil, any attempt at a conciliatory strategy would only incite greater chaos. Yaodat, you shall handle this matter. This token is entrusted to you. With it, you can mobilize 5,000 elite armored guards from our Lin family. It is imperative that order is restored swiftly. Do not disappoint me, Lin Chang'e spoke again with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodat, dressed in a simple robe and of modest stature, nodded slightly before taking the token from Lin Chang'e's hands and departing immediately. The 5,000 well-trained, armored elite guards could easily suppress 100,000 unruly commoners. If even 5,000 armed men could not resolve the chaos in Sichuan City, Lin Yaodat would naturally be unworthy to be a candidate for the new clan leader. Lin Chang'e was nearing 60 years of age, and during this time, he had sensed a marked decline in his vitality. In managing numerous affairs, he often felt weary and overwhelmed. He understood that he had trained a successor. Despite enjoying the finest meals and receiving medical care to maintain his health as the head of the Lin family, he could at most live another 10 to 20 years. It is a rarity for mortals to reach 70. Even with the longevity elixirs bestowed by his ancestors, Lin Chang'e had no desire to continue in the position of clan leader. He had been groomed for leadership since the age of 15 and had officially become clan leader at 35. Typically, the position of clan leader in the Lin family was transitioned every 15 to 20 years, and it was not inherited but fiercely contested. In theory, all young members of the family could vie for the title. Yet most were eliminated in the first round of selection, and many others showed little interest in the role. Becoming clan leader, while seemingly empowering, often meant dedicating one's entire life to the family. Since becoming a candidate for clan leader at 15, Lin Chang'e had never truly rested, laboring daily over familial matters. The Lin family had steadily ascended from a humble timber town to become the dominant power within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City. Bolstered by the presence of an ancestor of spirit cultivation and a substantial silver mine, it could be said that during his tenure, the Lin family had undergone a remarkable rise. His task was nearly complete. Well, we have also made significant progress with the silver mine here. Let us return to Sichuan City, Lin Chang'e said, gathering a pile of sheepskin scrolls and paper books, addressing the senior members of the Lin family beside him. Meanwhile, within Sichuan City, outside a modest wooden house, a young man in his 20s squatted on the ground, his face etched with anxiety. Uncle Lin, who, you need not worry too much. With Granny Zhou and Physician Lu present, everything will go smoothly and safely, a girl of 17 or 18 reassured him repeatedly. Upon hearing her words, the young man remained silent. Inside the wooden house, his wife was in labor. In this realm, childbirth for most mortals was fraught with dangers akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. The reason women were scarce in the Lin family and throughout Sichuan City was due to the myriad risks that led to fatalities during childbirth. Even families of moderate means, who hired physicians and midwives, found it challenging to mitigate these risks. Only if a practitioner skilled in pharmacology and versed in wood element cultivation stood by could one ensure a problem-free delivery. Unfortunately, wood element cultivation was exceedingly difficult. Besides the masters of alchemy and those above the foundation establishment stage, few practitioners ventured into the way of wood. Of course, if a practitioner above the foundation establishment stage were present, their immense spiritual power could also safeguard a mortal's safety. Wow! Just as the young man was growing increasingly anxious, a clear, piercing cry suddenly emanated from the wooden house. At the moment the wail sounded, a refreshing breeze swept through the area, infused with the spiritual essence of the world, creating a wondrous spectacle. "It's a boy. Mother and child are safe. You may enter now," announced Granny Zhou, the midwife. As soon as the baby's cries subsided, following her, Physician Liu, who bore a vacant gaze and carried a medicinal box, emerged from the wooden house. This Physician Liu, blind since childhood, had been guided by a wandering sorcerer and had since excelled in medicine. Becoming the foremost physician within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City, he had participated when the Zhao family's ancestor concocted the living elixir. To persuade this Physician Liu to assist, the young man had not only exhausted his savings but also borrowed considerable copper coins from friends and family. Leaning on his cane, Physician Liu approached the young man and, from his robe, produced a prescription, speaking in a flat tone. "Your lady's delivery went smoothly, and there are no major concerns, though she has lost some vitality. Follow this prescription to gather the herbs, brew the decoction morning and evening, and in no more than a month, your lady's health will be restored. Furthermore, though I am not a cultivator and cannot perceive the world's manifestations, I sensed something unusual earlier. Your offspring may possess spiritual roots. With proper guidance, they could embark on the path to immortality." Having said this, the old man took his leave, supported by his cane and guided by a vividly colored rooster. "That Physician Liu is indeed a peculiar character," the 17 or 18-year-old girl remarked, watching his retreating figure, but she quickly returned to the present. What he mentioned about spiritual roots and the path to immortality. However, the young man did not take Physician Liu's words to heart. It was often the case that among thousands, even tens of thousands, a child possessing spiritual roots was exceptionally rare. He found it hard to believe his child would be so fortunate. Moreover, despite Physician Liu's exceptional medical skills, he remained merely a mortal. How could a mortal discern whether his child possessed spiritual roots? Uncle Lin, why not report to the family and use the testing stone to verify? The girl suggested. The testing stone was a unique stone capable of sensing whether a mortal bore spiritual roots. Most cultivating families possess such stones, as they were not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. Typically, a shard of spiritual stone could be purchased. The Lin family often conducted spiritual root tests for newborns at specific times each year. Generally, testing at the age of 3 yielded the most accurate results. Just like Lin Xie, who was tested for his spiritual roots at 3. Chapter 67. Escalating turmoil, wails of despair. Let us discuss this later. I'll go check on your aunt, the young man replied. Nodding at the girl's suggestion, I and the Lin family, if a child was born, one could often apply in advance to use the testing stone. As he spoke, the young man stepped into the wooden house. Seeing the pale-faced woman on the bed, his expression revealed his concern. Fortunately, Lin Xie had previously announced a decree rewarding family members for bearing children, with substantial funds allocated for their care if the birth was successful. Thus, even though he had exhausted his savings, the young man felt no anxiety. This was one of the advantages of having family support. If his child truly had spiritual roots, even if merely false spiritual roots, there would be an opportunity to follow the ancestor in cultivation. You've endured much. Rest well, he said, not being adept with words. Despite his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of fatherhood and concern for his wife's health, only a few short phrases escaped his lips. 5 days later, in the tranquil and elegant courtyard at the heart of the Lin family in Sichuan City, Lin Xie concluded his cultivation. Finally made it, mid-stage spirit cultivation, ha 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 ha. Lin Xie could not contain his hearty laughter. After enduring half a year of rigorous training and accumulating various resources, he had barely managed to break through to mid-stage spirit cultivation. During this period, he had also brought the first volume of the breath-holding technique to an entry-level proficiency. Once at this stage, as long as Lin Xie refrained from making a move, even practitioners in the early foundation establishment stage would find it challenging to discern his true strength. With this technique, Lin Xie could both conceal his cultivation level and, when necessary, create illusions to befuddle his opponents. Whether pretending to be a weakling or masquerading as something grand, this breath-holding technique was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. If resources allowed in the future, perhaps he could elevate and enhance the technique further using the immortal appraisal mirror. If he had enough opportunities for improvement, he might truly be able to deceive the heavens and evade the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Roaring with excitement, Lin Xie pushed open the wooden gate of the courtyard, his spirits soaring. At that moment, the small black mountain cat, the size of a house cat, rushed over to him, eager for affection. It still recalled how Lin Xie had helped enhance its aptitude. Following the improvement, its cultivation speed had surged. Even with scarce resources, it had now reached the early stage of body refinement and blood refinement. However, after displaying a moment of petulance, Heishan suddenly recalled something. It hastily retrieved a jade tablet from the corner and nudged it towards Lin Xie's feet with its paw. The surface of the jade tablet was enveloped in a faint aura, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a series of runes shimmering within. Clearly, this jade tablet was an artifact of a cultivator. It was indeed the one returned by Shenyangzi, since Lin Xie was still in seclusion and could not linger at the Lin residence for long. He entrusted the jade tablet to Heishan for safekeeping. Upon picking up the jade tablet, Lin Xie gradually immersed his consciousness into it. Instantly, fragments of text materialized in his mind. The writings preserved within the jade tablet bore no particular significance. They were merely messages left by Shenyangzi. However, upon reaching the end, Lin Xie's brow furrowed slightly. This was because Shenyangzi had mentioned that the Blood Wolf Lord had successfully broken through to the spirit accumulation completion stage, and upon learning of the events that transpired in Qingchuan town, the Blood Wolf Lord was incensed. Within 2 to 3 months, after solidifying his cultivation, he intended to descend upon Zichuan City to personally annihilate the Lin family. The jade tablet contained the date of the transmission left by Shenyangzi. It had already been 2 months since Shenyangzi had alerted the Lin family. This implied that the Blood Wolf Lord could strike at any moment. Nevertheless, Lin Xie was not particularly concerned about the Blood Wolf Lord, who had broken through to the spirit accumulation completion stage. Once the Blood Wolf Hall was eradicated, the Lin family would possess a solid foundation within Huai Mountain County. After casually stowing the jade tablet, just as Lin Xie intended to venture into the city to observe the developments of Zichuan City over the past 6 months, a figure suddenly dashed towards him from the distance. Ancestor, a joyous occasion indeed. Our clan has welcomed a child with true spiritual roots. The figure was none other than Lin Changge. Upon mentioning true spiritual roots, the delight on his face was unmistakable. A child possessing true spiritual roots could join the Luoxian sect without needing the Ascension Order and potentially become an inner disciple, or even a core disciple, should the child advance to the spirit accumulation stage within the Luoxian sect. There was hope of being taken as a disciple by a foundation establishment cultivator. At that time, the Lin family's influence in Huai Mountain County would undoubtedly be further elevated. A descendant with spiritual roots has finally been born? It seems that encouraging reproduction has indeed borne fruit. Pass on my orders to continue enhancing the reproduction rewards. As for that child, bring me to see them. A smile graced Lin Xie's face. After a century, the Lin family had finally welcomed a descendant with spiritual roots. Hearing his ancestor's words, Lin Changge was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly adopt a somewhat troubled expression. A great calamity is upon us. Zichuan City has undergone 2 rounds of expansion. Although the Lin family still possesses numerous silver mines, we can no longer procure food. Reflecting on this, Lin Changge slightly cupped his hands and proceeded to report to Lin Xie about the significant events of the past 6 months. After listening, Lin Xie maintained a calm demeanor. Throughout the history of the Jin state, calamities have struck approximately every 300 years, as if the heavenly path were deliberately orchestrating them, corresponding to the tribulations faced by cultivators. During the powerful periods of the Jin royal family, they could swiftly dispatch cultivators to suppress disasters. Thus, in the past millennium, even during droughts or floods, ordinary mortals did not experience despair or terror. Alas, in the last 400 years, the Jin royal family has been on a steady decline. The Jin emperor's fate remains uncertain. The current Jin royal family lacks the capacity to address the various calamities. Although the great powers possess the ability to intervene, they either turn a blind eye, focusing solely on their own interests, or engage in covert conflicts with other factions, entirely disregarding the lives of mortals. Should this calamity worsen, not only mortals but even low-level cultivators engaged in body refinement could find themselves in peril. One can only hope that this great calamity passes swiftly, Lin Chang'e spoke again. The situation in Sichuan City is increasingly dire. The only reason the order has not collapsed is due to the Lin family's reserves of food and water, as well as the establishment of a formidable armored guard. Any who sought to take advantage of the chaos have been ruthlessly suppressed by the Lin family's iron fist. However, the food and water resources of the Lin family are depleting rapidly. At this critical juncture, the Lin family must begin to limit their population. Encouraging reproduction cannot entail the slaughter of all the surplus mortals in Sichuan City. A small number of rebellious troublemakers may be dealt with, but without sufficient justification, should the number of mortals slain exceed 100,000, various esteemed sects may come to seek retribution against the Lin family. Ancestor, if this great calamity persists, our Lin family can only allow a few tens of thousands of offspring to be born. Lin Chang'e remarked, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. The consumption of food and water cannot be reckless. To support a few tens of thousands of clan members, some mortals must inevitably disappear. Having reached this position, Lin Chang'e was devoid of notions of good and evil, only weighing the pros and cons. Currently, Sichuan City boasts nearly 2 million residents. Following 2 rounds of expansion, it has established a core city, an inner city, and an outer city. The core city serves as the Lin family's base. The inner city houses the armored guards and household servants, while the outer city is populated by commoners and smaller cultivation families. Making several tens of thousands of mortals vanish, thereby allowing clan members to continue expanding reproduction, was the sole strategy Lin Chang'e could conceive during this year of calamity. Causing the disappearance of thousands was quite simple. It merely required the fabrication of some accidents. Furthermore, the disappearance of tens of thousands would not draw excessive attention from the likes of the Luoxian sect. Very well, let the family promote reproduction gradually. Ultimately, Lin Xie waved his hand, dismissing Lin Chang'e's proposal. Deep within, he still retained a sliver of humanity, albeit a scant amount. After all, we are speaking of several tens of thousands of mortals. If the benefits to the family were significant enough, then their slaughter could be tolerated. After all, the essence of survival and development is often a matter of life and death. However, birthing tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of infants, would yield at most a few descendants with spiritual roots for the Lin family. Once the year of calamity passes and everything returns to normal, encouraging reproduction would have little impact. The Ancestor is compassionate and benevolent. The Ancestor is wise. Following the rejection of his suggestion, Lin Chang'e did not feel disheartened. In his heart, while the family's interests were paramount, he was no tyrant, indifferent to the slaughter of tens of thousands of mortals. Those mortals were neither enemies of the Lin family nor had they offended them. Killing them to save food and water, thereby increasing the birth rate of infants during the year of calamity, seemed ultimately absurd and grotesque. After all, the Lin family is a righteous path and still requires some reputation and face. Ancestor, please follow me. That child is in the testing pavilion. Lin Chang'e said respectfully, leading Lin Xie through a series of stone-paved paths until they finally arrived at a grand and majestic pavilion. This pavilion was the newly constructed testing pavilion of the Lin family, capable of accommodating thousands of people simultaneously. At this moment, many high-ranking members of the Lin family and curious clan members had already gathered inside the pavilion. A child with true spiritual roots in Huai Mountain County, while not considered a genius, still possessed commendable qualifications. After all, even the Luo Xian sect struggles to recruit a single mystic-level spiritual root within a decade. As for Earth-level spiritual roots, they are exceedingly rare, appearing only once every 100 years in Huai Mountain County. The disparity between Earth-level spiritual roots and mystic-level spiritual roots is even greater than that between mystic-level spiritual roots and pseudo-spiritual roots. Possessing an Earth-level spiritual root virtually guarantees success and foundation establishment, provided one does not encounter misfortune along the way. With a bit of effort and a stroke of luck, a Earth-level spiritual root might even reach the Purple Mansion stage, with a slim chance of breaking through to the core formation stage. Everyone, step back, Lin Chang'e bellowed, surveying the crowd within the testing pavilion. Soon, the crowd parted, allowing Lin Chang'e and Lin Xie to pass through. We pay our respects to the Ancestor. Greetings to the clan leader. We pay our respects to the Ancestor. Amidst the reverential bows of the crowd, Lin Xie stepped into the testing pavilion. Inside, a bewildered young man in his 20s stood frozen in place, cradling a newborn infant in his arms. Observing the dazed young man, an elder of the Lin family quickly whispered, "Hurry and pay your respects to the ancestor." "Ah, ancestor, I have seen you," the young man exclaimed. Suddenly jolted from his stupor, he attempted to kneel and bow, but Lin Xie gently reached out to support him. "Be careful. You are still holding the child. There is no need for such formalities." With that, Lin Xie took the child from the young man's arms, his consciousness sweeping over the infant. In an instant, Lin Xie confirmed the child's lineage and potential. After breaking through to the spirit accumulation stage, such tasks were straightforward for Lin Xie. Indeed, a child with true spiritual roots. As Lin Xie's confirmation echoed once more, the elder members of the Lin family around him displayed expressions of uncontainable joy. Many ordinary clansmen gazed at the infant with eyes brimming with envy. The birth of spiritual roots promises an immeasurable future. It is not merely the true spiritual root. Even possessing a false spiritual root allows one to effortlessly shed the shackles of mortality and embark upon the path of immortality. By the way, what name has been given to this child? Lin Xie turned his gaze towards the man, his aged voice casual yet gentle. Despite this, the man appeared noticeably tense and constrained in Lin Xie's presence. In response, he stammered, reporting to the ancestor, "We have yet to name him." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie pondered for a moment before smiling and declaring, "I have thought of a name. This child is the first descendant of our Lin family to possess spiritual roots in a century. Henceforth, he shall be called Pinyin. Year after year, may he know peace, security, and tranquility." As Lin Xie's words fell, the man knelt once more, his face filled with reverence as he exclaimed, "Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing a name upon my son. Thank you, ancestor, for granting your blessing." The name Pinyin not only signifies a title but also embodies a heartfelt blessing. In the man's eyes, Lin Xie, the venerable ancestor, was akin to a celestial being. Receiving his blessing assured that his child would grow up safe and sound. Such is the heart of a father. Though the man was not eloquent, even somewhat dazed, his love for his son was profound. As a father, his utmost desire was for his son to thrive in peace. As for his child's future achievements, the heights he might reach, the man was indifferent. "Very well. I have stated that there is no need for empty formalities. Since you do not object, from this day forth, the child shall be named Lin Pinyin." After concluding, Lin Xie instructed Lin Changge to ensure the proper care of the man and the infant in his arms. Although the child possessed spiritual roots, cultivation would have to wait until he turned at least 3 years old. Except for the ancient top-tier forces that could employ ancient methods to assist infants in their training, the Lin family lacked such profound foundations. Chapter 69. All is in chaos. After returning the infant to the man, Lin Xie chose not to linger in the testing pavilion. Amidst the respectful farewells of numerous clansmen, he strolled away with hands clasped behind his back, moving gracefully into the distance. Upon departing the testing pavilion, Lin Xie commanded the 3 talismans array flag, soaring into the sky to survey the surroundings of Sichuan City. Presently, Sichuan City had expanded 20-fold, transforming into a metropolis with a population of 2 million. A city of 2 million is considered a medium-sized city within Huai Mountain County. Had it not been for the Lin family's possession of the silver mine and the advent of drought that devalued labor, constructing such a city would have been exceedingly challenging. Within Sichuan City, the core city and inner city still radiated prosperity and stability. In contrast, the outer city exuded a much more oppressive atmosphere. The entire outer city was exceedingly crowded, with Lin family's armored guards stationed at regular intervals. Should any signs of rebellion or chaos arise, the Lin family's guards would swiftly mobilize to quell the disturbance. Currently, the Lin family boasted 1,000 iron cavalry, 20,000 elite guards, and 100,000 ordinary guards. To prepare for calamities and chaotic times, Lin Changge had endeavored to maximize the family's military strength. In addition to these guards, Lin Changge had also recruited forces from smaller cultivating families. The smaller cultivating families within Sichuan City had largely completed marital alliances with the Lin family. Each of these families possessed 1 or 2 cultivators at the refining skin, refining blood, or even refining bone levels. For these family cultivators, Lin Chang'e had granted the status of Lin family guest elder, allocated them parcels of land within the outer city area of Sichuan City. According to Lin Chang'e's plan, these smaller cultivating families would be thoroughly infiltrated and controlled by the Lin family within a few decades. Through this infiltration, these families would ultimately regard the Lin family with reverence, as their future descendants would carry the Lin family's bloodline through the bonds of marriage. Lin Chang'e's absorption of these smaller cultivating families aimed to bolster the family's strength in a short period. Currently, aside from the venerable ancestor Lin Shiya, the number of cultivators that could be mobilized by the Lin family had exceeded 10. As long as Lin Shiya remained as a deterrent, these cultivators could be controlled and commanded by the Lin family. The situation within Sichuan City remained relatively stable, surrounding Sichuan City by 100 miles. The Lin family fortified numerous passes and beacon towers, utilizing the natural terrain to their advantage. Each pass was manned by guards and cultivators. Moreover, considerable resources had been invested in constructing heavy crossbow carts capable of threatening ordinary refining bone cultivators at each pass. These passes were not intended to prevent cultivators from entering. With Lin Shiya overseeing matters, few cultivators dared to recklessly invade Sichuan City. Lin Chang'e established these passes primarily to prevent an influx of refugees into Sichuan City. The area surrounding Sichuan City still harbored ample water sources and cultivable land. If these resources were utilized properly, combined with the Lin family's stockpiles of grain and water, it could sustain Sichuan City for 2 to 3 years. Typically, the duration of a major calamity lasts around 3 years. If the disaster persisted beyond 3 years, even if no significant cultivators from within the Jin Kingdom intervened, superpowers from beyond the Jin Kingdom would dispatch experts to forcibly alter the celestial phenomena. Only when matters escalated to extreme severity would those so-called orthodox giants emerge to rescue the masses. However, this is still a positive outcome. At least the orthodox sects would care for the lives of mortals and ordinary cultivators. Were it to fall into the hands of the evil sects, the moment a disaster erupted, they would likely refine all mortals and low-level cultivators within the disaster-stricken area into living elixirs. For most evil sect forces, directly eliminating the victims is evidently simpler than resolving the calamity. After all, the mortals living under the dominion of evil sects are merely regarded as expendable resources. Lin Shiya surveyed the land below, noting that within 100 miles surrounding Sichuan City, everything appeared relatively normal. At the very least, the vegetation had not withered. Beyond this radius, however, crossing over the numerous passes constructed by the Lin family revealed an endless expanse of desolation. As far as the eye could see, nothing but barren land, with toxic dead trees and withered grass, lay before him. The edible bark had been consumed by wildlife. The riverbeds were littered with an array of bones. Among these bones were those of humans, fierce beasts, and even demonic creatures. Lin Chang'e had initially believed that the hundreds of miles surrounding Sichuan City were desolate, making it difficult for refugees to reach it. However, thousands of refugees somehow managed to traverse the desolate expanse, arriving at the Lin family's fortified passes. Each of these refugees had resorted to cannibalism to survive, even resorting to ambushing and consuming other refugees. The brutality of calamity was vividly illustrated in their plight. Having reached this point, their humanity had long since eroded, leaving only the primal bloodlust and savagery within them to awaken. The refugees surged against the passes. Some wept, others bore fierce expressions, while some prayed for the Lin family's assistance. Yet the Lin family lacked the capacity to aid them. The Lin family's ability to care for the mortals within 1,000 miles of Sichuan City was already at its limit. They had no power to manage the seemingly endless tide of refugees. Moreover, these individuals had become utterly deranged. Allowing them into the city would undoubtedly incite even greater turmoil. We beg you, let us through the pass. We need water. We need food. Damn it. Why won't you let us in? You wretched aristocrats, brothers, let us charge in together. Steal food, steal water. Take those luscious women. The tumult was palpable. Nearly every pass descended into chaos. Curses, screams, and cries filled the air. This scene resembled a hell on earth. On the 3 talismans array flag, Lin Shiya observed this turmoil and could only shake his head in lament. He, too, could not save these refugees. At the passes, numerous Lin family guards had readied various archery mechanisms. a commander stood atop the pass, his face heavy as he issued a stern warning. This is your first warning. This is your second warning. Withdraw immediately, or you shall bear the consequences. With a creaking sound, the siege engines and bows were gradually drawn back. The long, resonant horn began to sound. Inside the pass, fully armored heavy cavalry stood ready to charge forth and disperse the refugees. While the Lin family would not engage in large-scale slaughter of the refugees, they would not allow these individuals to recklessly assault the passes. This is it. We're dead either way. Charge. If we breach the gates, there will be endless food and an abundance of water, fine wine, women. Everything will be ours. A burly, menacing man wielding a heavy hammer incited the crowd of refugees. Seeking death, the commander at the pass furrowed his brow, slowly knocking an arrow and aiming it at the man. When it comes to such instigators who threaten the Lin family's existence, the only solution is to eliminate them entirely. Chapter 70. The Blood Wolf Lord. A scene of mourning whoosh. The arrow whistled through the air, creating ripples in its wake. Thud. The chest of the ferocious instigator was pierced through by the force of the arrow. Blood gushed from his mouth. His pupils constricted, and he fell to the ground, filled with unwillingness. For all who challenge the pass, this shall be their fate. Upon the fortress, the chilling voice of the commander echoed throughout the surroundings. Witnessing the leader being shot down, the multitude of refugees scattered like frightened birds, unwilling to assault the stronghold any further. High above, Lin Xie gazed down upon this scene, and after a moment of reflection, he harnessed the Three Talents formation banner and returned to Sichuan City. At this moment, the over 2 million commoners under the jurisdiction of the Lin family surrounding Sichuan City were managing to scrape by, at least without the looming threat of widespread famine. In stark contrast, the commoners governed by forces like the Blood Wolf Hall, the Su family, and the Song family were living in a state of misery worse than death. Within the Song family, internal strife continued to brew, as the impending clan leader election drove the four factions within the family toward a subtle trend of infighting. Clan leader, though some truths may be harsh to hear, I must speak them. The Song family has fallen to such depths that it seems we are on the brink of annihilation, candidly expressed one of the clan leader's aides within the Song family residence. Upon hearing this, the clan leader refrained from rebuttal. He had intervened in the Zhao family's affairs, forcibly seizing 500 miles of territory from the Lin family. However, with Lin Xie's recent breakthrough, that territory had been reclaimed by the Lin family, causing his standing within the clan to plummet once again. Moreover, even if the Lin family had not regained that territory, it would have held little significance in this year of calamity, with dwindling water sources and dying vegetation. The land had turned into desolate wastelands, rendering any defense futile. The Lin family had now contracted their influence to a mere 100 miles around Sichuan City. Yet, these circumstances were not the most devastating blow to the Song clan leader. The gravest misstep was his decision, 6 months prior, to sell off the majority of the Song family's grain reserves to the Lin family. At that time, despite the sweltering heat, no one anticipated that the drought would escalate to its current catastrophic state within such a short span. The clan leader's position was now untenable. Yet, even if he were to step down, the other three factions would inevitably engage in a bloody struggle over the position of clan leader. Such internal strife clearly indicated that the Song family was nearing its end. Clan leader, perhaps it is time to consider a separation. Let us take our faction and depart from Qinyan City to Fenglan City. There, we will find several fully realized cultivators and numerous experts who can safeguard our lineage and even preserve the legacy of the Song family. The aide continued, Fenglan City is one of the 10 cities of Huai Mountain Prefecture. The Qiong family rules over Fenglan City, possessing a foundation comparable to the 8 great families of the prefecture. Throughout its history, the Qiong family has produced several foundational cultivators, with a population of 7 million and numerous foundational level formations protecting it. Even a foundational cultivator attempting to breach its defenses would face a high likelihood of demise. This lineage of the Song family has at least some refining Zong realm cultivators. If they are willing to become servants of the Qiong family, we would naturally gain the right to reside in Fenglan City and receive their protection. Of course, becoming a servant means forfeiting our freedom and dignity. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, the clan leader resolved to abandon his position leading his faction in humility to Fenglan City to seek refuge with the Cheong family. Being a servant is far better than facing annihilation, as long as our bloodline endures, and if our descendants strive for greatness, I could easily shed the identity of a servant and even resurrect the Song family. Transmit my orders. Having made his decision, the clan leader acted decisively, immediately summoning his faction to prepare for a night departure from Chinyan City. During this time of significant division within the Song family, the Su family and the Yu family, though more stable internally, lacked the foundational strength of the Song family. Moreover, their grain reserves had also been largely acquired by Lin Chonga 6 months prior. In the vast expanse surrounding Sichuan City, only the commoners under the Lin family and the Blood Wolf Hall were managing to maintain a semblance of stability. The Blood Wolf Hall, with its substantial foundation, could sustain 1 to 2 million commoners for a considerable duration. The master of 10,000 poisons of the Blood Wolf Hall, though capricious and brutal in nature, had proven himself capable, having been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the hall's leader. At the onset of the drought, he had taken measures to control all water sources and cultivable land surrounding the Blood Wolf Hall, establishing guards at various checkpoints to prevent refugees from entering. He cared little for the fate of the commoners. His priority was merely to maintain a basic number of commoners within his domain. As for the surplus commoners and incoming refugees, he held them in disdain, refraining from outright slaughtering them only out of fear of retaliation from the Luoxia sect and other forces. While the outside world was rife with famine and strewn with bones, the Blood Wolf Hall remained vibrant. Its halls filled with greenery and merriment. Within the Grand Hall, numerous cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall indulged in wine and revelry. The master of 10,000 poisons and the undercover goat sat prominently at the head table, surrounded by enchanting commoner women clad in sheer garments, showcasing their charms. The sounds of instruments, laughter, and the coy giggles of women reverberated throughout the hall. "Stop it!" A woman's flirtatious laughter caused the assembled cultivators to burst into hearty laughter. Observing the scene, the goat maintained a stern demeanor. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended upon the hall. "Are you all enjoying yourselves?" A soft yet hoarse voice resonated from outside the hall. The source was a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, with a balding head, wrinkled skin, and a pair of triangular eyes set within a hawkish nose. His yellowed teeth and terrifying presence made him appear as if a venomous serpent had come to life. Immediately upon his arrival, the temperature within the Grand Hall plummeted. This middle-aged man was none other than the master of the Blood Wolf Hall, who had solidified his cultivation. Upon seeing him, both commoners and cultivators within the hall knelt in reverence. Unable to meet his gaze, "Salutations, Hall Master! Salutations, Hall Master!" The assembled cultivators and commoners chorused their greetings. "Ha ha ha!" The master of the Blood Wolf Hall responded with a raspy, eerie chuckle. He slowly approached the highest seat in the hall, surveying the surroundings before continuing, "Great Protector, Second Protector, accompany me. I shall personally annihilate the Lin family, reclaim all that is ours, and avenge the Third Protector. How dare that insignificant Lin family kill a protector of the Blood Wolf Hall? They are truly courting death." As he spoke, the master extended his dark tongue to lick his parched lips. Noticing this action, many long-standing cultivators within the Blood Wolf Hall trembled in fear. The act of licking his lips signaled impending bloodshed. Over the years, each time he prepared for a massacre, the master had performed this gesture in terms of bloodthirst and brutality. The master surpassed even the master of 10,000 poisons. The Blood Wolf Hall was not a legitimate righteous force. Despite the master's claims of being a righteous cultivator in private, he practiced sinister techniques, demonstrating a level of restraint greater than true evil cultivators. Yet his methods were no different from theirs. This recent breakthrough to full spirit cultivation had been achieved by secretly abducting several cultivators and using their vital essence to fortify his own cultivation. "Let us set forth," commanded the master of the Blood Wolf Hall once more. With that, he stepped onto a cloud of crimson mist and swiftly exited the main hall. In response to the master's orders, the master of 10,000 poisons dared not disobey and quickly summoned a flying venomous insect larger than a human from his insect cultivation artifact. He mounted the creature and hastily departed the hall. Watching their figures, The goat's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. He understood that the moment to determine his fate was approaching. He had to ensure the master of the Blood Wolf Hall met his demise. Should Lin Xie fail, his own fate would be equally dire. With a clang, stepping onto his sword artifact, the goat ultimately decided to follow. He had already begun plotting. Once the opportunity arose, he would strike a fatal blow to the back of the Blood Wolf Hall's master. It was worth noting that before the master's breakthrough, he had once humiliated him. Now, the chance for revenge had finally arrived. First, he would betray the master, then eliminate the master of 10,000 poisons, securing a significant contribution that Lin Xie would undoubtedly reward him for. A sudden ambush against a practitioner at the Yunling full circle stage, as well as another at the Yunling mid-stage, presents a considerable risk. However, with deft execution, there exists a glimmer of opportunity. Although the gap between the Yunling early stage and the Yunling full circle is vast, they fundamentally belong to the same realm. Should the ambush proceed smoothly, there is a slight chance for the goat child to orchestrate the immediate demise of the Blood Wolf sect master. Following closely behind the master of 10,000 poisons and the Blood Wolf sect master, the goat child's mind teems with audacious schemes, unbeknownst to both the master of 10,000 poisons and the Blood Wolf sect master. Particularly, the Blood Wolf sect master had always acted with caution, refraining from any perilous ventures prior to his breakthrough to the Yunling full circle. Yet, having surpassed this threshold, he now stands a mere step away from establishing a foundation. With that advance, he would ascend to the esteemed rank of a foundational cultivator. The surge in power and years of concealment have inflated his ego to an extraordinary degree. Had he waited an additional 6 months for his state of mind to fully settle, he would have undoubtedly avoided such recklessness. Once his composure was restored, he would exercise utmost caution, not just against Lin Xie, who had orchestrated the demise of the Crimson Lady, but even against a practitioner of the 4th stage of body refinement. Behind the Blood Wolf sect master, the master of 10,000 poisons, mounted upon a flying venomous insect, voiced his concerns. Sect master, is it not rather hasty for us to proceed to Zichuan City like this? The Lin family, capable of slaying the Crimson Junior Sister, undoubtedly possesses formidable hidden cards. It is worth noting that although both Crimson Junior Sister and Goat Child Junior Brother are at the early stage of Yunling, with the former's hidden resources, and with Goat Child Junior Brother providing assistance, they could easily escape even when confronted by a mid-stage or late-stage Yunling practitioner. Yet, the Crimson Junior Sister has perished, with only Goat Child Junior Brother managing to escape by a stroke of luck. Upon hearing the apprehension expressed by the master of 10,000 poisons, the Blood Wolf sect master remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. What is there to fear? With me present, even if the Lin family possesses vast resources, should their old ancestor's strength surge due to fortuitous circumstances, I can effortlessly suppress him. I am a full-circle Yunling cultivator. Who among the few in Huai Mountain County would dare to challenge me? The Blood Wolf sect master's voice resonated with unbridled arrogance. Observing the drastic change in temperament of the Blood Wolf sect master, akin to a complete transformation of character, the master of 10,000 poisons felt a sense of foreboding. The Blood Wolf sect master's drastic personality shift was not solely a product of his newfound strength, but rather, it was heavily influenced by the dark arts he practiced. May everything proceed smoothly. The master of 10,000 poisons silently wished, subsequently choosing to dwell no further on the matter. After all, their sect master was at least a Yunling full-circle cultivator, even in the face of unexpected events. Self-preservation should not pose a significant challenge. With a cacophony of sound, the trio from the Blood Wolf sect journeyed for 2 days from the Blood Wolf Hall to Zichuan City. This delay was primarily due to the goat child's insufficient cultivation level, necessitating periodic pauses to replenish his internal energy while maneuvering his flying vessel, as they beheld the flourishing Zichuan City. Remarkably vibrant amidst the calamity, the Blood Wolf sect master cackled, "Excellent, excellent. While this place lacks spiritual veins, it can still be considered a veritable paradise. Take care not to damage the structures or various amenities here. Simply annihilate the Lin family. After years of arduous cultivation and solitude, it is time for me to indulge." Compared to the established stronghold of the Blood Wolf Hall, Sichuan City indeed appeared picturesque in this year of great disaster. Within a 100-mile radius, there were lakes, fertile fields, and ancient edifices. Although the main city was somewhat crowded, it lent the entire locale an air of bustling prosperity. Constructing a palace here to enjoy life would indeed be delightful. Hovering in the air outside Sichuan City, the Blood Wolf sect master summoned various artifacts, issuing a hoarse, sinister command towards the Lin family's residence. All members of the Lin family, take your own lives. In recognition of your efforts in constructing such a paradise for me, I shall not pursue the matter of your slaying the Crimson Protector, seizing my Blood Wolf sect's silver mine. The Blood Wolf sect master considered himself remarkably benevolent. As he spoke, he made no immediate move to strike. A mere swarm of mundane ants and low-level cultivators. Should they possess any sense, they could graciously take their lives. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. In the Blood Wolf sect master's mind, the Lin family was hardly worthy of concern. Only Lin Xia, the elder of the Lin family, garnered his partial respect. As the Blood Wolf sect master's voice reverberated, numerous mortals and a handful of cultivators within Sichuan City were stirred from their reverie. A Yunling cultivator. A Yunling cultivator has descended upon us. The cultivators and perceptive mortals in Sichuan City were filled with dread. The arrival of 3 Yunling realm practitioners to impose upon the Lin family was evidently ominous. The Blood Wolf sect was undoubtedly seeking revenge. After all, the Lin Ancestor had once executed a Yunling realm protector of the Blood Wolf sect. Can the Lin family withstand this calamity? One voice trembled with concern. The Blood Wolf sect was, after all, a venerable Yunling power. Moreover, the news of the Blood Wolf sect master's breakthrough to the Yunling full circle was hardly a secret. It appeared that the Blood Wolf sect master had indeed succeeded to demand the entirety of the Lin family under the protection of a Yunling ancestor. To take their own lives clearly indicated that the Blood Wolf sect master possessed considerable confidence. Even if he had not succeeded in his breakthrough, he was accompanied by 2 Yunling protectors, particularly the Grand Protector, master of 10,000 poisons. Not only was he an adept at the mid-stage of Yunling, but he also commanded a variety of venomous insects. The Lin family was in grave peril. Such thoughts coursed through the minds of the cultivators from various minor clans and the perceptive mortals alike. Within the Lin family estate, numerous clan members remained relatively unperturbed. They held unwavering faith in their elder. The elder had dared to reclaim the silver mine and slay a Blood Wolf sect Yunling cultivator, undoubtedly possessing the means to address any repercussions. Clad in a gray robe, Lin Xia wielded the 3 talismans of heaven and earth, ascending into the air to confront the Blood Wolf sect master and his companions. Beside the Blood Wolf sect master stood an undercover agent placed by Lin Xia. Lin Xia also possessed 2 Thunder Talisman treasures. Should conflict erupt, while he could not guarantee the capture of the Blood Wolf sect master, he was confident that he would not suffer any losses either. Although victory seemed assured, Lin Xia still feigned a demeanor of trepidation, pleading for mercy. Initially, Lin Xia had relied on this tactic to ambush the Zhao family patriarch. In truth, he had employed this stratagem multiple times during his tenure at the Falling Sunset sect. Previously, without the practice of concealment technique, this tactic only succeeded against those whose egos had swelled. Now, having mastered concealment technique, Lin Xia feigned a weak aura, resembling a freshly advanced practitioner at the early stage of Yunling, who had encountered some difficulties in their cultivation. Senior Sect Master, would you grant my Lin family a chance for survival? Ever since utilizing my final card to slay the Crimson Taoist, I have been plagued by sleepless nights, filled with fear and trepidation. I wish to seek your forgiveness, but dare not approach. I implore the Sect Master to provide me with an opportunity for atonement and preservation of life. Lin Xia adopted a humble demeanor, his aura feeble to the point of deceiving even the goat child. Witnessing Lin Xia's submissive posture, the already altered Blood Wolf sect master lowered his guard, breaking into a triumphant laugh. Life? That can be arranged. Release your spirit, and allow me to inscribe a slave mark upon you. As the Blood Wolf sect master's words fell, the master of 10,000 poisons furrowed his brow. Cautiously approaching the Blood Wolf sect master and quietly relaying, "Sect Master, this Lin family elder may pose a threat. it would be prudent to exercise caution. Should any unforeseen events arise, however, before the Master of 10,000 Poisons could finish his warning, he was abruptly interrupted by the Blood Wolf Sect Master. What is there to fear? A mere early-stage Yunling, particularly one who is already injured and on the brink of collapse. Sparing his life could serve a purpose. With the fall of the Crimson Protector, my Blood Wolf Sect could gain another Yunling Protector, thereby reinforcing our overall strength. The Blood Wolf Sect Master felt a sense of satisfaction at being addressed as senior by Lin Xia. Typically, only when confronting foundational cultivators would Yunling practitioners address them as senior. Finding himself unable to dissuade the Blood Wolf Sect Master, the Master of 10,000 Poisons silently prepared for the worst. Subtly distancing himself from the Blood Wolf Sect Master while maintaining a safe distance from Lin Xia in this world, one cannot afford to gamble with their own safety. Senior Sect Master, at this moment, Lin Xia, wielding the three talismans of heaven and earth, gradually approached the Blood Wolf Sect Master. Ignoring the movements of the Master of 10,000 Poisons, Lin Xia prioritized the elimination of the Blood Wolf Sect Master. As Lin Xia again called out, Senior Sect Master, a talisman suddenly erupted with a resounding blast. Boom! The overwhelming might of foundational cultivation surged forth in an instant, before the Blood Wolf Hall Master could react. A torrential thunderbolt struck down upon him. Feeling the imminent threat of death, the Blood Wolf Hall Master's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was fully awakened and hurriedly dodged while summoning various protective treasures. Alas, it was all in vain. Although the power of the 5 Thunder Talisman did not reach the level of foundational talismans, it could still unleash a quarter of the strength of an early foundational stage. Bolstered by this force, the attack speed of the 5 Thunder Talisman reached an extraordinary peak. The terrifying thunder seemed poised to rend the heavens and earth, descending upon the Blood Wolf Hall Master. With a single strike, the various treasures on the Blood Wolf Hall Master shattered instantly, leaving only his storage ring to fall to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xia felt an immense pang of sorrow. The treasures that adorned the Blood Wolf Hall Master were all top-tier spirit-concealing artifacts, and he never expected them to be obliterated so completely. The talismans were surprisingly close to foundational level. From a distance, as he observed the critically wounded and near-death Blood Wolf Hall Master, Master of 10,000 Poisons seemed to realize something. Why, when Lin Xia possessed such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction, did only the Red Powder Lady meet her demise, while the Goat Child managed to escape? In terms of personal strength, the Goat Child indeed surpassed the Red Powder Lady somewhat. Yet, the Red Powder Lady had numerous treasures at her disposal. If anyone were to return alive, it should have been her, not the Goat Child. This realization struck Master of 10,000 Poisons with dread. He disregarded the dying Blood Wolf Hall Master and decisively fled in a certain direction on his venomous insect mount. However, he was still a step too late. Behind him, a long sword talisman lunged forward. With a whoosh, scalding blood splattered, and before Master of 10,000 Poisons could turn around, a voice echoed from behind, Brother Wan Poison, for the Master's grand scheme, please do us the honor of dying first. You treacherous scoundrel! Feeling the excruciating pain behind him and the life force draining from within, Master of 10,000 Poisons was both shocked and enraged. Traitor? Despicable? Ha ha ha, it was merely for the sake of survival. My dear Brother Wan Poison, do not feign the victim's role. Your current status and strength were not achieved without numerous acts of treachery and betrayal. As the Goat Child spoke, he stabbed Master of 10,000 Poisons twice more in the back eye in the past. Master of 10,000 Poisons had committed many heinous acts within the Blood Wolf Hall, such as betraying his master and killing his wife. Yet, after these deeds were exposed, he quietly cultivated to the spirit concealment realm, to maintain the stability and enhance the strength of the Blood Wolf Hall. The Hall Master chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, Master of 10,000 Poisons continued to cultivate through various wicked and brutal techniques, eventually reaching the mid-spirit concealment stage. Thus, he was conferred the title of Great Protector by the Blood Wolf Hall Master. Rising step by step in a resource-scarce and chaotic Blood Wolf Hall could not have been achieved by a kind-hearted individual. Very well. You will pay for this, goat child. I swear I shall not rest until your vengeance is exacted." With a thunderous roar, Master of 10,000 Poisons unleashed the blood escape technique. After being stabbed repeatedly by the goat child, he was at his weakest. He dared not continue entangling with the goat child. And with sheer will, he executed a peculiar escape technique that combined both righteous and wicked forces. At the moment of the technique's activation, Master of 10,000 Poisons felt his vitality further deplete. Yet his complexion flushed with vigor. Seated upon the flying venomous insect, he sprang forth, transforming into a blood-red shadow as he sped towards the distant sky. The blood escape technique was his final trump card. After its use, even in his peak condition, his lifespan would be reduced by a third. Now, in his wounded state, if he forcibly employed this technique, even if he succeeded in escaping, he would likely not survive for many months. However, dying in a few months was preferable to an immediate demise. Moreover, as long as he remained alive, there was still hope. Whoosh! After covering several hundred zhong, the speed of Master of 10,000 Poisons reached its pinnacle. Although the blood escape technique consumed his lifespan, once mastered and employed, even a cultivator in the early spirit concealment stage could unleash speed rivaling that of a fully realized spirit concealment practitioner. As a mid-spirit concealment practitioner, his speed after utilizing the blood escape technique exceeded that of an ordinary fully realized practitioner by 2 to 3 times. What? Observing Master of 10,000 Poisons' desperate struggle and sudden increase in speed, the goat child's expression darkened. If Master of 10,000 Poisons managed to escape, how could he show face before his master? Creaking. Realizing this, the goat child pursued with his sword while retrieving a bow-shaped talisman in an attempt to attack Master of 10,000 Poisons from a distance. Unfortunately, this bow-shaped talisman was merely a flawed low-grade spirit concealment artifact. Its inherent deficiencies, coupled with his lack of proficiency in archery, resulted in his arrows missing the target and depleting most of his internal mana. Sigh. After pursuing for a brief moment, the goat child ultimately abandoned the chase. When he returned to Sichuan City on his flying sword, he found that the Blood Wolf Hall Master had been reduced to a mere breath. Thanks to Lin Xia's 5 Thunder Talisman. Damn it, you scoundrel! The Blood Wolf Hall Master, on the verge of death, suddenly became agitated upon seeing the goat child, recklessly launching a frenzied assault towards him. He evidently loathed the traitor goat child far more than Lin Xia, who had nearly extinguished his life. Being subdued by Lin Xia was a result of his own inadequacy and overconfidence. Yet, the goat child's betrayal was a bitter pill to swallow. Master, save me! Seeing the Blood Wolf Hall Master charging at him, the goat child was alarmed. The Blood Wolf Hall Master was not Master of 10,000 Poisons. Even if the latter countered in his dying moments, the goat child was confident he could defend against it. However, the Blood Wolf Hall Master was a genuine fully realized spirit concealment practitioner. The counterattack of a fully realized practitioner could very well claim his life. Boom. Just as the Blood Wolf Hall Master was about to reach the goat child, Lin Xia summoned the 5 Thunder Talisman once more, unleashing a devastating blow. Under the terrifying power, the Blood Wolf Hall Master's head was instantly obliterated. Scarlet blood mist enveloped the area, seemingly narrating the tale of an ending. Crack! The headless Blood Wolf Hall Master plummeted heavily to the ground, akin to a rag, ultimately becoming a puddle of muck. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Gazing at the lifeless Blood Wolf Hall Master, the goat child wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that he had narrowly escaped being annihilated by the Blood Wolf Hall Master. With the fall of the Blood Wolf Hall Master, the enormous weight pressing down on his heart was finally lifted. Since submitting to Lin Xia and lying low within the Blood Wolf Hall, he had lived in constant fear, apprehensive that Master of 10,000 Poisonser the Blood Wolf Hall Master might sense something amiss. Fortunately, the Blood Wolf Hall Master had undergone a personality transformation due to his breakthrough in the cultivation of dark arts. While Master of 10,000 Poisons was immersed in a false sense of security, granting him the opportunity to breathe. Master, I am incompetent and failed to slay Master of 10,000 Poisons. Once he regained his composure, a hint of shame graced the goat child's expression as he bowed his head to Lin Xia. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart no matter if he escaped. Then so be it, as long as he does not return to wreak havoc within my Lin family's sphere of influence. Let him be. Should he dare to return and stir trouble, I will deal with him myself. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, there were still numerous cultivators, and Lin Xie intended to take stock of the resources. Let's head towards the Blood Wolf Hall and assess the situation. After saying this, Lin Xie tidied up the Blood Wolf Hall master's belongings, wielding the 3 talismans flag and swiftly making his way to the direction of the Blood Wolf Hall. The base of the Blood Wolf Hall possessed a vein of spiritual essence, offering a cultivation environment far superior to that of Sichuan City. Naturally, the spiritual vein of the Blood Wolf Hall was of the lowest grade, barely sufficient to support the breathing and cultivation of spirit concealment practitioners. Furthermore, this spiritual vein was continually depleting. Lin Xie planned to employ the divine mirror of immortality to attempt to upgrade and enhance the spiritual vein. Compared to the gathering spirit array, the effect of the spiritual vein in aiding cultivation was evidently a level above. If a gathering spirit array were set up in a place with a spiritual vein, it would significantly enhance the benefits of cultivation. Yes, master. Once he had recovered some mana, the goat child followed closely behind Lin Xie. Resuming their journey, within the Blood Wolf Hall, there were still many cultivators, and Lin Xie intended to bring all those within the Blood Wolf Hall under his control. Then, he would gradually relocate the Lin family's base to the Blood Wolf Hall. After all, whether it be Sichuan City or other towns, the cultivation environment was exceedingly poor. Only the base of the Blood Wolf Hall could barely be considered a place befitting an immortal. If one were to find themselves within the powerful factions of the Su and Yu families, a practitioner of the refinement of filth realm would naturally adopt a humble demeanor in the presence of a being from the essence spirit realm, refraining from provoking them. Yet here lies the Blood Wolf Hall. Within the confines of the Blood Wolf Hall, despite the demise of the Red Powder Madam, there remain 3 formidable essence spirit practitioners. Particularly, the master of the Blood Wolf Hall, a being who has transcended to the pinnacle of the essence spirit realm. The presence of such strength within the Blood Wolf Hall instills a sense of confidence in the refinement of filth elders. As long as no foundation establishment practitioner descends upon the Blood Wolf Hall, they feel equipped to handle any situation with ease. Just as many practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall brimmed with confidence. Believing Lin Xie would not dare to act rashly, Lin Xie boldly breached the formation. Boom! The aura belonging to a mid-stage essence spirit practitioner erupted from Lin Xie, illuminating the surroundings. Should an essence spirit practitioner have been in control of the protective formation of the Blood Wolf Hall? Even with 2 5 Thunder Talisman treasures in hand, Lin Xie would not have dared to recklessly intrude. Alas, no essence spirit practitioner remained to oversee the Blood Wolf Hall. The master of 10,000 poisons had seemingly fled to the ends of the earth, while the lone survivor, Goatzi, had long since submitted to Lin Xie. Senior, your intrusion into the Blood Wolf Hall is a provocation. Do you intend to declare war upon us? Exclaimed an elder of the Blood Wolf Hall, filled with trepidation. For many years since his joining the Blood Wolf Hall, no one had dared to openly challenge its authority. Even essence spirit practitioners, when faced with the Blood Wolf Hall, would think twice before provoking it. Not to mention the numerous essence spirit practitioners within, the influence of the Red Powder Madam alone was beyond the reach of ordinary essence spirit practitioners. The Red Powder Madam had connections with certain stewards of the Falling Sunset sect. Having spoken too much, Lin Xie entered the Blood Wolf Hall and unleashed a fireball spell, obliterating several ungrateful elders of the Blood Wolf Hall in an instant. In that moment, all practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall recognized the gravity of the situation. Your master has been annihilated by me. I now present you with a chance to live. Release your consciousness and allow me to implant a slave seal upon you. And let me clarify, this is not a negotiation. Those who refuse shall perish. Lin Xie spoke indifferently, casually tossing out the tattered magical artifact from the master of the Blood Wolf Hall, which still bore traces of blood. Ordinary practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall might not recognize this artifact, but the elders certainly did. Upon seeing the damaged artifact, their eyes widened in disbelief. Their own master had fallen so easily? The master was a being of the pinnacle essence spirit realm. This cannot be true. It is a lie. One elder collapsed to the ground, while another trembled as they addressed Lin Xie, attempting a final struggle. Senior, while you are indeed a master of the essence spirit realm, to slay us is as easy as crushing ants. However, my Jin kingdom is a land of righteousness. There are laws that prevent the enslavement of mortals and practitioners alike. To impose a slave seal upon us would be a blatant betrayal of righteousness. Do you intend to join the path of evil? We are willing to submit to you, Senior, and heed your orders. But as for slavery, the elder, who had initially referred to Lin Xie as you, now addressed him as you in a tone of deference. As soon as the elder finished speaking, a fireball the size of a fist instantly reduced him to ashes. Do you think you can threaten me? Righteousness? Evil? Ha ha ha. Lin Xie's voice dripped with murderous intent, as if he were prepared to slaughter the entire Blood Wolf Hall at a moment's notice. Although these practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall called themselves followers of the righteous path, their actions over the years had proven to be more nefarious than those of evil sects. Indeed, the Jin Kingdom is a land of righteousness, but with the decline of the royal family and proximity to the domain of evil, various factions have acted in ways that, while publicly respectful of the laws of righteousness, have hidden their own malevolent secrets, even within the falling sunset sect. 10 breaths time. Release your consciousness or face death, Lin Xie declared. Activating the 3 talismans formation, enveloping the practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall within. For those who disobeyed, death awaited them. Lin Xie felt no psychological burden in slaughtering these practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall. Not to mention that Lin Xie was not a benevolent being. This group of so-called righteous practitioners bore the lives of countless mortals upon their shoulders. By their own standards, they fell short of Lin Xie's. Slaying them would not only bring no harm to the heavens, but would instead accrue merit. Had it not been for their potential usefulness, Lin Xie would have relished the opportunity to experiment with refining living pills using the blood and vitality of these practitioners. Moreover, having previously enslaved the practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall within the Silver Mines, enslaving these remaining practitioners would enable Lin Xie to command a force of over 100 cultivators. Though these practitioners were of lower tiers, training them into a practitioner army would still yield considerable strength. To ensure their absolute loyalty, implanting slave seals and compelling them to swear heavenly oaths was the most prudent course of action. Faced with Lin Xie's coercion, under the shadow of death, the majority of the Blood Wolf Hall's practitioners chose to cling to life. However, many still struggled fiercely. You are provoking the laws of righteousness. I shall report to the falling sunset sect and have your Lin family utterly annihilated. Bang, bang, bang. For those who resisted, Lin Xie wasted no words and launched a massacre. As he slaughtered, he meticulously collected the blood and vitality of those practitioners into jade vials. Though his actions were undeniably akin to those of evil sects, Lin Xie's greatest distinction was that he did not indulge in wanton slaughter. As long as they posed no threat to him and there was no benefit to be gained from killing, Lin Xie was willing to act as a righteous cultivator. The evil path slaughter often occurs without regard for gain or loss, driven purely by whim. Chapter 75. Cultivating the Black Gloves, managing the practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall after enslaving the remaining obedient practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall. Lin Xie did not immediately commence the plundering of the hall's resources. The foundation and resources of the Blood Wolf Hall were not easily uncovered. It would require Goatse's return to guide him to the various treasury locations. As a high-ranking member of the Blood Wolf Hall, Goatse was privy to its many secrets. Seated within the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xie dismissed the numerous charming mortal women and various servants. Beginning his practice of breathing and absorption, the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall, while not the optimal location for cultivation, still boasted a spiritual energy concentration 5 times that of Sichuan City. If enhanced by the incomplete foundation establishment-grade gathering spirit formation, Lin Xie's cultivation speed could increase several-fold. Having resolved the Blood Wolf Hall's predicament, the Lin family now awaited the conclusion of the Great Calamity before fully exerting control over the surrounding territory. Until the calamity subsided, attempting to annex the Song and Yu families would yield limited resources and could further deplete the Lin family's reserves. After 2 days of cultivation in the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall, Goatse finally arrived, gliding in on his flying sword. Upon sighting Goatse, several elders of the Blood Wolf Hall were filled with hope and vitality. They hurriedly reported to Goatse all that had transpired within the hall. Second Protector, you are alive? Excellent. Since your departure, we have faced a formidable enemy who invaded and enslaved us. They pleaded with the Second Protector to take action on their behalf, their faces alight with excitement. Some even shedding tears of joy as they knelt dye in their eyes. The return of the Second Protector signified hope. Yet, following their hopeful anticipation, what awaited these practitioners of the Blood Wolf Hall was a greater despair. Humph! What are you all clamoring about? To become the servants of a master is an honor for you, and yet you dare to contemplate betrayal. You are simply courting death. Goatse's tone was frigid, laced with a murderous intent to go betray Lin Xia. He had considered it, but these practitioners, being merely in the fourth stage of body refinement, would find it exceedingly difficult to traverse the long distance to the Falling Sunset sect to report Lin Xia's actions. Moreover, even if they reached the Falling Sunset sect, it was unlikely they would find the time or inclination to assist them. These low-tier practitioners, lacking potential, were of little concern to the Falling Sunset sect. However, if Goatse were to report Lin Xia's actions, he would garner significant attention. After all, Goatse was an essence spirit practitioner, a member of the core strength within the Falling Sunset sect. The crux of the matter was that he had already sworn a heavenly oath. Reporting Lin Xia would equate to betrayal. Unless Goatse forsook the path of cultivation and ceased pursuing Foundation establishment, he would inevitably be punished by the heavens. Although Goatse's aptitude was not exceptional, he still had some hope of achieving Foundation establishment. He was not prepared to sever his path to immortality. Besides, what harm was there in being a servant? The rise of the Lin family has become an undeniable reality. As the only two cultivators of the spirit-nourishing realm within the Lin family, and the foremost servant of Lin Xia, his status is naturally elevated. With such standing and identity, the cultivation resources he will acquire in the future will undoubtedly be abundant. When the allure of profit is substantial enough, most cultivators are seldom constrained by dignity or pride. Upon discovering that Yangzi was in collusion with Lin Xia, the cultivators of the Blood Wolf Hall were plunged into utter despair. Disregarding the Blood Wolf cultivators behind him, Yangzi followed the trace of Lin Xia's aura, gradually making his way into the main hall of the Blood Wolf Hall. Upon seeing Lin Xia seated in meditation, a look of reverence crossed his face as he promptly knelt and proclaimed, "Yangzi pays his respects to the master." After the formalities, Yangzi reported all the malicious intentions of the Blood Wolf cultivators towards Lin Xia. "My master, those cultivators from the Blood Wolf Hall harbor ulterior motives. Even if you may temporarily require their services, we must remain vigilant. Should they lose their value, I suggest we eliminate them completely or refine them into living pills." Yangzi's tone was laced with indifference, as if those cultivators were not his fellow disciples, but mere livestock to be slaughtered at will. The adage one must prioritize their own interests resonated with him. This suggestion was also motivated by self-preservation. Should any Blood Wolf cultivator escape and report to the Falling Sunset sect, it could lead to dire consequences to my master. Allow me to oversee the Blood Wolf cultivators, including those from the Silver Mine. They must be strictly monitored. Otherwise, the repercussions will be endless. Despite the fact that this group of Blood Wolf cultivators posed no significant threat, the old saying, "A cautious sailor steers a ship for 10,000 years," rang true. Upon hearing the report, Lin Xia slowly opened his eyes, expressing his agreement with Yangzi's proposal. Yangzi was indeed a talent worth nurturing. If trained properly, he could serve as a valuable asset for the Lin family. After all, the Lin family was a legitimate power, and certain tasks were best left to Yangzi's discretion. Even if complications arose, they could sever ties and use Yangzi as a scapegoat. "Yangzi, there is no need for excessive formality. From now on, you shall address me as Lin Ancestor and refrain from calling me master. You will manage the Blood Wolf cultivators. However, I have one requirement. You must completely subdue them and train them into a cultivation legion for the Lin family. If you perform well, I shall grant you your freedom and provide you with sufficient authority and resources." After establishing Yangzi's role, Lin Xia revealed a warm smile and spoke gently. Upon hearing this, Yangzi's eyes brightened. Even if Lin Xia was merely painting a picture of hope, it nonetheless ignited a spark of motivation within him. Lin Xia understood that mere illusions would not solidify Yangzi's loyalty. So he continued, Yangzi, you are aware of the location of the Blood Wolf Hall's treasury, correct? You may keep 20% of the resources within. Lin Xia was unperturbed by the possibility of Yangzi embezzling from the treasury. For once the slave seal was placed, any attempt at deceit would be easily sensed by Lin Xia. Under Yangzi's guidance, within half an hour, Lin Xia located all the treasuries of the Blood Wolf Hall. As a long-established cultivation force, the Blood Wolf Hall's accumulation of resources far surpassed that of the Zhao family in Zichuan City. Within the Blood Wolf Hall, there were a staggering 30,000 fragments of spirit stones and over 200 low-grade spirit stones. Besides, the hall was overflowing with mundane gold and silver. Various cultivation techniques, manuals, refining materials, and spiritual treasures were also stored in considerable quantities. Collectively, these valued assets could rival the entire wealth of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The Blood Wolf Hall possessed several volumes of foundation establishment techniques, albeit riddled with flaws and categorized as heretical. Compared to orthodox methods, heretical techniques were easier to cultivate early on and more accessible in the Jin Kingdom. Thus, it was not surprising that the Blood Wolf Hall had a few heretical foundation establishment manuals. Even the Falling Sunset sect, known for its integrity, housed numerous heretical techniques, claiming to study their weaknesses for the greater good of exterminating evil. However, the Falling Sunset sect was a formidable force, and there were no more than 50 factions within the Jin Kingdom capable of confronting them. Even fewer, no more than 15, possessed the strength to annihilate the Falling Sunset sect. Without substantial interests at stake, no power would willingly provoke them. Even those factions capable of obliterating the Falling Sunset sect would ultimately pay a grievous price should they act against it. My master, these items do not represent the Blood Wolf Hall's greatest treasure. The true essence lies within this, A.T. Lin Xia sighed. Yangzi unearthed a perfectly square black box from a corner of the treasury and respectfully presented it to Lin Xia. Though Lin Xia had instructed him not to use the term master, Yangzi maintained this title to demonstrate his loyalty, fully aware that such humility could enhance his chances of gaining freedom in the future. Inside this box was the Blood Wolf Hall's supreme secret technique, the Blood Wolf Classic. This method was said to have been acquired by the hall's founder from a certain relic and is rumored to be a manual for the core formation stage. This secret was revealed only recently when the Blood Wolf Hall's master achieved full enlightenment in the spirit-nourishing realm, dramatically altering his personality, and subsequently disclosed it to Yangzi and the Wandu Zhenren. Regrettably, despite its potential to guide one toward the path of core formation, this technique is notoriously challenging to cultivate. Only the founder of the Blood Wolf Hall managed to grasp its rudimentary principles. Yet he could never rely solely on this method to establish a foundation. As Yangzi's words settled, Lin Xia had already opened the box, revealing a somewhat yellowed tome inside. At first glance, it resembled a mundane martial arts manual. Devoid of any distinguishing features, it is worth noting that higher-tier secret techniques are typically preserved in jade slips. To see a core formation manual written on paper was a first for Lin Xia. As he flipped through the pages, Lin Xia found the text inscribed in ancient script. Although he recognized each character, the overall meaning eluded him entirely. Shaking his head, he set aside the Blood Wolf Classic. Lin Xia held little interest in primary cultivation techniques. Even core formation methods paled in comparison to the Qi and Dao Classic. However, the Blood Wolf Classic could serve as a valuable resource for the younger generation of the Lin family in their cultivation. Yangzi, witnessing Lin Xia's apparent disinterest in the core formation manual, felt a twinge of astonishment. This was indeed the pinnacle of core formation techniques. Despite the considerable difficulty and comprehension, its rarity could incite a bloodbath in the outside world. In Huai Mountain County, aside from the Falling Sunset sect, few factions could present a complete core formation manual. After organizing the various resources and treasures of the Blood Wolf Hall, Lin Xia turned to Yangzi and casually instructed. All structures of the Blood Wolf Hall require some modifications, particularly those adorned with gold and silver treasures on the walls. Have someone strip them down for me. I will be entering seclusion here from now on. So once the treasures are removed, have them delivered to me. Upon hearing Lin Xia's request, Yangzi was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from questioning it further. As a servant, he knew his duty was to execute his master's commands. Asking too many questions would only invite trouble upon himself. Yes, master, he replied, before turning to leave the treasury. Lin Xie chose the Blood Wolf Hall's treasury as his secluded retreat purely for its rich spiritual energy and high security. The master of the Blood Wolf Hall had also once cultivated here. By secluding himself within the treasury, he could personally safeguard the various resources and access anything he required with ease. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Another harsh winter arrived, yet the drought in Huai Mountain County showed no signs of abating. In fact, it continued to spread, severely impacting 2 of the 3 prefectures and 48 counties in the Jin Kingdom. The remaining prefecture and 20 counties fared little better. The Falling Sunset sect had dispatched Foundation establishment cultivators in an attempt to alter the course of nature. But their efforts could only alleviate drought in select areas. More regions had descended into desolation. After 6 months of renovations, the Blood Wolf Hall stronghold had transformed into the Lin family's base. The 100-mile Blood Wolf Mountain Range now served as the core area for the Lin family. Under Lin Xie's directives, a circular grand city had been constructed surrounding the Blood Wolf Mountain Range. In the foreseeable future, the Lin family's ancestral land will remain undisturbed. After careful deliberation, Lin Xie decided against hastily enhancing the spiritual vein of Blood Wolf Mountain with the Jinshin treasure mirror. Should this spiritual vein be completely fortified and restored? Potentially reaching the status of a low-grade spiritual vein, Lin Xie's current strength would be insufficient to defend it. To secure a low-grade spiritual vein, one must possess at least the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, it would inevitably attract the covetous gaze of formidable factions. As for Sichuan City, the Lin family would certainly not relinquish its endeavors there, in stark contrast to the surroundings of Blood Wolf Mountain. The area within 100 miles of Sichuan City boasts abundant water resources and fertile lands, far superior in quality. Whether amidst this year of calamity or after its passing, Sichuan City holds immense significance. Moreover, its location is at the core of a 10,000-mile radius, and once developed, Sichuan City could very well become the Lin family's treasure trove. Chapter 77. The 8 Kings Divide. Factions compete as the Lin family steadily consolidates its foundation. The turmoil in the state of Jin gradually unfolds on the outskirts of Huai Mountain County, before a nearly desiccated lake. Within a camp housing thousands, Lin Yaoyang sits on the ground clad in armor. His gaze penetrating the vast sky. The boundless firmament stretches infinitely, devoid of clouds, merely a blanket of white that evokes an overwhelming sense of oppression. 6 months prior, Lin Yaoyang led a remnant force to reclaim this lake and camp from a band of marauders. After half a year of development, his power has swelled to several thousand. Yet, before stability could be achieved, another crisis looms. The drought intensifies, the lake's water level continues to plummet, and in no more than half a month, this place will revert to a wasteland. Chief, our scouts have returned. A voice interrupts Lin Yaoyang's thoughts. Within 1,000 miles, only the residents of the Lai family possesses vast tracts of fertile land and a supersized reservoir. The rest is a barren expanse. As Lin Yaoyang ponders the next course of action, the old shaman approaches from behind. Upon hearing the shaman's words, Lin Yaoyang furrows his brow. He is well aware of the Lai family, a clan anchored by a cultivator at the Lianzong realm. Their strength is comparable to that of the Zhao family in Sichuan City. With his mere several thousand soldiers, attempting to target the Lai family would be tantamount to courting death. As for allying with them, the Lai family would hardly regard his mere mortal soldiers with any esteem. Were it not for this year of calamity, they might have taken them in, but in such dire times, the Lai family would not accept any more mortals. The end of the drought is uncertain, and resources are limited. As time progresses, survival will only grow more arduous. I understand. You may withdraw. Lin Yaoyang responds to the old shaman with a calm demeanor. Despite the grim situation, he exudes an air of composure, as if everything were under his command. As the chief of Huangtian village, while others may succumb to panic, he must remain unfazed. Even if the sky were to fall, he would feign nonchalance, remaining unflustered. Yes, chief. Faced with Lin Yaoyang's increasingly commanding presence, The previously eccentric old shaman dares not utter another word. With a sudden motion, Lin Yaoyang tosses a stone into the receding lake after the old shaman departs. At this moment, his heart brims with anxiety and confusion. His lofty ambitions are continually worn down. Though he still commands a force of several thousand, the specter of survival looms ever closer, should he fail to navigate this crisis. He, along with his troops and aspirations, shall be irrevocably buried. There is no path of retreat behind him. He must press on, undeterred. How easily can one find water and resources since the onset of the drought? The number of mortals in Huai Mountain County has halved. Those who have managed to endure thus far are all tenacious beings. Am I, Lin Yaoyang, destined to die without a grave? Gazing into the murky waters of the lake, a wave of desolation washes over Lin Yaoyang. The future is uncertain, and he cannot even discern the glimmer of hope for survival. The resources within the camp are said to last for half a month, yet they cannot simply await their fate here. Within 2 to 3 days, he must lead Huang Tian village once again onto the arduous path of survival. A mournful chill sweeps across the desolate land, stirring up clouds of dust. After a moment of introspection, Lin Yaoyang swiftly adjusts his mindset. Rekindling his fighting spirit, he turns slowly, his expression remaining composed and unyielding. Send my orders to gather water and supplies. We depart eastward in 3 days. Lin Yaoyang's voice is steady as he issues a command to the valiant heroes of Huang Tian village. The east is the realm of the Great Tang. The state of Jin is but a small nation amidst the vast wilderness. Surrounding Jin are numerous other states. The Great Tang stands as a mythical entity to the various nations. How many rulers and cultivators yearn for the lands of the Great Tang? It is said that only by stepping upon the eastern soil of the Great Tang can one take the final step towards transcendence. Lin Yaoyang's determination to head east signifies both a final struggle and a quest for hope. To die in the east is to die without regrets, of course. Lin Yaoyang is acutely aware that, regardless of his mortal form, even those formidable beings of transcendent cultivation have found it exceedingly difficult to traverse the mountains and valleys to reach the eastern lands. Within the 3 provinces and 72 counties of the state of Jin, there are many factions like Huang Tian village, most of whom, like Lin Yaoyang, are engaged in their final struggles. The drought is dire. Within some of the top factions, cultivators from Zifu have employed their arts to reverse the heavens, summoning winds and rain. Yet, the power of cultivators has its limits. Such a calamity, sweeping across an entire nation, is beyond the capacity of even core formation or nascent soul cultivators to rectify. Moreover, it has been an extended period since a nascent soul cultivator has emerged within the lands of Jin. The very existence of such cultivators within Jin remains a mystery. Amidst this calamity, many smaller factions and mortals live in extreme hardship. However, the impact on larger factions is minimal. The 8 kings of Jin, along with numerous top sects and noble families, continue their covert and overt conflicts. Particularly among the 8 esteemed lords, each possesses royal blood, theoretically qualifying them to inherit the mandate of Heaven of Jin, thus intensifying their rivalries. Various sects and families within the state of Jin often align themselves with one or several of these lords. The Luoxia sect of Huai Mountain County has consistently supported the Seashore King, Ji Xianshan. The Seashore King's cultivation is at the late stage of core formation. Among the 8 kings, the Seashore's power ranks within the top 3. He commands territories across 5 counties and is backed by several major factions. It is evident to all that the replacement of the Jin royal family is merely a matter of time. The next ruler of Jin is highly likely to be one of the 8 kings. Aside from the 8 kings, other sects and noble families face great difficulty in vying for the position of Jin's ruler, as each of the 8 lords vastly surpasses other sects in terms of foundation. Most critically, the Orthodox Alliance of Nations still recognizes the identity of the great Jin royal family. Unless the Ji lineage of the Jin royal family completely declines, the legitimacy of Jin's mandate of heaven is unlikely to be usurped. The rivalry among the 8 kings and the alignment of sects and noble families are among the factors exacerbating the severity of the calamity.